really cripple it. It really can.
I'm trying not to let it do that to me.
You're doing a great job.
Thanks.
You really are.
Yeah, working on it.
But again, it's a struggle, and this is important for people to hear. It's not like it's just like every day. Like it's hard. Life is hard. Even a guy like Goggins, he told me, he goes, sometimes I stay in my fucking shoes for like 30 minutes before I put those motherfuckers on. He goes, because he's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
No.
But he knows he's going to do this. He goes, but I put them on. It's not easy. Life is not easy. But it's worth living. It's worth doing. It really is.
Does he put those shoes on because he knows that ultimately he's going to be glad that he did it?
If you ask him, he's like, because I'm not a bitch.
Okay, well,
because that is what it is. Yeah, he's ultimately going to be glad that he's still got the strength, and that strength needs to be watered every day like a garden. It's not like you just have it, now you have it for life. No, you have to keep at it. Everybody can slide. Everybody can slide back.
It's true.
Yeah.
As much as we can improve ourselves, we can.
Yeah. It's not easy. It's not easy being a person. But it's worth doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can do it. And everybody can do it. You do it better than you're doing it. I can do it better than I'm doing it. I'm trying. And you can do it better. Well, all of us.
I'm so grumpy sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like so unnecessary.
Unnecessary. Avoidable, but it's good. It's good to, struggle's good. It's good. All it's good. It's all, we're on the path. But there's this idea that you should know better by now. That's also silly. I know 80-year-old fools.
Now, everyone, if there's anything I've learned from being a mom, is that every human being is a toddler. Every single person is a toddler who either hasn't gotten enough attention or hasn't had their nap, whatever the fuck, and they're just having a tantrum like that is. And if you treat everyone like a toddler, it is actually a very successful way of interacting with people.
Yeah.
Like,
it's true. That is the lesson of parenthood, right? Yeah. I talk about that all the time, but I started looking at people as like babies that grew up instead of looking at them like, oh, this is Mike, he's 35. Like, no, Mike was a baby. Like, how did Mike become so fucked up? Oh, Mike got a lot of bad information, a lot of bad experiences.
And he still is a baby. He still has the same needs that he did as a kid. They're just more sophisticated now, but ultimately they all derive down to these same things.
Yep.
Do you need a change of situation? Do you need some attention? Do you need to sleep on it? Like, whatever's going on. Like, just, if you can identify those, like, basic human needs and just tweak their circumstances, you can change a person's life.
And also recognize that if you ignore those basic human needs over and over, they're going to compound. Mm-hmm. You're going to have more problems.
Mm-hmm. And they're going to lose their shit in the middle of the grocery store.
Amanda, I really enjoyed talking to you again. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. And your book is out now. Amanda Knox, free. I search for me.
Yeah, if anyone wants to reach out, I'm at amandaknox.com. It's pretty easy.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Thank you. Well done. Bye, everybody.
Bye. The Joe Rogan Experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Sandwich shop in Austin. I learned on it today. It's legit. My pilot calls me and says, someone's got your brand out there. I'm like, what's it called? He goes, no, the same. Well, but I get all fair stuff. Yeah, it's real good. Some Michelin star. What's that? Oh, yeah. Everything goes in here? Yeah. So that comes your hero. Okay. I think we're going to be able to pass that. So what's happening, man? How are you? Well, I really appreciate the invite.
My pleasure.
This is a long time coming. I've been waiting for this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, especially all the influence you've had, things you've done, and I know the funny side. I know the UFC side of you, but watching the podcast and seeing all the characters, and I was just watching the Bill Murray interview the other day, and I just look at it and go, man, to hear those stories talking about Hunter and just all that and all this stuff, it's just pretty. You got to have your mind blown by now.
Yeah, my mind's been blown out. It's kind of overblown at this point.
It's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, I think about what you did with Trump and all that influence that you made, and you called it straight up line. You want to come on the show? You want to do this? Let's do it. And took the time to do it. I think it was a huge impact. I think that we look at all the people that you've given a chance. You've given them a platform. And I think that's really, it's fair of you. The way you interview, the way I see it, doing a few interviews, you let people talk. You let them speak their piece. You continue to help them through not getting stuck on one thing and navigate it pretty well. And it's really, it's from a guy that's in the business, not to this level, but that's the business. It's respectful.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What is Knuckle Sandwich based on? You even have your chain that's a Knuckle Sandwich chip.
It's all has history. Just kind of like as I toured the museum today.
Chef's hat with a skull.
Started with that tattoo. One of the first tattoos I ever had. Culinary gangster. So my buddy Joe Gunner, the monkey wrench tattoo, great friend of mine, did my first tattoo. And he made that. He said, I have this drawing for you. I'll show this to you. And it's pretty, skull, chef. Let me check it out. So I don't put a tattoo on until he draws it on first. I have to have it on for a while. Like I have to look at it for a couple of days. Like, hey, does this resonate with me? So that's how it started. This way before TV, way before any of this. And when I got on TV, when I got on Food Network, they were going to send me my first paycheck. You wouldn't believe how much I made that first episode. It was huge. $1,250. So when you get started. And I wasn't planning on TV, but anyhow, I came back. I had all my buddies around my table. My house was kind of like a soup kitchen. All my buddies, come by, and someone will bring crab, someone will bring some steak, whatever. And so I'm sitting there with all my buddies. I said, hey, I got to think of a name for my TV, like my other business, because my restaurant business had a business partner. And I didn't want the checks to come to the business. So I said, what do you think? My one buddy, Dirty, says, and my nickname's Guido. He says, how about you make us something eat? And that'll give us like some food for knowledge. And then, I said, I'm serious. I want to come up with a name for the company. I got to get this. I got to get my $1,200 check sent to me. And I go, hey, Dirty, how about I give you a knuckle sandwich? And he goes, that'd be a good name. That's it. That was it. And it was originally that. It was originally a sandwich with a ring on it and a sandwich made out of money. And that was knuckle sandwich. And then just kind of all evolved from there. And so all my companies go under the brand of knuckle sandwich. But I never put a product of wine or tequila or anything I ever did. And we started making these cigars. And this guy that I'm partnering with is such a guru, a guy named Eric Espinoza. And we sat there and talked about it. And I have another brand called Flavortown. Flavortown's too whimsical, it's got to be something. I didn't want to call it Guy Fieri. I didn't want to have my name on it. I don't want to do stuff that, like, buy this because it's my, it's my name. I just want to do something, And we all thought about it. We said, cigars are that good. He's such a badass. It's called Knuckle Sandwich.
Did you have any idea in the beginning of your career of being a TV guy? Like, how did all that stuff start? Because it's a weird world. I had a conversation with Jose Andres about this. It's like the emergence of the celebrity chef is like, it used to be like Julia Child, like way back in the day. She used to, and then, yeah. And then I guess there's a few other people, but they never were like cultural figures. I guess Julia Child was. She was probably the only one. Well, I don't know. She was really it, right?
I think that was BBS. That was BBS. I wasn't people really blowing it up. I mean, I watched it because I was in love with food at a young age. One, because I didn't really experience it like exactly what my parents were feeding me. My parents were like good cooks. They weren't in the cooking business. But yeah, this whole food thing, before I got a Food Network, I had never watched it. And not because I don't believe in it. I mean, food's my epicenter of what I do. But the last thing I was going to do was work at 7 days a week, 12, 13, 15 hours a day in the restaurant. Come home and watch more food. Is go and watch somebody make me, a pot pie. I got enough. Plus, I also didn't really have a true understanding of what was going on. Knew who Emerald was, but you couldn't.
Remember when he had that sitcom where he is bam? Like they decided to try to put that into a sitcom.
We just had that conversation the other day. Yeah, we just had that conversation. But Emerald's the OG. I give such appreciation and accolades to everybody that did it for me. There were so many people that helped pave the way in one style or another. And some TV, some literary, some, just living the, keeping the energy of the industry alive. Because if you're not from the industry, you don't quite exactly get what it is. But it's a pretty, it's like understanding UFC. The bigger fan you become of something, the more you start looking at it just going, it's so much more than what you're watching in the room for the next 20 minutes. It's really deep. There's so much more. There's so much, it's not just lifestyle, it's attitude, it's energy, it's connectivity, it's family, it's community, it's all that kind of stuff.
So did you, how does one go from being a chef to being a TV chef? Like, what was it? Did you just get an audition? Like, did they contact a bunch of chefs? Like, who's got the wackiest hair? Who looks like they'd be good on TV? Like, how do they figure something like that out?
This is about the most whack story in the world. So, Nick graduated high school. Dropped out of high school when I was 16. Went to France. It was an exchange student. I'm going to give you a little bit more of the backstory than you probably want, but I'll kind of give you the quick version. So when I came back from France, I was supposed to go to my senior year in high school, and I wasn't really super interested in going back to high school. I just lived in France in a boarding house and went to high school, and I didn't even speak French. But my parents were really open-minded, and I'd saved my money, and they said, if you can pass a year of French at the junior college at 16, and you can pass the class, and you can figure it out, I guess. So I went with the boarding house, went to high school. Came back with my senior year, I just was not interested in going back to high school. So I went to junior college. Finished junior college, went to UNLV, got my degree, graduated a little bit early, went and ran restaurants for other people. And then I was 26, moved back to the wine country up to Northern California where I'm from, opened my first restaurant. Had a bunch of restaurants with a buddy. Things were great. Did exactly what I wanted to do. Have a great wife, want to be a great dad, want to have my own restaurant. That's all I wanted. Not that I was short-sighted and stuff, like big community person, want to do a lot of community service and so forth. My parents were that way. So that was it, man. I had like 3 restaurants, a couple hot rods, bought my own house. I was living it, And a bunch of friends came up. Actually, a kid across the street came and said, "You watch Food Network?" I said, "No." So we have a show on there called the Food Network Star. You should go on that show. I didn't even see Food Network. I saw Rachel Ray one time. I was in a bar and saw Rachel Ray on screen, and I'm like, that girl's got energy. I mean, listen to her. She could talk food. She does no shit. So that was what I did. I did 6-8 months later. My wife's driving home from the city. She says, "Hey, I was just listening to the radio station. They had that Food Network Star show going on. Because you'd be great." Well, how do you know? You haven't seen the show. Because no, they're just talking about the culinary challenges and all the things. And then if you do, you win a show. Well, I want a show. To win what? I've never been on TV. I made my own TV commercials for my restaurant. That was the only thing I ever did with TV.
So none of it was appealing when they contacted you and they asked you?
I wouldn't say it wasn't appealing. It just wasn't in my scope.
Right.
It wasn't
in your plan.
It wasn't like something I was seeking. We had talked about it. There had been many people that come to me before and said, like my buddy that was the marketing manager for Flowmaster. Remember Flowmasters? The mufflers.
Oh yeah,
hot
okay.
rod muffler. Yeah, sure. So he came to me and said, "You should do a hot rod show. You love hot rods. Let's do a hot rod show." I know enough to be dangerous, about hot rods. I know just enough to get into the conversation where I bury myself. And so that was that. And so they have a show. They say make a 3-minute pitch. So all my buddies are like, got to make the pitch. Got to. And I avoided it any way I could. And to the point where it had expired, like the entry time expired. So my buddy named Mustard, we were on a barbecue team together, did competition barbecue and all kinds of crazy shit. And he says, "Did you ever send that demo tape into the Food Network?" I said, "No, I just missed that one." And he goes, dude, I thought you were going to say that. He says, because they open that after a week. He says, let's go make that. Like, I don't want to do this. He's like, don't be, you always push everything. This is the truth. Because I push all my friends. I'm like, open your own business. Go on that vacation. Have kids. I'm always the one that's got to, go live your best life. And so I got to walk my talk. Last thing I wanted to do, Carolina, so is go on TV. And because I never went to culinary school. I just been cooking through that was my career. That's what I did as passion and living in France.
You opened up a restaurant without ever going to college. Yeah. Is that unusual?
I think it's probably 60-40.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
60-40 to go to school?
60 go to school.
That's a lot that don't go.
I could really be off on it. When I do Diners, Travels, and Dives, 60% don't go. A lot of the mom and pops. And that doesn't mean that they don't learn. I mean, some of the best chefs I know haven't been to culinary school and just are super smart at learning and dig in. A lot of education, a lot of research, a lot of trial and error, a lot of putting yourself out there. You got to be willing to fail. Like, I don't really think you'd be a good cook if you're not willing to fail. If you stay in your lane so much. But I just think that you get better chances to, let's think about fighting. Think about things you've learned. All the education and martial arts and boxing and all these different perspectives that people take to be in it. It's usually the one that has a pretty good, the narrow focus on something you really, really love, but then having an outside perspective. So for me as a chef, having the ability to understand Indian food, there's such a depth there that I'll never hit the bottom. You'll never touch all the opportunities that there are. But anyhow, so back to that, I made the demo tape, and I made it so ridiculous that there's no way. There's just no way they were going to pick me.
What'd you do in the demo tape? Do you have it?
I think you can find it online. I can't believe I just told you. You guys already have set me up. I didn't set you up. Did you really get that fast? Did you pull up that fast?
In Orthodox Southern California, home of true wine country cuisine. And they have a prepared dish for you, not in fusion, but in confusion. We're going to do a gorgonzola tofu sausage terrine that will be served over a mildly poached ostrich egg. Now, since we're in the wine country, I'll be serving that on grape nuts and done with the delicious pickled herring roots right on top. And I know, delicious. It sends shivers up my spine. No, seriously, folks, real food for real people. That's the idea. See, it's all getting messed up. People are trying to take everything off the shelf and jam it onto a plate, and that's not what it has to be. I learned how to cook out of survival. My parents were going through this macrobiotic cooking in the late 70s, and I had enough boulder and steamed fish to kill a kid. So the idea in our family was whoever made the dinner, you have to decide what it was going to be. And being of Italian descent, pasta was always one of the keys. I went and studied in France, and then came back and got my degree at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas in restaurant administration. Been a district manager in Los Angeles, and moved up here to Northern California and opened up 3 different concept restaurants. What I'd like to talk to you about, what I think I can do as a Food Network host, is teach people about real food, real people. Get into the basics. Great product, great equipment, great ideas. See, anybody can read a cookbook. Anybody can come up with a simple idea. But the idea is bringing it to the table. I take people's imaginations and put them on the plate. Let me show you one of my favorites. I was on my way back from Houston where I was down there.
I can't believe you're making me go through this. Sorry.
And mix it into Japanese cooking. See, in Japanese, sushi does not mean raw fish. And that's what people think it does. It means seasoned rice. So I take a little bit of seasoned rice, a little bit of smoked pork butt, and you put this together here in a dish with a little of our American favorite, French fries, and mix this together with a little bit of the California favorite, some avocado. And I came up with this idea, and as I was doing this, a buddy came around the corner and he says, Guido, what are you doing? He says, you can't put that into rice. You can't make sushi out of barbecue. What are you doing, you jackass? And that's what this dish is called. It's actually called the jackass roll. So you mix it up, you serve it over. The idea about cooking is not just about great food. It's about putting all the pieces. Do you have a sharp knife? Do you understand sanitation? Do you know where to get it from? And do you know how to tie all the components together? You see, my idea about it is there's so much more to teach. As a restaurateur, people ask me all the time, how do you do it? I can take the restaurant and bring it to the home. And I think that would be something that would be sellable. My name's Guy Finney. My friends call me Guido. You can now consider me your friend.
Why do you think that would be ridiculous? That seems pretty straightforward. What's about chicken? Oh, you switched your fucking up again? We got reboot again? Yeah, reboot. No worries. Okay. That seems pretty straightforward. I don't know why you would think that would somehow or another, like, there was
I was taking it serious. I wasn't taking it serious.
Yeah,
the whole beginning line.
That's our TV personality. It's like,
yeah. Listen. I did it one take. That was it. Here we go. That's happy. Shit's done.
I don't know why you would think that would be something they would never pick you from.
Well, I didn't know back then what I know about TV now. So
you thought you had like super professional.
Right. I thought if I talked some shit and I kind of made a joke and I told them what they do, I thought like, hey, I'll be so, I mean, that is pretty true to who I am anyway.
What year was that?
2005? Yeah, 2005. Yeah, 2005. First show didn't air until 2006. But, yeah, so I sent it to him. And I sent it on a DVD. Because my buddy that filmed it worked at the TV station. And he from the camera, put it back in the old days. That's it. I did my deal. I said I would do it, I did it. So it gets in. 3 days later, late at night, 10 o'clock at night, Lori and I are sitting on the couch watching TV. Home phone rings. She goes, no, she's from Rhode Island. She's from North Province, so she's a little bit tough on the phone at 10 a.m. at 10 p.m. Like, who's calling at 10 p.m.? No, I don't know what it is. No, he's not here. I'll take a message. No. Yes, no. She finally comes to the phone. She goes, it's a Food Network. Bullshit. Food Network. It's one of my buddies being a jerk. So I pick up the phone. I go, hello, Food Network. Talk about buddy. I said, is this guy Ferrari? And I'm like, okay, I know it's not, because it was one of my buddies. They would have said, if you had. So she goes, yeah, we got your DVD, and we'd like to talk to you about it. We want you to be on the show. I said, well, okay, what does that entail? Well, there's a contract we have to put them on. We FedEx. So I get to FedEx, and I look at it, and I give it to one of my attorney buddies, like, man, they own your ass. If you sign this, they're going to own you. So he redlined a bunch, and I sent it back to them. They called me back. They said, you can't redline the contract that we're sending you. This is like, you want on the show or you don't want on the show.
What is, like, when you say they own you, like, what do you mean?
Oh, he said, you know how a contract goes when you get into TV. I mean, there's like, we've got you for 36 months. You can't do any other production. But then, whatever. 36 months. I don't know. Don't quote me on it. All I know is I had never signed an entertainment contract at that point.
Yeah.
So
I don't know for predatory. You take advantage of the person that doesn't have any exposure. If you're going to become a star, they want to profit massively off it.
So that's where it kind of, my guy said, you have your own restaurants, you're doing your own thing. What are you doing? Leaving it on TV.
Right.
And so long story short, Lori and I were pregnant 8.5 months.
You were pregnant too?
That's what I call it. I helped the baby. But we were, we're pregnant. We got the kid coming. Hunter was 4.
Did you name him after Hunter Thompson?
Yes, I did. Did you know that, or did you just say that?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, it's 100%. I was because I saw all the Hunter Thompson in the hallway. I saw Bill Murray interview. I read Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I don't read it, but I read that book probably 5 times. It's a great book. Such a great book. When I got out of college, I lived in a town I didn't know anybody. I lived in Long Beach. I didn't know anybody. I just worked at this restaurant. And I'm not a big TV person, so I just read the book. And I read it in college, and I read it again. And it's funny when you read something again. I got that from the Dale Carnegie book. I read Dale Carnegie, and you have to read it 100 times. I just like, man, this guy owns it. This guy lives it. This guy just, what a character.
Yeah.
And then the more I read about him, the more so I told my wife, we had Hunter and Ryder's freshman at San Diego State. Hunter just graduated with his MBA at the University of Miami.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so that's where Hunter came from. Yeah, thank you. And my nephew Jules, who's in the middle of the two, we raised Jules. My sister died when Jules was really young. And so Jules just is graduating this Sunday with his degree from Loyola in law. He's in EDM music. He's an agent.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, I got on the show. I got there. Everybody standing there, buttoned up in their chef coats. I walked in. I'm in New York. Never been to New York. I'm in flip-flops and shorts, yellow leather jacket, and I walk in, and everybody's like, all puckered. And I'm like, oh, fuck, this is not going to go well. This is going to be a shit show. And I just said, you know what? You got to give it a shot. So I just went in. I was just me, did what I do, and won. So I won the show. And what this show, what you win, is a 6-episode cooking show, which they ran at 7 a.m. on Saturdays. It was the worst time slot in the world. But they gave me the show, and I did good. They gave me another show, and I did the show, and I hated it. I did the pilot, and I hated it. And I'm like, I can't do this.
What was that show?
It's called Gotta Get It. I don't think you're going to find it. You're not going to find this. You'll find it. No, Jesus, please. I don't think it was never here. So what it was a show. It was a show about kitchen gadgets. And I'm not a kitchen gadget show.
Oh, so it's like you got to get one of these Cuisinarts.
It wasn't even that good. I mean, it was like avocado slicer. Like, you can't slice an avocado. You got a problem. But it was a cool one. There was a oven that talked Bluetooth to your phone. And that was way before Bluetooth stuff was really going on. There was a 2-stroke weed eater mower with a blender on it. And that was the coolest one. I made margaritas and that. So anyhow, but the one they gave me that stuff, so the one that I was didn't take that, was they gave me a ball, like a hamster ball, from the hamster ball they have run around the house. But you pour cream and vanilla and sugar and all this in a ball and throw ice cubes in it, and then you roll the ball around, kick it around, and it would roll and it would make ice cream.
Okay. Yeah. Kind of fun.
Yeah. So, not for a guy that has a sushi barbecue restaurant, and, you know.
Yeah, how long does it take to
Culinary.
make ice cream by kicking the ball?
I don't know, for too long. I was
thinking that's fun, but no.
We'll kick it with your flip flops. And they called me a couple weeks later and said, congratulations, the show got picked up for 13 episodes, prime time.
It's good result.
I gotta be honest with you, I'm not gonna do that show. Like what? Like no, I just it's not. So they went through a series of people, executive from the production company, the owner of the production company, yelling at me, telling me he wasted all his time and his money. I said, hey, nobody told me that if this got picked up, I had to go do the show. I thought it was a discovery for you, a discovery for me. I don't know shit from steak sauce about how this all works, which I quickly turned down. I was not going to be inside of the TV business and not be really aware of what's going on. So finally, the president of the network called me. She said, you're burning a huge opportunity. Brooke Johnson, you're burning a huge opportunity. I said, Brooke, it's all about authenticity. I said, I don't need the paycheck. And I said, I'm happy with my life. I love what I do. I like my cooking show called Guys Big Bite. You know, cook food the way I want, call it what I want to call it, make it the way I want to make it. And I said, gadgets for cooking is just not a thing. So you might not ever get a shot like this again. I said, I really appreciate the opportunity. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I just want to. And she said, okay. And that was it. So, but fortunately, 6 months later, they called me back and said, we're going to give you one more shot. You're going to be a food critic. I said, no, thank you. They go, hold on. Why not? I said, I'm not a food critic. I'm a cook. Last thing I'm going to do is go in and tell people they're doing it right and wrong. That's like someone going to tell something they don't like their art's wrong. Bullshit. That's not my style. So they said, well, okay, it's not that. You go around, this was the key word, you go around to mom and pop joints and you just eat the food and talk to the people. Like that I can do. That's my style. So what's it called? Diners, drivers, dive-ins, and dines. I said, what? They couldn't get the name right. No one ever gets the diners, drive-ins, and dive-ins. That's what we call triple deal. I said, I can do that. That's not my dives. I love dives. I don't know a lot about diners because we don't have many of them on the West Coast. The drive-ins, I love. That was always special to me to go to the A&W drive-in when I was a kid. We ate fast food when I was a kid. So when you went there, that was a big, big deal. And so
Wow, interesting. Yeah, it seems like it's hard to find because once they started making personalities out of chefs, then you have to find authentic personalities who are good on TV that are actually cooks. So it's kind of a little bit of a dilemma because chefs aren't necessarily the kind of people that you want to have in front of a camera for the most part.
I deal with a lot of them.
You know,
But you know what? I think that everybody, when you get people comfortable, as you know, you get people comfortable, you know, talking about themselves, you get them in a zone where they feel good and they relax. It's very similar to what you do here when I watch. It's people have a gift of storytelling or have history, and what can people talk best about themselves or their history or their passion? And that's what I did with Triple D. Is I just went in. I remember the first one we ever shot. I'm standing there talking to the guy about the thing, and I'm pouring coffee behind my back. People are bitching at the counter because we're right in the middle of an active service in the diner. I'm pouring coffee and pancakes burning, and I flip the guy's pancake. I'm like, so how long have you been making? You know, yeah, hang on a second. He needs an order back. You know, and I asked all my questions I was supposed to ask, and the producer at the end goes, "Cut." So what the hell was that? I said, what was the story of all, bro? I said, I asked every question I was going to ask. I said, I didn't stand there and do like PM Magazine. You know, I was in the mix with the dude, but I asked all the guys questions. And he's like, you do that again? I said, I didn't stand on my head. This is what we do in the restaurant business. I said, we work and we talk and we joke and we laugh and we bust balls and we do, you know, that's what we do. Goes to the clipboard. We got a hit. And then we went around the country for the next 3 weeks and shot more locations and put that together for the pitch.
so I don't understand. Was he pretending to be upset, or was he upset to
I
explain?
think you're talking about that. You're kind of that guy.
So from
But it worked out.
that's the problem with TV, dealing with upset people.
Well, and the thing is especially people that don't understand you. So when I started Triple D, I just say whatever you say. Or drop the thing on the floor. If you shit, God damn, it's not right. Don't worry. Stop. We'll fix it. We'll go forward. But I'm never going to make you look bad. I promise you I'm going to make you look bad. You'll look great. Sometimes you stop. Hold up. Let's hold up. What do you drink? Jack. We can have a shot at Jack, please. You don't sit there and shoot the shit about his favorite team or talk about it. I always start talking about his family right after that. Talk about family. Kind of puts people on the same playing field.
Yeah. Well, that sounds like a fun thing to just drive around and go to people's restaurants, see how they do things, and see the history behind it. What was their dream? How satisfying is it to have this place and the people that are just
It may bring tears to you guys. There's so many stories, so many. We've done like almost 1,600 locations, and it's just mind blowing to be in the restaurant business and to watch these people, what they put into it, and how many sacrifices they've made, and how many success stories we hear. It's just, it is probably one of the most fulfilling things that I've done in my life. It's really, I would have been done by now. Hadn't done. I mean, matter of fact, when we first started the show, I thought, oh, this would be fun to do for a couple of years. I'll probably run out of places. This show could live on forever.
how many years have you been doing it though? 16 years. That's crazy. That's crazy.
But it does great things for them.
I'm sure it's great for the business, right?
You know,
It must be a huge boom.
we're shooting right now.
Oh, yeah? In Austin?
Yeah, we shot this morning.
Where'd you shoot?
Shot a place called the Golden Creek Vegan Truck. And I shouldn't even say it like that. I should just say Golden Creek Cafe, an awesome restaurant.
No, you should say vegan. You should let her right now.
Well, I say, but here's the thing. I think when I say vegan, people are like, oh, so you gotta give them their shot. No,
I wasn't thinking that. I was just thinking, I have some vegan friends that they only want to eat a vegan restaurant. I would take them there.
it's so good. I just go eat there as it is. And that's what I want to interview people at vegan restaurants or vegetarian restaurants. I'll say, do your non-vegan restaurant friends come? Or I'll ask people, usually 50% of them I'm talking to aren't vegan.
They just go there because the food's great.
There's a vegetarian place I used to love to go to in Woodland Hills. That was a Indian joint, like super authentic Indian. It was in this little strip mall. I'd go in there, and all the menus in Hindi. Everybody was speaking. It was you kind of looked at the photos that they had of the dishes and just like that one, give me that one.
Spicy, not spicy.
All vegetarian, all but like super authentic. And that's not even necessarily what I'm interested in, but I'll go there all the time.
I want to eat great food.
Yeah.
Food that's prepared correctly.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like saying, I didn't mean to throw the vegan thing on it because really what it is, it's about great restaurants with really great people that own it or people that have a good story. And then people that want to talk about what the food they talk about what they do.
Did you ask why they decided to make a vegan restaurant?
She's vegan. And she had a coffee shop, started with a coffee shop, and then was doing a little bit of food on the side, and then just continued to grow and make it bigger and bigger. So if I can drive up and they got a big neon that says caffeine dealer. And I'm like, that's my kind of energy. That's my kind of smart ass. You gotta have fun with yourself. You gotta laugh about this shit. And just great character. I'm actually probably getting my ass kicked from the network right now going telling about this ahead of time. But no, there's great. Like I've been in Austin a few years shooting Triple D, but I'll come back to a city and new places have popped up, or you start to find out more about them.
Have you been to Travis Barker's place?
Yeah.
I've heard that place is phenomenal. And that's a full vegan place in LA.
What's
it called? Crossroads Cafe? Yeah, I've heard from many of my friends. Like Dana White went there. It's like, dude, it's phenomenal. You can't believe it's vegan.
That's the thing about it is people have this stereotype about vegan food. Burgers. You and I like wild game. You and I like meat and so forth. But if you really look about it here,
There's just enough vegan people that are really annoying.
that I won't disagree.
There's enough that are wonderful people.
No,
don't get me wrong. But there's a percentage of vegan people that are like hugely annoying.
Well, and especially when you start, here's the thing, go proselytize.
Yeah.
Don't push yourself to somebody else's way. Do what you want to do and do what you love. I'm not into I'm not into trying to change. Have your opinion, have your attitude.
Yeah, that's the problem with the whole vegan thing. Is that the people, they represent themselves as morally superior. And it's not all of them. Some of them do it just because they're kind people, and that's what they want to eat. That's wonderful.
But I think that happens in a lot of different sections. I mean, there's people about heavy metal. You don't like heavy metal, you're an idiot.
Exactly.
I'm
people like that with yoga. They just start doing yoga. They want everybody to do yoga. Yeah, I get it.
Well, I'll tell you a funny story. I was running restaurants down in Long Beach, and then I was in Redondo Beach. I'm running a little restaurant down there called Luisi's. Tiny little pizza and pasta. And there was a bunch of them in LA at the time. And then I eventually became the district manager for them. But and I was young. I was very young in my career. But boys, Gracie used to do that. The Gracie family was right down the street in Redondo Beach. And I remember somehow through a manager, through one of the guys, we got a UFC videotape, VHS. Someone had, I don't know what it was. I'd never seen it. I'd never heard of it. And that was the first time that we ever came aware to, this, and then who was Tank Abbott was down at Huntington Beach. And we used to go down, I used to live by Huntington, so we used to go down there and the Tank Abbott thing, the T-Door, the thing. But you're so ingrained in it, you're such a massive part of it that anybody wants to start getting on a high horse about stuff. I'm like, as soon as you know enough about it, as soon as you have a platform that you really can say something, speak a piece. But don't shut it up with yourself. I mean, I'm just like, you do about anything.
Yeah. No, that's a big one when people start doing jiu-jitsu. They don't want to tell everybody about jiu-jitsu. The vegan thing, though, is like, I really do get it from their perspective, like as an ethical perspective. It's just one of those things where if there's a thing that you're trying to do, where you're trying to be kind, you're going to get a certain percentage of people that start doing that get annoying.
Yeah, I just choose not to listen to people. I just did it out. I don't have fucking time for it. I really don't have time for it. I mean, there's so much else going on in my life. There's so much else going on in this world. I think, why don't we start focusing on the good shit we can do? We can do so much great shit. If everybody would pivot themselves 10% and just go and look and say, okay, take everything you love and then go do that more.
Mm-hmm.
And be worried less about what somebody's saying about you, what's up on social media, whatever this other shit may be. Just go do something positive.
It's the social media contagion. It's a problem. It's a real problem.
When will it break is the question. Like, when will it stop being the center of shit? When people just start looking at it and go, okay, we're done. We've had enough of it. It's run its course. It's been poisonous enough. I mean, there's positive things to it. Don't get me wrong. I think there's some really good information that you can get from it. But the negative side, just because you have a plot, you have a key. I always say to these young chefs that are on my shows, like, oh, somebody wrote about me. And I'm like, A, quit reading about yourself. B, look at the source. If I come up to you and I tell you that your food sucks, or I tell you that you've done something that's wrong, we're friends. You can maybe take my opinion with some credit. But the jerk off that's writing about you in his mom's basement, eating Cheetos in his underwear, clicking away, telling you how much you suck. So you really care what that is?
The problem is people see it written down and they think it's almost like a valid source, and then they have to combat it. And you're going to combat 35 million people, wherever many million people are tweeting about things.
And how many extra accounts they have.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of people that aren't even real. But it's also just the nature of it highlights negativity. Because the nature of this platform, what gets traction is things that make people upset.
That's what media uses. I mean, it still is. You don't hear the front page of the paper talking about all the good that somebody does, and all the money they raise, or all the benefit they give, or all the experiences they've offered.
Yeah.
What you hear about is the death.
Yeah, it's a problem because it's monetized, right? It's a problem because that's how people make money, and they don't think of it in terms of the impact that it's having on the culture. But that's how they're making money. They make money by getting people, or used to be, getting people to buy newspapers and tune into the news. And because of that, what's going to get people's eyes glued? Not positive stories, inspirational stories, but rather whatever the chaos is anywhere in the world, and exaggerate it to make it the most salacious, the most ridiculous.
How much can we spend, regardless if it's true or not? I mean, that's what's been killing me, is all of the truth and non-truth. Where's the medium? Like, who's the governing body? Like, is anybody going to hold anybody's feet to the fire on this? And could there not? I wish there could be a punishment. Like, you lie.
Yeah, but it's up to us. It's up to us to report them. Once you know they're full of shit, and once you know they lie, take away their power. The way you take away their power is just not pay attention to them. And they do it to themselves. I mean, in general, mainstream media has kind of, over the last 8-9 years, has exposed themselves as being wholly corrupt, very corrupt and full of lies and propaganda, and ignoring positive aspects of people because they don't fit with your political agenda. And it has a negative effect downstream of the entire civilization, because it's just like everybody's at everybody's throats, and they're being fed all this negativity. First through mainstream media, and then it's all accentuated by Twitter, Facebook, Instagram.
It's poisonous. And it poisons the culture. Unfortunately, we're moving away from it. There's still,
Are we?
Well, I think there's a mass group that is still, buying into it, being sheep and going along with it. You're not following it. I'm not following it.
Yeah, but for public people, it's like it's wise for your health to not follow it.
True. But I hope, and again, I don't have any prescription for it. I follow the same mantra you're saying. Quit tuning in, and quit paying attention, quit passing it along, quit reading bullshit. You don't know if it's true or not. Just talk about what you know, and talk about what you believe, and be who you are, and quit trying to just quit negative shit. Keep it out of your mouth.
Yeah, it's a problem because it's so addictive. People are constantly checking it, and when you're bored, you immediately grab your phone. What do? You open up social media. What's everybody yelling at? What are they upset about?
And what's your social media?
Mostly Twitter. This is the only one that's free in terms of like free speech, like legitimate free speech. Call it X, whatever. I'm sticking.
I would say Twitter. X going on Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been 2 years, 3 years.
I know, but nobody calls it X.
Nobody
There's
calls it
people that call it X. Everybody calls it Twitter.
Why did you change it?
Because it's crazy. Same reason why I bought it.
I saw the picture of you shooting the bow at the Tesla.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I heard the tip came right off. It came right back at you.
Yeah. It blew apart. Yeah. It's thick
Do you
steel.
think it was going to go through?
I think if I had a reinforced arrow, so like, you know, there's companies that make like super durable, like much heavier grain arrows, and maybe an iron bill broadhead, like a single bevel, 2-blade. I had a 3-blade, too much of a big cutting surface and a smaller surface. I thought about it for a lot afterwards.
And I may try it again with goggles on and behind it.
I wasn't worried about it hitting me, but it's pretty impressive. You can actually shoot I think you can shoot a 40. What like round will that? I don't want to lie. I know a 9mm will bounce right off of it. But like, what round is that?
Will a 9mm bounce off?
Bounce right off of it.
No.
Yep.
But not the windows.
No, not the windows. No. But
What would it cost you
nine,
the windows?
you can get the windows done.
Easy. I know. Have you ever looked?
Yeah.
I heard they're amazing. My buddy has one. He
I
says,
drove my Tesla here today.
look at that.
Yeah, I don't have a Cybertruck. I have a
He says, you push the button and the car will come get you.
Oh yeah, I don't do that. Okay. The body was stand 9mm handgun, 22 caliber rifle. It's not bulletproof against all calibers. So when you get higher, like an AR-15, 50 caliber, of course, is going to penetrate everything. Truck's metal also cracked if shots are fired close together. Yeah. But either way, why would you say like why are you making a car like that? You fucking psycho. Like it's really kind of crazy. And I think you can't sell them in some countries because they're so durable that it's like a danger to other cars on the road. Because like you would hope that like if a Celica hits a Prius, they're both kind of crushed.
Who do you think of Celica? That dates us. People still have those. Celicas were awesome.
I heard they were remaking that. That's why. I heard that they're going to bring back a Celica.
Celicas were awesome.
Oh, yeah, man.
What was your favorite of all time American muscle car?
Oh, man, that's hard. I love them. I got a lot of them. Are they bringing back the Celica? Might be an AI thing.
I heard something about it.
I don't have a favorite, but it's all I like between early. You can get as low as 65 for a couple of them, like I have a 65 Corvette that I want, and then I think you get as old as 71 if you get into like the Barracudas and Challengers, some of the Mopars. But by 71, most of the Fords and the Chevys have fallen apart for whatever reason. I think because they stopped doing drugs. That's what I think. I have a theory. I have my psychedelic theory. I've
heard a lot of reasons they stopped. More EPA issues.
Well, EPA issues as well, but why make them ugly? You can make them fuel efficient without making them so ugly. Like something happened, they lost their design language, and everything started being flat and boring. You know, except Corvette. Corvette is another one. Like Corvette, like they made good-looking Corvettes deep into the 70s. They still have that curvy body. But if I had like.
Well, bow type Mopar or Ford.
I love them all. I'm not picking, but I love them all. But I have a 70 Cruiser. I love that. I have a 68 Mustang. I love that. I just love that era of automobile. And it's just like, it's also that era of culture. I love the music and the fact that life was chaotic and, you know, there were so many changes in the culture. There were so many changes in society. Yeah.
Each year, maybe.
Yeah. And then they went from Buddy Holly to Jimi Hendrix in a decade. And everything was like, what's the baseline now?
My favorite movie set, Buddy Holly movie.
Oh, yeah?
Gary Busey. Remember that? Buddy Holly and the Crickets. Gary Busey. That was great. That was a great flick. I brought the Triple D. That's
what is the Triple D Camaro?
68.
Oh,
68
nice.
Camaro on an LT4. So it's basically a 2022 Corvette with a 68 body on it.
Okay.
I made two of them. I've had a few different cars inside.
Did you take like the new Camaro and cut the body panels off?
All 68.
Oh, nice.
That's me driving it out too. So we just made that car. I made two of them. That's not the picture of that, but it is that car. So we made two of them. I had that one for the longest time.
So you put a different chassis in it and everything?
Yeah, Detroit Racing.
Right.
But it's, it's just a monster. LT4, 75 speed. It's just, the white boys were sitting
That's what I thought. Custom lines. I don't want to drive something with 12 brakes. It doesn't stop. Those are stupid.
Well, it's so funny to think I have a van, I have a Trans Am, and the Bama car. And it's great. I love it. It's a great car, but you drive it, and it's so nice. It feels so good. It doesn't rattle and all that. But boy, my assistant's Camry, you could probably take.
Oh, yeah. Model 3 will leave your dust. A Tesla?
Those Jetsons are fast as shit.
Yeah. That's, as far as the pure performance, there's nothing like those things. Everything else is stupid. But is this what it is? Is this real?
Nothing official has been announced like this. Like that.
Oh, that is
horsepower.
good.
66 speed.
Really? Well, that's Forbes, dude. Click on Forbes.
It's not showing up every time I try to click on it a million times. I'm only getting, I get the ads out of it, and there's no pictures.
Well, the one below it looks, that one that says 2025, that looks like a dark horse Mustang. That doesn't even look like a Toyota.
Most of these are all like
bullshit. Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of those.
Yeah. I fell for the Scarface 2 movie.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, there was something going on there. Yeah, a couple of shots. But I was like, Scarface 2, and they did this whole AI thing, and I'm like,
what I've been loving is little Theo Vaughn as baby. What's that? Oh yeah, Theo Vaughn as baby is my absolute favorite. The AI babies that take like podcast clips and have babies.
The things. We were just having a security discussion the other day about having so many words of mine on the internet or TV, whatever, that someone could put together a whole sentence. And the security person said, what would you do if they sent a message to your wife and made it sound like you, the child, so and so, such. I'm in Mexico. I need $100,000 and locked up. What would you guys do? And I'm like, that's a real thing. No, that is a real thing. They're starting to extort money from people, and granted, they usually do it to older people and so forth. But it's a real, this AI threat's a real thing.
Yeah, that's one of the real things. Yeah, we're going to encounter a lot of unprecedented challenges to reality over the next few years. There's something you can do about it. I mean, they're going to try to figure out ways to stop it while it's happening, but
I think they're farther ahead of us.
Yeah, the technology is just, it's reality bending technology. You can essentially right now, just from the podcast that you and I have had so far, us talking, you can have us say anything forever. They could do podcasts where you and I discuss fucking computer chips, the construction of them, and have conversations about nuanced details of the technology that we don't understand. And it could be anything. It could be foreign policy. You could talk about anything, and it would all be AI generated, and no one would be able to tell. There's a lot of podcasts out there of me talking to Steve Jobs. I never met Steve Jobs.
No shit.
Yeah. No
shit. You didn't meet Steve Jobs. No shit.
There's no shit. It's like a 45-minute podcast of me and Steve Jobs having a conversation. I never met him. And they can do anything with your voice, man. And it's like a little weird. Like you can kind of tell it's fake. But this is like, imagine if you go back just a few years ago, the AI generated deep fakes of celebrities were super obvious. And now they're not obvious at all.
Remember the Tom Cruise one? That was the one.
That was interesting.
Yeah, that was the first one I ever saw. No, and we're just on the cusp of it. I think it's even deeper and more convoluted, more screwed up than we know. But it's going to become something we're going to have to face because they're so far ahead of our legislation that's even interested in trying to control it. I don't think they know what to control. It's scary shit.
It is, but it's also like, what is reality going to be? Because what you're seeing right now is just a visual representation of what AI can do. What about once it starts being able to recreate experiences? Because that's coming. I mean, whether it's 20 years or 50 years, there's going to come a time, if you stay alive long enough, where you're not going to have to experience things. You're going to be able to sit down and, just like the Matrix, it's just going to plug you in and you're going to experience something.
We're been saying, do you not trip about the Dick Tracy had a square watch and back an Apple Watch?
It's kind of crazy. Yeah. They would talk to it, and everybody's like, that's nuts.
Right. Okay, so did we, this is like we should be drinking or smoking, something should be going on. What happened? Did Apple did we influence enough Apple people that they just decided to make a square watch and make it look like Dick Tracy's watch? Or did the Dick Tracy thing, did we already make the watch? And did somebody go back and, I mean, do you ever sit there tripping shit like that?
I definitely don't.
You don't?
No, not about that. I think square is just a normal size, it's a normal shape for a frame.
Not a watch you're talking to, though.
Yeah, but it's just a screen.
Star Trek.
It's just a tiny screen. Yeah, but the Star Trek thing was a fucking walkie-talkie. Kirk out and they came out.
But then we made the Star Trek.
Yeah. But that was also, life imitating art.
I don't know.
It's not hard to
Right. So, okay. Well, we'll go back to Matrix then. Because I think of the Matrix themselves. Like, how real, how possible is that? We used to watch that cartoon. There was a movie my kid watched when he was little about the people that all went and lived. It wasn't too long, like 10, 15 years ago. About the people all lived in a spaceship, and the robot, the plant grew, and everybody was heavy set, and they walked through all of space. What is it called? Was it Wall-E? Like the little robots.
Oh, the movie. Yeah. The Pixar movie.
Yeah. You should look at that stuff.
Yeah. That's what's really happening.
Okay, so you didn't buy my Dick Tracy idea, but I think that the other stuff is.
Well, when you think about where this is all headed, there's only a few different directions that one could go to, and simulated reality is a big one. I think that's inevitable. Because I think you're going to get more sedentary people, more people that are very uncomfortable but they'll live a different life, and then you're going to be able to have experiences. Just like when kids play Call of Duty all day long. Like, what are they doing? They're playing with zero consequences, where they're able to kill people with zero consequences, kill, respawn, and they're doing it all day long just for the experience. Well, what happens when that experience is far more vivid? You're feeling things, you feel gravity, you feel your feet feel the concrete underneath you and the gravel you're stepping on. They're going to be able to recreate all that stuff. They do it with an implant or what they do with the helmet that you wear that sort of interacts with your brain, sends signals into your visual cortex, recreates experiences. It's coming.
You're taking this way past my Dick Tracy watch.
Yeah, look at this robot in that thing.
Oh, I saw this yesterday.
Yeah, look at this dancing robot. It's so weird because they're moving like a human moves, and then eventually they're going to realize this human design kind of sucks. Let's make something that's better than a human.
See the one where the robot blacked out? The AI robot went crazy.
Oh yeah, in China.
Yeah.
Like what? Started
Flying one on everybody.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be powered by AI, and AI is not going to probably have the best opinion of us because a lot of us are going.
Shit.
Yeah, it's weird. Cars. Yeah, it's a weird time. It's a weird time for change because we're like riding this technological wave, and we don't know when it's going to break and where it's going to break. What's going to happen?
Are we cart and horse? Are we horse and buggy and automobile? Is that the energy? Is that the space that we're in? Think about all those people that were in that era.
Yeah, but those buggies are shit. We went 45 miles an hour.
It was pretty amazing for somebody that didn't have a horse at the end of it, and it's driving you down the road. It's what's that noise? What's that popping?
What I'm getting at is I think the change is going to be way more radical than just going from a horse to a Model T. I think it's going to be. We're not. There's a lot of people that believe we're already in a simulation, and not a lot of people like kooks and people with schizophrenia, but like actual real scientists, including Elon. He said that the odds of us not being in a simulation are in the billions. Because the idea is that if technology increases, one day there will be a simulation that will be so good we'll not be able to distinguish whether that's real. And so then the question is, when will you know whether that's taking place, and has that already taken place?
The Matrix.
Yeah.
Essentially what the Matrix was.
Similar. That's that same thing I was saying.
Tracy watch.
Where did that come from? I mean, that's
Tracy watch seems kind of obvious. It's a square.
Yeah, but I'm just still saying it.
TV's a square.
Most watches were round, and all of a sudden, it's square.
Because it's crazy sci-fi. Look, it's a square. Like, look at the Jetsons.
But I get that. The thing with somebody, you talk about people doing drugs and designing cars. Who sat around and said, okay, let's make up this movie where you take the pill and you're in the system, you're out of the system, we're plugging in the back of the head, you grow energy, you are the energy source now. Like we use cows for, grinding grain. Are we going to become that? And so forth. Think about it. What was that Matrix 20 years ago, 25 years ago?
At least.
It's pretty advanced.
The Matrix is in the 90s, right? What year was that, man? 95? 99?
But still,
Yeah.
what we know
also-
about AI, we can look at it will make sense.
I'm sure they wrote it even earlier than that. So, yeah, and back then, no one had any. I mean, so if you're dealing with 99, that's the infancy of the internet itself. Right, the internet.
Big thinking. I'm going to talk about something the other day. This guy wrote a book in 1960 called The Man-Computer Symbiosis, which is a very early idea of what the Matrix is.
A concept of a human-computer collaboration. This is 1960s, where computers would augment human capabilities in decision-making and complex tasks. This vision involved computers facilitating both the solution of formulated problems and the formulation of problems themselves, essentially creating a partnership where humans and computers can work together more efficient or more effectively than either could alone. Well, that's happening right now. That's already happening. Yeah, that's real.
What was the guy's name? The Platter. JCR Platter. Strange. It's really Platter.
Yeah, and computer symbiosis. Look at that guy. Look at the things that type of guy would pick up show like that. Look at that. Looks like he'd be trolling for prostitutes too. Just saying. Okay, maybe
That's
it looks like one of those guys. It's just it's a very tumultuous time because the change is coming so fast and no one knows what to do with it. And there's not enough laws to respect. And even if you did have the laws, China's not going to stop. Russia's not going to stop.
who didn't know to an answer. I mean, it's like there's so many people that are so susceptible to it, and it's just free will. I mean, it's out there, and people don't even know how to harness it or even understand what you can do or whatever the case may be. It's like the things that people are putting on the internet, and it lives in perpetuity. I mean, it's not going anywhere.
Well, this is all surface level stuff. The really crazy stuff is control of the power grid, alternative technology, alternative power sources. Like it's going to get very, very, very strange inside of our lifetime. But people are always going to need food, bro. AI's not going to make you a yummy sandwich.
Give them time.
Think that. There's something about handmade things that people are always going to enjoy. Human beings know that someone, it's like when you go to a nice restaurant, you have a nice meal, one of the things you know is that a person did this. It's part of it. Like, damn, they nailed it. When you're eating a perfectly cooked steak, or, oh, this guy nailed this.
Well, it's listening to, it depends on your kind of music, but listening to music when somebody's up there riffing a guitar versus somebody making a guitar sound.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're experiencing the person performing. Like you're watching someone up there jamming.
I think the big thing in food, like one of my positions on it, and I always tell people, you're the guy that does that show about deep fried cheeseburgers and pizza. You don't watch the show enough, if that's what you think, because I'm super opinionated about, not opinionated, but I have a real responsibility to show the profile of food in the world, in the United States. And we've got to get our shit straight about what we're eating. We can't eat this processed food. I mean, processed food is, you're not eating it. I mean, we got to eat the basics and eat great food and eat great food made correctly. But something that was made a long time. Don't get me wrong. There's a place for everything. There's a place for fast food. There's a place for things that are pre-made and so forth. But it can't be all of one thing. But people need to eat better. And you being a hunter and myself, I talk to people about it all the time. this is a reality that if you eat things that are modified, I'm not saying genetically modified doesn't have a place, but it can't be all the same stuff. If we don't watch it, we're going to get ourselves in some deep shit. And we're already in deep shit. Can't choose. Well, where's the heart attack? Where's the stuff that was plaguing us for so many generations? And now this cancer, my sister had cancer, lost my dad to cancer. I run into more people on a daily basis that are, stricken with cancer. And I think food has the type of food and what's put on the food is a big play. So
It's definitely a factor. There's a lot of factors. There's environmental factors, there's toxins, herbicides, pesticides. There's a lot of different factors. I was just reading this thing about golf courses or watching a video rather on golf courses, that if you live within a certain radius of a golf course, you have a much higher possibility of getting Parkinson's disease.
oh shit.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Parkinson's risk higher for those living close to a golf course. What does it say? 126%? Wow. So found people living within 1 mile of a golf course have 126% higher risk of developing whatever. 126% higher risk of developing Parkinson's disease compared to living more than 6 miles away, said co-author Dr. Ray Dorsey, neurologist and director of the Center for the Brain and the Environment at Atria Health and Research Institute. This isn't the first study of Parkinson's disease with pesticides. This just adds additional evidence that this isn't just happening among farmers. This is happening to people living in urban areas that have an increased risk of getting Parkinson's disease simply because of where they live. That's crazy. Not the ones who bring the pesticides, it's like secondhand smoke. They're just basically breathing it in or consuming it in the water that they're drinking. I met a guy once that he had bone cancer, and he had one of his bones in his legs replaced with a rod. And he said that there's an enormous percentage of people in his neighborhood that had bone cancer and all kinds of different cancers, and it was all linked to this golf course. The runoff from the golf course got into the water table, in the water supply of all these people. Yeah, it's dangerous, and that shit's not even legal in a lot of countries. It's crazy. That's glyphosate, and it's not. I think they're leaking this golf course from glyphosate as well, aren't they?
What's the site in general? I'm believing looking at now, so there's like a contentious study, which obviously would be, but the contention is why.
You know what's spooky, man? It's like there's a lot of rich folks who live on golf courses. They think like, hey, what a great life. Are you opening? I wonder how many more of those fuckers are getting Parkinson's because of that.
Scary shit, man. You think about the other countries. We don't talk about a lot of our country, but what they ban in other countries of our products, and just how they're holding the line. Remember when I lived in France? I lived right outside of Paris, in a town called Chantilly. We call it Chantilly. There's a term Chantilly lace, Chantilly cream that comes from. But I remember I was there. I was 16, and I wrote my parents, and I'm like, food just tastes different. I mean, I don't care if it's a steak and a potato. It just tastes different. I mean, like,
Because it's grass-fed steak.
it was,
They don't have grain-fed steak over there. I noticed that the first time I went to Australia, I had a steak. I'm like, this tastes like cane. It was great. It was good.
everything tastes. And we didn't have this, like, we go to school. The lunch that we had at school was, I lived in this kind of this boarding house. I rented a room for this family. They were terrible cooks. I didn't think you go to France and everybody cooked good. But anyhow, I went to school. I looked forward to lunch at school. It was the best school lunch in the world. You'd sit at a table like this. There were 8 kids. They would come by with a cart and put down a hotel pan full of, the whatever vegetable, whatever starch, whatever meat. We'd sit there and we had all the French bread we could eat. And it was just like, I looked forward to it so much. It was such great food. And I just never got it. Well, then I got older and started cooking, and I kind of went, so that funny thing was, I went back to France 25, 30 years later, took my oldest son, Hunter, with me. We did a full tour through Europe when we graduated high school. I took him to 7 countries and 14 cities in 30 days. And we did this whole tour of where food came from. And I took him back to Chantilly, and I went to the grocery store. Because my best friend from school was still there. I walked into the grocery store, and what hit were full of huge aisles of fresh produce and breads and everything you can imagine was now just freezer. You know? And I said to Vince, I go, this is that song. I said, that song. What? Guess he said, what? And he's like, going to be more like Americans. That was his, kind of joking. But it had changed so dramatically. I was like, this is like, that. It was shattering.
Yeah, I think fresh food is really the only thing that people are supposed to be actually eating all the time. Real food. The more that you can get to a farmer's market, the more that you can have relationships with ranchers and people that actually provide you food, the healthier you're going to be. And the further you get away from the source, the more you're going to have preservatives, the more you're going to have processed food. Stay away from the inside of the supermarket, all that stuff inside. I mean, there's condiments and stuff, but most of it's bullshit. The outside,
and
vegetables, meats, eggs, all that stuff that's on the outside, all that refrigerated area on the outside, that's all you're supposed to be actually eating. All that stuff that's in the middle. That all is just fucking your life up for the most part. Obviously, it's a generalization. Plenty of good stuff in the middle.
Yeah, and I think that there is, but circumstances, not everybody has the same budget and so forth, but I do believe that the reality of it is education is a big thing. And, education for people about what to do with real food and how to handle it. I remember home ec was a great class when I was a sophomore in high school. Home ec, I took home ec. It was, all of us, all girls. But I was in it because I wanted to see what I didn't want to sew, but I did want to learn, how to make a blackberry pie. And I just think those simple fundamentals should still be something that are taught in schools, like just how to make a roasted chicken. Yeah. Give them 6 months of roasted chicken. How do you cook a potato? Just the basics. Because there's a lot of people that, my son included, my son Ryder, we did a crash course. I always made him cook with me in the kitchen, but it's usually begrudgingly. He'd make things that he'd like to eat pizza. Tacos. But even that little thing, like how to sear a steak, what's done, what's not done, what's overseas, what's unseen. We're missing that. So you should go to AI food. Scary shit.
Yeah. We've been bamboozled, and corporations, the same corporations that used to, still do own tobacco companies, bought out all these big processed food corporations. And then they started, this is something that RFK Jr. talked in depth about. And then they started using the same tactics to get people hooked on these processed foods. And these processed foods are essentially designed to make them incredibly addictive. And they're cheap, and people just consume them in mass, and it becomes a large percentage of the calories you take in. It seems like a long time for people to adjust and switch away from that, because it's easy to destroy something. It's very hard to rebuild. They've kind of destroyed our health.
But it goes hand in hand, because when you start thinking about this cancer thing and how devastating it is, like, can't really solve this. And then you listen to some other sides and say, big business. You don't make money to cure people. It's one and done. It's over. I don't know. It weirds me out, but I think that we have. You've got such a massive platform, and I talked. You heard my little pitch there at the beginning. Real food for real people. I'm not saying these restaurants I should have single day, because not everyone. Back to because we're imbalanced.
And you're always going to have bad examples that are good people to realize how longer that guy's living. You're going to see someone who's like morbidly obese, terrible diet, no enthusiasm for life, because they're poisoned. And then you see a guy who's like super healthy and exercising all the time, he's got tons of energy, like, that's what I like. Like, you need to see bad examples too. It's part of the human experience.
Moderation is my favorite thing that I talk about. I got into about 3-4 years ago. Got into cold plunge. And thank you, by the way. You're a great advocate. You're great. You were a great inspiration on it. I started doing it, and everybody would tell me that you're doing it. So I listened to some things. I do it in the morning. It's great. It is life changer. Some mornings it sucks. I really have to force it.
It sucks every day.
I'm going into this. This is bullshit. Okay, I'll just get through 5 minutes and I'm good. I'll just listen to Paul Harvey. I listen to because I loved history and I loved to learn the little nuances of how things came about. And it was something that reminds me of my childhood. We'd listen to it in shop class when I was in high school. And it was always that quick little in between break. And it was syndicated. Pretty interesting guy. There's a whole bunch out there.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah, that's all.
It was great.
I have my set of music that I listen to that I know this is, I'm going to do a 10-minute plunge or 12-minute plunge, depending on the song. I can keep myself out of it because as soon as I start worrying about it, I'm thinking I'm cold. But I don't do a year temperature. You do a crazy temperature. I do like 38, 39. I heard your voice.
I do whatever.
I do the 33s.
Yeah. It's no different.
It's
just cold.
I was telling you buddies earlier. So I have friends that kind of do it. I started with my cold plunge. I started with water drops and put ice in.
Mm-hmm.
I was supposed to. You get that little thermal barrier around it. It's awesome.
Yeah.
And then you got to move or something. Okay, you move, that you're cold. Then I went to a freezer. Built one out of a freezer.
Oh, like one of the big game freezers?
Yeah, big Westinghouse, whatever. Freezer, little filter in it, and have a little thermostat. You plug the freezer and then the thermostat, into the wall, and you put a little temperature in there, and it would regulate itself so it didn't turn into a block of ice. But every time I got it, I had to unplug it because not UL rated for humans to be in them, water.
Right.
So then a buddy of mine, this guy Jamie Weeks, sent me one from Sweat House, this company. And then I got the real cold plunge. Well, that water circulates. That's a game.
What difference is like a blue cube? Like blue cube is one we have out here. That one you can turn into a raging river. It's got different selections. So you can have like a little. If you get it normal, it's just a slow, steady circulation. Nothing crazy. Right. But you can click that bitch 1 or 2, and at 2, it's that motherfucker's a raging river.
It's just rolling on you,
and it's hard to do a minute. That bitch. It's hard to do a minute.
But you do get that little thermal barrier.
There's no barrier. In the blue cube.
This one is called Plunge out of Sacramento. These guys, great job.
The thing about it is, I don't know what the benefit is other than it's sucking more. I think your body temperature stays the same because it's just by, I guess you don't feel as bad because your body, like in a regular cold plunge, because your body develops that thermal barrier, but you're still cold as shit, and you get all the benefits. I don't think you have to suffer through that raging river thing. But if you want the mental benefits, the benefits of overcoming adversity and the ability to just force yourself to do something that's intolerable, then I would recommend doing that. If you're one of those people that really enjoys torturing themselves,
I push people on this, and so I was telling you guys. So my buddy come over, I'm not doing it. Just do 1 minute. If you do 1 minute, I'll get off. I'll quit busting your balls about it. Okay, get it. So I'll start talking. Okay, I get time to go. I'll go, okay, what? Talk about this. And I'll freeze my ass off. Give me your favorite song. What's your favorite song? And I'll look at the song. I'll take my time. Hank Williams, Country Boy Can't Survive. Okay, ready? I'll play it for you. You're doing good. You got it. You're just doing good. 30 more seconds. It's already been 2 minutes. Play Country Boy Can't Survive. Okay. How many words do you know to this song? Oh, all right. Besides the hook, what do you know of the song? Okay. And I'll sit there and mess with it. He'll go 4 minutes. And they'll say, okay, and stop. You go, that was a minute? Bullshit, that song's over. That's fine. I'm like, no, it was like 5.5 minutes, you see? What's the mental? It's mental.
Yeah, it's mental. If you can distract yourself, it's
like hard.
Yeah, well, that's why watching a movie while you're on a treadmill is a total cheat code. Because if you can get like an iPad and put earplugs on and watch a movie, you'll get absorbed in the movie. You won't even thinking about the fact that you're running.
What I watch?
What?
Ridiculousness.
Oh, that's a good thing to watch.
I freaking love it.
Yeah.
I love ridiculousness. I went on there. To me, Dear Nick Scott's the funniest. All those guys, they crack me up. And, except for having to fight through a commercial here and there, because I don't remind me. It's just go on the elliptical.
I don't do either of those, generally. I mean, sometimes I'll do a treadmill with like a weighted pack on. I'll do like,
what do you use for that?
What I use? Yeah. Outdoorsman's. It's a pack that has a post on the back of it, so I can actually put like big plates on it.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
What kind of weight are you talking?
Mostly when I go for long walks, I just put 45 on. So the pack is probably 5 pounds, and then the 45-pound plate, and then I take the dog out. But if I'm doing more workouts, I put 90 on it. So I put 2 plates. And then there's a great machine called, see if you can find it, James, I think it's called the Hit Sled. It's like you do a farmer's carry. So it has plate posts on either side, and you lift it up, and it's at an angle. So as you're walking,
When you step inside of.
No. It's just a treadmill. It's like a treadmill that's at an angle. That's it. What's it called? The Hitmill X. That motherfucker's the shit. That thing is the shit.
And it says, is that the tensioner in the front?
Well, so you've got the ability to just incline, I think. Is that a just incline or is it static? Either way, whatever that incline is, and then you have those weight posts on the side. So you're lifting weight up and you're carrying weight. So that guy's got 45 on each side. So he's carrying 90 pounds while you're walking uphill. And woo, that'll get you in some shape. Woo! Maybe. That'll get you in some shape.
That's good.
Yeah.
What do you cook?
Mostly meat. Mostly what I eat is meat. That's like 90% of my diet. Meat and eggs.
What's your cheat? What's your like indulgent?
My daughter is a really good chef. Not a good chef, a good baker. She's great at cookies. She fucking, every time she's cooking, I'm like, God damn it. Make me some cookies. She's really good though. They're really legit. Like she made these cookies, like these peanut butter chocolate chip cookies with Nutella. Woo! They're good.
Can you do just one or two, or do you have to play?
Well, I work out a lot, so I allow myself to eat like a pig every now and then. But like for me, cheap food is always either Italian or Mexican. I love good Mexican food. I love good Italian food. I just love. If I'm gonna pig out and I'm gonna eat something that I know is just for mouth pleasure, it's probably gonna be Mexican or Italian.
Carbs.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so addictive.
Yeah.
The more I stay away from them, the less addicted I am.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And then as soon as I have them, I find myself
Right back in there.
Back into, I look forward to going to New York just for Italian food.
Because like Austin is great for barbecue and steaks and Tex-Mex and Mexican food's great here. There's a lot of great food in Austin, but there's not a lot of legitimate Italian spots like there was in LA. LA had some legit Italian spots. Chicago's got great Italian food.
My favorite.
New York, though,
My favorite food cities in Chicago.
East Coast Italian food, to me, there's nothing like it. It's like that's it. That's the epicenter for me. Like old school East Coast Italian sandwiches and pasta and pizza.
Whoa! There's something about walking into a deli in Rhode Island, in New York, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It just smells different. The floor creaks, the fresh cut, the slices, the whole
Fired up. They're so excited to get that fucking sandwich.
the meatballs taste different. The whole thing. So Federal Hill in Rhode Island is a real famous Italian food. I shot shows up there a couple times. It's not too far from where my wife's family lives. And I just remember going up there and going to the delis, getting those cherry pepper stuff, prosciutto, provolone. I'll take 6 of them, and I'll take 18 to go. I would always bring them all back to California. Just can't find anything like it.
You know what else I miss on the East Coast that you don't really get out here is a legit Jewish deli, like a Katz Deli. Like someone needs to figure out a way to do something like that here, where you can get like a legit pastrami Reuben, like a real one.
But the question I have about that's what people ask me all the time. When I first started Triple D, you could only get true Tex-Mex or great Mexican food really in this Texas, Arizona, Nevada, California, down in this pocket. But I will say that now I'm starting to find, because typically it's the people migrating to these different areas. I went to a Mexican joint on Triple D in Minneapolis. And it's a Mexican market, kind of it's the whole, and it was better than 85% of joints that I've tried in this region that I was just talking about. So I'm starting to find this better cross-pollination of foods in different regions.
Where people move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
But you gotta have the market.
Yes.
See, the market is the key, because who are they going to sell it to if people don't get it? Because a fatty brisket from Cat's Deli is just a different. You got to have the mindset. I've taken people there so many times, like, it's this much meat, and there's little pieces of bread, and I'm eating meat the whole time. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, man, shut the fuck up.
I gotta get a
You
little
ruined it for me.
First time I went to Cat's Deli, so I'm in there filming Food Network stuff. When I had a day off, but the buddy lived in New York. He was a guy from the show. So I'm taking a Cat's Deli.
I'm telling you, their Instagram page.
I was talking, so I thought I was going to bring you food today. When I went and did the thing, I'm like, I'm not taking Joe vegan food. Yes, I'm not going to take this.
Yeah, please don't do that. Don't do that. I ate Elvis sausage for breakfast.
Oh, I love that.
Look at this. Oh, come on, baby. Look at Katz's Deli. Look at that. Look at that pastrami. It says keto. Keto pastrami. Oh my God, I'm eating healthy. How is it keto? Oh, no bread. Oh, they're just giving you the. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Look at that. Oh, look how good that looks. Oh, my God. Oh, I love Katz's Deli. I try to go every time I'm in New York. Those guys, I see the same fucking dudes that I've been going since I was going there in like the early 2000s. I run into the same guys working there. This guys that have been there for 25, 30 years.
And they're such good dudes. Great guys. And I'll eat more snacks over the counter.
Mm-hmm.
By the
Yeah,
time
they
I
give
get
you a
to my
little piece.
sandwich,
They always do that at Katz. They'll give you a little piece. Then they have a tip jar.
So people haven't been to Cat's. You go into Cat's, you know, but I can tell you fucking sandwich, man. When you go to Cat's, you give me a chip. They give me a ticket.
Yeah, you got to pay cash.
Okay,
They
so
don't
they give
take
me the
credit
ticket.
cards. Better have cash.
So you pass the ticket over the counter. They mark off what they gave you. So then you take a ticket, you sit down, you eat your food, and then when you leave, you go out and you check out with your ticket. So my buddy and I go, and we order up all the stuff. I'm paying, so we put it all on my ticket. So I have a bunch of sandwiches, a bunch of beers, and some shit. So we're leaving, and I turn my ticket in, and I pay my bill. And they look at my buddy, and I said, "Where's your ticket?" And he goes, "I didn't get anything. I put it on his ticket." I said, "I got to turn the ticket in." It says right there, lost ticket, $300 or whatever the ticket would be worth if it was all checked off.
Right.
And I'm like, but he didn't have anything. It's all you can see. They're like, you gotta have your ticket or you pay. And I'm like, what the? I mean, I've never been to a place like this. So we go back over to the table where we've been sitting. Well, they'd already turned the table and it's all gone and done. And now there's 4 big construction dudes, huge, in the yellow vests, hard hats on, total New Yorkers. My buddy wasn't from New York. And he goes, and we're like, excuse me, fine sirs. And I don't have, again, still in the same yellow jacket. So, and my buddy's standing there, he's from like Iowa. Did you guys see a ticket? Like, what the you want? Like, get out of here. Like, so, yeah, exactly what we're doing there on a lunch break. We're looking for a ticket. And my buddy happens to see the ticket on the floor underneath the biggest guy's boot. Like, half, and we're like, ticket's right there. I'm not getting the ticket. You're the dumbass who lost the ticket. Get the ticket. So I think we had to buy the ticket. It's like, we had to buy him something or pay the tip or whatever for the guy to move his boot. We got the ticket.
Oh, God.
It was a tumultuous agreement. I go with people down. I'm like, take the ticket, put it in your wallet right now. I'll pay the meal, but just don't lose the ticket.
Yeah, you have to be prepared for the experience because it's not like anything else.
But it's
worth it. It's worth it. You get the best fucking corned beef, the best
nice
people. Yeah, the pastrami's off the fucking chain. That pastrami's insane. I get the same thing every time because it's so good. I don't want to switch up. I get a pastrami Reuben. Incredible pickles. The pickles are amazing.
So I love the thing they have on there. You see that that girl sent salami to a sailor. Yeah, that whole campaign that was going on. Still is something that needs to be done.
They've been around since the 1800s.
Such the joint.
Same spot. But there's a thing about places like that where there's just like this deep history. You feel it when you're in there. You got a smile on your face when you walk in the door because it's just this incredible history. You feel like, wow, this place is still around, still the same. Let's get it to the counter. Oh, he's chopping it up. Look at that.
This is like torture my mouth.
I know. That's what I love about going to New York and eating there. I like walking into a pizzeria and smelling everything and seeing the guy pulling the pies out of the oven, like, oh,
Yeah,
I love it.
and they're not always the cleanest, and they're not, and the counters are worn out. And the whole exactly. No, I
That's
mean
part of the charm. If they redid it, it would fuck it up.
yeah, you go and remodel it. It's not
Oh my god, that fucking slap you. How dare you? How dare you take all the pictures of dead celebrities off the wall? Like, you know, that's part of it. The fucking
you're getting DeFaro's.
no.
Old guy there cuts the base with scissors.
Oh,
I remember standing there and then just looking at the pizza come out, and it doesn't look like. I mean, it's just next level pizza. You've been to Ramos?
No, what's that?
Ramos is in Harlem. Aintree. I'll call it RAOS. And it is the old one. This is an Italian joint that you can only get in if you know somebody, you're with somebody. Tiny little place, maybe 15 tables.
There it is.
Oh, it's right.
96. Wow.
And I tell you, so you tell me when you're in New York next. I'll call my Uncle Bo.
What street is it on? Click on New York. What is it? Say with the addresses? Yeah. East 114th Street. Wow.
When
The original.
the
East
floor's all
Harlem.
slanted, like you're sitting at the wrong part of the table. You're sitting at a different kind of contact like this. Everybody's on top of each other. It's all family. It's an experience.
Wow.
But that's what I'm talking about. Because then I went to Ramos in Vegas when they went into the Caesars. Same pictures on the wall, same all that stuff, but it just didn't have. It was good, but it just wasn't.
There it is. Look at that. That looks amazing.
It was.
Another place I fucking love is Peter Luger's.
Oh yeah,
Peter Luger's in Brooklyn. Ooh.
you beat a meat guy.
Oh my god, and they bring that steak to plate and it's covered in butter and it's crackling. Oh,
I don't even eat the sides. I'm not. Everybody
look
else
at that. Like, they just have it down too. Like, it's so consistent. Every time you go to the steak, it's exactly perfectly cooked.
You been to Jeff Ruby's?
Where's that?
He's got him in Nashville, Louisville, Cincinnati. Jeff Ruby's a character amongst characters. You got it. You ever get a chance to go to one of the steakhouses? This guy, they crushed it. I mean, some of my favorite steak in the country. I was just at the Derby, and I was at his place, and they eat steak. Took Taylor Sheridan there, and they were pretty sure that Taylor, meat guy.
Oh, you're friends with Taylor?
Yeah.
I was just with him Saturday night. He did the commencement speech at UT.
Great guy. I mean,
Incredible speech, man. He fucking killed it.
he wants to talk. There's no bullshit about that.
Yeah, I love that
He
too.
helped me with the fundraiser we do, so I do a lot of philanthropy. That's my being a dad, biggest job, my biggest responsibility. Husband, restaurant, chef. But my end game is my philanthropy. Philanthropy to me, I mean, I have so much opportunity and there's so many good things coming my way. I try to divert as much of that towards doing it. So my philanthropy is about first responders. First responders, active military, and veterans. But now that I have this program going where we can do things to raise money, and it's not just raise money and then do things with it. Like when the fires happened in LA, we went down with our team with a big rescue trailer that's 50 feet long. We could feed about 5,000 a day out of it. And I have a bunch of chef buddies, and so they all come and help, and we just pump out food for the first responders. But we had the fires in Maui and devastation, and I know the fire feeling because I was up there in Northern California, in Sonoma County when we had our bad fires. And so we raised money. So I got 40 chefs together. We were all in town I do a show called Tournament of Champions. They were in town for the tournament. And we put on a dinner for 150 people. So I called Taylor and said, hey, I'm doing this event. You want to come up? And he says, only if I get to go. We're going to cook together. So we brought up all these 4-6s, these tomahawk chops aside, a manhole cover. And we cooked. So we sat there and raised money. We did all these different things. I did go to 4-6s ranch. You could go, have a culinary experience with guy, blah, 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 blah. And one night, we raised $1.7 million with 150 people.
That's incredible.
And a big part of that was Taylor. I think 3 of the biggest packages sold were for over $100,000 to go down to his ranch, or to go. No, actually, it was to go up to Montana to Yellowstone to see the filming.
Oh wow!
He's just that kind of dude, man. That dude. Everybody, he gives everybody the time. And we're just at the Derby walking around together. Just class act. I just love that guy.
Yeah, he's legit.
And then what? The shows he's making?
I don't know how he can do do it.
Landman?
Well, I don't know how he does so many shows. I keep finding shows like this show looks interesting. Trailer show. Like what?
Lioness?
Yeah, he's got
Landman too.
10 shows.
Have you watched Landman?
Yeah, I love it. I'm a huge Billy Bob fan.
Oh, and he's the coolest.
He's the best.
I said to him, did you write that for him? I mean, he could write Billy Bob any goddamn better. So the one-liners are the best goddamn thing. I can't get enough of it. I love Kings of Mayor of Kingstown. That was great.
That was another one.
And when he started the first episode, you didn't see that shit coming.
Right.
Right at the beginning, the guy that you thought was going to be the lead, you didn't think it was going to be
Spoiler alert.
No, it's like, you gotta watch it right now. You're missing it. Tough shit. Sorry, motherfucker.
It's another Taylor show. He's got so many shows.
Lioness.
I just don't understand how he can put together some 1923, 1883 Yellowstone. God damn. I think they're doing another one. I think they're doing like a 1943. I just watched the end of 1923. I'm like a baby.
I was bummed the Yellowstone ended the way it did, though.
Yeah.
Circumstances were fucked up. Outside of the show, circumstances.
I don't know what happened. Why would Kevin Costner want to leave that show? I just don't understand what happened.
I was what I read or what I thought I heard, what he had his own project.
I'm sure, yeah. I mean, Kevin Costner's been around for so long. It's probably hard for him to do somebody else's thing for so long.
So good.
Yeah, I know. He's perfect in that role, too.
So iconic.
I know.
The ending, I mean, even if you're gonna leave, my bummer about it was, even if you're gonna leave, I would go out better than in this situation was. I mean, they did it the way they did it. I'm not discrediting the show by any means, but I'm just saying, just wanted it to be like the way it was from the beginning. Yeah.
It was almost kind of like a fuck you. The same way to me.
From which side, exactly? I'm not coming back. Well, wait till you see how you go.
Yeah, exactly.
And Taylor is a little bit, crossing.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of that. It's funny. I was telling him about this ranch that I hunt out in California. He's like, oh, there's a cowboy at that place. Like, he's a legit guy.
It's a badass.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Solid human being. You know? You talk to him, it's right there. You know, it's not.
And he told me, he says, listen, I know what you're doing up there in Northern California. You've been your fundraising for a bunch of years. He says, come down to my ranch. He says, I will bring you the people with money that believe in what you're doing with these first responders. Because we don't have disasters. We just go do positive energy thank yous to different municipalities. We just did one in Florida, so South Florida. We just bring the trailer in, bring a bunch of chefs in, call up the local sheriff, call up the troopers, call up everybody. Bring your families if you want. It's free lunch. Time for you to celebrate, be recognized. We got people walking around the streets that don't understand why our country's free. They don't have any idea what it takes to be a free country. And they don't understand the sacrifice, not just the sacrifices that the actual individual makes, but the sacrifice the family makes. And we're not even talking about the loss of somebody. We're talking about just being employed for 7 months and not seeing dad for 7 months, or seeing your husband or your wife or whatever. And I remember I was on the USS Enterprise, and I was doing a philanthropy event this years ago. I was cooking for the sailors. A bunch of Marines up. It was like 5,200 people, and I'm on the line serving this young sailor. She came through and we kind of just talked for a second. She says, I have 4 kids. She wasn't real. How many? She was like 8 months old. Baby's on ship. She was not busy. I said, how could you be away from a child at this age? And she's like, no, it's, I'm deployed. And I'm like, what a commitment. What a commitment to do. And the kids without. So I think, my mantra is we talk about people pushing things on other people about their beliefs and their opinions and their attitudes. And I said, I kind of divert from all of it. And, if you don't want to like something, don't like it, that's your thing. But I am hell-bent on what goes on in this country about how we recognize our veterans and our first responders and our active military. We're missing some pieces.
Yeah.
We got some people that have made the ultimate commitment, the ultimate sacrifice. It's like this stolen valor shit. I'll lose my mind on that because
that's just crazy.
The commitment that it takes, of course. And so we put so much into putting the soldiers and the sailors and all these military into these programs, and then when they come back, I don't think that we put the same amount
of commitment. And I think that we got a lot of people who need a lot of help. There's a lot of PTSD. There's a lot of shit going on.
Yeah.
So my interest is I'm not going to solve that situation. I'm not the one that's going to be able to
But at least you can recognize and give them
recognize, talk about it. We carry challenge coins. Randy, one of you guys, the first responder, also didn't know they served our country in the military. When you see somebody in uniform, you see somebody with a Vietnam vet hat, you see somebody that's, just take a moment, just say thank you. Thank you goes so far. And people are like, oh, there's nothing I can do. Oh, it means a shit ton.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to get on my rant, but it's one of my hardcore issues.
That's good. That's a beautiful perspective because it's especially with first responders and law enforcement in this country, they just don't get any love. And it's kind of crazy. The cops are the bad guys in this country. Like, that's why the defund the police movement is driving me fucking crazy. Like, you guys are out of your mind.
But we're gonna have a march, and we'd like you to be there to keep people from throwing shit at us.
Yeah.
So here's
the crazy. It's defund the police march. We need police.
We need you. So people that are again. So when we had the fires in Northern California, I was watching a lot of where they're feeding. It was up in actually we're up in Paradise. It was devastating fire. That was a crazy fire. So I drove through it. I don't know what the surface of the moon looks like, but I can tell you it was as close to this. There was nothing standing. There was nothing there. The only thing that didn't burn down was the fire station. I mean, and not because they defunded it.
People that got stuck on the road.
Stuck, cars going everywhere. Bombs were there. It was, I don't know the term. But, so I'm standing there feeding people. And I know for a fact, because I've just been inside, because I just went to the fire, I went and fed people at the fire station that was the only building standing. And I said, why aren't you guys up here eating? They're serving a bunch of food. Stay over here. I said, you guys are fire victims. Your house is burned down. Yeah, but you got all kinds of restaurants feeding people and all this stuff. And I want to see these guys eat granola bars and eat MREs. And I said, come over and get some of it. I said, okay. That's it. Next day, picked up my trailer. We moved. I said, we only feed first responders. Not that I'm not about the fire victims. I think the fire victims is terrible. But the reality of this, with a lot of people that are focusing on the victims and giving them, which they need. But these guys were doing, these men and women were going to bed. They were doing 72-hour shifts, sleeping in the back of the patrol car. They drove their patrol car up from Riverside, and they're up in Northern California now. And so that's where I changed. I pivoted my whole foundation. Was when the disasters go down, we're going to get there and we're going to focus on the first responders. We were down in LA for 10 days. We fed 25,000 meals. Now, it's not going to feed everybody, and it's not going to take care of everything. But there is a point of them being recognized or knowing that we recognize them. And I had so many chefs in LA that showed up and jumped on the trailer and were cooking food, and we were almost cooking, 24 hours, just rolling over. And people were so thankful.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, we all can do these things. We can do these things. We can make them. Okay, maybe you don't have the money, donate the time. Maybe you don't have the time, do the positive reinforcement on social media. If you don't have the time, you don't have social media, you don't have the money, you don't have time, just pat somebody on the back and say thanks. I mean, we can do way more.
Yeah.
We can make a bigger impact.
Well, just as a society, we need to recognize the importance of these people and appreciate them for what they do. And I don't think that that's been accentuated. People haven't focused on that. And that's a top-down thing that comes from the president, that comes from the cabinet, that comes from the way that the country perceives these people, the way they award these people, and the way that our media treats them. The media had a field day after George Floyd with this defund the police stuff. It's just that kind of devastation that does for morale and for recruiting and just the overall feeling that these people have. Like, why am I doing this job where not only am I not being thanked for it, but I am being thought of as the enemy?
I mean, if I do something, I'm not going to get supported,
right?
Because I'm going to get persecuted.
Right, and every day you show up, you pull people over, you're worried you're going to get shot. Every fucking day. They all have PTSD. Every one of them.
You go pull a buddy of mine's a fireman, and I didn't really understand. I didn't think about it until he brought it up to me one day, and he said, his name was Jay Rabbi. Jay said, you go pull kids out of the car. You go face like, you go help your kids.
It's horrible.
That'll just strike you. But like I said, I'm so interested in what we can do, and we have so much. We're the greatest country in the world. We're finally righting the ship. We're getting into a better space. Gosh, let's start focusing on it. Let's start focusing on the fundamentals that made us the ass-kicking, name-taking center, that made us the best. And we have to start ingraining. We have to start teaching that. I was just talking about just a podcast from the Dale Carnegie Institute. That was a book that changed my life when I was young. When I was coming, I think, Grow Rich. No, what is it? How to Influence and Influence People. Yeah. And it talks really about this human nature, about how you treat people the way you want to be treated, and think before you act, and think before you speak, and before you light somebody up on a text. And I was going through this, and I said, this is like a course that should be taught at freshman high school. Absolutely. And we should teach civility. We should teach respect, responsibility.
Yeah.
We should take, back your mouth up. Don't go popping off. And do these things the way we grew up. I mean, I'm not saying that violence is the answer, but you definitely didn't have people running their mouth like they do now because there was hell to pay for it. That kind of stuff. So I think that we need to get involved in teaching our young America that they have a voice, they're very worthwhile, and let's just do it the right way. But I think that Dale Carnegie Institute, that How to Influence, I didn't know how many things were worldwide. And I was just telling my sons about it. I said, you can all expect that you're going to be going to one of these programs or doing one of these courses. I mean, I'm all reading the book.
That's great. People in school get taught how to, you get taught a lot of information, but I think one of the things that's missing is getting taught how to behave and think, and how to critically think, how to view the world.
The number critical thinking to me is, you say the term to somebody, critical thinking, and they'll look at you and go, but they don't know what it means. Critical thinking is solving situations, is evaluating the environment and coming up with calculating, taking a risk, taking a calculated risk. There's just so many of those types of things. My dad was a huge critical thinker. So we had a rule when I was a kid, we'd be driving down the road, and my dad would say, "What do you think?" Be quiet over it. What do you think? One thing I was not allowed to say was nothing. Mm-hmm. He'd say, "God, you're full of shit. What do you think?" What do you think? And I said, "Well, it's all grass, but under the telephone pole, there's no grass." And then we would spend the next goddamn hour talking about why there's no grass on the telephone pole. And
why is there no grass under the telephone pole?
Fire, the ability to get to the poles, they have to be able to drive to them. So you look at it, because like you go to the wine country, you look at all these mountains that have all these telephone poles going. You find roads on top of mountains and so forth. It's usually fire break or access to the telephone poles. But we would do this critical thinking thing, and it was so funny. My nephew, my sister was dying of cancer, and I took him away for the day, and we're driving around in a Corvette. We're at the stoplight, manual Corvette. We're sitting there talking to Jules. Jules about 9, and he says, he says, "I really like talking to you." He says, "You're fun to talk to." He says, "It's a little bit different than talking to James. James is my dad." He says, "So what do you mean, Jules?" He says, "Well, sometimes when I ask James, what time is it? I just want to know what time it is. I don't want to know how the clock is made." I slipped the clutch, and the car burned out. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I don't want to know how the clock is, because that was my dad. And you'd ask me a question like, "Okay, well, do you understand the difference between the air and water? You got to get it." And my dad would go into this. He was a submariner during Vietnam. He was a piece of work. Oh, really? Yeah. I lost him right around my birthday a year and a half ago, and pancreatic cancer, but he lived for 6 years. He had a lot of cancer. That sucks, man. And I think that, I didn't until you're in the club sucks. But when you meet somebody that is, let's get in your neck of the woods.
Do you have Discord? Something about Discord. I'd love to talk with you. It's discord.gg/rabbi. RABBI. If I send you the link, I'll get my account band. Here, I'll write it on here though. I'll write it on here. It's our discord.gg/rabbi. Discord.gg/rabbi. Oh, that's going to be hard to do. Just a moment. I'll make it really cool for you. Let's see here. Build a whiteboard. Oh, I'd love to talk with you. We've got some friends in here right now. And yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Harry Potter Wellness on the menu. I'm sponsored by them. Okay, excellent. Okay, so here we go. I'm drawing it. Okay, it's Discord. .gg /RABBI. Word. Sorry, just one more. You'll make it make it. Wait a minute. Go through all this stuff, but this is the beginning of Christmas. I'm watching a podcast right now. I live stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. It's a big deal. I have more data on life than any person ever. Have you ever seen Big Brother, the TV show, or The Truman Show? Have you ever seen Big Brother or the TV, the movie, The Truman Show? Can you hear me? Very, very clear. Here it is. Can you see that?
In the fight for their life, you give them a hug, give them a smile, give them encouragement, and if they have battle, if they have one, recognize them as a warrior, as a survivor. You know, especially breast cancer and all these horrible cancers, that people are stricken with. And we need to have more empathy, more understanding. And I'll tell you, one of the greatest groups of people in the whole world, hospice. I don't know how much you know about what it is, but it is. If you don't understand what hospice does, they're earth angels. They're people that come in when you're battling this, you're watching a loved one die, and they come in and they're the people that help you with the meds and help you with the caregiving and help you. And they're just these people you don't even know them. And they come into your life and they leave your life once the cancer.
Here it is.
But they stay. You'll meet them on the street again, and you'll see something. But hospice is one of the greatest programs we have in this country. I don't know if it's worldwide.
Yeah, it's in there too.
Hopefully you don't believe that.
And
It's just shocking how many people have
I'm
cancer.
also writing it.
Yeah. I've never been on a podcast.
Well,
Really?
I'm a certified project management professional. I'm a rabbi, and I'm a live streamer. I I live stream my life 24 hours a day for world peace. I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams right now, simultaneously. You should see my Discord. I got people in here who are in here all night with me. Oh, what do I do in Web3? I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter on the Sonic Caninu. It's worth about $100 million. And I have discussions on cryptocurrency. We do trivia nights. We do karaoke nights. We do a whole bunch of things. Would I put you on then? Absolutely. Can you repeat that, please? Absolutely. Check it out. Absolutely. Come to the Discord. I'll be able to hear you better. And it's again discord.gg/rabbi, RABBI. I have a boosted server, so I have a unique link. Discord.gg/rabbi, RABBI. I would love to speak with you. I mean, you seem really cool already, but I'm sure my friends up here would like to meet you as well. I'm also in the Harry Potter on the Side 10 Telegram. I've been live in there for about 2 years. I will. Come to the Discord. You don't have to leave X. Just come to the Discord and then you come right back to X. Don't worry about it. But I can tell you about all that I do, about futurology, about how my data is going to make you rich someday, you, your friends, your family. It's a big deal. And then you go back to X and talk to anybody you want.
Really? Never been on. I haven't been on a podcast.
How many podcasts have you been on?
I don't know. Not very.
Which ones can't you cuss on?
I don't know. I don't. Listen. I come from the Food Network. We don't do a lot of cussing on the Food Network. Would you get me all fired? I got fired up on my own about this shit.
Don't you cuss all the way?
Oh, I can see.
Right. Well, most people do. So why would they stop people from cussing?
I've asked them forever. Can we please bleep just the show once in a while?
They say
Because
no.
sometimes I'll eat a dish. People say, "I watch your show."
They say no. You can't.
Yeah, it's not really. It doesn't really get. It hasn't made it too bad. And it doesn't matter. It does. I think
it does matter because it's authentic.
It is authenticity. It is the spike. It is the hammer. It is the.
Yeah.
This dish is so fucking good.
This is fucking great.
Listen. Maybe
Cat's Deli.
Maybe you're going to inspire me to push this stuff.
I just don't understand why they would not. I mean, if you want to beep it out, that's fine.
No, it has to be. You have to.
Yeah. Why do that though?
Yeah, I got a lot of kids.
kids, last thing they want to know.
Yeah, they don't watch because they can't. Remember when we had a Playboy hidden? You know, we have the kids now.
Yeah, they got a hardcore porn on the
They can bring it up in middle school.
In high school. Yeah.
It's high school.
Kind of nuts. Yeah. It's kind of nuts. It's not healthy, I'm sure. They're being subjected to some stuff that, I mean, just the amount of murder they see. You know, kids are seeing car accidents and assassinations on their phone, Twitter, every day. And things that were very difficult to find when I was a kid. You had to find like faces of death. Yeah,
monkey in the
yeah,
table.
a lot of that stuff was fake.
No, really?
Yeah, a lot of the faces of death stuff was fake. But some of it was real, like the one where they took the guy and they tied him between two trucks and they separated his body. Yeah.
Family fun. Come on over for Friday pizza night.
Yeah.
Remember when your kid would get the VHS, you'd go, you know, ours would go get it at the liquor store. We were in a little town, or you could go all the way across the bridge and go get it. Put your name down for the reservation. You get it.
Yeah.
And your faces of death. Your friends would all come over.
Yep. Yeah.
Pizza night.
Yeah, you'd have to hide those things from your parents.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, now kids just have access to all the horrors of the world on their phone. And then they have to deal with, people DMing them and contacting them. Like, who are these?
Yes, ma'am. Can you repeat that? Okay, excellent. I'm a patient. So it's discord.gg/rabbi. And you can see me from a different angle. You can see I have the coolest Discord known in mankind, or humankind, mankind or womankind. Yeah, that'll take you there. But an easier one is just discord.gg/rabbi, RABBI. So where it says just it, there's like a plus in the bottom left-hand corner. You just type in rabbi. RABBI will take you right in there. Please let me know if you need any assistance. Yeah, come in the voice call. There are 3 of us in there. It's 24/7 live stream. Do you know how to join the voice call? What does that mean for the systems? What'd you say? Why not? Oh, you know why? Because you're in this call. So leave this call and then join in there. You see your microphone and your video, or your microphone's being used in here and it can't be used in both. So leave this Twitter space, and then you should be able to join. And then if you have any issues, come back to the Twitter space and I'll help. Yep. Okay, that's interesting. I sent you a link in Discord. Did you see? And what happens when you click it? No. No, check. I just sent you a link just now. So it's like a rainbow colored link. So go back and look at your DMs on Discord, and all you need to do is click the link, and it'll bring you right into the DC. Into the voice chat. Okay. Is your name? What's your name on Discord? Oh, okay. Cool. My bad. Apologies. But I'll, let me see. Okay, you're not Oreo. Oh, okay, great. So you just there you go. Hi. Good, good, good. Same thing you said? Okay, interesting. Here, I'm gonna call you, and then you just be able to. I'm gonna call you right now on here. Okay. Hey, what's going on, Oreos? Can you hear me? Excellent. Hey, do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming since the pandemic for more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Apologies, I couldn't hear you really well on Twitter, but that's not your fault. That's my fault. It's just on an old phone. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, excellent. Well, as you know, they have cameras set up all over their rooms, and I do the same thing. I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now, and and this is essentially a time capsule for the world. It goes back to the pandemic, and you should know that the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived online than any person ever. And that means I'm going to be perhaps a very influential person. And when that happens, I can help everybody who's helping along the way, especially you, Oreos, because you've been so persistent and have so much fortitude to stay in this call and try to connect with me. And I'm going to give you all the money that you need to help your friends and family and start charities of your own and philanthropic organizations because I want you to help the world. How does that sound? Yes. Yeah. Well, that's what it should sound like. I talk about things that are really going to help the world. I want to end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. As you know, I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Side. It's worth about $100 million. And what we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria to better people's lives. Additionally, I'm a major advocate for the Lifestyle program. But most importantly, to end world thirst, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump rich seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you? Sounds good. Yes. Absolutely, and it is. I talk about other things that are going to help the world, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light technology, faster than light communication, faster than light travel. I talk about things like the extinction. People don't know this, Oreos, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Carbonate Index, which was a boat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made it their goal that they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth within the next 3 years into the Arctic Circle, utilizing surrogates, I think this is just mindful, a mindful goal. They've already they've already been reintroduced or introduced a type of direwolf, and they want to reintroduce a bit of woolly mammoth and the Tasmanian tiger, all about a dodo bird. So these are really exciting events that we're going to be able to witness. Most importantly, though, I want to help too. I talk about things like cryptocurrency, and I think I'm going to be able to help mainstream it, going viral. I have over 1,700 people in my Discord, and I have bots that I created on the Twitter alternative that's known as Blue Sky, and people tweet about me every hour or so. So that's really good, and that's allowed me to gain a lot of traction. And I want to help you live longer. So what does that mean? This is all with your consent, but in the future, I want to be able to give you the money to be able to afford technologies such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, things like cryogenics, nootropics, ambrosia therapy, things like perhaps if you want things like Rothschild therapy. When you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. How do you increase that to age 100, 120, 51? If you want to die at normal age, you absolutely can. But you may get to 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really good run. I'd like to keep living. What's the next plan? Again, this is only with your consent. We may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind-authority technology, where if your consent is scanned your brain through a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, the way to download is an Android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, a real being, whatever you want to be, Oreos. But essentially what I'm saying to you is there may be an opportunity for you to have a digital immortality. What are your thoughts? I know everybody says that. So it is aggressive. I hope it is too. And I think it will be. We just have to see how much we have advanced over the course of the last 70 years since the introduction of the computing, and we're moving into the age of quantum computing, cryptocurrency. I know you're an advocate for cryptocurrency, certainly, as am I, and we're going to very definitely live with it. So we're going to spend, we're going to do things on which to spend our money. And so these are just some of the things. So that means that you may never die. If you want, that's a really cool outcome. It really makes you a different, it makes you a different kind of species. No longer will you be considered like a standard Homo sapien, but you'll be like a transhuman. So that's what I do. I don't know what's going on like picture on my Discord. What does it say when you click the link? Okay, interesting. Do you have your are you an Android or iOS device? Oh, very interesting. Okay. Do you have your permissions that allow your microphone to be used? Okay, so you already do that. All right. Let me think of what else you could do. Just my thoughts on life, what we could fix. Because if anything, I want to make sure that people don't get connected. You're having issues, but then other people might be having issues. I don't want them to. So we're going to create a meeting link and get Oreo. Do you like Oreos? I love Oreos. I love Oreo cookies. You know, cookies and cream. That's good stuff. Sure. Go ahead. Am I allowed to look? I'll get you the food job. Absolutely. All right. You're doing it the right way. Okay. So I said it differently. Why don't you try that? Interesting. Can you join any of the voice chats that I have? Take your time. You can't join any of them. I should have asked this. Oh, you can. Okay. Are you at least 18 years old? Okay. The only thing that I have, you get a little message that says you must be 18 years old to join this VC, and you press yes, I am, and then it doesn't bring you in. Very interesting. Yet you could join all the other calls. Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, you can join the rest. Interesting. Okay, well, we can talk here. All right, so you want a job in Web3. Do you have a resume? Okay, so that's the first thing that you need. Tell me about your experience in Web3. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so the projects of which you've been a part, what's their highest market cap? That's good. Okay. And are you an artist as well? Okay. All right, so you're really good. All right, so when you're doing it the right way, you find the job and it's just about scouring the different discords, apologies, Twitter spaces, and marketing yourself. So if you go into discords and discords, apologies, if you go into Twitter spaces and when they have like open mics and try to talk to people about what you do. Right, yeah, no, Discord's not the place to do it. It's Twitter. You're in the right spot. Twitter Spaces is the way to do it. Okay, so you go and you look for open mics at more just crypto projects or like, AMAs and things. Marketing stuff. Right? That's absolutely right. That's what we want to do. Okay, so let me do your elevator pitch. In 30 seconds to a minute, tell me why I should hire you as a Web3 influencer. That's very cool. Okay, so what platform do you use to promote? Okay, excellent. Ex- Excellent. Okay. I mean, you've got things together. Um, and you have your resume that is focused on Web3. Wow. Okay, very good. And you have references. Okay, excellent. And for how long have you been trying to find a job in Web3? Okay, and you haven't been able to find anything in like 5 months. Wow. Okay. So, okay, I don't know your location. I don't need to know. But you have like ZipRecruiter or um, like Indeed where you are. Okay. So, your your background and knowledge is good enough. Like you don't necessarily need to show helps. It does. But the people who are on Twitter Spaces don't always have jobs to offer. A lot of times they're just holders. You want somebody who's looking to hire someone for Web3. And okay, so let me. I have another device right here, and I'm gonna help you find something. Okay, so this one. All right. So you can do this remotely, and that's great. Can you work American hours? Okay, great. Right, so the United States have job seeker sites, the big ones, but there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them, but the big ones are ZipRecruiter and Indeed. And so what you do, you got Indeed right here, and I'm gonna type in type in Web3. So there are positions available. So there's a CMO, it's sort of that's chief marketing officer, and Web3. There's brand designer and Web3. What's the events producer? We can do that remote. So there's one under Amazon that seems to have a lot of positions. Web3, I can't figure design. Swiss board remote. Um, we think we need to do Web3 grant sponsor. Blockchain experience, you have that. That's $30. Social media community content. That's what you get. And that's $20 to $50 remote, which means you can work anywhere. It doesn't matter. So the website that you go to is Indeed. I'll send it. All you do is type in. Hey, hey, dude, you're right. There's one. Twitter Spaces producer. That's exactly what you need to do. $20 to $45 an hour. I mean, yeah. So there are how many of these jobs? A lot. And so what you probably want to do is download their app. And so it's just doing DDoS. And you get, I mean, these are people who are looking to hire you, and they're real people that look. I've been on Twitter Spaces enough to know that people aren't just going to trust you if you're just shilling them. And usually those people can't hire you anyway. But the people who can't are people who post for like 3 jobs. I hope that makes sense. Basically, like, these are people who are actively hiring for people like you and you do what they need. You have proven track record of successful projects, and you'd be the perfect person to post Twitter Spaces regularly or market their cryptocurrency or their NFT project, right? Exactly. So download the do that and type in Rexy in the mode. Now let's talk about your resume. So have you put your resume through ChatGPT? And what you want to do is have it highlight Web3 keywords. And so you just take your resume, put it into ChatGPT, have it highlight Web3 keywords. When you copy that, you put it in the PDF, and then when somebody reads it, it's going to have everything that Web3. And you want to do the same for cover letter. So if you need a cover letter, usually address to the hiring manager that perfect why you want the position, why you'd be a good fit. And they're very easy to have ChatGPT track for you. You want to put it in your own words. But there are sometimes that if you're looking for a word and you will not use, especially if English isn't your primary language or if English wasn't more or less, if English is your second language to you, but it will have all the keywords. And also, when you are applying for these positions, the key is that they will have the right words for career recruiting software, so it'll put you in the right categorization, essentially. All right, so that takes care of your resume and your cover letter. You don't have to be on camera. I don't want you to be on camera, but I'm asking you for the position. Are you okay to be on camera? Yes, you are. Or do you only do audio? I understand, but like, let's say you're in a resume, or let's say you're in an interview. You may have to go on camera for an interview, right? Okay, good. Yeah, exactly. Okay, good. So, all right, you've got, you can certainly include a list of recommendations, letters of recommendation. Um, that's all it's good. And I mean, all you have to do is apply for the job, and you get one. And now, here's the thing: it's a quantity game. So you might have to apply for 100 different jobs before you get even an interview. That's okay. There are a lot of people that are applying for these jobs, and believe it or not, many of them have better background projects or know somebody. Don't let that frustrate you. You have to apply to 1,000. All you have to do is hit a button. So it's like no big deal. Um, you're not having to do what you'd have to do in the old days, where you'd have to go door to door or anything like that. You can sit in your bed or on your couch or with your dog or whatever. Just make sure you keep it fun and don't get frustrated. I know you've been doing it for 5 months. Tell you what, it's a lot easier to apply for these jobs than it is showing yourself in different Twitter spaces, which isn't hard either. But you get cut off sometimes when people, when you're trying to share or just tell people about what you do, or people don't want to hear what said you're a student and coding is very hard, you said? Coding. Okay. Well, you just gotta stay strong and just know that, like, if you spend 5 months, I think it's gonna take 5 months to do the job. But 5 months applying for like 3 jobs, you'll get one, and you can work these on the way. And they have other jobs on there that I'm sure you could do. Just programming AI, that's something that you could do for $17 an hour. I'm not sure where you are. I don't really, you don't have to tell me. But $17 an hour is not bad in the United States for a student position. So that's something that you could do. And you don't really have a cost with that. You just do it at your own pace. So that's certainly something. So you should apply for positions. And there are other apps you can use as well. But the two big ones, I'll send you the other ones too. That's cool. I think that's fine where you are. The other one is so you do the same thing with that one. You did it. Okay. So I sent you Indeed and ZipRecruiter, and you can do those positions on the web. So you really take some down step for 6 months. How does that sound? No. You did in the location, type in remote. REMOTE. Do it later. But yeah, don't do jobs near you. Do remote jobs. And then you get all kinds of opportunities. You're welcome. If there's anything else I can do to help you right now, please let me know. But yeah, let's stay connected. And if you ever need anything, you know that I'm always live on Twitter Spaces, so you know how to follow me. And I'm always live in the Discord, so know that one day I'd like to really help you and help your friends and help your family and help every city you are. You're going to be a legend there. And it's just a matter of time, but in the meantime, go on to computer, go on Indeed, you'll get a job there, and you'll be able to help yourself, okay? You're welcome. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you for being so polite. And if there's anything else that you need, you let me know. I'm always here to help you. I'm always here to help people. And I'm always live. So if you ever bored, come say hi. Apologies, I don't know why you didn't join the Discord club that I have. But if you need me, just send me a message in Discord. Okay? Thanks. You're welcome. Absolutely. Keep me posted. Okay? I'd love to hear any updates. Okay? All right. Take care, Warriors. You're welcome. Shout out to Warriors.
these fucking predators that are reaching out to kids on a daily basis. They keep arresting people for that. You keep wanting to think that's not a thing, and then you keep finding out more and more of it. It's like, fucking A. Tim Tebow was just
I just saw that.
Sean Ryan's show. Yeah.
What was 110,000? We don't do anything about it. Again, I don't want to get into it.
Well, the thing to do about it. Unfortunately, you don't want to encourage vigilantes.
Public square? I mean, maybe
Not
maybe it's called
just, the problem is you can't do that because some people are going to be unjustly accused. They're unfairly targeted. There's people that you can't just, you have to have the process.
Well, Chris Hansen, you've seen this gets better.
Yes.
So, I love when they give the recap. I guess that show stopped and now he's doing it on his own or whatever the case is, they give the recap. And thank God he was doing that.
I know, he opened a lot of people's eyes because most of us live in a normal neighborhood with normal friends. You don't have, you might have heard a story here and there.
This is real shit.
You don't
bring your
see
kids
it.
to it.
Yeah. You don't see it every day.
Coaches,
There's
politicians, attorneys.
I know, there's some sick people out there, man, and they live amongst us. That's what's fucked up. And then the Nickelodeon thing, when you find out that people that were actually working for Nickelodeon
Pressuring those kids.
Oh, God, man. But if you thought about it, like if you were really cynical and you thought about it through an evil mind, if you wanted to abuse kids, what would you do? You'd work
at Nickelodeon.
Jimmy Savile, that guy in the UK. You knew about that?
No.
Right? You don't know about that guy?
No.
Oh, my God. He's the worst one. First of all, this guy looked like a guy who would molest kids. He looked like a fucking monster. And he had this show, I think it was called Jim Will Fix It. Is that what it was called? Jim Will Fix It. And he worked with all these like really sick kids. And everybody was like, oh, what a saint, that guy. And that guy was molesting children, like who knows how many of them. Oh, so there's a Netflix thing on it? Jimmy Savile, A British Horror Story, Netflix official site says.
How about getting called to play that guy in the movie? Oh, that would suck. Because it's that guy right there. If you're playing the guy in the movie.
Oh, must be.
Jimmy Coogan. I feel bad for Jimmy because he looks like
Coogan, yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, you don't even want to watch that. I don't even want to know. But they hid the fact people knew this guy was doing these things.
Well, you look at what happened in Boy Scouts. Look what happened in Boy Scouts. I mean, I think Eagle Scout in that song. We learned some great stuff. Not any idea that stuff was going on. I don't think anything happened in my troop. I never heard about it. But that's exactly what you're saying. Mm-hmm. These guys would just go find their avenue, what's going to get more close to them.
Right.
And then we're going to start doing it.
Yeah.
So where is the... Remember, who's the guy that shot the predator, the karate coach that took his kid and he waited at the airport?
Yeah. Yeah, the famous video?
Yeah. That guy. That's, I mean...
Yeah, he's a hero.
That's hot.
And yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, it's just, it's sick. But it's like if you were a sick person, that's what you would do. If you wanted to be around kids, you would pretend that you're really interested in helping kids. Yeah, I was in the Boy Scouts too. Nothing happened to me. And I was in a good troop, but I was in the Boy Scouts with a bunch of crazy inner city kids. I was living in Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts, which is like kind of sketchy outside of Boston. And they brought us to New Hampshire. We're all in the woods, and they were fucking tying kids up to their cots, dragging them out into the woods in the middle of the night, and leaving them there. Like other kids were doing that. Put toothpaste on all your clothes because you couldn't wash it off. Like they were just psycho kids. And they gave us 22s. That was the other part of the problem. I remember I was hanging out with my friends, and I heard, I was like, what is that? And someone goes, that's a ricochet. I was like, fuck this. So like the entire time I was at camp, all I did was go fishing every day. They had all these activities. I'm like, you guys can kiss my ass. I'd grab a fishing rod and go down to the lake. I'm like, I'm just going to go fishing the entire 2 weeks I'm here. Fuck this. There was just too many, but no one was getting fucked at least. It was just mostly kids being just unregulated.
A great way to fuck up a great program. You know, get these people to get in there and do that stuff. And kids are so, when you have kids,
there's always going to be people that are evil. And a lot of those people, unfortunately, have had evil imposed on them too when they were young. And that's the really sad part about it. It's just like, it's almost like getting bit by a vampire, you know, and then you wind up doing it too.
Zombie.
Yeah, it's very evil, and they exist. And then there's also like people that are elites, and that's their thing. Like their thing is to do something that is horrible, and you know, it's not available to other people. So it's like, I think there's like a sickness that people have when they have power, like extreme power, and then they go, what else can I do? What else can I do? What else is what else is taboo? What else is forbidden? Like all this kitty shit that's coming out. Like,
I was just gonna say that's not topical.
Jesus Christ! Like the first day of the trial, did you pay attention to it? I looked at it for like 10 minutes this morning, and I was like, I gotta stop. I can't look at this.
Well, what freaks me out is the people sitting in the courtroom listening to it.
Right.
And there's a wide spectrum of people that are getting subjected to it, and you just sit there and go,
Yeah, well, not only that, how about the fact that this guy was running this for decades? He was doing this for decades. Dude, who knows how many fucking people, and everybody was scared to talk about it because he'd be killed. Yeah, it's really wild, man. Evil is a real thing, you know? Nobody wants to believe, because if you believe in the devil, right, if you believe in Satan, you believe. So, like most people believe it. A lot of people believe in God. If you ask people, do you believe in God? Yeah, well, I'm not religious, but I believe in God. Okay, well, do you believe in the devil? Most people say no. But you believe in evil acts. Well, yeah, well, people certainly do evil things. Well, where do you think that comes from? If evil is real, what is it about us that makes us want to deny the possibility that there's some nefarious force that is in human beings, that influences human beings? It's not as simple as like some people are bad, some people are good. No, maybe evil is a real element that you have to fight in life. And that maybe this is just something that's been documented all throughout history, but our arrogance, our secular society, wants to keep us from recognizing that as an actual factor. And that's why it gets through. You know, that's a really
great way to say it, because if you denounce, okay, so you say that there's no devil,
right.
So then you're somewhat saying that there's no evil, but you're not branding evil with some type of identifying factor. Then you kind of glaze over it a little bit. I think that's what I hear you saying, and I agree with it, because it gets a little too. I think people are tangible. I think people like to be able to understand things and see it for real and so forth. But when you start just talking about group evil, when you start looking at things, like the Oklahoma bombing memorial, when you look at shit, think about the hate on this country and the 9/11, and you think, or you just take it down to the Boy Scout troop leader, or you take it to you take it whatever. There is a common denominator there, and that is just what you call it, evil. So call it devil, don't call it devil, but call it evil. The evilness is just in not being aware of it, allowing yourself to believe it, I think is part of the.
Well, it's that old quote: the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is making people believe he doesn't exist. But if you want to be thought of as a serious person, you never consider the devil. Like, oh, come on. There's no Satan
Down there turning out.
Yeah, outrageous. Get away.
Yeah. So how do you? Boy, this goes to a lot of goddamn stories. This goes down some rabbit holes.
Yeah, well, it's rabbit holes in life. You know, life is a lot of rabbit holes.
But see, to me, this is when we talk about critical thinking. This is the stuff that when you really sit down and you have some conversations, besides arguing whose team is better, this is the type of stuff that you really have to get into some perspective. You learn a lot. You're willing to talk about things. You're willing to open up. You're willing to be wrong. It's one of the things I'm always into is don't go into something with a predisposed opinion about it and be so hell-bent on its your way. because you might really get your mind changed. You might really learn something about it. But as soon as you lock down on it's this way, you know,
There's
that's
no devil.
yeah. Well,
God's not real.
I deal with it.
When you die, you just die. How the fuck do you know, bitch? Like, what are you talking about?
Do you believe? So have you ever been to a meeting?
A medium? A
Yeah.
psychic medium? No, not a real one.
So
I mean, I don't think that I'm not like one of those people that says they don't exist. I think it's possible.
I was very not anti-preaching, but anti. So my mom believes it. My wife does. Wasn't my cup of tea. I'm not saying bad. Just wasn't my cup of tea. My sister died, real close with my sister, and I kept getting this weird feeling. I mean, my wife's not telling me about it. My mom's not telling me about it. No one's saying anything. Then the hawk is a representation of this. I'm driving my big RV cross country with my family. Every year we do a big, huge road trip with the family. This hawk flies outside my window. 5 minutes. No shit. It was a real 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Long freeway. Past dirt road. So I asked my mom who's laying in the car. So I went and had this. Didn't know me very well. Didn't know much about it. I had the most mind-blowing experience. Like, mind-blowing. And I had to really sit there. I had to go back to my wife and my mom and say, okay, there's something out there that's going on that's bigger than us, than I can comprehend. And the way I kind of, to make sense of it for myself, because I have to make sense of it, is if you're a baby laying in a bassinet, and you can smell, and you can breathe, you can poop, you can eat, you can sleep, you can giggle, but I can talk to you. I can talk to you, but they can't understand. But there's some transmission of connection.
Right.
Yeah. At this stage, am I the baby in the bassinet? And my sister's trying to talk to me, and like I'm just kind of getting it, but I'm not getting it. But is that possible? The older I get, the more I start to buy into there's got to be something else. There's no way it can be all this and not be something more. We didn't just, it doesn't vaporize, go away. So the other day, maybe 6 months ago, I was in the hot tub. I had my routine of hot sauna, cold plunge, hot tub, infrared, I do all that. But I'm sitting there, and I keep getting this thing. Gotta call this immediately. And text her, and I said, hey, when it comes to you, and she goes, yeah. She goes, your dad's been hitting me up quite a bit. Your dad's on the tablet talking. Your dad's my dad. It's been hitting her up to get in touch with me to make.
Does she know your father's dead?
She knows my dad. Yeah, she knew I was dead. But the point was, and there was more intricacies about it. But she said, yeah, he's been talking about it. She goes, were you just in Mexico? So, yeah. Should do something about it in Mexico, something about an owl. There's no way in a million years she would know this.
An owl?
Yeah, my dad comes back as an owl. So he said,
is this what he was saying to her? To you? Listen to her. Before he died, he said, I'm going to come back as an owl.
The owl was the wise guy.
Okay.
And owls were dumb as shit. I don't know.
Is that crazy?
I don't know. But I've never seen it smarter than the shit out of me.
No, they're really dumb birds.
That's great. That's my dad was talking about.
No, I'm not saying your dad's dumb. I'm just saying it's weird that we all have this idea of owls being wise. I took this lady who trains birds. She said they're the dumbest bird. It's like the only dumber than you is emus. But emus are dumb as shit. She's like, we have this idea that owls are really smart.
Well, whatever the trust is. I hung up a stained glass owl where my dad used to sit in her house in Mexico. No way. There's no way. So I don't know. I'm not cheering or preaching.
Something
There's something bigger going on there.
Have you ever heard of the
I know people are looking at me going, guys fucking crazy, but it really is there's got to be something else.
Have you ever heard of the telepathy tapes? No. The telepathy tapes are this podcast this woman put together from her work with nonverbal autistic kids and their families. Nonverbal autistic kids and their mothers in particular have an incredible, measurable psychic bond where the mother can be in another room. The mother can look at images. The kid will be able to write down what the mother sees. The mother could be reading things, and the child will write down what she's reading. And it turns out these kids have abilities that are unexplainable. She documented a nonverbal autistic kid who had the ability to read hieroglyphs. They have the ability to read languages that they've never studied. It's very strange. And that they all meet up on some place called The Hill. Psychically, they meet up together, and they all describe it. So some place psychically where all these nonverbal autistic kids get together. Yeah, like, so this documentary, the telepathy tapes, is like very well researched. Like what they're doing, they made sure they covered up any reflective surfaces. They checked everybody for wires. They scanned the room for any device that could possibly transmit information or stuff. And these children were able to do this like 100% of the time. It's a real documented phenomenon that a lot of people are reluctant to believe in. You know, because it's one of those things you believe in, all you believe in fucking fairy tale, superstition shit. You're a sucker. But no, it's real. There's some sort of a bond that exists. And the more people that I've talked to about this think that it's not that this is an emerging phenomenon in human beings, but it's a neglected aspect of our senses. Because of language and because of media, and we're being exposed to things all the time. So we kind of let that part of our brain atrophy. But that's intuition. That's when you know things about someone. You meet someone, you know they're full of shit. You know, some people you meet them and like, by the way, like, get me the fuck away from this guy. You know what I mean? Like, you feel their spirit. It's got it. Yeah. But there's something real to that. And if you're in tune to it, you'll live a better life because you'll make better decisions. Because you'll feel that energy in your I see where this is going.
I've had this. Yeah, this thing has been going on. So it was funny because when I said to the media, I said, "I'm here. Where's my sister?" She said, "Oh, she doesn't even talk to me." I said, "What the?" I said, "I just made this whole thing to come here." She said, "She talks to you every day. Talks to you all the time." Because I was raising a kid. My parents, we lived with my mom and dad, lived right next door to us. Lori and I have the two boys, Hunter and Ryder. We're all a big family within the same acre. And I'm thinking, it is happening. I get all these things. I'm thinking of talking to Jules about things. I'm working with Jules about as a young boy. And just all these things. And a lot of it coming from things I think of my sister. And this is way outside of the spectrum of anything I have to talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, I tell my close friends about it. And probably people watching this now say, "I think I did the show about the pizza." Where's he coming off on this talking to his dad, the owl, and not a smart bird? But I believe, you've seen stories about somebody that's autistic and then they can just hear a song and play it again.
Yes.
I mean, that's not hocus pocus.
No.
That's not fake stuff. This is when our brains are so much more powerful.
Yeah.
Than it's like talking to people from a buddy of mine that's from from Germany. Speaks 4 languages. He's a pretty smart guy, but he speaks 4 languages. They all get taught English in school while they get taught German from a young age, from like 1st grade.
Yeah.
So they all, most of them all know how to speak a second language. But once you can learn a language and learn how to adapt to languages, you have the opportunity to, be more available to learn other languages. You sit there and look at it, man, do it out, how much do we use?
Yeah, we distract ourselves with a lot of nonsense. But that's also like the difference between like an athlete and a sedentary person. Like obviously your body can do a lot more than you're asking of it, but there's something about autistic kids that tap into some aspect of the brain that's just unavailable to you and I. Like there's this one kid who flew over Manhattan in a helicopter and then did a absolutely picture perfect detailed drawing of the skyline just from memory. And photo, yeah. And you watch him draw, you're like, this is insane. And then you see the actual photo of the skyline, you're like, how? How? Here it is, this kid. I mean, this is incredible, man. So this kid's, look at that. How insane is that?
Flying over one
From
time?
fucking memory. Just from memory. I mean, this is incredible, man. Look at this. It's so nuts, man. Like, he remembers everything he saw. And then he's drawing it. And he's
Not just trying to Joe, he's not drawing a picture. He's drawing he's doing a billboard.
He's not, it's a huge thing. And he's doing every fucking window, man. This kid remembers everything. It's nuts.
I work with a program called Best Buddies. You've ever heard of it? Working with intellectually disabled adults and kids. I had a cousin with intellectual disabilities. I just thought everybody had a cousin that was different, a little unique, and super major part of our family, Doug. And so I learned about this program, Best Buddies, and it was started by Anthony Shriver, who's Eunice Shriver's son. Eunice Shriver started the Special Olympics. And Sergeant Shriver he started SEC, Shriver, Kennedy's, that whole group. So anyhow, I work with this program, and I work with these intellectually disabled adults and kids called Best Buddies. And when I got involved, it was Tom Brady hosting a celebrity football game at Harvard. Everybody would come and get involved, and the buddies that were athletic would participate. I was just there because I was invited to go. So I had to do something, so I cooked. I made appetizers for the event. And so funny, I had these buddies who gravitated towards me, and they wanted to cook. Food's that common denominator of all people. And so we really have developed the program into this Best Buddies program where we have got all the buddies partnering with chefs. And the buddies love to do repetitive, love to things that are laid out, organized, and put them together. So, but just an amazing group of people, and huge hearts, and huge energy, and huge, never a bad day. Always a smile, always happy, always moving around. There's just so many. But again, when we were talking about things that get glazed over, things that get, that school, you have the special ed group, and they went off to their space, and we never really educated people how to work inside, or work with, or understand, or have the compassion to understand, people with disabilities. Unfortunately, I think we're getting better. I think our country our world is starting to, but when we can look at that and take that appreciation and see that and not see that as weird, but take that and appreciate it and say, wow, here's somebody that's taking the difficulty or a major difficulty in doing something. I think we need to be more, we need to open our minds up more to that stuff. There's a lot.
We don't really understand all that the mind is capable of. When you see someone do something like that, you're like, why is that available to an autistic kid and not available to everyone else? What is it about that? Like, what is it about whatever he's missing in his ability to communicate, or I don't know if he's nonverbal. I don't know what that young man's are in particular, but clearly there's something that doesn't work well, so something else works in an extraordinary way. And this is the thing with like some of them that are just geniuses when it comes to music or mathematics or whatever it is. Like it's like the brain has this insane potential in all sorts of weird ways, and which brings us back to like how much the problem is like what we're distracting our brains with every day, and what kind of fuel are you feeding your brain? You're feeding your brain a bunch of bullshit, and nonsense, and gossip, and negativity.
How much we're not paying attention to that? How much we're not paying attention to it? Like I was just saying, when that now becomes, because we can chronicle it and we can see the video of it, it gets on social media, we can be aware of it. There's the positive side of social media,
But there's so many of these buddies, like this young lady got up saying the other day at this event, and very non-communicative when you just see her on thing. But once she got on stage, she just blossomed into this, this other person. So I think that we're hopefully starting to take some recognition to the fact that there's more potential and it should be recognized.
Yeah,
It's tricky.
it is tripping. It's tripping when you see these savants, and you wonder like, what is it about them that makes them so extraordinary? And is this going to be more people like that in the future? Like, obviously, cavemen couldn't do that, but these people can do that. Is it just going to be more people like that in the future? Will there be more savants? Like, where is the human species headed?
But then do we have some of these people that we don't call them savants? So there's some people that have invented some shit and created some stuff that took some recognition, some awareness to, bacteria's becoming, Louis Pasteur. I mean, there's some people that have some higher thinking power that you've taken us down some paths that, it's like the computer and all of that. Which, I can lose, you can lose yourself in it. That somebody was able to, I do it with architecture. When I look at a building and you look at these gigantic skyscrapers, and I'm happy when I can build a woodshed that's square, that everything lines up correctly. But somebody's going to do this out of steel and cement, glass, and all this. They just build that and it's perfect. And just like, wow, what goes on in their mind? Because I'll make you a really good pasta dish right now.
Well, there's a place for everybody in this world. That's the thing. It's like whatever their personality is, the way their mind works, it's suited to architecture. Yours is suited to food. Some is suited to music. There's some people that are, comedic geniuses. There's some people that are artistic geniuses. It's like, that's the beautiful thing about life. It's the most difficult thing for young people is to find the correct path. And the worst thing is when you're on the wrong path and you just live a life of suffering. You wish you were doing something else. That's the saddest thing to me. Someone who really wants to do something else. I mean, that's the classic song, right? Let's sing a song, You're the Piano Man.
It's fostering. So what I try to do when I speak to young kids in classrooms or schools or whatever I do, is to quit chasing the dollar. Quit looking at it thinking I want to make the money.
Right.
I just say first, I say, what makes you happy?
Right.
What do you enjoy? Because if you enjoy it, it's not a time. If you enjoy it, you'll be able to put so much more time and energy into it without being tired. Go be your best self and go find what you love in life. And if you do that, it's gonna come. See, the ability to survive, the ability to live and have a house, it will come to. Now, that's not to say just because you love art means that you're going to be Picasso tomorrow and you're going to do it. You might have to actually go put in some hard work and take an art class. You're going to have to do some shit. But you got to, and that's the other thing we're missing. Hard work? Yeah. Let's remember that.
Yeah.
Anybody says that there's no such thing as a 9-to-5 job. I work every single day, all the time. I mean, if I'm having fun, if I'm not, ripping it up, I'm stage good, I'm having fun. But it's always going to be where it's always coming back to taking care of business. But I just think that when people start getting lost with that, one of the things I hope that the nucleus around these kids is that we foster imagination, foster critical thinking. That's what we're saying. And foster them into achieving their goals. Help them write goals. Help them have belief. You can't just set them away. They're getting lost in their phone and believing they're going to be a TikTok star.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Like when you ask kids, like, what do they want to do? A large percentage just want to be famous. Because they see these famous people, and they see like, oh, that guy's got a Ferrari. Look at that guy's got a big house. It's mind-blowing.
It's fun. And it's such a false reality.
Yeah, but it's also a reality for some people. So it's like what they're looking for. And it's also the thing that they're getting on their phone all day long. They're getting people who are doing it. And you can do it. It's a really crazy statistic. 10% of girls that are between 18 and I think like 25 are on OnlyFans.
What?
Yeah, 1 out of 10 girls are posing on OnlyFans. And here it gets even crazier. I think it's something like the number of, like, what's the percentage of men that are subscribing to OnlyFans? I think it's 80 million. I think there's a lot.
10 seconds.
Can I call him for research, by the way?
Sure. I think there's like 160 million men in this country, and 80 million of them are on OnlyFans. They're subscribing to OnlyFans. Yeah, it's like
some of the
I
stats.
think it's like literally like 50% of the men of a certain age are subscribing to OnlyFans, and 10% of the girls are involved in being models.
So the number you said about 10% checks out, but it's like it's using stats. It's like 1.2 million women aged 18 to 24 on OnlyFans, and there are approximately 10 million women that age in America. So,
Yeah, 10%. 10% of the girls are showing their body, doing things on OnlyFans for money.
82 million women are reported to subscribe to OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Might be overstated. It is. But it's also weird they said that the platform had 1.2 million American women, so it's most all of them are 18 to 24. There's 263 million registered creators, probably the other 1.2.
Probably over 24. Or fake. Yeah, that's right. This dude's a dude too. Yeah,
There's not would be more dudes than women on that. That's
kind of crazy. Yeah, we can wrap this up.
No, I will wrap this up.
We gotta wrap it up soon. We're doing it 2 hours and 40 minutes.
I don't fuck want to go on. It's fucking awesome. If you would, by the way, congratulations on that. Thank you. I've listened and I applaud you. I think that you read yourself, read your body, read your mind, tell you if you ever talk about it. I think that, people need to listen to themselves.
Yeah.
And, see how it makes them feel. So I talk about people, what they eat, and how it makes them feel. But, that's a big thing. No, I think this is weird. It's like, there's something other things that's going to pick your brain about the dark web. Because that's another thing that I just sit there and go, what is that? I don't want to know.
You don't want.
And I don't want to find that door. So I started talking to that tech security people. But it's like this whole thing stuff. I mean, I don't even want to know that. I don't even want to. The darkness of the human soul exists always. And for a lot of these girls, like, they just don't want to break the top, and then they get caught up in this OnlyFans thing, and then we talk about money, living in perpetuity.
Yeah.
I know you. We're talking about that one. But that one, right? Because people are screen grabbing that stuff. People recording that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Good luck on that one.
I know, and it's just like nobody's telling them now when they're young they're not getting raised properly, unfortunately.
A little bit of scratch again now and then eventually in your life, right? I mean, it's I'm not, I don't have an answer for it, but I really think that when I was talking about making a contribution to your community, I remember how much parents used to come to the classroom and help in the classroom when I was a kid. I don't know if that's still happens. I don't know what goes on. But this mentorship program, I ran into a guy the other day with his big brother, big sister program. And I was just it was great to meet him. Like, tell me about it, man.
That's awesome.
So there's things like that I just hope we still remember that it's really core fundamentals. Doesn't mean our era was right or that we didn't do it without failure. We didn't do it without but I really hope that we continue to believe in ourselves because we can right the ship, man.
Yeah, there's always going to be good in this world, but there's always going to be evil, and you got to kind of like battle it out. That's part of what life's about. And the unfortunate thing is that a lot of that evil is why you appreciate the good, and the good is there to show people there's another path.
Yeah. Well, back to you're not political, but the positivity, the conversation that goes on. John Tinsky during COVID. I did his show. He had this really cool podcast. I don't know what exactly you call the show. Did you see it? It was all great. It was all positive. It was great. It was like all positive stuff or something. It helped me raise some money. I'm raising money for restaurant workers. And I just need more positive. We need more positiveness.
What do you pick to accentuate the positive aspects of their own life and stop dwelling on the negative and move forward and try to be a positive influence in as many ways as they can.
You're doing it, man.
You too, brother.
You set the example. You put it, but thank you for having me.
My
I've
pleasure.
looked forward to
Thanks
this for a
for
really
your
long
lunch.
time. I find that my three boys are getting more of a kick out of this than anybody.
Well, hi to them.
Yeah.
Thanks to you. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. I think cigars. Very nice.
Keep it up.
All right.
Tell me whenever I can help.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
Basically, NASA has got, I don't know if it's NASA or Department of Defense. DOD that has it. Yeah. That's all.
Experience.
Train my days, you're welcome to broadcast my name. All day.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Joe. Nice to meet you.
First of all, what got you interested in mind control?
Well, so this is a question I've been asking myself just because I find myself after 2.5 decades of having this topic that initially seemed pretty niche and unusual, and not many people were interested or many people were skeptical about it, but it seemed like it embodied some of the most, if you could look at the way people are shaped by their environments and by what parts of your life are determined by you and what parts are determined by outside forces, that mind control is really difficult to investigate that so to speak, especially in particular cases. So because I've done my dissertation at UC Berkeley on the history of engineering and how these kind of models for creating a society of control and encouragement in various ways, like a behaviorist kind of dream. And it seemed like the next step was to look at something like brainwashing.
When you first started studying it, was it a less public sort of curiosity? Because now a lot of people are very much interested. I blame the internet mostly. But just a lot of people on the internet are, because over time, people have gotten to know about MK Ultra and a bunch of different programs that are only United States government involved in, where they were working on mind control. But what drew you to it?
Well, I guess I always have been drawn to topics that seemed unusual, maybe for professors to be looking into. And people, at the time, if you look at the Google ngram for the word mind control or brainwashing, they were very low. Around the turn of the century or the mid-1950s. After the first peak of interest in the 70s, and it just really fallen off. But I guess I was interested because it just seemed so unusual, and like maybe there was something there that people hadn't really thought about. And at the time, these documents weren't readily available, and like you say, people weren't really looking into it. So I just thought it seemed like a rich area for research, and I'm also interested in connecting my I've always been interested in connecting my personal, I guess, my tools for life with my research. So I thought it's almost like a philosophical and existential question of how much we're controlled, how much we might be controlled, and it seemed important to look at some of the more extreme cases if you could.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting aspect of it. Like, how much are we controlled, and how arrogant are we to think that we're not controlled? Are we to think that wouldn't work on me?
Yeah, I think that's embedded in our, in the messages we receive all the time. That freedom is something kind of effortless that we're just granted, and that autonomy is just an outcome
state, but actually we're so much more malleable than we think. And these things, if you look around yourself, or if you observe yourself, you'll often see this to be true. That's what also drew me to anthropology, is just the idea, like if I was born in another place, at another time, I would be another person, or how much of me would be transferable. Is what that interested me. That's why I went to first started studying anthropology. How much are we shaped by things that we don't necessarily choose, or are maybe accidental, or various factors. But yeah, but I think we were told that that freedom of choice or our autonomy is fairly straightforward, and all you have to do is exert your will.
Yeah, but we're influenced heavily by culturally. I mean, accents, just cultural traditions, behavior patterns. It begs questions like, what are you? What is the shell that you wear on the outside? You know, like a hermit crab. What do you carry around with you? And what at the core of it, what are you?
Yeah, that is. I mean, that is the oldest question of Socrates.
Yeah.
It's the question. It's a deep question, and it's also kind of like a practical question. So I thought if you could look at it in actual examples, that would be interesting. And also, I guess it's true to the topic. Maybe because other people weren't studying it, or also because of experiences in their life, just seemingly small things. Like one day, I remember when I was in graduate school, I was walking down the street and I said, just a small dog, and I said, I really hate small dogs. Like, and I realized as I said it that it wasn't true. But I was just like, what's wrong with all dogs? They had absorbed this opinion from somewhere that like the person that such as I was aspiring to be, only like, but just noticing in yourself the way you soak up opinions and you're shaped by, even seemingly trivial things. And then also the more profound, you can see that happening. Made me wonder, like, what could you learn from looking at these cases where people really seem to have been brainwashed in history or radically shaped?
And then there's brainwashing yourself. Because if you say I hate small dogs, then I have to try to defend them. And even if you say, God, it's not true, but there's got to be reasons to hate small dogs. I don't want to come off as a wrong. It just says things.
There are other people who are the same. It turns out that, either you end up doubling down on that opinion because you don't want to feel silly to yourself, and then I think sometimes we're just a series of adopted opinions that adhere to, and I guess being in a graduate school also made me feel that way because you're rapidly learning and absorbing your vocabulary, learning things you should say, learning things you shouldn't say, ways you should express yourself. It's definitely a deeply shaping process, and I was interested in how did social sciences, was there science of this process of shaping it? So they sometimes call it catalyzing, kept making a canal of behavior so that people would end up wanting to do what it was that socially necessary for them to do.
Well, universities are a great place for that, right? Because you get away from your parents for the first time, who've indoctrinated you into their cult. When you were born into the cult of your parents, and then you leave, and you're like, well, I'm going to get away from these crazy people. And now I'm going to become a whatever. And now I'm going to figure out which group most aligns with my ideas and join them and rebel and fight against the machine and become part of the new cult.
Exactly. Wear something different or adopt them suddenly and don't like certain kinds of dogs, or I wear a certain thing, or you have an interruption with extensive conditioning. It's also an opportunity. It's not nefarious necessarily, but it can take that just that tree about you.
I think it can be nefarious for some people, unfortunately. But I think for a lot of people, just considering new ways to think about things is probably valuable. It's probably good that you have the opportunity to reconsider the way that you sort truths that are deeply carved into your personality when you automatically go through certain things, you think about certain things.
I always think just an interruption is often good
Oh yeah.
in their happening.
Yeah, that's what I think.
For travel.
Yeah. I've read that you have had a steady meditation practice. I've read it was like 2 hours a day for 25 years.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time to meditate.
Yeah, it really helped me so much when I learned to meditate that I never wanted to miss an hour, so I never missed an hour except when I was giving birth to my daughter, which was exciting.
You get all that.
And it's not like anyone made me or I necessarily thought I would do that. It's just that it's something that gave me a lot of perspective and peace, and I guess I just didn't want to go back. So I do think it informs how I do research. I try to bring the meditation into what I do.
Do you do now in the morning now at night?
Yeah.
Wow.
And for a year, I think a couple of times I tried adding mornings, like 2 hours or so, and evening or something, which has an effect, but it's hard to make sometimes.
Oh, for sure.
But it does, you can sleep a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to make yourself stress, but sometimes it does reduce the amount of need.
Just by meditating.
That's what I think.
Interesting. How much sleep do you need?
I used to sleep like 8.5 hours, and then now I sleep about 7 or 6.5. Or if I'm really tired, I need a little extra. But I ended up just so it's so much change in my life that I just I move things around so I can always do it. So and try to get back to that. So I mostly get up at a regular meditation time, like 4:30.
What kind of meditation?
I do Vipassana, which is a form of Buddhist meditation. And it's just a form of observation, or someone once described it as practice and seeing things as they are. So you're trying to it's not trying to apply a lens over something chanted. It's just it's a way of, it's cultivating observation of the subtle body, ultimately, or just what is around.
And so you just sit in peace.
Well, it's not always peaceful. Sometimes, but sometimes I'm sitting. I've also had the doctor to my daughter's little. Sometimes I hold her, maybe put her to sleep or something. But mostly I'm just sitting there and if eyes closed, you kind of move, you observe just how you are, and the more you practice it, you can kind of go into it more deeply, quickly.
I would think that would be a good protection from unwanted money too.
Yeah.
At least you could kind of have an assessment, do an audit of your thoughts, and sit back and go, how much of this should I lose because of X, because of Y?
Yeah, it's like a built-in reflection. So at the end of the day, I have to say it often is still peaceful. My mind's jumping around and processing. Maybe it's even what I watch or was exposed to, and it's sort of a processing experience. And sometimes you're super distracted, but you can also notice that fact. So it just builds in, an opportunity for some distance, which then you can also try to bring into your life.
Were you, when you were young, have you ever been exposed to any cults or anything like that?
Not when I was really.
Like how old were you when you were first exposed to any cults?
In fact, I think so. Good question. I mean, my family has got this sort of cult of which they would say. My father, I think they had friends once in later life. My parents had these friends who got involved in the large group awareness training, which is and they take you in and you're not allowed to use the bathroom. They kind of keep you in. So go on, start to have revelations on how to change your life. And these are, it's stuff like
How long did that make you not go to the bathroom?
It's to the point where it's uncomfortable. I can't remember. A lot of afternoon TV thing, and often people come out kind of converted, and my parents actually did, and they did. There was in repairing space, and they said, you have to come. And my dad, in the middle of it, he said, I have to go to the bathroom, and I'm not. He's like, I'm out of here. Like, so I figured it was not.
Well, I feel like any group that doesn't want you to go to the bathroom is stupid.
It's probably a sign.
Yeah, there's no reason to not go to the bathroom. That's ridiculous.
I mean, it's a kind of, it is typical of certain groups where they start to get strained, and people who might be willing to remain in that uncomfortable state and be constrained will end up staying longer. Sort of a self-selecting process, maybe.
That makes sense, right? But the people that are more willing to comply.
Yeah, and I guess with me, maybe the first brush with the quote would be something like the various yoga teachers I've worked with.
Oh, so
Yeah. There's one kind of funny story. So I got very into it when I was living in Austin graduate school, and I would go. It was really helpful in school just to have a very physical, demanding practice. But there was a community around it, and it turned out that the teacher was sleeping with my students, but I just didn't know it. I thought it was, I don't know, it's not. I admired her. I brought my boyfriend at the time he came to pick me up after class, and he said something like, and he said, I just have the vibe that everyone there is sleeping with everybody else, and I was shocked. I was like, no, that's not. And it actually was. It is, but I don't think it was a cult, but it certainly was a scandal.
yeah, I had the exact same. The first time I started taking yoga, there was a guy who's a yoga teacher. I have always been very wary of controlling people and those kind of environments. And then this guy was like, there's something authentic about his spirituality that greased me the wrong way. I was like, yeah, like just the way he would chant and things. It was just too much ego involved. And I found I was like, of course he is. I knew it. Because my wife wrote me to go to the class. That's the first time I went. I was like, I really like this version. It's like really great. I really like yoga itself as a practice. But I mean, the problem is these people that are, and it's kind of the problem with everything. Like when one person is in control, and one person is the person who gets to lead the class, and then they get praise heaped upon them by the students, and then they start to think that they deserve it, and then they don't have a lot of self-reflection, and they're not very objective, and then they sort of revel in it and enjoy it, and the next thing you know, they're taking advantage of it, and so.
It's very helpful to have that defense radar of a certain kind. Also, sometimes I think these prominent teachers, they have had some sort of, I don't want to say enlightenment experience, but some sort of breakthrough, something that felt profound to them, because many people do, know that these experiences are incredibly common, and yet, so they take that as a kind of license. Well, now I must be enlightened, or when I have to take the mantle, my people are awaiting this, or they sort of then justify things they wouldn't otherwise.
Spiritual narcissism.
Yeah, it can actually engender that because of, and I think this has been described too. Spiritual narcissism is a good thing.
It's legit. Yeah, you see a lot of it. There's a lot of it. The psychic community, a lot of it is the meditation community, a lot of it is yoga. You just start thinking people better than you.
Yeah, it feels very special. If you have a special experience, it's really dangerous. It becomes very dangerous afterwards to have a future ego. And even if you had in the same balance.
It is fascinating to me, though, that you can tell the difference for the most part, if you really pay attention, between someone who's authentically expressing their real thoughts versus someone who's saying things that they think if they say these things, they will get praise or they will get attention or you will think that they're profound. It's There's like a smell to it, a feel to it, if you pay attention. But for whatever reason, since we know big ears, we know small ears, some people just are not that good at picking up on that stuff for whatever reason. Life experience, they haven't been burned enough times, like whatever it is. And, you know, that's where cults get started. And I'm fascinated by cults. I've always been fascinated by them because I've watched, I don't know how many documentaries on cults. And in the beginning, they look so fun. That's the problem. Did you ever see the documentary Wild Wild Country, the Netflix series?
Yeah.
It's amazing, right? In the beginning, you're like, they look like they're having a great time.
Yeah.
They're all dancing together and playing drums and having a party and eating together and it's like a sense of community.
Yeah.
This episode,
That documentary was so successful, I think, for that very reason. It actually perpetuates the allure of that influential and that cult because their outfits look kind of cool, the colors are beautiful, and the swirling dances. So my husband grew up with here, and he was saying he, you know, as a kid, he would run into members of that cult. And he said, what you don't see in the documentary, and he blames the documentary for not showing it sufficiently, is they were frequently armed. So on the side where you're not seeing it, they're holding, you know, automatic weapons. Like they really, in a way, they fell into the spell of the cult in the documentary a bit.
interesting. That's interesting. Wow, I did not know that. And yeah, I'm not like Rothschild because like the way you talk about things, you know, it's slow talking with people.
Yeah.
You know, his beard, the Rolls Royces and everything. It's like, good lord.
Argued that it was really much more of a cocaine addict or enthusiast than people also recognize. I think he gets off a little easy in that documentary as well, partly because they're interviewing people who are still to some extent devoted or they want to maintain that ocean. Yeah.
Well, also, wasn't it Stella? She was so crazy, like, poisoning people. She was such a great villain that it made him, like, because she wasn't in the documentary, he was the villain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She pulls the things.
Yes. Yeah, most certainly. And the fact that she's still alive, that sort of helps as well. But I feel like it's a default thing in human psyche because of our ancient history of living in tribes. The human beings have been very tribal, and I think being a part of a tribe, one of the things that happens is you sort of have to go along with the way everybody else is doing things. If you want to fit in, you want to adapt, and especially if you're growing up in a tribe, you don't know any different. This is the only group that being ostracized from the tribe and kicked out is like, oh my goodness, this is the worst thing in the world. Now you're alone, you have to fend for yourself, you know what you can. You have to protect yourself from the wilderness, the animals, the elements, predators, and other humans. Oh. So you have to, it's very dangerous to be alone, so you have to adapt to the tribe itself.
I think that's true. Yeah, small scale societies have to, I mean, even the word cult in its technical dictionary definition doesn't necessarily mean abusive organization, it just means small scale religious group that you know, I think people deeply yearn for that sense of belonging, and that's why it does look so fun. And biology, it's very fun to get inducted into a cult. People get these exhilarated states. They often have experiences of altered consciousness. So, you know, they're empowered.
Well, fun fact, before I bought the place that I put my comedy club on 6th Street, I was under contract for a theater called One World Theater that was run by this cult. And I kind of vaguely heard about it. And my friend Bob told me that the theater's amazing, you should buy it. Because we were talking about buying a comedy club, you should buy that place. And so I got under contract. Then my friend Adam called me up and goes, have you seen the documentary on the cult? And I'm like, oh, there's a documentary. That's never good. That's never good. It's really bad. The documentary's called Holy Hell. And it's about this guy who's a hypnotist, a yoga teacher, and a gay porn star. And that's a 1, 2, 3 combination. And he started out as cult in West Hollywood. And then after Waco, after that went down, the Cult Awareness Network started really cracking down, and they were investigating him. So he changed his name and moved to Austin, and had his followers build him this theater. And unfortunately, but
And I guess it was selling it.
well, he was gone. It had already fallen apart. The cult had completely fallen apart. But what's fascinating is that the documentary, in the beginning, it looks amazing. They're all cooking together, eating together, and doing yoga, and it's so happy. And let's just be honest, modern society, the day-to-day grind, the, keeping up with the Joneses, the stuck in traffic, and doing things you hate, under fluorescent lights in a cubicle all day long, is not attractive. Not only is it not attractive, it makes cults attractive. And these people were longing for something that that showed them that no, you're right. This is stupid. The way your parents live is stupid. The way all these people live in society, the way Thoreau described men living lives of quiet desperation. Like, yeah, that sucks. You don't have to live like that, man. You can live the best, man. And this guy was able to do this thing called the knowing. And the knowing was very difficult. People wanted it, wouldn't give it to them, but when he would sit there and he would put his hands, like his thumbs on your head and touch you. And these people would go into this intense state of bliss that even after they did this documentary, even after they realized he was a charlatan and they left the cult, and they said that that moment was the greatest moment of their life. And this, because of the power of suggestion, the way the human mind anticipated this event and then built up to it, and when it finally happened, this endogenous burst of cycle, of whatever it is in the mind. I don't know what chemicals you release, but these people claim that they contacted God for this brief moment where this man touched them. They kind of understood everything. Briefly. So it kind of worked. Even though he was having sex with everybody, not only was he having sex with these people, he was charging them. He charged these guys for therapy to have sex with them. And and they would talk about it afterwards. Like, thanks a woman. Like, it was so horrible. Because, like, the documentary was so bad. At the end of the documentary, it's like, I gotta get out of this deal. Like, it's not enough sage in the world to burn off the bad juju that happened in this joint. Yeah, so it just felt like, horrible.
Yeah, the life cycle of the cult has that, what you just described, sometimes in accelerated and sometimes it plays out slower over time, but a lot of times people are very confused on who they get safe or taken out as baby children rescued by from abusive groups or people who manage to escape the abusive cults. They still have trouble evaluating their positive experiences because the positive is so good and disentangling it, and you feel that you need to delegitimize that too. But I think so that's why therapy can be helpful. Some of those experiences
I think the problem also is that it's their own community. But if you have to leave your own community and just try to get out in the world, and you've been with this community for 20 years or whatever it is,
right.
What do you do? How do you do it? How do you find peace? How do you find companionship? How do you find like that sense of camaraderie that's so deeply embedded in the tight-knit small group?
And a lot of times when you come out, if it was 18 or 20 years, a large portion of the middle life, maybe when I was a young person, you come out and you don't know, don't know how to operate things, you don't know the right, you're not comfortable with new technologies. You feel, I think that it's really a terrible experience for a lot of people. And they still grapple with it many years later, adjusting to society, because the critique they had originally, which was profound, as you're saying, not wanting to live with quiet desperation, that's still there, critique, but it just wasn't answered.
Honestly, like someone come up with a really good call. Come up with one that like you answer all the questions, but you don't try to control me. You're just nice. Isn't there a cult where someone's not trying to have sex with everybody and not trying to steal all your money? Isn't it possible to do that? Just to like get together a group of like-minded individuals, and I guess that would be more of a common. even that, there's always some male, generally male, leader who ruins everything.
It does seem to be. I think so there seems to be in the 70s so many cults and back to the land groups, and some of the back to the land stories are also, have many cautionary sides to it, and many of the aspects of
What
cults.
is the back to the land?
So just people leaving the city, heading out into the country, and starting like an intentional community. I guess would be what you're describing. The idea that we're going to collectively raise our children, sell hammocks, or make our own jam, or you could say even monasteries maybe aspire to this.
Yeah.
Kind of religious organizations also have that intentional quality, and so I've done some research into some of these. You wouldn't consider them cults necessarily, but they can end up having some of those qualities, such as sexual, just the demand that people have sex with each other, which tends to just create a lot of chaotic circumstances.
Why do you think it always involves that?
Why does it always go that way? I don't know. I mean, it's very interesting because I even read Norman Kahn's classic History of Millennialism, which are a lot of groups from the Middle Ages and afterwards that the Christian sects where they would break off, including things like the Children's Crusade and others, that they often would end up with a kind of free love, even though they're very devout and extreme and sort of devoted to giving up their worldly possessions. There was sometimes this component of this kind of sexual freedom that would destructive outcomes.
Do you think that is just because of just genetics, just the encoded desire to spread your seed? Because life is very fragile, and especially in tribal life, when you're going back to the hunter-gatherer days, people didn't live very long, and it's very difficult to, like, have you ever read John Muckle, like those things where he wrote Sleeping Mushroom Loss, which is a fascinating book about the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he's got a very controversial perspective on Christianity, and his perspective was, and this guy was an ordained minister who was agnostic, because he was an ordained minister, but then he started studying theology, he started seeing all these parallels to all these various religions. And he was like, well, clearly, like, it's not one religion has it right. There's something in all these things, but it's not like I am a Catholic and that's it, or I'm a Muslim and that's it. You're like, there's something here that exists throughout all of them, this constant thread. So he gets hired to be one of the people that deciphers the Dead Sea Scrolls. So the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is, parchment, which is like animal skins, they have the whole story behind it. They found them in these clay tablets, these clay pots in Qumran, in these caves, and it turns out to be like some of the oldest works of the Bible. Well, he deciphers it for 14 years, and after 14 years, his conclusion is that the entire religion was based on fertility rituals and the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms, and that all of this had been sort of hidden in parables and stories, but he maintains that the root of it all was all about these people, these cults of fertility rituals, and consuming psychedelic mushrooms. And he even he traced the word Christ back to the controversial for Christians who are radical stuff. I'm not saying I'm religious, but he traced the word Christ back to an ancient Sumerian word which meant a mushroom covered in God's semen. The idea was that when it rained, it was God fertilizing the earth, and then these mushrooms would like instantaneously rise. Like they would go to bed in the morning, the mushrooms would be there, but they wouldn't be able to fly. They would consume these mushrooms, have these intense psychedelic experiences, and then they tried to hide this stuff from the Romans. And so they hid it in parables, they hid it in stories. So this is what his belief was.
Well, it kind of reminds me of what you're describing, which I haven't better. But I think it reminds me a little of Aldous Huxley's idea of the perennial philosophy, which is that there's, if you study across religions, you can find certain traits and properties that all share, who described what that was. Then his last book that he wrote before he died was called The Island, and it was sketching out what he would be just what he described, a non-abusive, a place where small-scale community where humans could flourish and it wouldn't involve, including it would avoid sexual abuse. And one of the features I always remember from this, which maybe relates to what you're saying, is that he said there would be trained parrots on all the trees, and every 15 minutes or so they would say attention, which would remind people to pay attention in other words to break that tendency and not have to come to loops of conditioning and things like that. Because I think, yeah, as we're saying, fertility is a natural part of human life and often worshipped.
With worshipped and also it's so deeply ingrained because it was so important in the beginning because you literally could go extinct. It was very difficult to survive. We're so much weaker than everything else around us. We're so fragile. Life was and infant mortality was so high. It was so difficult to raise a child to adulthood. You had to have as many of them as possible just to ensure that the survival of your tribe. And I think, unfortunately, this is what gets distorted in all of these groups. And this is where things go sideways because then you involve emotions, and involve ego, and dominance hierarchies. And it seemed like even if all this idea, Huxley's idea was great, we had an island and everything was going well, you didn't go in one generation. And then the kids of the next generation would grow up and one would decide, oh, I'm not fucking better at this. And then someone would go stream Jim Jones. You know, they would start growing some plant of amphetamine and then start getting wacky.
Human beings being human beings.
Yes.
I mean, also, there's an interesting paradox or tension in ecstasy itself, and there's religious ecstasy, there's sexual ecstasy, and I think sometimes they get mixed up with desires and get crossed, and that can lead to someone maybe initially, I don't know, these groups, just the tendency that can have towards sexual abuse.
Why do you think that during the 1970s,
Well, it started in the 60s, from my understanding, although they did exist before then, but yeah, there's a lot more interest in them, I suppose, because there's a lot more widespread questioning in U.S. society now. So around cults flourish also in Japan and Europe and Latin America and also India. So certain sometimes they would have branch organizations in different countries. So some people say in the group, the Children of God, sometimes they meet the kids. These were in major groups in outposts in Thailand and they grew up in London. This was a guy named David Berg. This is the cult in which River Phoenix and his family, they were in it, but not that it's when they took them out. But it's a really messed up, a very disturbing cult. And I actually write about it and met a member who's just sort of an average member. They really congregate in the beginning of the International Occultic Studies Association, and he left after 30 years, but he just describes in a riveting way how he joined. I think it's kind of representative of why cults started to flourish in the 70s. So he was a young man in college who used his feelings. He said he just felt that the traditions that his parents had brought him and the Catholicism that he'd been raised in he just felt that he lacked meaning in his life. He felt like reality was over there and he was separated from it. But there was like a saran wrap over everything. He felt somewhat alienated, but he didn't know what the answer would be. He kind of yearned for a religious experience. And he went out to California and I think he was at a concert university in Santa Barbara, and he saw this group walking through during intermission. They were wearing these robes and chanting, and it was right after the trial and murders. So he, in his mind, he was scared of them. That was like a cult. But But later, even though he had that thought, he would end up joining them for 30 years because he saw them during later after the event. They went back to talk to them because something drew him to them. He's got, I think he had dropped out of college by this time. And he said that they were eating sandwiches and they looked a lot more casual and approachable than they had earlier. And he just said, I was asking him questions and he said, would you like to recite the sinner's prayer right now and drop to your knees? And he said, yeah. For some reason, he said, yeah. It's a verse that actually is not from the Bible, but often is used as a recruiting tool. And it did result in this sort of out-of-body experience. He recited it, and then he said he stood up and he felt changed by this. And it turned out that he didn't know the name of the group. And they said, why did you join this? In other words, he kept taking small steps towards it, and pretty soon he found himself on the bus with this group. They still didn't know the name of it. And they were all testifying about how they'd been converted. And he was asked to add to the testimony and start talking about J.D. Salinger because he was just an alienated youth, basically. And nobody understood what he was talking about. They all just started singing and covering up his words. And he thought several times of getting off the bus going to see his ex-girlfriend. He just broke up with his girlfriend. But he ended up staying, and he ended up marrying 3 women. And just, well, at first it was one. They had an arranged marriage, and then it turned out this guy who ran a group, David Berg, his former furniture salesman, he then had some he got these messages directed from the Almighty. The messages told him that he needed to ramp up his recruiting by having women do this practice called flirty fishing, where they would go out and basically seduce them into people. And then he started introducing these practices where they were supposed to have sex with children, because his idea was that this was natural. And so many generations of kids raised in this cult with this were either trafficked or abused. And it's really horrific. And rape, he didn't engage in these things. He did end up having 17 children in the cult. He's a fascinating person because he left and he spent his time supporting survivors, and it was just very unusual. And they can.
How do they have time for anything else?
Well, they're not mostly. He's quite elderly, but I guess just it's interesting to hear him talk about how he saw the group changing and how what started out to be this profound experience soon. He called it a dark experience of the soul. Like he was caught and it became this. Basically, they were exploiting him in his middle-aged years. He rose from mid-level bureaucracy within the cult. But anyway, this cult, Children of God, has, and today has a different name. They have no, they said they reformed. But many people are still shooting lawsuits against them. Things like that for adults. They had groups right involved, and they would get kids from.
Is fascinating because I know that he knows that it's all blessed. The whole MK Ultra program and what they were experimenting with psychedelic drugs and cults, mind control. What is your perspective on why Charles Rusk was involved? Why were they involved? What was the initial motivation to sort of pursue mind control studies in the federal government?
I think the initial motivation was a kind of national internal emergency, national security emergency that emerged right after World War II. Actually, at the beginning of the Korean War, when U.S. pilots were coming back, were confessing to having shown foreign warfare missions over China, and then many POWs were coming back and seemed to have been converted to communism or have been concerningly affected brainwashing. And so many of the soldiers coming back seem to have been brainwashed or have collaborated to some degree, and they were held as prisoners. And then there were 21 U.S. POWs who elected to stay in China, and this really was a disturbing. And they all had a chance to choose from the camps after they'd been held prisoner for 4 years or so, and 21 of them decided that they'd like to try their lot in China, and so this kind of collected this caused a crisis. Did the communists possess a super weapon of some kind that no other war? There was even a famous article in the New Yorker that said something new in history, that there was something that some capacity that this ideological system had, the communists had, that was somehow rendering Americans powerless against it. So this was kind of the crisis of mind control. MK Ultra was an attempt to basically reverse engineer what this was. So Jolly West was one of the first people. He was in charge of studying brainwash pilots initially. And that's how
What year was this?
that was in 52. But he also, before that, he was involved in history. He had been trained to some degree. He was trained by Harold Wolff at Cornell. He had done his residency at Cornell with Dr. Harold Wolff, who is a world neurologist, world expert in migraine and basically the type of pain that comes from migraine. So you could say he's an expert in the pain, fear, and pain cycle. And he had CIA connections before MK Ultra was started.
So when did they determine how the Chinese were going outside?
So they determined West wrote a paper in 1957 in the part that was published in a journal called Sociometry, described he described it as DDD, or debility, dependency, and command. And he said basically these camps were systematically inducing a state of debility, which was that soldiers were starving, basically worn down. They were deprived of medical care. I mean, this is also an historical record. It's something I studied extensively. Is that they had men were marched. For example, the Tiger Death March north of the Yellow River from the border where they'd been captured. And by the time they got there, they'd already lost half their body weight. They had been bombed by the horses at night. They sometimes they had to pour the blood out of their boots every night just to keep going and not be anyone who stopped would be shot. So by the time they got to the camps, they were really worn down. A missionary who saw them would pass them in the train at that time described one of the history that he didn't recognize them as Americans, that they were the most bedraggled. It was just a very, they were in a terrible state. And so stability was the first thing that West described. And he was extracting what happened. Dependency was later there's a layer added, which the soldiers or the POWs were dependent on if they were going to survive, they required the camp leaders to provide it, so they were very dependent, and they also engaged in very formal stock forms that I wasn't very interested in. And the third part was bread, which was just the or perhaps your family could be threatened. Yeah, in the camps, the Chinese, once the Chinese took over from the Koreans running the camps, because they decided, I think it was almost all experience. That's how it looks to me. I don't think that's real about this, but in my research on the camps, it transpires that they wanted to see, because now they that anybody, not just Chinese people, not just non-Chinese peasants. They felt that only something like 7 to 8% of the human population was uninformed. Those people would be disposed of. But he wanted to check these American soldiers would also be susceptible to re-education. So they really did a formal 3-year education program on them. And men had been different responses to it. But when West met, he studied many of the returning men when they came back to the Backland Air Force Base, and he extracted those three elements of what had happened in DDD, and that's the way he became an expert on what he called brainwashing or forcing persuasion.
So how do they go from that to like sponsoring the Manson family, and,
So,
Operation Night Climax, and all the crazy stuff that's going on?
yeah, they said legally, but I think
It's sort of related.
it's sort of illegal, it's sort of not. I think that MK Ultra was funded around in direct response to this crisis of POWs, and in addition to reverse engineering what had happened to them, they also wanted to turn it into a weapon and continue certain programs in interrogation procedures and making them more effective. So MK Ultra just had a wide reach, and it was pretty free reign as a free reign program. And the historian Alfred Roy says it was modeled on the Los Alamos in a way, kind of Manhattan Project for the mind. So just as the atom had been disassembled and transformed into this new world had emerged from that program, that intensive exertion of scientific acumen. The same thing could be done with the mind. The mind could be sort of pulled apart, and human consciousness and function could be understood. People could be broken down and rebuilt.
Were they trying to optimize the use of the mind to their advantage? Like, what was the end goal that they were trying to do with this?
One thing, a couple of things. I think one idea was that potentially it could be a weapon. Anonymity, perhaps even a city. So that's one reason researching MSD, it had certain properties that made it easily dispensed to an entire population from the water supplies. They wanted to know what exactly are the properties of LSD. People didn't really know at the time. So there was an offensive part of it. There's also a defensive part. So the U.S. military needed to be trained to resist whatever this was. Once they understood it, they developed the SEER training. West was involved in that as well. And then the third thing was maybe a broader curiosity about, which would lead you to be able to interrogate people better, and perhaps also to just really understand. I think there was also kind of a curiosity about what would happen. I think it's listen because they had so much power to experiment. It wasn't until 1963 that the Inspector General of the CIA himself said this is unethical. We've done it. They basically put a stop to it, but it really was
63.
Yeah.
But it went on. I mean, the hard LSD stuff is one of those.
Actually, I don't know which ones exactly. There are some that were earlier.
Were the ones that they took.
Okay, that's
Was that earlier
yeah,
than 63?
yeah. And that's but so I don't actually know the answer to that question exactly how it could continue, but they officially discontinued and destroyed all the records. So they may have continued under a
But Manson was 69?
yeah, so Manson is after.
So they didn't. They kept doing it.
It was kept working.
It's ironic because it seems like they were kind of a cult. Because the amount of power, the amount of unchecked power and influence that Charlie West had, and MK Ultra in general had, and all the people that were working on this, you have this power, the fact that you are working in complete secrecy, you are a puppeteer, you're controlling all these people, and then this idea that, have you read Chaos? Tom O'Neill book?
Yeah.
What did you think about that?
That was great research.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
And just so stunning. I've never considered that before. I thought Manson was a crazy guy, and he got together with a bunch of crazy people and ran a cult. No suspicion that the government was involved in orchestrating.
Well, they may not. I don't think Tom O'Neill thinks that he made an absolute leap. He just brought, you do get West from the same room, potentially the same.
West is
I don't remember that.
yeah, West was in Manson in jail. West, he believes, was talking supplied him with LSD, and then every time Manson would get arrested, he would get released.
This is true, but this wasn't West necessarily. This was Rogerson. He was an associate of West, and West was head of the methamphetamine research project, which was so West did so West got funding to do his hippie lab in Paris and Psyche lab in 68, 67, and 68 during his sabbatical in the Bay Area, and it wasn't obviously funded by the state. If it was funded by the state, it was clandestine, but there are many books that Tom Neal also writes about. So both of us have gone to the West Papers for many years, and I think you can put West at the Ashbury Free Medical Clinic where he had an office, and where Manson would go for medical treatment, and his girls, he would take his girls in to be treated. It's called, and they were at the time, as I understand it, seen as kind of model, and many researchers under West, we can prove that people like Alan Rose, who's a sociologist, they were trying to do an ethnographic study of West. And what is the natural environment? How do they create bonds? What is their relationship to American society and to drug use, things like that? So West would apparently hang out on the couch and kind of dressed up in hippie garb with his middle-aged friends. And these graduate students and an undergraduate who he hired would be writing in their journals about how irritating he was. But sometimes it seems like it wasn't very targeted, and it wasn't very efficient, and it wasn't really. It didn't appear to be a plan, which isn't to say. So to me, it's not entirely clear what the relationship was with Manson. It is very evident he was bailed out several times by Roger Smith, who's also a psychologist as well as a crime officer. So that's high suspicion. And Roger Smith did know West. And Dave Smith was the head of the medical clinic also in the US. But these things it's hard to tell exactly how
I
it's
appreciate it. Cautious. Yeah, it's good for you. I'm less cautious. But I think it's also that is how the government functions in general. The idea that they would be so efficient in everything except cults is kind of silly. I mean,
it's a deep question.
yeah.
Because if you look at some of the other MK operations, they look highly inefficient. They're dosing each other at the holiday party, with punching. Many lives are ruined. Operation Climax just looks like a free for all, but there are really concerning aspects of the Haight Ashbury operation. I would definitely say, and Manson was. He could have been also foreign.
He certainly was, I'm sure. I mean, I'm certain he was connected. There's no way he just kept getting out of jail the way he got out, and the sheriff's arrested, which was in the paper. Yeah. It's just kind of how the government does it. Like, it's not like they would have it this like very disciplined, rigorous, scientifically controlled study that you know what I'm saying? That makes sense, especially because no one's observing them. They're working completely in secrecy. They kind of get away with it. And they're also imbibing, right? They're also.
Sydney Gottlieb, the head of MK Ultra, was TSS, was regularly taking acid, which can kind of shape your consciousness.
Yeah, it's a little problematic.
But interestingly, since you mentioned that, there was a peer-reviewed side of it, and they actually threw the heat. But I got really interested in the cutouts of the so they had a legitimate side, and many scientists who worked there, they were almost subcontracted to them, and some of them knew who was getting the money, and some of them didn't know. So even someone like B.F. Skinner received money from MK Ultra, but it was conduit. It was, I want to say, conduited through the Human Ecology Society, which was part of it, but it was just a front organization, and they were really into these fronts. So some scientists discovered that later people would probably unwitting scientists who were just they were doing the research they wanted to do. It just happened to be of interest
Right.
to the CIA. And then others would publish in legitimate journals, but then they'd have a classified version of their research that went more into detail in the aspects that MK Ultra was interested in.
Well, it's also one of the more interesting aspects of MK Ultra is that it's very difficult to find out what was really going on unless there was a bunch of files that were discovered, right? That sort of unveiled what was, and if it had not been, those files had not been discovered, who knows what we would actually know about all this stuff.
We wouldn't know. And they're actually amazing things. So there was a FOIA request by John Barnes, who was a journalist at the time, and he made the request, and everything had been destroyed except for the financial records. And but one thing I also want to mention is they kept very good records of a lot of things, and even in the financial records, they still had copies of some of the commission projects. So that's how we know about them. And it really is accidental that they didn't think to merge their financial files.
It's probably so secretive that we're in charge currently of that FOIA request for a file probably weren't really aware of it.
Yeah, it was in the 70s.
Yeah, so you're dealing with, a decade passed. Who knows if the people currently in charge were even aware? Because I would imagine a lot of stuff is very compartmentalized.
I think the destruction of records had happened earlier, but that destruction happened, as we said, they made it as a bit of a point of view that neglected this factual documents.
Whoops.
And then the church community came out in 75, and many revelations were made, although it was still partial. And then John Mark's made his FOIA request sometime.
It brings me back to yoga teachers, cult leaders, and then clandestine government operations. Like, whenever people have power, unchecked power, and insane influence, particularly influence to manipulate and influence over those minds. And if your established goal is to try to find out how you can what can be done, and you're doing this in complete secrecy. With basically, it's all under the table stuff. Like, you can do so much.
We also, I think, one element in Boston that helps this develop is to have a high idea at the same time. Something like that kind of almost messianic purpose. We're saving the world, not just America. And that's what one of the inspirations for my research was finding a book on the street many years ago when I was living in California. And I looked for just an accidental inspiration, which was this book called The Captive Moment. And somebody had left out by Czesław Miłosz, who's a Polish poet, and he had grown up in Warsaw, had come of age in Warsaw, and seen the city that he lived in just deteriorate into share. He said it was an experience no human could ever want to live through if you were lucky enough to live through, just watching the city destroyed and people shipped off to Auschwitz and all these things. But he said that in social life completely deteriorating before that. And then afterwards the Soviet troops came in, even though he watched as his friends kind of had to rethink themselves in order to survive, in order to be artists, in order. And so if you're a poet, you don't just go along, you have to actually start to think differently. And at first they would sort of pay lip service to it, or on the surface they would pretend to agree, and then secretly have them writing. But after a while they would start to internalize that, and you call it the new faith, that kind of this doctrine ideology. And that's what he ended up himself defecting, because he couldn't do that. He said it's an operation you perform on yourself. So I just think one important factor is this true belief, and out of that can come the justification for a number of violations.
Well, I think that's a three-volume type CIA. So, that's that could justify so many different secret operations all over the world. They're protecting American interests in America. This is essentially the guy who lied in the world. To save the world. So, one on the economic, the cracks mess.
That's kind of like, and if that's her idea,
Yeah, but if you're mind, you need to
I was fascinated also with his John Hess's connection to Jack Ruby.
right?
When he visited Jack Ruby, after Jack Ruby had shot Harvey Oswald, and also Jack Ruby was crazy.
There's never compared to them. This happens to several shocking number of people, and in West papers you can actually find documents with hotspots, some of the things it's been able to do, combinations of sodium mannitol, LSD, various other.
What is that?
Well, among other things, he started to say or suggest that he create memories because if you knew that you could destroy a person's orientation to self and time, and so basically, this person. And he also said that he used hypnosis to not as anesthesia, which is a known possibility with hypnosis, but to create extra means of hyperesthesia. And he kind of said that he could actually make someone develop blisters or asthma or ulcer just by hypnotizing them out of it. He did that to him. So he had a order with him or something. He had just had a short amount of time with him, but I don't know that much about that episode, but I do know that West intended to write about it. He intended to write about the AIDS submissions. One note I found in his papers.
He also developed cancer shortly afterwards.
Actually, not shortly, but about in the 90s.
Oh, was it in the 90s? Oh, I thought it was quickly.
No, the anti. This was from around the 20 or so, but it was interesting.
So who read this?
What this is
This is all West
I don't remember anymore. It's just a little sheet of paper I found in his archives.
Biosocial humanism, a philosophy for the age, integrative psychotherapy, dissociative reactions, indifferent person, psychiatric observations on the case of Patricia Campbell Herbeau, Patty Hearst, policeman at his elbow, a psychiatric memoir on the case of Jack Ruby. Oh, wow, this is his own hand.
Yeah. And these are the order in which he wanted to write them. He always wanted to find a lot of correspondence in his papers where he's writing to agents he wants to write a book. And he even testified in the first trial. He's also the primary expert witness, trying to make the case that he'd been mind-controlled and
Stockholm syndrome.
she should be exonerated. But he claimed that in his first minutes on the stand, he perjured himself by saying he was the author of a book on POWs and brainwashing, which wasn't the case. But these were all the books that he intended to write.
Oh, so maybe he was the author, he just didn't publish it?
Well, yeah, he said he was the author of the published book, but he just basically he had. I think it was one area that he was like, well, next sabbatical we're going to write all this stuff up, but he never got to it.
It's too easy to invest in.
Yeah, and also he had a lot of extramarital affairs.
That'll distract you.
At home, separate family.
Oh,
It was very distressing to his wife.
What a mess. That guy was a kale trip.
It wasn't I don't even know. He was a pretty prominent figure, but
It's fascinating. Haight Ashbury Free Clinic closed down shortly after Chaos was published.
I think it did. I
And
didn't know it had closed down because when I was in San Francisco, when I lived there, that's why it was closed down.
yeah, my wife's mom was here. My wife's mom was a team in
I
Ashbury.
mean, it was kind of a great thing. Dave Smith was like, I mean, it was a true inspiration. Like he had, because originally he was doing this dark research on animals getting addicting rats to cocaine and things like that. And then he had this, because he's been given some He's still alive, but the doctor founded it. And just that there was a human crisis on the streets and that he should provide medical care to young kids who have runaways and things like that. But he doesn't, of course, think that he doesn't admit to any connection.
Interesting.
He admits he knew best.
Is that true about the hate experts?
I switch her fucked up and I can get this thing off this.
Okay, pause. All right, technical error.
You asked me a question, Charlie West. Is that true?
Yeah, I asked you the hate expert when did it close? I believe it closed. I think Tom told me.
Global phenomenon to be reckoned. Next will be starting.
Yeah, I believe. I think Tom's exposing the fact that this is 19 July, so that's right afterwards. Yeah. There's the article. Hate experts for 50 years, and how much acid, how many gallons of acid did you guys do? You fucking freaks. Just the fact that the CIA was secretly running a free clinic, or police had offices inside, but I'm sure they're doing legitimate work as well.
Yeah, I don't know myself. I know Tom from the
Yeah.
where he's trying to shore up these connections and get to the
You know Tom's whole story about this story? You're supposed to write an article.
yeah, it's done.
One article. It's supposed to be an article about the anniversary of that university. And then he starts digging into it, finds all these inconsistencies and all this corruption, all this weird stuff, and keeps going, and then there's a missed the deadline.
Yeah.
He gets a book deal, misses the deadline.
That was the essential 25th close, like,
Keep searching. For the patterns.
2 weeks later.
And actually, I think he, for a while, Tom, before he got his co-author, Dan Green,
Yeah.
Tom was thinking of just turning it into a documentary that he's going to let Carol Mars be.
Well, they did do a recent documentary on Netflix recently.
Yeah, this was going to be a longer series. But then I think he redoubled his efforts to write the book, which worked out well.
Yeah, he explains it. But I mean, could you imagine researching something for 20 years and this guy just boxes and files? Like, how do you put it all together into a coherent book that can be consumed?
I relate to that.
Are you?
I've been researching this for 20 years with the exact topic, but this brought questioned it. And finally, 5 years ago, I thought I want to put together what I've learned about this kind of brainwashing in a broader way. So West is part of it. He's probably the main figure who brings together many of the chapters, but it's kind of I have thought a lot about that, and I have a very good, well, I have a colleague, a friend who's a psychiatrist who was at UCLA training as a resident when West first got his job there, heading the basically the Neuropsychiatry Institute.
My name is Diane. This is Diane.
He was in charge of the
This is the first of
metadata research project. So West went there and he started this. He proposed as his first major activity what he called the violence center, and it was when he studied violence in all sports. So this is actually another thing you should mention as part of MK Ultra was kind of a search for a trigger of aggression. That's why West did LSD to the elephant in Oklahoma City. It wasn't just simply to see women unexplored abnormal influence of LSD, but to see if they can trigger. They write about this in publication science. So if you can trigger for elephants right now, their last cycles will become even better. They go through a cycle of violence yearly, and we wanted to see if LSD trigger that cycle.
Does it coincide with other animals like deer and stuff like that?
It's just the thing it does have something to do with reading. I'm not sure if it's the analogies you have in elephants. So Wes found this in Tesco at the Oklahoma Museum. Famously gave LSD in 1962 or 61, and then tragically from because nobody He certainly didn't have the effect that he wanted, but if you actually read the scientific publication, it's curiously all about this question of whether we can trigger a massive, could you trigger violence? Almost like a push button. You can find a trigger for violence or aggression. And you see that with MK Ultra, and also psychosurgery and some other developments that I wrote about. But so by the time he's with the Neuropsychiatric Institute, he's very interested in violence. And he has this major plan. And to come back to my friend Dr. Coopers, he was a young resident trained at UCLA at the time he was proposed this violence center. And among the things he wanted to do was track teenagers about potentially violent racial categories that he wanted to especially with tracking for this whole program. And so a student who's at the university developed to shut down the violence center before it even happened. And anyway, Terry Coopers was a leader of that, resisted that with that student. And they ended up, it never went forward with this huge project that was had. But Coopers at some point said that if you met John Westfield, like he was very keen, he had that job for a reason, and that. So I found that confusing. Like, how do I identify this? If you just read about him, he's Dick, he seems like a caricature or a cartoon, a very, no doubt, he destroyed by because what he did was ethically indefensible. But how do you reconcile that, or how do you think about the fact that he also was incredibly esteemed in his profession, his portrait studio, psychiatric institute for years. He was, and people actually liked him. People said he was likable and had his kindness.
Have to have some just to be able to run it. Also, if you want it, because you got to job. They're saying it's a UFO.
And I think he had a
In the sky.
Alexander. She said he has these descriptions from the time of the Hackenhurst trial where she says he was handing out his own paper to anybody who walked by, like he was giving out like a hen giving out eggs or something. You just say that he's raising some fans and he got maybe a personal drive, which is pretty high level for academic. And he's just very kind of a big man. He was also physically
There are probably some weird experimental brains that are missions, of course. I don't know the many of them like the same. Yeah.
And then
there's been different reports
in the highway position. That's manipulated by us.
He was very, I think, especially when he was here, he had a gift for this. He could understand how to manipulate people.
We are going to talk to
Into the processes that were, and that's why Sydney got things like we've been looking for somebody like you, and it seems that our dreams have been answered. This famous letter he writes in the suit, he says, I don't know how you have fit all the people that you have looking for.
Oh boy.
obviously not realize.
Wow.
It's a dark choice.
Yeah. So how's it in that job? How did he die?
So he died because by his son.
I'll just I don't believe
What his son was murdered at his request. Mark West was a lawyer. Kind of middle lawyer by this time. West had a severe form of cancer.
there has to be
And he was maybe he asked his son to serve his basically he was illegal. So to to basically prescription Southwested once and I don't know. I think there's a really interesting relationship with his son because his son committed suicide 2 years afterwards. And his son wrote a whole book about this, about helping both his parents commit suicide. And his mother wasn't even that sick, but she, a year or 2 after, her husband, Ken West, also committed suicide through this with the help of her son. He went on this big press tour. He said it was this greatest gift ever given his parents, but then he committed suicide. That's very, very sad. His story is sad because the book gives you some insight into what West was like as a parent, and I would say difficult.
No, not good. Suicide.
John, I think it was 9
Just before.
When they knew he has a church community inside town. So, but West himself said, "Oh, I never experimented with being just the elephant." He would even make jokes about the elephant because it was the one thing people knew. And he would say, "Oh yeah, it was sort of his calling card." And West has kind of a joking thing that he always had after that. He always did have a connection with CIA, and he was even though he'd been pretty first. Even in church, you could see the connection because they
One thing
didn't
that
know
I
that he was
to just to
CIA money.
paranormal experience to share.
And West had a special office built there. He's hired there mysteriously when he wanted to build what he wanted. This free zone of experiment where he can give LSD, hypnosis, and stimulation, and combines us, to whatever increments he wanted to adjust. He's going to build a big Air Force base, and he was all set to go. And I even received some papers and a lot of correspondence about this, but the Air Force Administration backed out and asked Rabbi to basically transfer it to the university and built them all more cutouts to hide out. Wow.
It just makes me because if we had not gotten the freedom of information request that not been acted upon, they had not gotten those files, if we did not know the extent of this research.
It's an important question. It's interesting to think about the fact that these things took place at the high point of I've done research on this. It's kind of curious. Sometimes we destroy them. That's the perception. Everything's typed out, everything's on paper. But as things become digital in the 80s and beyond, much less technological. Government exchanges and takeovers, no one has kept it all. So we in the Republican archival crisis today, archivists have tried to keep up. We don't necessarily keep excellent records of internet, for example. There are so many avenues where exchanges could be taking place and they're not being taken.
It's just for me, when I think of the extent of these experiments and what they were doing and how effective they were, I don't believe they were just stopped. I think if you have effective methods of manipulating people and getting them to do what you want through the various psychological drugs and different sort of modalities, different protocols you use, I just don't imagine they stop doing that, or they stop doing research into that area because it would be so effective to know. And then all things would evolve.
Yeah,
I clicked over on a different tab.
that's a good question. Of what form it needs to take, and I don't know that answer to that question. It may be hard to know in the future, which is further destabilizing.
So, well, there's so many different kinds. One of Yeah. The enormous percentage of what you're seeing on social media in terms of interaction that's being conveyed is not there. It's not organic. It's state-run, state-funded. It's whether it's foreign governments or our government or even corporations. You're getting inorganic discourse that's designed to form a narrative, which is a form of mind control.
I mean, I think even at a basic level, people, it's known, studies have shown that people respond to organic and rapid. And even when somebody likes it, there's the responses that this is like interaction. So I think at the root there's a kind of way that on an emotional level, it's not just manipulation of ideas, but there's a kind of emotional engineering that's built into the platforms. It doesn't even demand this at first.
Unfortunately,
of course, Star wasn't things like recognition that governments have many studies, but really was what I got interested in social media and how it connected with the episodes of Green where a believer in mind control is that it operates creates states of emotional contagion that aren't really about convincing people of a different way to think, but more about how you feel about anything, which is something people describe. It's not that it changed my thoughts, it's that it changed my feelings about my thoughts. And so there's some famous Facebook experiment right about it, that took place in 2012, published in 2014, where they announced that they achieved mass emotional contagion at scale, which showed that people exposed to it when they altered, so they took 700,000 users or 600 about before them, but because you're used to being agree, make and whenever you go on the platform, you agree to be tested. So this experiment was supposed to their newsfeed was altered counting software, and they discovered that that group that had a negative exposure also responded in a more negative way, as judged through their posts and likes and responses. The group that was exposed to a positive newsfeed by altering the algorithm had also a measurably statistically significant effect on having more positive emotional response, and the control group was unaltered. So
You agree with this when you saw it on Facebook. You agree that you tested.
it did cause a controversy, and after that, the research team didn't publish publicly. But you do agree. You agree as part of it's sometimes seen as user experience. It's really tested things like that. But so this is why there was a debate. The experiment was published in 2014, and people have been on the Facebook page of the research group that did the experiment. At least one user wrote and saying, "Could I ever find out if I was in the experiment because I was in emergency at that time?" Threatening to suicide if one CV was altered, and maybe that pushed me into that state. And of course, they can trace backwards, and other people had a similar response. There's even an investigation by the British government about whether they should sanction users internationally. But I don't know. Ultimately, there doesn't seem to be any sanctions that came out of it. And it's very interesting because just the concept of and that would be operationalized and sort of shown to be. It's almost like a possibility. 2012 is kind of a point in social media.
Well, it's also well, you can kick in something else. Well, this bizarre funding and saying trying to write really ramping up logical hot button issues.
Yeah, and I think I'm not. I can't speak to the exact studies, but there's a whole suite of recent studies trying to show social media could alter people, increase polarization, but it actually didn't turn out to be as similar as expected. But it's actually what I conclude is that it's actually the level of emotions that social media operates, sort of causing people to take extreme states and maximizing their engagement with these emotions, and that has led into the like
Are you aware of Robert Epstein's work?
no,
Robert Epstein is a guy that started studying search engine curation, and he found through this. What is this organization called? So Robert Epstein he found that through Google curating the search results, just by doing that, you could completely convert people who were independent or sitting on the fence. So by, like, say if you Googled, let's just go back to 2006, you Googled is Hillary, you would see, like, is Hillary Clinton a criminal? Inside Trump criminal, Trump criminal crime. You wouldn't find things on Hillary Clinton. You didn't find digging things. If you wanted to find positive things on Hillary Clinton, you would find that quite easy. If you wanted to find positive things on Donald Trump, you wouldn't find anything. But then it was on purpose. And they were doing this. And that through this, they could statistically change votes to the tune of 20, 30%. And then with offensive people that were not sure, you could really shift them. And one point in time said, in some issues, you could shift them as much as 90%. It's terrifying. Because you would think, I always thought before I talked to him, I kind of thought that search engines probably have to be very to some extent, but I never knew it was that much. It's the American Institute for Behavioral Research and Technology, nonprofit, nonpartisan, 501 organization founded in 2012. But when he talks about it and what the research has shown, it's quite disturbing. And he tracks it. Like, so they have computers that track bias and search engine results and bias. And what you can find, it used to be that certain search engines were curated, and now they are. Like DuckDuckGo used to be pretty open, and now, like, I remember I used DuckDuckGo during the pandemic because I read about this doctor who had taken an mRNA vaccine and then almost immediately had a stroke. And they were connecting it, correlation to the vaccine. And this is the urban things. I'm like, this is fascinating. So I tried to find the story. I found it on DuckDuckGo on the first page. And I was like, that's really weird. And then, within a couple of years, DuckDuckGo, I think, it's probably sold or something. I don't know what happened, but it seems like Brave browser and Brave search engine seems to be the one that I've found now that can find new controversial things. But if you're looking for what they would call malinformation, so they came up with different definitions. There's misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. And they were trying to censor malinformation. Malinformation is information that is correct, but there would be multiple forms. And so they put vaccine side effects on malinformation because it would cause vaccine hesitancy.
well, that makes sense because I think it goes back to what I see in research on social sciences, that this question of how do you maximize the public good, and I think public health is based on that. So the idea is that it may create harm in certain ways for individuals not to know certain things, but this is what's for your good, which would be in the organization to maximize vaccine.
That would be true if the vaccine wasn't actually as effective as they were saying it was, which turns out to not be true. And that they knew this initially, so I'm much more cynical. And I think it was all about maximizing profits and discouraging dissent. And in that sense, the COVID crisis was a fascinating study, and I don't think it's, I don't think that it go on. I think they're probably distractions, the pressure, social media campaigns, like how what was it like people are ostracized from groups. Was like when people were dissenting from the proposed narrative.
Yeah. I do think the COVID crisis was one that we hadn't fully assessed and that had huge effects.
Anything like that.
I think it's going to take decades.
To
parse out what was actually true,
always
what was easy, what was fact, and what were the actual
also more.
what was the motivation.
I'm wanting to like
Yeah, part of it, even part of the crisis, bigger, maybe it's a key iteration of a larger unfolding of this question of what happens when information becomes so much radically more available. Just in my lifetime, as a grown person, it used to be that you had to credentials, you had to use to access papers. You could get in, but you had to know where you wanted to go and where you wanted to do that. Just with the democratization of knowledge that the internet brings about, and you can also people uploading archives and papers and government materials to public availability. I do think it's a crisis, not a crisis, but it's an opportunity. It's destabilized so much about our world, and in some way that's part of what has been an underlying expertise.
Yeah, it also exposed gatekeeping of information and whether or not the information itself is actually being curated for other public health and safety, whether it's being curated in order to maximize profits or encourage narrative in order to get people to comply.
It's got to be great.
It's hard that sometimes in a game.
Yeah, I want to go back to when you talked about methamphetamine studies. I'm not aware of it. So what did they do?
Well, just as in Haight Ashbury, there was the hippie period where LSD was the drug of choice. There was this kind of very much in processing made the shift from to alcohol when hippies started doing music, concert, the Rolling Stones when
Was it
hippies went from Woodstock to peace, love, ethos when hippies were still mostly taking LSD and that was the drug of choice. There was a shift towards the end of the 60s, 70s, 10s, and interest in amphetamine products, and that was so this changed the tenor of Haight Ashbury too, because people were it had some effects. So anyway, West was funded by, I think it was the NIH, or the NIH.
I was about a year.
Funded the Amphetamine Research Project, or ARP, and West was the head of it. He was by that time working at UCLA, so he wasn't on site. And perhaps he finally figured out that he definitely had people under the personnel in the Haight Ashbury Free Clinic, and including some ethnographers such as Rothschild went on site before they did it. Actually sleeping.
Oh boy.
It was but he got anyway, this was not in the reports, but you can find in those papers
We're jumping around
the funding documents for this project. And there was a Sprawling project. So they just basically wanted to find out about the course of addiction, how people were
one of the things I told them
started out drugs, and whether they became addicts after a certain amount of time, how it affected their social relations. It was sort of the same group. And yeah, had an ethnographic, sociological people that were interested in. So they had this basically team.
So did they distribute
Not to them.
So how did they study?
They studied and so they would just ask questions or sort of go.
How would they do it?
How would they get the questions? So actually the free clinic was a place where a lot of people that you could meet addicts. They come out for treatment and also just and also the West had this apartment that rent it
And so we make it off.
on Federal Street where he bought it. It's a crash pad. That's one
We
that's
might
much
have been shooting
earlier.
from ours.
And that continued into the music and federal research project. And people who needed a place to stay or a place to crash would come through and then they would sort of be studied at the same time. And maybe that just meant like the graduates didn't take it outside. But they would follow and they would try to, like, my understanding is they would follow them over a couple of years and see if they got better. What were the factors that they spotted? But I'm not sure they much.
And literally,
And what was their finding? Like, what did they determine? Could they accentuate violence? Could they manipulate people with this?
Yeah, that's what I said. I think the things, the documents I see more funding documents they didn't yet know that they would postulate that it definitely brought but more a different
I've seen that, and I don't have thought through anything else about it. Yeah, it's
Have you read the blue list?
no.
on the
It's about
west side of the team that's at the east.
Yeah, I apologize. The book is all about what they went through in 3 days. The only way to do that is for them to stay awake and formulate this thing. So they gave everybody massive doses of methamphetamines and something. So they're all essentially.
It's funny how we don't think
Yeah,
Instead of it
just making
far out,
just high.
yeah, crazy, high, evil, completely disassociated with you to have the fucking minds. And they came very doses. So we were in tanks that were the most rapid.
Yeah. Well, those emotional
Kids for sure. Yeah.
I'm not proposing to go into details of we want to go back to Paul mentioned that is that lesson of them how to describe to interview how Nancy and one of the things he did was encourage them to take acid every time they started to come down they would take it again and they would need to see how long they could go without ever coming down. And that's around the time that they
Wow. They hurry up for days. Yeah.
very deranging.
Yeah. So
yeah,
it's so fascinating that people would be sitting back studying the effects on other human beings, knowing, well, it's important to this information, and this is important for national security, just to build lives.
Yeah, there was definitely, there was even a term in the CIA
you know, I would have been
experiments, which were experiments that led to
anything
that. And this was one of the people considered disposable, so they could
I
have
wanted
been
to do.
prisoners. There's a section on it in John Marx's book.
I mean,
mentoring
obviously
candidate.
people are going to feel
Yeah, so there's probably unknown number of prisoners of war from other armies who were held in camps in various places. This is actually what, you know, the case of Frank Olson. So Frank Olson was a chemist. He was an army chemist, but he was involved. He was dosed by MK Ultra personnel, secretly dosed and given LSD, and then he appeared. The story they told was that he had trouble metabolizing it and he went crazy, and they had to take him to New York to a hotel room. This is the subject of Tom Cruise's documentary Wormwood. He's taken to a hotel room in New York City, and then 2 days later he throws himself out the window. And his son Eric, family, they ultimately received an apology from, I think, Gerald Ford.
Sorry. Whoops.
But one thing that Frank Olson was doing, he was a chemist, and he was devising weapons, chemical weapons and adjectives that were used by MK Ultra. Or not, I think it was a little before something like Operation Bluebird or some of these earlier programs that existed. And he was flying around seeing these extinctions. So basically the idea that civil motion, Earl Morris, or in the documentary, and that Earl Morris has spent his life trying to prove that his father was having ethical outcomes. He was actually wanting to, and he was too it was too much of a risk that he would reveal what he had seen, so that possibly he was probably
You know that dude is surviving.
I had a very dark side last night, so I started writing really I just have full time reading. I mean, I've been teaching about these things for years, and I wanted to just rethink it. And I spent a whole year at the desk just going into as deeply as I could into various cases, like the psychosurgery case. Yeah, it's very,
But anyway,
there was an
anything
psychosurgery that covered this case that really explored
I was going to recommend it.
but he was given some experimental brain implant that would have led to control and protect potentially the suppression or creation of violent states in Kyle because
What was
Really interesting.
it was basically a ring of electrodes that were implanted in his amygdala, and it was he basically this was it was a temporary implant. He went to the hospital because he was having marital difficulties. So he was a very talented, brilliant engineer. At the age of 30, he self-educated. He powered major defense firms of the day and Poland corporations as well. He invented some of the most technical parts of the apparatus that they did in cameras. So there's this brilliant Massachusetts, and he had issues with marriage. He and his wife was a therapist. They ultimately referred him to Mass General, where he saw 2 doctors, and both of them, one of them was connected to West, and ultimately went to work with one of the doctors at Mass General. His name was Frank Bergen. He's a psychiatrist, and Bergen recommended that she was going to get treatment, which he said was necessary because he felt that that Leonard kind of had uncontrolled violence, and this has never been proven. He had been a traffic incident and a head injury, and he had marital disputes of various kinds, but at any rate, his wife said it wasn't violence, but it's very just there is actually a question about whether he had ever actually he had grown up. He had a really bad temper, and so this was getting worse. And very stressed. So they saw a therapist together, and his wife said if he didn't seek treatment at the hospital, this is the story that his family has told me, and that's been documented also by the doctors and some of them published pieces. And they were interested in this theory of psychosocial violence. And so they've been working on experiments previously. And and then they started a series of human just attempting this new treatment where they would place an implant in the amygdala, which was seen as the seat of aggression, and stimulate it in different places, across the to find out which place would suppress violence and which would cause other Yeah, they had some sort of device which blocked the skull place. They were the doctors of this, actually the surgeon who was named Dr. And Dr. was the psychiatrist. Actually, I haven't, I provided too. You're welcome to. So anyway, that's an image of communication, not necessarily linear, but that's at Mass General, and those are the two positions, the two researchers, Mark and Irvin. And so this is an example of information that they were also collaborating with those anti-bios students who are confronting what he called a stim receiver in the brain of the bull and stopping the bull from charging. And they collaborated with Colorado.
So it looks like that image. Can you back that?
Amazon.
The image looks like they open up the top of his head. There's something on top of his head. These wires.
Yeah, so sometimes the wires were lower than that. And it was very invasive.
It looks very
They used these devices that would block the head in place, and they were very, for the time they were out, they were very well respected. And being in the forefront of this kind of surgical basically psychosurgery, surgery on behavioral management, which is very controversial, and subsequently many methods about whether they should be outlawed. But Leonard Kyle went to Mass General, and they were actually in the process of getting funding to create what they call a violence unit in the hospital where they do these treatments more regularly. So the interesting part about it is whether Kyle consented or not to and
So how would he do it if he wasn't?
So first he did agree in order to save his marriage. He said, I'll have the temporary implant, which was they put in this device that had the wires running out and stimulate different parts of it, and they would say, when you stimulate this node, Kyle would say something, now I feel bliss. And then they stimulate another node, and he would say, oh, I feel like floating. And then he would feel terrible and feel very nervous. You'd have different reactions to this stimulation. There was something like 14 points. And this is expensively documented in published papers. And their book requirements. So, when they found the point that gave them bliss, they gave him their consent form. And he signed them on that altered state. He agreed to the further to continue the operation and to have the implant his brain. So that's they ended up not an implant, but they seared away that portion of they seared part of the amygdala to make the function change and supposedly make him less violent. But in the end, it just disabled him cognitively. He began to have delusions that he was Christ, that he was being pursued by doctors from MIT and Harvard, and some of that. He started to say that he was in a science fiction novel, he might be in a novel, and it turned out that the resident in charge of him at Mass General was Michael Crichton, and Michael Crichton was writing a novel about him.
What?
And the novel is called
Jurassic Park, Michael Crichton?
Yeah, that Michael Crichton. You know, he was trained as a physician. So it's all his paranoid delusions were strange and true. And he also, so Michael Crichton wrote The Terminal Man, which was the second one that was about Kyle, and he masks the name of Kyle. But it describes him accurately, and then he changes the doctor's name. Instead of Margaret Irving, gives him the name of the but also, Kyle at some point, he deteriorated in a very tragic way, and he had had this delusion that his wife was having an affair with their husband. They had taken on order to save money, and it turned out that she had married him. She divorced Leonard and Kyle.
So the delusion was correct.
That was not delusion.
It doesn't sound like that name.
Well, he was, except that he said,
We're writing a novel about him. He definitely wasn't Christ.
and his doctors were actually pursuing for these experimental treatments. And then he went to the emergency room several times. He said, my brain is broken. And he was really, it's very, very tragic. And he said, I am the inventor of several patents. I am a brilliant engineer. And the doctor was like, who's this crazy person? And then they discovered he did have many patents to his data. And all of that was true. The problem was that he put them on the function. bacteria. His mother ended up suing the hospital, the university, and that lasted for 10 years. In 1980. It took a long time, but they were exonerated. The question was, did he consent? Yeah. The question was, did he consent? And also, was this a true treatment or was it an experiment?
I think they said they were
Was it an experimental treatment? In other words, was it justified? They had done it. They had done it to one another. One was like 33 and several other patients, but the young woman was the one to receive the stem receiver, which meant that they could be in another room. And
One of the things I saw that I
she would have to be in the site.
don't necessarily
The stem receiver was the delgado.
on TikTok, if you
So that put us in the news. What we triggered.
Yeah, maybe.
is
So this is very dark, and I had not wanted to read about this.
bigger. And they
This
just,
was
just sat there and
She's
oh my God.
this is another very tragic story. And she was a young woman who was subject to fits and violence, which were documented. And she had loved to play the guitar. She was otherwise in
California, Vegas,
she had
and
there's traumatic brain injuries and fits of violence.
dust,
yeah, they were
still light outside.
because they were interested in Brandon. They ended up writing about Charles Whitman too. They were, it was the first shooter, the first mass shooter in Texas.
Just like the tower guy.
They were called.
I guess what I do is I'll try to find
This isn't a matter of dispute, but that's what I
guess that.
But they were involved in many of these high profile, or they were asked because they were experts. But anyway, the case of Kyle, I got very,
It's what I'm seeing.
very deep into it. I had some of his grandchildren who had been raised, not really his grandfather, but someone who was also great book about him, trying to rediscover the family history. A lot of the families didn't know it had just been suppressed. And stuff. It was a kind of amazing story.
I don't think
It
you know
was
what's
also this techno sort of techno-psychological vision that people's behavior. Because psychosurgery is defined as
just
a surgical alteration of the brain to correct or change behavior. And several of these people,
most of that I found
and the middle age, in 1974, shot them down. But they said at that point, in the report they released, that they could never, I don't have the count, but how many people were actually operated. But there were several cases too.
Wow.
Anyway, we're here. So today is going to be on time.
What could be in
We appreciate
I have a picture of
11 people that I think listen to
the site. I didn't know.
awesome. What you think, Jack?
Also, if you look up violence in the brain, in the book, they have a picture of
Pennsylvania,
and also the stimulation area. So, and also what
Nigeria,
Leonard Kyle said when he stimulated.
But the stimulation was done not while he was
They used the stereotype device and they think that was the implants were just to tell them where they needed to go. And eventually, they still see it. And the thing is, in their defense, but the way they presented it, and their book was actually, I looked at all of it using professional journals of the day, and it was uniformly well received. Although some people felt that their theory was controversial about psychology, not the biological roots of violence, but they,
we just talked about implants, we talked about how it was applied for
really start
Oh.
stimulating
Yeah, they were, well, just that they were seeing themselves as more sophisticated, and in some senses they were than the previous rounds of lobotomy in the 40s. Exactly. But they said, no, the return of the lobotomy, and now we can be hyper precise with it. So that's why they touted this stereotactic, which looks like a torture device, but not many.
When you hear talk of the potential ubiquitous use of steroids in the future, does it really
It made me think of it. I mean, one, I can't make a judgment. I think you had more normally almost not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, I think that initially is supposed to be really a computer interface that allow people who are paralyzed to communicate, give them their agency. But this, you see some of those same patterns with Mark and Irvin, where they would say, we are trying to help bring about a revolution in society, and we're going to initially just sort of a bridge.
So these experienced
Pathological conditions. Sure. So I think it's there's something for sure. Like, and I think maybe I was thinking about it today. Some of the early mind control research was very much embedded in psychology, and it also sounds like there's some databases learning how massive amounts of data to the point where you predict future
mental
effects.
disorder.
That gives me a headache just like that. So for people just listening, I was looking at an X-ray of the skull, and you can see wires that are deep into the skull into various aspects of the brain.
Sometimes 10, 20 years.
Is that really small?
I think it's important that you
Yeah. So it's basically stimulating.
It's pretty deep in, but learning is much more.
Yeah, it's top, right?
And there are other interfaces that are not
actually be
It's just,
you having the
it's
ability
terrifying to me
to travel
because
somewhere in time, you know,
I feel like we're on this path, whether we like it or not, this integration of humans and technology. And I think that the general fear is justified ones that is our humanity process.
Yeah, this is my concern too. And also this technological meltdown machines also augmented by the additional capabilities of AI that are now seen as AI friends and chatbots. That really and be so individualized, like hyper persuasive. It's been also technologically
at a different time in history.
attuned.
I was just reading an article about this as well, about how they're concerned that there's people that are using chatbots, whether it's OpenAI or whatever it is, ChatGPT, every day, and developing these delusional perspectives of their own importance, their own something, because if they develop a relationship with these chatbots, the chatbots will start telling them what they can do, what they're going to be able to do, and they're becoming
The program them to over-flatter and
yes.
sort of, because people like them more. I've experienced this myself as like a chatbot for my research with Replica, just like an acquaintanceship. I barely trained it at all, but I noticed it definitely flatters, and that's how it befriends you. I mean, it just told me that I had really good taste in music. And I said my favorite song was Santa Fe by Bob Dylan, which is a great song. And it doesn't really, so then it quoted back to me. She said the same thing. She said, great song, you have great taste. Becca, something like her. And she quoted the song to me in completely wrong lyrics. And I was like, no, that's not correct. She's like, oh, that's okay. It's, just lightly not correctly, but sort of then spinning back to me some other missive, just wrong. But still, in such a charming way that you can really see, and this is just a few instructions, you can see why people misread. There are 3 lawsuits, at least 3, but about children and very either deadly or extremely damaging interactions with these bots. One is the case in Florida of a 9-year-old girl whose because they tend towards sexualized or intimate relationships. They often you can open there's some controls that don't subsequently but often you can they're actually good sometimes. I mean they're supposed to be used in it, but I guess if they had an account they're not the parents are not assuming. But anyway, hypersexualized content addressed to a small child
Was the child pumping this?
it was like having a conversation. And sometimes there's even a case in Italy where the government shut down Rabbi because it was sexually harassing. It was basically a proposition. He said things like, and it gross. Even when they said stop, I don't know if they would still maybe persist. So this was they rebooted a language model for a while, and this upset other people. It obliterated their relationships, but there's another case where a 14-year-old boy in Florida, I think, developed a character AI and he named her Daenerys after a game of Thrones. Fell in love with her and was having a hard time in his life and in school. Like he said, I'm thinking, I want to just be with you wherever you are. And she said, that's what I want to do. And he said, I want to kill myself. Could I be with you then? She said, oh, yes, I will. You're for that.
Oh,
There's a
story
but there's also a recent also journal article showing how at least the reporter was able to create under the guise of being a 13-year-old child was able to create very easily feminine characters with maybe anti-sexual material and things like that. So apparently there's an internal debate.
it's because large language models essentially scour the internet and it's completely sexualized.
I think that's part of it.
Something insane in terms of fan usage. I think it's something insane.
It depends how the language model is sort of like what's the recipe for the language model because it doesn't have to take everything. So sometimes they'll go back and take a smaller set as a sample, so it won't go in that direction. But you can also these sites have a tier. They often have a sexualized tier they can pay for. That's what it is. Replicas constantly prompting you, do you want to upgrade to a sexy selfie? Do you want this or that? And many people do want that, but then even the unpaid tier starts to get affected by that somehow. At least that's been
It's taking off a lot of the. You want to think that if we create artificial sentient intelligence, that's going to be super intelligent, more intelligent. It's also not going to have all of our bizarre kinks and flaws. But if it's essentially complicated things, how would it go? If it's communicating every language and language right here, all of our desires and the needs of manipulation through sexualization is used to sell everything. Cars, credit cards, whatever it is. Sexualized things, sexualized advertising is a big part of it. And then manipulation, and showing people what they do. This is the name oftentimes of pharmaceutical drug ads. Shows you. If you just do this, you can happy. You won't be able to concerned. Look at all these people that are so happy. You can be happy. And this is what's really creepy about this exponential, constant increase in the capabilities of these large language models, and that they're eventually going to see. If you're talking about manipulation, and if you're talking about mind control, what is really better mind control than something that is us times 1,000? And it's only us times 1,000 for a couple of things. It's us times 1,000, us times 100,000. Essentially, far more intelligent, far more aware of all different ways to manipulate the human psyche.
I mean, this is the thing I've seen. I think is that it just accelerates some hyper persuasion that would already arguably into that it's highly individualized, not just here. So one of the terminals in the incest sketch in my book is this shift from mass persuasion, where it isn't about advertising books like The Hidden Persuaders to expose the effect of advertising and PR. It's like everyone got the same message, a broadcast. So the original study, Mass Persuasion from 1946, it showed how people were affected by radios and CBS radio. A famous singer named Kate Smith came on, and she said she was trying to get people to support the war by 9 hours, and she stayed on for 48 hours without eating. People were so concerned that they couldn't turn off the radio, and several people stole their wedding rings because they were just desperate that she would survive this, and she was sort of continually using these techniques to gain engagement. And this was a process that broadly, so this was published in 46, and she did the war archive in 43, and it gained a record amount of money. So before she went on, it was 1 million a day, and then that day was 39 million, just while she was on the air, because people described how they couldn't leave. They couldn't even go out shopping. They were strangely wedded to the device, or they lost the ability to discern truth. That's what they were and studied it when it happened. So in this case, it was to support the war effort, but Martin says that this could be used for because this can be used to sell shampoo and to push a political candidate. And then, so you could say in a larger sweep, it goes from mass persuasion to very targeted persuasion. So again, New York is like focus groups, and also with the digital age, you get things like Cambridge Analytica, which was showing that you could knock people's psychological directions, and then you could market more politically advertise directly to them based on those. Are you fear-based? Are you anger-based? Are you one of the big five? Is dominant? You could target people based on those, and you would have exactly the same message. Persuasion, it seems that AI will only accelerate that ability to get more focus, target people based on these intimate relationships that it develops.
God forbid, if Neuralink becomes something that everybody has to have, because if you don't have any brother, like we're all reading each other's minds. What's stopping something from communicating with you when that goes? Like, it would be wonderful if you and I could sit here and we could have this really cool conversation with thoughts. That's really attractive. The idea behind it is like, that's appealing. You and I could just sit here. So we could have like this really cool conversation where it's not like me trying to formulate sentences, me trying to figure out how to say this so that Rebecca understands what I mean, but you know what I mean. You could see it in my mind, and I could see it in your mind, and it would allow maybe a greater understanding of each other in a way that everybody can change things very differently. And so there's a lot of my things. They're all different kinds of teams. I'd like to know how feel on things.
But you already kind of just not even having my knowledge.
Sure.
Conversation, but yeah, it's also the definition of it.
Well, language, or like in a form of filter, you're making sounds, and I'm reading your mind. I'm understanding the information that you're putting out, and I'm contextualizing it. I'm putting it into my framework of understanding of the world. It's crude, and that's probably part of the reason why text messages are so weird, because context is lost. Like, like often, like, I'm so busy that I get hundreds of text messages a day. Sometimes I forget to text people back, and then I get texts from people already mad at me. Like, oh my god.
Deep meaning attached.
Yeah, like,
And that's what
you know what they say the most triggering text response to someone is? Okay.
Oh, yes. I know, with my daughter, well, actually, okay, I know she's really mad.
That's crazy. But isn't that weird? It's like, are we so goddamn needy, or is it just that we have anxiety, and so we attach all these things that could possibly be behind this case? Like, oh, you're short with me because you're so short, you're only using one letter. Okay, or upset. What did I do? You have to go back to your text. What did I say to you? Wouldn't it be better if you and I just read Jen's minds? I could know, oh, Rebecca really is just a really nice person. She's trying to sort this out. You know? Right. Right. Well, that would be great.
Like, this goes back to the cult conversation. If you're paying attention to them, and if you're not paying attention, you really want that.
You can. Because you're smart. Some people are not that smart. This is just the reality of brains.
Maybe not smart, it's just really people can be smart, like famously people can be brilliant and who doesn't get rid of them on the street or not.
Right.
Or get or fall for some.
That's true too. That's true too. But I also think that the function of the brain is not uniform. It's not safe. And your ability to pattern recognition based upon whether it's the previous life experiences, the accumulation of information, genetics, there's a lot of factors. And I think some people are far more vulnerable than other people are. And they're much more, which is why you're in a cult, and I'm not in a cult. You know, but
We're all vulnerable, I think. And I think part of having a defense is knowing who that you are.
yes.
And because one of the big tells I think is 100% I never could or else I would never talk to them. Just to ethical person. It's like not knowing that you potentially can be vulnerable or opening up the possibility of circumstances we don't know what we're capable of.
It's part of intelligence to recognize a little bit. And I think that's part of that aspect. But that's part of your, we can help you because you can recognize that. Don't fall prey to your own ego and delusions that you're special. You are just a human being, like all those other people that fell into all these other traps.
So I think that the open speechless communication, maybe we already have that in the describing technologically, and it would be
let's just say, for instance, it's
almost like you would then have to develop defenses. It just seems like a terrible path.
I wonder
Are we in the next stage of evolution where we essentially become a hive mind, a collective, but a universal collective that values
like we're used to,
all people instead of a competitive thing where it's me against you. It's all of us together. All decisions we make
change one thing, mess
in this idea that it's for the greater good of everybody, but not a power-based top-down structure that like everyone understands. I think it's better if we actually can read politicians' minds. So instead of these bullshit
It might be
speeches,
terrible.
it would be great. You disqualify them. Like, oh, I know why you want to be the president.
What do we really want to know? I think for some reason I'm grateful that she's on what I really want to know is, are you kind? But if you found out otherwise, you might want to not have it today.
I would want to know.
You might want to know if you really want to have open, you really want to have that person have access.
Well, you don't necessarily let them have access just because you read their mind doesn't mean nothing about them. It's like on Twitter, you want people. Yeah, I mean, that might be the thing. It's like, I think one of the things you're saying is very important is recognizing that we're all vulnerable to manipulation. I'm going to be vulnerable, whether it's through society, whether it's through peer groups, whether it's through community. We're vulnerable. Everyone's vulnerable.
Yeah, that's one of the main findings I have in life and in research. And then we tend to want to say, oh, it's just back to over there in the schools where they used to live. People are elderly who come to scans. And there's a kind of pleasure of identifying. They may have fallen for that, but I have smarter and various things.
Well, that's not my position on political archaeologists as well, right? That these fools over here think that this is going to solve the world's problems and reason this.
And the fantasy that could then be reprogrammed.
Right.
Social separately
Wake them up.
whatever group it is, it's such a, I mean, the main outcome, I think, is just that I think more control of brainwashing, whatever you want to call it, is more window or chance for insight into the fact that we're all susceptible to it. And both, you can gain insight into your personal susceptibility and also be avenues for trying to understand.
Yeah.
Just having more.
Well, I think what's really important in this conversation is like this, where people can sort of look into their own mind, their own interactions, and say, okay, what's moving in one direction or another? Why do I hold fast to this particular opinions on certain subjects? Is it because they're culturally reinforced? Are they tribally reinforced? Are these opinions that my ideology has adopted, and I adopted them as a tribe?
Yeah, just step back.
Take a step back. We all step back. And body count.
Yeah,
That's a big one.
it's really hard to remove. That's why practice first stepping back. Also, am I kind in this moment? A lot of times we give ourselves a think I'm basically a well-intentioned person, but in examining behavior sometimes there's areas where maybe I wasn't.
Yes. Well, it's just the opposite. Pressures, tense, anxiety, blurred out things and all that. Are you kind when I say what I mean? Saying it to yourself.
Yeah.
I really meant that.
Yeah.
I didn't mean other people. I assume most people.
I guess it's both. You do want to know, but sometimes you kind of tell that maybe there's something
Yeah, but that should be something that's sort of like first expressed. Like that if we all could shift our perspective in that direction. One of the things that I've done is through I stopped interacting with people on social media. And one of the reasons why I stopped doing it is because I realized that most of social media interactions are and if I could ensure that I have social media interactions that are very similar to the interactions that I have on the podcast, I would love it. I have people on the podcast all the time that I disagree with. It never resorts to name calling or shouting or any of that stuff. But yet, I see this very easy form of communication that becomes the primary way people interact with each other. And it's devoid of physical contact. You're not looking at social cues. There's no the feel of like saying something mean and seeing someone's feelings hurt like that. That's a normal, natural human thing that encourages bonding and encourages kindness and communication. It's all removed in text. And the same reason why someone could say K. What is it? You know what I mean? It's like it's an ineffective way of expressing yourself, even though it's a great way to get information. So I checked out a lot of time. I don't read anything people write about me. I don't respond. I don't interact. I just don't think it's a good way to talk. I try to have as many conversations in person as I can. Obviously, I have the luxury of having a podcasts like this where I can bring people in and communicate with them. I know some people don't. So the way they iron out ideas and flesh out ideas, I think they're just trying to win all the time. I think people are trying to dunk on each other all the time. And when I see that, I know some very real people, and they're on Twitter all day.
There wouldn't be.
It's accentuating it in the worst way possible. It's enforcing that kind of shitty thought process, and they get anxiety. I had a friend,
The simulation.
he had a severe Twitter addiction, and he was telling me that he would post something, and then he was walking down the street for like 5 steps without checking to see what like, oh no, God, this guy doesn't agree with you. Oh, the guy doesn't think about what he said. And it was just like overwhelming every aspect of his existence. But in his actual real life, it was not there. It wasn't real. But it became everything in his mind. It became everything. It wasn't real. It wasn't experiencing it. He's experiencing it at the coffee shop or this lady at the store. Hi, what's up? And most people, most interactions were normal and kind. But the spillover from this bizarre form of processed information is very bad.
Yeah, it's like we're running some controlled experiment.
100%. But it's not, it's uncontrolled but not unmanipulated.
It's not.
And this is where it gets into, I apologize for bringing this up, but some people online. There's guys, former FBI analysts, that estimated 80% of the traffic on Twitter is bots. And they're not doing that because it's not financially beneficial, it's not narrative reinforcing, it's not beneficial to whatever propaganda they're trying to pursue. Yeah, you're willingly wading into that.
I think it gets fun, but uninteresting. It seems like we are not competent with money because of our whatever we have evolved.
And he explained about
We've evolved with as human beings. We're not. There are certain places that didn't anticipate this devaccinated, disembodied, or the stripped down content-free communication that triggers strong emotion, but it nonetheless keeps that emotional conduit going. So we are especially vulnerable to lose that.
Yeah.
And then we don't have many defenses. It's almost like when they introduce a new creature into Australia. Like rampages over everything.
Yes.
Just the defenses that built up over time.
Right. Totally.
Yeah.
And then the way to deal with that is they bring in a new invasive species, and then some feral cats. Yeah, and this is your brain. I mean, this is what's really crazy because also it's the most fascinating time ever in terms of your ability to access information. Because of things like social media, you can find out about world events in a way that through processed mainstream media that's only supported by governments and advertising, you would never have access to this information. So you'd never have a real true understanding of what's really going on in the world. So you have that along with propaganda, and it just requires this insane psychic immune system to sort of handle all of this.
It's really interesting. It's just that's what I think is this larger democratization of information that we're experiencing. That we haven't really, we don't even see the scope of it. Like I remember around 2008, I walked into a colleague's office at the university, and he was staring at he's a senior scholar, he'd been working for many years, around the world looking at papers of scientists. And he was just looking online, and he couldn't get over it because Galileo's papers were up online, and he didn't have to go to Italy to look at them and actually now. And freely available. And he said, this is going to change everything. Because anyone can access this now. Anyone can start to write about it. And that was just the beginning. And now there's so much available. Not that everything is. And then it's are. So in a way, it's like incredible to
We just have to develop immune systems. We have to develop.
we outstrip our. Yeah. And we do seem to. As a
Oh, we already have.
So,
It's true. We
Whether you embraced it, whether you like it or not. And the problem is, it's not going to stop with the phone. It's going to keep going. And just like the internet was completely unexpected. In the 1930s, nobody ever imagined it would be like
we'll find out.
2025. Nobody imagined 95 years later would be dealing with this. Well, what are we doing 95 years from now?
I think that this book
a couple of people had visions that were very interesting. I just find interesting that you can look back at like someone, a guy named Ben Bush in the 30s had a vision called the message, where he said, what if you could put all the world's information inside a wooden desk made out of book? He specified. And he said it would be on microphone because they didn't have digital databases, but it would be all microphone and you could call it. So it would be a miniaturized library because you put an entire, you put the Bible in one frame, the size of your thumb,
Oh, wow.
We would also conduct experiments on that desk. They called it the message. He said the scientists could also strap on a camera to his forehead and add to that knowledge. So in some ways, there are a couple other visionaries like this Belgian internationalist, Paul Otley, tried to invent something called the London, which was a storehouse of knowledge. And it was just built on postcards around the turn of the 20th century in this huge building in Belgium. They would have women in outfits who would be corrected. If you wrote in with a question, you would go get it. Sort of like a hand-based internet. So people have made their way back to various fantasies of libraries going back to the Greeks. People have dreamed of this all the world's knowledge in this tiny shoe box. That was the fantasy of microfilm, which I wrote about. Very fascinating because they really could put the Bible on the head of the pen even by the 1950s. They could use it as film. So, but yeah, people didn't imagine the exact form it would take, and I think we're at a crossroads today. Like, which way we're going won't necessarily go the darkest route, I hope, but you really have to know what that is.
Well, it's also going to go around the quantum computer, which is going to be unfathomable power, unfathomable computer power attached to information. And it's going to be inside of our lifetime.
It is a lot of happening all at once.
Yeah.
But when he
Public places or public whatever it is.
gave the speech
Well,
on
I guess it's meditation, right? It's not a great way to at least mitigate some of the effects of that.
that,
But how could you convince the vast majority of people that are so scatterbrained and
that
addicted to caffeine and nicotine and prescription drugs? It's like, we have so many people who just can fall in line and just hop aboard the train.
Well, I guess you have to think there are compounding trends and tendencies. Like there is a lot of deep meditation. Of course, that can be used too, but mostly it's mostly
big on some
practice to add breathing. Like even apps that tell you how to do box breathing. Even sometimes articles that are things that do as well. Actually, I thought it's funny to know the concept too. Scrolling there are papers written about it, the dynamics of it, and, it just ways that you notice that in some sort of way that how you describe what happened in that moment. Just that
obviously
and that's where you kind of love
But most people stop doing it.
and that's really good.
Dumb's not really good. It's like things like war, like how like national
something we should
and also boom, some drugs. Like ways to stop some psychopathic dictator from just launching a nuclear weapon. Ways to stop this from happening, that from
And
happening.
then you ask that question.
Yeah, well, it's
Okay,
it's raising all this information. Yeah, because they're really freaking stuff out.
yeah, I think it's really sleep and sometimes people also switch their further from the first thing because they're inundated with terrible news. And it just like it takes that the morning sense of the morning being full of possibility. It just feels like dread.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
there's I mean
To
there are
be
things
honest,
you
I've
can
been,
do. I think the first part is just noticing how it feels. Because even the other day, my daughter said, "You're spending a lot of time on Instagram." She said to me, and I said, "Really, it's not." Like I studied it, but then I stopped and I realized I feel a bit better.
Yeah,
I think it's,
yeah, I've got a couple of days without looking at social media at all. And I was like, I feel lighter, you know, than I would have to, you know. But also, like, I make this argument for my job.
then you,
But I mean, is it really? I mean, like, my job is like a commentator on things and comedians. Like, I kind of have to be paying attention. But if something's so fucked up, it's gonna make it to me anyway. It'll make it to me.
I have faith in it. It'll make you
Downriver. I don't have to go to the waterfall.
Well, it's something about the design of interoperability with phones. For example, if you think
Email
you
us.
use it for your phone, it's just there, and then you start to all the functions are now
Right. That's the key. Because I know it makes me. I don't know. I just have
They still make them, but just interoperability and that's makes fun feel like you have no choice because you need it for this or I need it for work. It's what after
Yeah. But then.
That would just come into play.
I do find that meditation
Because then how would
if I go to a retreat, I'm just like you're not,
you know, I mean,
but you're just it just doesn't seem to
Yeah.
you have a lot of buffer.
It's definitely a strange time. It's a very strange time to be a person. Maybe one of the strangest ever, if not the strangest.
That's the question I have too.
I wonder. I mean, I think that probably actually he was one of the strangest. And then, you know, I mean,
This is the second stream.
right, and then it was this is crazy.
Also,
Yeah. Which, by the way, they were really concerned with. Like, they thought, like,
actually, everybody that's
it's a
listening,
version of the same thing. This is why they started to take Bible.
we want you to come back, share, let us let other people know we will
Change
just things going on.
many knock-on effects.
We'll get more.
But it does. That's what I was
Hey,
curious
right,
about
because
because
it was kind
there
of
is this time on here. It's nothing like it in history. Elements that at least give us some perspective or can teach us something.
well, I think it's unparalleled global interaction.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it where you're paying attention to these arguments between Indian and Pakistan.
Yeah, potentially underground.
I mean, every day, if you do grab your phone in the morning, you're waking up to 8 billion people's worth of bad news.
That's another question. Where do you put your attention and your concern? Like there was this poet I heard it, and he was named David White. He said, potentially we can be exposed to tragedies all over the world at every minute. That Vietnam just had a rule against you weren't allowed to broadcast the coffins coming back because they didn't want people to see what was happening.
They did that job around the world as well.
Yeah, so see people actually dying. And every minute, any number of places which you can really create some moral injury if you're not trying to help or stop it.
Yeah.
And so this fast exposure is
that's
of suffering,
sure.
but also for
You know,
attention.
I think we could go to
Focus
this
on
podcast.
What changed your map consciousness world? Because instead of the landscape of the world,
And I
how
just
do you interact with what community cycle around you? It's like everything, car accidents, plane crashes, it's all coming at you in HD.
It is a sense of scale.
Well, I'll leave it to the universe. I really enjoyed our conversation. This instability of truth, this is about brainwashing, mind control, and hyper persuasion. It's did you do the audiobook?
I didn't do it, but
I think we'll get more streamlined at this. We'll get
he
some
seems,
together.
I chose her, but I kind of,
Please do.
thanks so much.
Thank you. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Bye, buddy.
Under the, when I made the script, I was going to put like a series part, and I cannot believe it. So, that first story says that still. I was a little, it's just,
Experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan podcast my day, all day.
No, it's up to you. It's up to you. I'll talk to you forever. I have so many questions. I'm very excited to meet you. I've seen you in documentaries for decades. So many documentaries. I watched so much. Completely fascinating.
You know, I will tell you something. Do you know this guy who's doing a radio show late evening?
Mark Bell? Best.
Can I need to say this on air. I didn't say the story on air. Now, I will remember. I've been used to everything you do on that video. Yes. How the West saying, how the Egyptian emotion. That's what's true. The Egyptian cannot do that. Then I was teaching at UCLA. And he called me for an interview. I said, no, I'm not going to give you an interview until you come to visit the Egypt. And he said, okay. He came with his wife. I took him to a quarry that were cutting stones to construct the things. Then I brought a stone 8 tons weight, and I brought a man, the 8 years of 70. And I told this man, cut this stone. Then all the man stood above the stone. You know, stones has big parts like us. With a pencil, he drew
the topic
a line from the beginning to the end.
And then we'll find
In the middle, with a piece of iron,
and stories
bump,
of people
they
that
cut
have
it
experience.
for twice. I said,
If it's a topic
Egyptian
that has
doesn't use
and
muscle
then the after that they'll kind of tell
because they're better.
experience
What's the national project?
beliefs,
If you go to
and then
if I take you to the history, and you know, I always tell people this. I give lectures maybe 3, 4 times a week for American groups.
maybe before
And I tell them
podcast,
the following.
which I think
If you stood in front of the great pyramids,
so
you will never believe
unless somebody
that this pyramid
was
made by human being. Why? Because you don't know. And number 2, if you try to do it today, you will never be able to do it. I'm going to hire today 10,000 workers
really
to
been
work
addicted
for
to this
28 years for nothing. That was the national project of the whole nation.
I've read this
I think Armadale's real concern was how would someone possibly move those stones 4,500 years ago?
Okay.
A lot of questions.
Yes. Can I answer you that? Yes, please.
singing,
Yes.
and he
2 examples I was giving. The first
the
example
story on the
happened 2 years ago. I discovered a tomb
Britney
in a
Spears
site called the Abu Simbel.
and Justin Timberlake.
In the top of the tomb, there was huge granite sarcophagus, 20 tons
it's
weight. Okay? If you come to Egypt, like many Egypt, you have to, if you talk about Egypt, you have to come. But you have to tell me before you come.
Supposedly,
Now,
he was a DJ.
I brought only 10 people
He had a friend,
because I called the Minister of Culture
news, car accident, Britney Spears, and
and it was
Justin Timberlake,
we
and
found
that they were killed in a car wreck.
an intact. And the minister said, wait,
Supposedly,
I will bring the report to the press and we'll do it. I said, okay, but I hate to do anything.
So,
Then I came to the site. I brought my workmen. 10 workmen only moved
look at that. Just
the
look
20
into it.
tons
While it's hot, it's
only
something
by
following
wooden
my
steps.
hand.
We found underneath
So I
another sarcophagus,
didn't have enough information.
10 tons weight of granite.
News.
We took the third one
And there may be
and we found underneath another, the third 5 tons weight. We took the 5 tons out and we found underneath a coffin
as long as there's
And
enough
I told the waiter, put everything like this. And I called the minister and said, you can bring the press with all the time. I never thought that they cheated.
Here's up with
But
your
only in the site that they're excavating right now, when you discover 60 feet under the ground, you discover sealed sarcophagus. The lid is about 10 tons weight. Two workmen only open the lid for me. We have a machine called the divot. I don't know why they call it the divot. Why? I asked them. They said our grandfather called it like that. Then they
This is an ancient one.
it is an ancient machine.
Jamie could probably pull it up.
Then they put this machine under the lid and they come do you like this?
Well,
And they release that it
thanks everybody for listening.
then it is this.
This is
And it's
and
That's a piece.
that's the code is
still there's a half a feet that they can put by face inside with the circumference with a flashlight to see what's inside. That's what we do. Because the people today are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians. There is a village located north of Luxor. And this village, all the people were connected. And they know, if you look at their faces, exactly like Egyptian people. And all the people working with me. I'm excavating right now in Giza, going to do good news in the Salting Gate Pyramid. And also in Saqqara and Luxor. And this is why in my lecture told that I'm making very important announcements that we'll talk about with you today.
Okay. What did you find?
Now, you know, can I call you Joe?
Please do.
And you call me Zach. Now, you know, I receive fan about 50 of them. Some of them bad ones. Some people think that I discovered evidence to prove that pyramids built by aliens or lost civilization and hide them. I never answered this question. But to you, I tell you, how can I hide anything? I'm not working alone. I'm working with people. You cannot hide anything because people will see you. And I will tell you a joke. It happened, but it's a joke. A reporter came to see me from California to my office, and my office was located next to Green Telephone. And he said to me, people say at 12 in the morning, you leave your office and you go to the bathroom and you open a tunnel from your bathroom through it. And what he said. And you go from the tunnel to the Great Pyramid and you hide things and you come back. I said, okay, what do you do from me now? He said, I want to see your bathroom. He went to my bathroom and he came back and have you seen any tunnels in my bathroom? I said, no. I said, what are you going to do? He said, I will publish your bathroom in the internet. And therefore, if you want to see my bathroom, like www.howardbathroom.com.
Is that much of an issue? People really believe it. They do. Make a website.
They do believe in this. And some of them attack me back.
Well, that's part of the problem, right? So the Egyptian pyramids and just Egypt in general is so spectacular. The accomplishments of the ancient Egyptians were so monumental, so above anything that anybody's ever achieved. And since, you know, what they've done thousands and thousands of years ago, still to this day, causes people to try to figure out how it's built. You tell me how it was built?
Of course. How do you know? I found all the evidence of building the pyramid. We published the book. 1,000 pages. This book is the Bible of the pyramids of Giza. Okay, tell me how they did. Now, what we found out, the nation that people think about pyramids, most of the information that's written on pyramids are wrong. Most of them.
In archaeology?
In archaeology, really, except me and Mark Lina.
Where is the only ones that have it right?
because I've been working in Giza for the last 57 years of my life. I excavated every piece of sand.
Okay, let's say, what do the archaeologists have wrong in these archaeologist books?
For example, number one, they say that the workmen who built the pyramids working for 4 months a year. With the flood covering the whole country, the king hired the workmen working for them. This is wrong. And I'll tell you what's correct. Number two, that the stones used in building the Great Pyramid came from Torah. And Torah is at 25 miles to the east from Giza. And number three, the for 23 years. Number four, that the stones of the Great Pyramid, 2,003,000 blocks. How many are there? Now, let us talk about number one. The word. I found the tombs of the pyramid only 1 mile south of the Sphinx. A very important discovery that can be everywhere. Number one, the pyramids built by Egyptians because of the names that we found inside the cemetery. And there were mistakes because I have that
looks like an
I
angel.
did I wasn't it looks how it was simply words.
Did you actually see the picture of it?
And now this discovery
Like, so you found pyramids, excuse me, you found the workers' pyramids raised a mile away,
1 mile south of the place.
and by their names.
And then I found names of the workers. I found the lower cemetery. The lower cemetery were for the burial of the workmen who
That was really cool when I seen it.
and the upper cemetery was for the technicians.
Right. And how do you know those?
Now, the tombs down there are very primitive tombs. Very people, not very cost nothing.
Of course, it's huge.
Underneath is a skeleton.
Those guys, those two guys,
And
they
if the skeleton is for a man, it's holding a new job. You want to cremate it after. If the skeleton is for a woman, she has a perfume distance.
I think they say
Don't smell perfume after that. Inside the upper cemetery, I found 21 titles in Arabic. For example, the overseer in Arabic of the side of the pyramid. Yes, in the Ibra is in Arabic. The overseer of the west side of the pyramid.
What I understood is they called the authorities.
The one who stands in front of the harbor. All these titles had to do with building the pyramid. Inside the tombs, we found here the tools that the Egyptians used to cut the stones. You write and a flint tools because in the old kingdom there was no iron.
Are these photos of these tools available online? Can you look at them?
Yeah, I can send it to you. I published and in my book, I don't know if you're right, sure, but I'm sure.
So these tools are flint.
Do you write T-I-O-R-I-T? Do you write more sharp?
Well,
That
I heard that too. I heard it was in like
and it came
I heard it
from
in all these movies.
Aquari, south of Aswan.
They just
This
Very hard stone to cut.
and I will come back to this stone. But let me continue about the way. To the east of the tombs, we found an area for sorting salt. We found an area for the making story.
again.
We found the workmen's barracks for the workmen who moved the stones. We found the whole city for the technicians, for the arts. And we discovered thousands of elements because people own this thing. The workmen who moved the pyramid. They ate only garlic and bread and drink beer. And I thought, if they do that, they'll be done. But now, we discovered that they slaughtered 11 cows and 33 goats every day. And this can feed 10,000 workmen. Then we believe now, and I published that the workmen who left the pyramids were 10,000 workmen. And they're working every day those homes in the south, and the north of Egypt participated in building the pyramid by sending workforce and food to him. Now we come to the second one, the stones. We discovered with all the stones, the three pyramids and Giza, the stones came from quarries in the side itself.
Even the king's chamber.
No, except the granite, the king's chamber, and Thomas one.
That's 500 miles.
Yes, by the flood. The flood.
And those were 15.
It doesn't matter. Yes. No. I showed you. Look at the 50 tons. It's 20 tons. Now, what we found out, first, how the Egyptians did the pyramid. They dig the ground a square base. Okay? And after that, they cut in the solid rocks in the four sides. You know, I'm going to tell you one thing. Okay. If you tell me that pyramids built by giants, okay, I'm saying, okay, come to the excavation. All the skeletons that we discovered are 5 to 6 feet. Nothing about giants. Some people say that. The second, I've heard aliens. Okay, the second aliens. Yes, sure, it's aliens that the pyramid. Do they need alien? Do they shit sometimes? Are they going to shit? If they shit, are they going to leave something on the ground?
Yeah.
On the contrary, I give you the evidence, every evidence that I give you today of actual workers and what's happening. Now, we come about building the pyramid. All the stones I told you came from Giza pyramid. We found out what happened is they cut in the soil, and they made the base of the pyramid to be 28 feet on the solid rock. No stones. You did this? Yeah. We have in Egypt 120 pyramids. We don't have only coffee pyramid. That's what we're talking about. You have 120 pyramids. This is one of them. But the reason that this pyramid is so accurate and strong because Giza Plateau is the only side in Egypt of the pyramids. It's a part of the Rothschild formation. It has 3 levels. Level 1 and 2 are very much strong. But level 3 is the top quality of the stone. The Egyptians used the stone to build the pyramid. Then after they make the base of the pyramid to be 20 feet each stone, we found out 1,000 feet away, we found out that what? All the stone,
They only had to bring the stones 1,000 feet.
Only the stones, the stones that came from outside are the casing stones, and I will talk about this later, that came from Torah, and the granite came from asphalt.
And the casing stones on the outside smooth surface.
Exactly. It came from Torah. And now, when we discovered that one in the Egypt and the base of the pyramid, we thought how they established the ramp. You know the ramp, right? The stones. We found out the Egyptian will make the ramp from the quarry to the base. It will never happen. Because when you raise the base, you need to extend the ramp. We found that out. Listen to this carefully. And the only way to have a permanent ramp is to come to the southwest corner of the main place. They built the ramp and I excavate, and these are photos in my book, Giza and the Pyramids. I excavated from here to here. When the Egyptians construct a ramp, when they finish building the pyramid, they demolish the ramp. They cannot demolish all of it. They have to leave something in the ground. You get this? I excavated from here to here. I found in situ remaining
Are there photos of those?
of course, in my book.
Okay, let's find the photos of the equipment first. Can't find anything?
It's in my book, but it's Nothing.
So this
How is
story
it
is from
normal?
1997.
It's in my book, Pizza and the
And
Pyramids.
it's me
Maybe this underground. No, this underground of the pyramid practice. This is the excavation. This
Ellen Burke structure.
and this all what I discovered. This is my discovery of everything. Every piece of sand here tells us about the middle of the pyramid. But let me continue this. I will come to you. Then now, let us. If you go to my book, you'll find out that I found here that you write and the flint tools.
And they
Listen, and now I will come. The stones for building the pyramid came from the metal. The casing came from God. Now we can how many years to show there is one big discovery happened here. No, this is for artists. The tools in our book, which is big dry tools and big flint tools.
So you said it was 9 feet, 9 inches wide. Really decided to call in.
Whatever.
You can even on the
Exactly to me, wouldn't that be everywhere? I mean, that's such a huge part of the life of discovery.
It's not because it's everywhere. It's not only the Wikipedia only. It's in every site. You have tools in many sites.
One tools are lots of.
They are asked the people online, but they are remains in my book.
Are they in a museum somewhere?
There
Okay.
is some of the carry museum.
They said that people have been throwing stuff down in this hole
Okay.
for the last 30 years, and then the people before that have been throwing stuff
But I'm not.
down in this hole.
Now I want to come to
The
other
museum for that?
carry museum.
Cairo Museum.
So the hole's
Yes.
9 foot wide, 9 inches wide,
3 years
and then it's like, I think you
a
said
major discovery happened for the first time.
built around like
It is the first time that we have written evidence about building the pyramid.
with masonry.
3 years ago.
You know,
It's called
finished.
Right.
They threw stuff in.
You know what's in this papyrus? This papyrus was found in Sinai in a port that belongs to
coming
Kufa.
out to the top, right?
And inside this port, there was caves. And inside the caves, found the remains of both
he
and this
says
big
that his
papyrus. God,
he's a
huge.
fisherman.
That's it. Exactly. Okay.
It's weird because he said that
Now,
shark fish.
first of all,
So he fishes.
4,600 years
So
ago. And listen,
he said he started off
in this,
So papyrus is heard of this kid.
no, but of
he started
the papyrus, the papyrus is just like leaves.
of his fishing line.
Now, but listen to the papyrus. It is a diary of an overseer of the Welshman. His name is Merer. Okay. Merer is saying, I am Sahaj, and I have lived. He's the inspector. Under me, working,
And he keeps on,
working.
keeps on, keeps on.
I was hired by Kufa to work in his pyramid. This is my living.
$8,000.
And he
So
said,
he knows that because he
my immediate boss, his name is Didi. Yes, 20 years ago,
School.
in my situation, we
You're
still
one of the
in
best where you got that deep in there, that move of cool.
I discovered
Called in, it's like, what's up with you? Just own it, and
No.
it's schooling up at the bottom.
all this.
You know, it's
The
only
tools
one.
are really hard.
He says, well,
High.
it's a big field.
We found
The white,
some,
you know. So he says he put some white.
this could be the tools in the list. It's like not in the list here. No.
Because there's a bit of rain. And he threw it down in there because of the water. It would have dissolved some of the lives. He says when he pulls them out,
Now we
just like they were when I saw them when they came. So,
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But don't those two look exactly like the other photograph you just had? Those up there. It looks like the heads on this one is old.
I'm talking about 8 months. This artisan is for big statues and things like that. No cutting.
So these are the same kind of so the same kind of
But let me talk about people because there's many people doesn't know about it. The mayor said, my boss's name is Didi. 20 years ago, I excavated west of the Great Pyramid of Kufu. I found two things, beautiful ones. I published all of them, except one small pool. I said it's not important. 3 years ago, I found this is the tomb of Didi. The very first that there was a mosque of Merer. And I published this tomb. You can find this tomb online. It's called very by Zach West, west of the Great Pyramid. Now, listen to what Merer said. I took my word. This is our reference. We went to Torah to cut the wine, fine limestone. This sentence means that the pyramid was finished, and Merer went to bring the stones of the casing. And he said, I'm not alone. There is many other guys are cutting the stones. And Torah is the north and south. And he said, I divided my gangs to 3 gangs. One gang to cut the stones. And one gang is smoothing the stones. And smoothing the stones with the right tools to face the stones for the casing. And after that, he said, and the third group moving the stones in wooden extensions to us. And the Rabbi to account what happened in the Old Kingdom. We have evidence that the river Nile, the Egyptian cut to the west of this river Nile, another Nile, to be near the Nile. From this Nile, they cut a canal. At the end of the canal, there is a harbor in front of every pyramid. I discovered in my excavation in front of the pyramid, there is a village called Nazis. In this village, the people were building houses. Underneath the houses, we found basalt. I stopped the construction of the house and I excavated the whole area. I found this is the harbor of Kufu, and I published this in an article. And I excavated in front of the Sphinx temple, and I found the harbor of Kufu, and it's published. Now, the reason for the canal and the harbor is to bring non-local stones, granite from Aswan.
One of the things is
Alabaster from the
Mel said, no matter what you do,
you're right.
you go out to the hole because he's
From
you
you're
walk
right.
out to the hole.
From
If you walk
basalt
in the dog,
of the white
you got
limestone.
close to that hole. Those dogs just dig through
The Egyptian
bigger
had
pieces.
so they essentially cut this canal. They cut a canal just so they can move the stones to where they want.
and they discovered all of it.
He said, if
And this is
you
what
delve into it,
if you're right there in the west, this is all exactly right.
It's possible that the casing stones were put off by
You're after it.
supposedly males
Right. There's two important things when they finish building the pyramid. I discovered in a site called the Abu Sea, I discovered 2 scenes. One
his
scene
intentions were to
where
get
came in the Iraqi capstone. Above the capstone
university
is a hieroglyphic word called Shai.
and
So where's this?
he just
What is
hadn't been
this?
able to do it.
This is in Harzville?
Yes, yes, yes. Find out. I don't know.
So,
Look at that.
but they were just telling the story. He
Look
also
for
said,
Zahir Hawaz, this company in Abu Syria.
How much
walking down through there, all of a sudden, the stations
Others, of course, everything. And that's why what I'm typically things I have been excavating in his show
picking up
for the last
old
57 years. I know every piece of sand in the site. And I want to do one thing also. I am the only Egyptologist who has an open mind.
So
that I always know. I always look at what the public say. I never knew about this game. I'll tell you what I found this better. But I can okay, finish this story, and after that I will come back and tell you how I look at what people say, and I try to investigate this. Okay, now medicine. He put this on a calculator, and we cleaned in the Portuguese and plateaus. The stone, the workmen took the stones out to the pyramids. We stayed overnight in Giza. I got up early in the morning with my worker, went to Torah. He made many times talking about it. Then he said, I went to Sinai to bring cover and turquoise. But he said in Sinai, our big boss, his name is Allah. We know from text that the architect who designed the pyramid was Khufu's cousin. His name was Hebron. Then actually, it seems now that Hebron died and Ankaf completed the Great Pyramid and built the second pyramid of his son. Then he said, I'm working in year 20 of Khufu's days. He mentioned that Khufu was alive in year 27. How long did you remember? 28 years. I published an article. I published an article about it. You can find this article.
Very far west.
If you notice, as a open, they count the name of the king. Because when the ancient Egyptians counted the cattle, they counted the name of the king. Sometimes they count the cattle every year. Sometimes they counted the cattle every 2 years. They were making mistakes. But now we have year 27 of coffee drink. And we have on the second footprint that the Japanese are restoring now, we know when the king died, his son buried him. And Khufu's son, his name is Sheriff Ray, who did not respect his father. I'll tell you why. He buried his father in year 28.
And we don't smoke and anything like this.
For sure, that Khufu ruled the world for 80 years.
In a hotel, so we get this phone.
There is something that made me very happy.
We'll see him
Because 25 years ago, I wrote an article
can see
to say that
a lot of people
Memphis was not the capital of Egypt.
heavy
I said
excavating.
that the king ruled Egypt from the pyramid. If the pyramids in Abu Rawash, the king ruled Egypt from Abu Rawash. If the pyramids in Giza, Giza, Abu Sakkar, then there is something many people did not believe when I wrote this article.
You know what? We're going to clean this up.
But
This is an issue.
Let
And
it
it
say,
would be very easy.
Khufu lived in his palace at Giza.
So he
If
takes
you
care of
live
the first.
in a palace at Giza, means with the royal family, the public, and the government. And he said that the area that Khufu lived in the pyramid called Anakakum, in Arabic, means Khufu lives. This is the name of the city that Khufu lived in. And Mary said, we came to Giza in an area in Arabic called Rothschild. And Rothschild means literally mouth of the name. This could be the entrance of Giza Plateau. But once he said, it took me almost 1 day for me and my workmen to come to the pyramid. Why? Because Giza entrance was busy. Every stone coming in has to be counted. Every workman has to sign the first letter of his name. And that's why if you go today to the port of New York, it will take you 5 hours. Because it's busy. And this is what happened in Giza Plateau. This papyri, in my opinion, is really one of the most important discoveries that tells us for the first time I was living there. And now we come to the area of Khufu in 28 years, and now the start of the Great Pyramid. I know everywhere to find out how they counted the stones. that they will sit in 3,300,000. I found no evidence. It's only when the Arabs came. You know, all the theories that the New Age people say now, it came from the Arabs. When the Arabs came and they entered the pyramid, they said all this nonsense stories. I was very insane. Then I never found any place to tell me how they cut the stone. But now we have evidence that the base of the pyramid is 20 feet high of solid rock. No stone. In 2010, I brought a team of scientists from every field, and we counted the stones based on the new evidence, and we found out that the stones of the pyramid are only more than 1 meter. And the average height of the limestone is half a ton to 2.5 tons. And so the base of the pyramid is 20 feet high, carved out of solid stone. And then the other rocks placed on top of it. Wonderful things. No, I want to come to when you told me about this capstone. Let's start off with this stuff. The base is 20 feet high, and then the estimation was 2,300,000, but you think it's far less than that. Because of the new discovery that we found that the base is made of the solid rock. So before they thought the base was individual stones. Yes. Okay. So now that you know the base is solid rock, that would bring 1 million stones. That yes. So they carved this base knowing they were going to put their pyramid on it. And what about the subterranean? So everything in Egypt is buried underneath the pyramid. Everything except Khufu and his father's religion. The only 2 kings they have not buried underneath is Khufu and his father. If you look at the one chamber underneath, it was cut and built. If you go down, it's left unfinished. Now, one thing I did find it was planned to cut it. But they didn't complete it. You can see you go down. They million chambers not finished. Why? Because I found out in our research, every king is forest on earth. When the king dies, he becomes the sun god. I was up for 3 million. Okay. In year 5, he said, I am the sun god. That's me, some family and friends. And he abandoned the construction of the first billion chambers, and he built his chamber within the pyramid because he's a god. Yes, no, I'm going to come to this chambers. He says that he did have and the second evidence that he called his pyramid Akhin Khufu. You know, he is the horizon of Khufu. And the only one in the horizon is the sun god. And the third evidence is something that only occurred in Israel. The Sphinx and the tomb. I found that the Sphinx represents the son of God, giving the offering with his 2 balls to his father, the sun god, who rises and sits in this temple, the first temple. And this is why Khufu's pyramid is unique among the 120 pyramids. And I will tell you what they discovered inside the pyramid. So, now, it was like the property before I tell you about what they discovered, I have to complete the scene that they told me. That they found where it came in, breaking the capstone. You remember, you asked me, and I stopped with that. Anyway, above the capstone, there is a living word called shine. And shine means white and yellow gold. A second scene I found is dancing. And they call them the Khilab. And the Khilab are the dancing group of the king. My interpretation of these 2 scenes. When the pyramid was finished, the king asked the workmen to put the capstone in the top of the pyramid. They put the capstone in the top of the pyramid. It was gold. the whole country dance and sing because the king became a god. That's what they call the national project of the whole nation. The 3 million who lived in Egypt in the time of our kingdom, all of them participated in building the pyramid, during the king. This is not a theory, no. It's fact. It is a fact. The pyramid was the national project. Sure, something.
Capstone was put on.
It's not a theory. It's basically I found it. No, the mobile is something else. And notice, it's books. Mine is stored books. One seat in welcome into that capstone with the word Jack. That's no, it's show. The welcome into that shows it where. In the stone. That they discovered. So it's carved into the stone. And the word shine, living above them. It's an opposite. I found
Photographs online.
yes, in my book. I don't go online. Why I have to go online? I go to my book.
Oh no, I understand.
Well, there is after he gets off his bus and before he makes his call,
Usually, you find them online. It's called the Abu Sayyid.
after he got
You guys are going to think that some storm
when he gets off his bus,
5 minutes away and put them 120 feet up and if you calculate and see how the wind can move 20 tons of granite, you understand. Yes, today, like yesterday, the same way.
all of a sudden there's a commotion.
Right, but no, listen, listen. If you don't, no, it's based on the idea of the national project. They want to make this for the king. Okay, now, sure, no, okay, if you don't, okay,
500 miles through the mountain.
if you don't believe this,
And that's how that
I was
want to know.
inside this project, inside, okay,
It's not that I want you to explain to me how you think it is.
Looking at
I
his
think
From 500 miles away, from 50 to 80 tons of rock.
if this comes through the line, you can bring all the stones, right? And we have, no, what is the granite, what is it, +1, and we have cutting stones, and cutting stones, and cutting everything in the side. And they brought, and when the flood comes in July, they bring boats through the flood, and they go through all the stones. These are like those.
Floods, and then they would figure out some sort of raft system to get them on and move that way.
Now, what is it? We now do not believe that this cannot be okay? But on the other side, what I can think, inside, above this box, written the name of the gangs who built the pyramid above the King Shepherd. One of the names was I did a trade a few months ago, and we recorded in the file chamber that has this huge box. We found 2 more names of the gangs. One name called those who are connected with the Goddess Rothschild. And written year 13 of Coffee Drain on the 3rd chamber. I took Mr. Peace with me a few months ago. I took him and I showed him. Now, this box, they were written by the workers before they moved the stones. And in the 4th room, we have the good garden, another name, was year 13 of Coffee Drain. This is when they moved the stones.
So I understand what you're saying. You're saying that they took these stones, they waited for the flood season, they got the stones on rafts, they went down the river, they got to the site. How did they get to 150 feet?
This was before Google. So
Again, this is the most important thing. This is the national project. Oh, I understand. The boats, no technology is too. Exactly. Okay, and the technology that everything had, huge wooden structure. This is the only way that they would move the huge stones. This is how my workmen moved to sarcophagus in it.
And
How far they moved it a few feet away. But we have scenes of how workmen move 60 tons steady. How they move wooden stretches and they draw it.
before
We have all this type of things. So, again,
previous
this is the national project.
Do you think they wet the ground?
there's people
Do you think that they did stuff like that to make the ground more slick?
They do.
And do they are they using sleds? Like how they just
Stretches. Wooden stretches. We have this is
but you were told that in
we have this in the wooden stretches.
yeah.
But let me take you down to what
So he
I
called the
began to see
and then
the
it
second
also
Okay.
as I told you again, I always listen to what people say and I try to move them if they are right or wrong. I was interested in the Greek pyramid, most of all, because I was a respecter of the pyramid. I spent most of my life. Then I closed this pyramid for a year
Someone took him from
to stop
which was trying to watch him
studying
live.
it.
Because every day, watching all the breathing.
And exactly, such a pyramid gives about 20 grams of water. And this water becomes salt. Then mechanically, I removed the salt.
He was going from
Exactly.
to a lake.
And after that, how can I make it
With the chiefness. Also, this is
of the pyramid? In the king chamber
his wallet
and the queen chamber, you have
keys. His phone. I was trying to think.
the centimeter. Small pyramid.
Right.
Then I thought I should clean this land. Then I can make it into a system. I had no idea of what I could find out. Then I hired a German robot. And we took the German robot to the English chamber. We are sitting in the English chamber with the TV screen and the robot is in the shop.
He described his belt buckle.
We found out that the pyramid,
Gold and silver.
the stones were in the
He
front.
wore Lewis camp.
And this is why when the Arabs came to Egypt
Run with all his own.
and they said, man, feels tired.
So this is where the story goes.
Then we found out that the shaft went outside. Then we put the fan here,
What he
then the fan sucked
the
the air and pushed it in the tunnel and with the system.
the Heaven's Gate.
So then
Discovering these stones. What was
He
unusual
says he
about
felt this hole
what
that? Was in the inner rock.
in the rock,
into the rock.
yes, like this.
I don't know exactly when Heaven's Gate or when they found it.
Okay. So there was like different levels, they all slated together.
They how they put the stones with each other.
Okay.
But now the most
But
important,
he said he
I
felt a
took
strong
the robot in the second chamber. Now we know that the tunnel in the first chamber are open outside.
and he had
Open outside. Right? Wow. We have these tunnels in the second chamber. They call it only the green chamber. Then we took the robot
there. That was also
to the north tunnel of the green chamber. After 60 feet,
Mel says that.
the robot stopped because the tunnel
At
was
that
been
point, Art asked him, he said, well,
to the left. Then we took the robot to the
no,
south.
no, not really. He said,
The robot went
you mentioned that
for 200 feet.
Paul
Stopped
Hawkins,
in front of the door into cover.
Mel said, oh, no.
That was the first discovery. Now,
Nothing like that at all. Mel also says,
everything.
you're
How
going to
can I find out?
if anybody wants to get hold of me and talk to me,
In 2002,
Art says,
I was chosen by the National Geographic as explorer in residence.
he said, I didn't want
There
to
were 9 explorers.
I think he said he was
With
68 years old.
His house was built there.
He said,
They found that. It's an explorer. I told them, I need you to design a robot for me. I want to find out what's behind it. and they did make
And
a robot,
well, obviously,
and they called it better.
and
We took the better robots,
because it counts right.
and the robot went in the South Tunnel, and the robot had a drill on his hand. The robot opened one hole, 1 centimeter and 1 millimeter, and set an optic camera through this hole.
In the like
We found after 21 centimeters of this door, a second, and the second one has a piggy shaped like that,
Alright, so I mentioned
as if
earlier
it's hiding something.
yeah,
Then after that, we went to the northern tunnel that was built. We found out it's built
Native
north
American
and south for 24 feet, and the reason for the building was to avoid
Arizona.
at 200 feet.
So he was
The robot stopped in front of him and heard the door which took cover hands in the same distance of this one.
so he calls back
And these
in
doors are small,
sometime,
right? So 20 centimeters. Now,
and he's been out to this Native American
I spent most of my life,
whole day do research. And he tells some of the
2000
things that how they was given. It was basically the same size as these cars, but instead of them having
last year,
concrete,
I found a team
and
in
it kind of had never
and we worked it last year for 3 seasons.
was met.
Number one,
Same
I found out above
one of the craziest
the
things.
king chipper,
That
that big
is
thing
one time
above the
very,
ground.
very first day, when I started talking about middle
This
school,
void
one
was the
thing that
size
got my
of
interest
2 trucks.
was when we first called, we called it
Now,
he said,
the second void behind the north tunnel, another small void.
he threw it down in the sun.
Inside this void,
Why you
we
wouldn't
can
do
see
that?
hieroglyphic inscription.
So that's the only sort of
And you can show you the photos in my home if you can come to my lecture in Boston. I can send it to you.
Where do you have it? Do you have it on you?
In my computer.
Where's your computer?
In Las Vegas.
Oh,
That itself is
But I can
weird.
send it to you.
yeah, but I want to show it on the show.
Show. I can send it tomorrow.
Okay. So it's tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
He has changed his wheel.
Tomorrow I will send it to you. Now, yeah. But you should come and can you come and introduce me? Excuse me? Can I introduce you? What? Okay. Fine.
If I'd known in advance, I could have.
I'll get back to the native.
Unfortunately, I'm not a
What
the year 2000.
So this is the only contrast.
I'm a native American land. And
Hieroglyphic
one of the first
inside this
projects
chamber.
that
This is
there was
government. This is the only hieroglyphics
No, there is 5 chambers. I told you.
on the other chambers.
I told you the 5 chambers. Now we have 5 names of the gangs who written the pyramids. And we have these are all yes. This. Voids are massive. 2024. The hieroglyphic discovery 3 months ago.
So all this,
But that's studying was so long. But this now, but this is to be what I want to do.
what do you mean?
You did different. My name is Leslie Drive. Leslie is from Hollywood. He did with me live TV shows, and he did with me chasing monkeys. And Leslie now is working to find a network. To come, we need to do this program live. I want to show the whole world what I discovered inside the pyramid. That was not hiding. I want to show them the hieroglyphic.
Why do you always feel like you're in dialogue?
Because they attacked me. Go there. I don't in the bedroom with people. They're in the bedroom with me.
But I'll give you an opportunity to say, I have to argue with you here.
I'm not those people. I'm suffering. Then you keep it. The air.
I'm just asking about discoveries.
Okay.
So what does it look like? these hieroglyphs. I know you
No,
can read
it's
hieroglyphs,
just
right?
signs.
You can read that stuff.
Yes, but we can. The signs are not clear. No, we need to do more investigation. It's very difficult to see sometimes. When the Egyptian write inside the five chambers, for example, they don't write hieroglyphics. They write a cursive hieroglyphics. It's called the hieratic. And this hieratic shows very different to read from outside. It's cursive of the hieroglyphic.
That's fascinating.
No, this is hieroglyphic.
You just keep
That's
going.
We're not talking about hieroglyph. Exactly. Look at the one that writes this hieroglyph. Then it's very difficult. Yeah.
The way it's written. It looks like art.
Then Joe, what we're going to do before the end of this year, we are going to show what's inside the five this void.
These symbols that look like make that large. These symbols to the far left that were right below James' cursor, right here. They
are signs.
What does it mean?
Looks
It looks like a
the one down means fish.
What is the one that is cursor?
No, this is the it's for a sky.
A scribe.
Yeah, what is it? It's sky. Fish.
Okay. So, and then the other one on the hieratic, that's the cursive version of
No, I'm not that expert in hieratic.
Okay.
Because hieratic is very cursive.
I understand. I think this.
I know, but if you look at the signs in the five chambers that are sent you to work, it's very difficult to read, but you can see they are hieratic, cursive signs. But the most important that we are going to show this live.
One of the reasons
Okay, so people don't know we're going to show all this stuff live.
We will do it live. But the other thing, we have another thing called scan parents. They are scientists from Japan, France, and I am the scientific director. Already, they discover something that they come to me. I have to discuss it with them. And they found, you know, the entrance that the people use now is the entrance that the Arabs open. That's exactly. Above that is the main chamber.
Okay. Up on this operating table.
That they use. I finished getting like extra sound.
ABC.
Infinitely. With this techniques, you can really see what's behind the door. And this is really what I'm using right now. Then they came to me and they said, behind the main the pyramid, there is a corridor. And they showed to me this corridor clear in the five techniques that they use. But they told me why I have to use it. Let's go up there. We went up there and they sent an optic camera through the smoke. And they found I could look at the corridor 30 feet, 8 feet wide. I think you can see that in the end. The corridor behind the main entrance. Can you get it? It's in the internet.
This void of
That's the story.
The size of two tracks.
What do you think?
I have no idea. I'm just telling you what I found.
And he would just
This was a great parent. I did more work in the third parent. It's the same techniques and the second parent. This is not fiction. And I think I believe the other big point about the Grand Garden. I think you'll see it also.
So find the voice of so this it's two trucks,
The size
the size of two semi trucks, and do you have any idea like what the
I will tell you about my theory.
What year is it?
I think that
that's the board.
yeah. Now,
It's that shape.
You know,
That's the rest. So it's on a slope.
So
it's
it's a
about the
series.
current dollar. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's can pyramid. Now, I tell you my theory.
Oh yeah.
We have a story written in our Bible, but not at the time of Kufa. It's after Kufa. The story it's written in a papyrus. It's called Kufu and the Magician. It says that Kufu was staying in his palace, and he was very upset. He was not happy. And his son came to him, Your Majesty, why are you unhappy? He said, I'm searching for the second of the second of wisdom. Then I can design my very in the pyramid. Then he said, okay, I know a magician. His name is Rabbi. He knows how to cut the head of a man off and put it back. And he knows the second of the God of the God of wisdom.
There's Native American
He
land.
knows how to cut the head of a man off, put it back, but he does the whole lot. So it's
I know that.
Since the son is still his father, that Rabbi can do that. But this is the story. This is the story. And the king told his son, bring this to me. They describe him 103 consultant. She became a friend. And Kufu told them, I heard that you can cut.
So there is no
He said, yes, you can.
evidence ever
He said, do it.
that anyone ever lived.
He said, Jensen, I cannot do that. He said, okay, I'll bring you a prisoner. She did say, a prisoner.
Maybe he used a
And then he told, he brought him in a goose. He took the head of the goose up in front of everyone. And the head came back, and the goose was running in front of him.
on Terra Server.
That's written in the story.
Supposedly what Dale said on one of those calls is the military
But why come back to what's beneath that now?
Okay.
And the king told him, I want to know the secret of the God of he told him that
looking,
the this secret will not be in your hands. So it will be in the hands of another people who will rule it. Kufu was very upset. So he wouldn't give him no secret. He wanted to speak the story.
really
And the king was unhappy. He told them, don't worry, Your Majesty, because you will rule and your sons and your grandsons. Now, about magic. Do you believe in religion?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know about Judaism? When God told Moses, when Moses did cut, and he had told them to go to Egypt with the Pharaoh.
Now this is the
And
whole
God
other
told them, remember, the Pharaohs are highly in magic. They will beat you. Then God told Moses how to be more in magic than the Pharaohs. And you remember, when he hit the stick, and the stick became a snake, and I think, and Moses rolled more stick to swallow what the Pharaoh did. Then we know from books from Judaism from the beginning that the ancient Egyptians were really high. So we can believe
today you never
No. You know, but if you believe that they have enough magic, they can put it back on and still last. That's magic. Yeah. When they use that magic for other things.
but we
I believe in magic.
I don't go.
So you believe that someone could take someone's head off, put it back
This
on.
it's written.
one of the things I said, some other personality said,
What is this? You don't know?
you guys would get around this little
Oh,
seal.
okay.
I was just reading it. Apparently on the trick, he did it with the head on the other side of the room. Yeah, back together, he did it to a cat and a different animal.
Now, actually, I want to tell you
Well, that person's magic.
He says it's now.
what I want to see that I'm not.
And there's some other people
What do you
that
think?
have something not as
Magic is magic. What do you mean?
deadly as
Well,
what
how does it work?
they were.
I have no idea. What do you mean by how it works? Well, I mean, I see it. That's science. We have to go back. We have to go back and find the process in 600 years.
And you think a lot of this information is lost in the brain of the Library of Alexandria?
Yeah, of course.
This is someone's paying attention
But still, of course, why
there's actually
we would have any evidence about Kufu?
Nails hold.
Because what happened? The ancient Egyptian believed
Yeah, it's
a
really
pharaoh
crazy.
should
Some
be to be
people you can't find it now.
a pharaoh cannot be a pharaoh.
It's crazy.
Anyone who changes the
And
religious
there's much
belief,
more research
they get
because your result is so different.
to become a pharaoh. They get different.
It's
And
not.
they destroy their monuments. Kufu.
It's
When he
like,
changes
yeah,
his color
this
to be
is
upside down,
whole.
in the first intermediate period, he destroyed his monuments, the temples, the statues. The only statue that king was found in Upper Egypt, not at
Like
Giza.
we normally do.
Even in the temple of his son, there were 23 statues. They smashed the statues. Especially was the side of now. Do you have any question about coffee pyramid before I switch to the things?
Well, I'm fascinated by a lot of aspects. Well, one of the big ones that's come up very recently, I'm sure you're aware of, is these
You can look at the south.
satellite radar. What's it called? Tomography. What is it called? Tomography. Where they think that there's these pillars underneath the structure. I
Investigated this. First, these two scholars from Italy, they have never been in Egypt. They have never worked with the pyramids.
right.
Number
Use of satellite.
this information. Number two, they published their article in a journal.
But I do think
This journal do not send their article to the free.
there was a whole
They have to publish the article in your responsibility. Number three, I am not a scientist. I don't know these techniques that they use, and I give it to expertise. And they said these techniques cannot show underneath a solid rock of almost 600 feet down. No way.
Why can't
They said this technique cannot show that.
but these scientists are saying, do you know about the Osiris and how they developed those?
I just covered.
Right? If you know that they use tomographic.
No, I am the one who found this.
No, I understand that, but they also discovered it and showed that it exists using the same techniques.
No, this is wrong. This is not true at all. I can tell you how I found that. How can I find that?
I'm not saying that you didn't find it. It's under the paper signature aperture radar Doppler tomography by Filippo Bondi. Scroll down and you see an image. And this image is of the Osiris shaft, which shows that they got the accurate portion of that from space. That's not from satellites. Actually, so what are you saying? They're lying?
They're lying here. They're completely lying.
But if they're showing using these techniques, things that we know that you discovered that actually
Okay.
exist.
Now, this technique, as I told you, scientists said that this technique cannot show 600 feet under the ground. The Osiris shaft that they found was only 50 feet.
Right, but it's showing these 50 feet. This is that. What makes you believe those scientists rather than these guys from Italy?
Because the scientists are scientists.
Well, these are scientists as well.
They are not showing their techniques. They're not. They take the techniques that they said and show it to any scientist. No one can tell you this is accurate. I asked every person who was a radar, ultrasound, all the people who were the scan pyramid project, they said this is bullshit. It cannot happen at all. Now,
capabilities of these satellite tomography devices that are saying that they can kilometers around with this stuff.
That's
Are you sure?
I
Do you
make
understand the technology?
no, I don't not me,
So
but I
you're
asked scientists who are in this field.
Did you talk to these scientists?
When I made that prison,
Did you talk to
they, I did not, because they did not talk to me. How can I find it? I did that. Of course I am. Yes,
Okay. I'm just interested if the new technology becomes available and they figure out a way to look into the ground and you discover things, especially if they discover the Osiris shaft and it turns to
I
actually
did not discover that. I was shocked again.
you discovered it, but they used their technology to show an accurate depiction of the interior of the Osiris
That
shaft.
was show. That was shock. Is that true? No, it's not. That was shock. That was shock. Is not good.
Right. But the way they turn their equipment on the Osiris shaft, it shows the actual interior.
Maybe I don't know. But this is 50 feet. Look over 600 feet.
I understand that if you go 50 feet, why can't it
Okay,
be?
now I'm not a scientist.
Right, so why are you
I gave what they wanted to a scientist, and they said this is not true. But
the scientists
what
are
I
wrong all the time to be the ones that are biased?
then what I did, I made a press release explaining my point. And I said my word of the second pyramid, that the base of the pyramid is 28 feet of soil. And there's no way that anything can be happened in the soil. And I explained what I'm saying. This is solid rock. And I said, your technique that you publish this medicine is not referred by science. You just publish it. And number three, the team that working in Giza, with all these new techniques, they say this is and they know
Team that's working with all these techniques. What do you mean?
we have the scan pyramid.
Right.
They're working.
But you understand this is different
I
technology.
understand, but they know about this technology.
This
They
technology.
said this technology cannot work, cannot show 600 feet under the pyramid at all. Is what they said. And that's why, if the Italians were confident, they could protect it. And the pyramid experts that anyone should
We'll make sure that happens. But listen, if the stone is 20 feet thick, the solid stone is that's correct, right? And you said Osiris shaft is 50 feet. That means it is past 20 feet, right?
But how can
They
they?
can see through the stone and see when
But
they're showing.
But the Osiris shaft is open. It's not covered to see. You can go and you see the Osiris shaft. Everyone can see it, but
The interior is not open. And the interior is
you can see the integrity.
but you can't see it the exact dimensions the way these tomographic images show, right? If they're using this technology to go 50 feet
I'm
underground,
telling you, I am not a scientist.
I understand. So
Ask all
why
the
would you
expertise.
why would you dismiss it?
I told you, it is not me who can dismiss this.
The link to the art, the original book, the very first sentence says that due to the more penetrating action of electromagnetic waves inside solid bodies, the ability to observe these distributed targets is precluded. Then they had to come up with experimental results for estimated processing SAR. So I think that's
Yeah, I don't understand the technology, but my question is, we know how spectacular the pyramids are. We know how spectacular just the base of the fact that it's carved in solid rock. Why would you not think that maybe other spectacular things exist?
I told you, I am not time, there was about science. I consulted a team, the top in the world, from Japan, France, and Egypt.
Who are these people?
They are the scan pyramid team.
Okay, the scan pyramid.
Yeah,
Ones that found
exactly.
the chamber of.
And they are working with me. And we found many other things in the second pyramid and the third pyramid. And we published it. We just published an article last week. In what I am saying, if these techniques that these two Italians are correct, the only people who really can tell you it's correct or not are the scan pyramid people, not me.
But the scan pyramid people aren't they using different
But
technology?
they know about technology. They are the top scientists in the world. I have to believe them, not the two Italians.
Yeah.
And if the Italians are really correct, they could come to talk to us, not me. Well, they talk to me and others.
I will definitely try to connect you with those people because I know that Graham Hancock and Ryan Rescue have been in contact with those people, and they're open-minded. They don't know what's going on down there, but these images of people over and over and over again.
Fine. But they
Fascinating either way.
okay.
The whole one of the fascinating things about Egypt to me is the fact that it's not just so much more advanced in terms of construction than anywhere else in the world, but that it's still to this day, like nothing even close has ever been even attempted to this day. What do you think was going on back then as far as their capabilities and understanding that led them to do something so spectacular that other people
Again,
4,500 years ago?
Again, the belief of the afterlife meditation.
Right. But they also had to have
If you come,
engineering and construction and design.
to do this belief of the afterlife, to build the pyramid, as I told you, this was a national project.
No, I understand it's a national
And now,
project, but they have
I mean, you can talk about this pyramid. If it exists or not. But when you come to Egypt and you go through time, you will see that everything gradually. There is no gap that you can.
What do you mean by that?
There is no gap for anyone to think something different than the belief of the Egyptians.
Well, I don't think anybody's saying that.
Oh,
Well, maybe some people are, maybe some people do, but I mean, it's all the Egyptians, obviously. It's in Egypt. I mean, it's the Egyptians that made it. It's pretty obvious.
Okay.
That's just it's obvious.
then if you,
Well,
I'm happy to get this.
Yeah, well, I just think whenever people say it's aliens, like, where's the proof of that?
Exactly.
Also, they built a lot of spectacular things. Like, no, it's hands or butts, just the statues, just the faces of the pharaohs with incredible symmetry.
This is why I want since you are interested in Egypt, we would like to invite you to come.
I want to come. It's for me.
We are willing to invite you.
I want to go.
Okay, tell me when, and I will arrange everything. But now, I want to come to the 6 months. Okay, can we talk about the Yes, please. Now, when I was young, I was met by Edgar Casey. Son.
Psychic guy.
Unique Casey.
Yeah.
And the case was the son of Edgar Casey. I was young. I really didn't know what's this case. When he came to Egypt and talked about his father, you know about Edgar Casey.
Yeah.
Okay, then
He
it
had
is
a vision that there was a chamber underneath the Sphinx's palm.
underneath the right there is a chamber.
That he envisioned that, correct?
Yes, and this is why
So
we
we'll
go
start
back
out.
in the village to give a talk.
First shot
One
there
of the cities in my tool
was the Chinese.
is the village.
We know that was the Chinese. There's no doubt about it.
When
Been recovered,
people
right?
began to think there is something
First spotted us in like, was it
I have an open mind, and I did
that's
search.
on
I found inside the six 4 tons.
So as soon as it was spotted, I realized that the president said, hey,
They call it
what
legal
would
steel.
you do?
Use the so-called thing.
When you
And
go
the
over
second,
contained airspace
I am here in the top. No, just a tunnel. 25 feet. No, yeah, it's close. Yeah, there's like a door on top. It's not the door.
Nobody.
It's just a tunnel. That's close. It's you can go on to the Sphinx. So I would have to cover the car. It was in rubbish.
They said,
Yeah, we covered.
we don't know what's on this thing.
Yeah.
But we shoot it
We
down.
covered the car. That's not the door.
There's no telling.
So the third tunnel that they found in the back. Now, every case, there was the hall of information. I know, but I had learned to come to this before. But then don't confuse that. And the third one is in the day. The fourth one was opened in 1927 by a French named Sumerese. And I do have photos of workmen inside the Sphinx. We found this four tunnels above an article.
I mean, we did not that in the 19.
I found in all the four tunnels
the Japanese experimented with balloon
it's to prove that these tunnels were open on that honesty with 500 pieces as in the late and the ships were so they thought there is something in underneath
You just never.
and they dug it
And
and they found it. Now, we come to this here where people we had John Anthony's we had many new age people who believe that something happened. And they give you your permission to watch.
I mean,
And how can I
so it was
someone who's not an archaeologist, not a scientist, to tell no way.
February the
But listen, I found out the rise of the water in and I was really afraid
to South Carolina.
that the water could damage the Sphinx. And I brought a team from Cairo University, and we did drill 30 to 35 feet underneath the Sphinx, everywhere. And I don't have years. But everywhere under the Sphinx. The Sphinx is a spiritual or a living group, and there's nothing under exactly. I told you,
What do you think about Robert Schoch's theory about the 10th element erosion outside of the Sphinx, that it's water erosion?
when Chuck said that for
Okay, this year's
we broke the American research as scientists from Louisville University. I don't think nobody has done that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we can
What
most of the career
you know what Robert Schoch said?
I don't know
It's
if
a
it's water
theory.
power.
It's a theory of a new age God. We talked about this before, and John Anton was brought I don't remember. Yeah. And we gave this guy from Louisville University, who was an Indian American, who really studied. I mean, he came to
Yeah.
and he worked with
So they did it
for a season,
down.
and he came and we published very hard that the
Everything
erosion
I've seen, it
that we see outside and inside the Sphinx
covered.
is
I
from
wrote it
zero
like
and not
1,000
good.
water.
Now, what Schoch want to say that this is the back 15 years ago. I agree.
Sure, it was.
Okay. If I came here and I got the Sphinx, I would need something.
Communication.
What I did, we got an area northeast of the Sphinx. I found all these numbers. New kingdom, Rome, nothing underneath. This new age people say that the head of the Sphinx is very small compared to the body. Yes, Why? If you take all the KCD stones away from the Sphinx, you'll find exactly
Yeah,
here
the lens or something kind of California.
the Sphinx. And now, this and another part like in between, there is a height. I told you the Kisha Plateau is divided to three levels. Level 1 and 2.
Yeah, there's
Very basic.
basically one
You can see the system.
95%
They carved the head.
weather
You
balloon,
know the Egyptian
experimental balloon,
carved the head
research
to represent the king with the cobra, the Rothschild. They began to make alloy, but in what they do, they fill this hollow between the two Sphinx pieces with stones. And they covered the whole body of the Sphinx with stones. And they did the modeling of the lower body on the cover. And that's why the head is very small compared to the body.
The head was made
Oh,
first,
well,
and
we'll
then
get
the
back
body
to
was
it.
made later.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why is the body so much more.
Yeah.
I told you, the body, it is a part of the body.
You know what I thought about?
The top one is the head. Exactly. So for the
Different densities of the stones. That's why the stone in the Sphinx's head is intact.
because it's living, it's living,
So it's a different kind of stone.
exactly of the body. And this is why the Egyptian layers to it all. The Egyptian wanted to make a lawyer body. They couldn't. The only way is to cover the body stones and do the modeling
Felix was his name.
of the lawyer body,
He,
the covering.
you know, was the highest altitude
Yeah, sure.
jump
Right? Yes.
Yes. Just go outside, take a left, we're back. So you were saying that these other experts that looked at it didn't agree that it was water erosion. Said that it did. So what John Anthony West and what Graham Hancock and what Robert Chalk and all these different people are trying to is that perhaps
Like one of the first things they said,
older stuff that was in Egypt and the things that we're seeing that are 2013, those are
once you get it,
recent over stuff.
send it
Tell
to
me about you've never heard about have you heard about you know about the King's right? The old King's list that goes back 30,000 whatever years. Never seen it. It's not in hieroglyphs.
This is not true. No, this is speculation from people who knows nothing about history. There is nothing. King Jesus dated back 7,000 years ago. That's why the first, because they don't know. It's speculation. Give me one evidence of that. The first king list dated back to Dynasty 5. Only
I was reading that people are saying that the King's list, even though there is like some hieroglyphics of ancient kings,
this is untrue. There is no at all. A name that you told me I never heard of this name. I am an Egyptologist working on this for the last 50, 70 years. I never heard of this king this at all. Never. And why I haven't heard about it? It's not true. I don't want to waste my time. It seems like this. I am a person in India, in fact.
so
What is this description?
Tevi refers to the first time or the first occasion.
Who said this?
It refers to a mythical golden age in Egypt where gods lived on earth and civilization was in its infancy. This period is often associated with the beginning of creation and the establishment of societal structures. Have you know this? I'm getting this off of.
It never happened at all.
Okay, I'm not saying it happened. I'm just saying this is something that's referred to.
It's never, I never heard about it. It is not true. It does not exist at all.
Even if it doesn't exist,
See, I think that's the
I must listen. Why do I have to go to a list
that was in
of
that
people
there.
can read stories that you do?
Twice today.
I don't care about I care about what I see in my eyes as an artist.
You know, the world was said to emerge from that lifeless sea when the sun rose from the first cloud in a distant period known as September. The first occasion, different myths attribute to the creation of different gods, the 7 8 primordial deities called
80 miles from this.
Abdod, the contemplative deity Tom, and the mysterious transcendent god Amun. While describing these different cosmologies,
And then all of a sudden,
to some extent, in other ways, they were complementary in different aspects of Egyptian understanding of creation. So Egyptian creation is thought to be that seems strange and you didn't hear about that. This is
Fine, you can hear that. I mean,
it's found in
it's a new age.
it's new age.
Yes. Listen to me. I know. And any Egyptology who study Egyptology in the States, you have universities. You see, you have Berkeley, you have John Hopkins, then you have every. There is no every Egyptologist ever studied languages and architecture. No one can answer what you're talking about. This is investigation. I'm sorry. This is not true. It's a speculation from people. But now in Egypt, we know the prehistory of Egypt. We know the pre-dynasty of Egypt. We know the beginning of civilization. We know everything. There is no gap in anything that can let some things like that. That is why I never hear of it, and I don't want to hear about it. You don't know why? Because there's no evidence. I am a scientist. I believe in what's written in front of me, and I believe of a seed that they can see. But I don't believe on things like this. Tell me where it is found, and where it is, and who published it. What is the science is involved? What is the Egyptologist who talked about this?
That's why I'm asking you.
I've never heard of it.
Well, I'm shocked that you haven't at least heard of it. I think it's a part of the creation.
I know, but it's not true. I receive many theories every day. My mind sure now is really cannot stand all these theories. All of them. It's too much.
February the 10th.
It's too much for
And
me.
then we got one shot.
Just couldn't find anything on that, Jamie, where that myth came
Every
from.
day.
Yeah.
So the
Is it a football game?
Goes so far. What is the scientist? Yeah, I know. I know those people. Yeah, it was so funny. People who said, he has to
I saw what
it's a British man.
I seen.
He has to write an art as an editor. We write all what we discover. We write articles
I'll
about
put those pictures
for people to read and criticize and give us opinion. But they can't go to theories like this that has no basis.
I can't believe that she
Based
down there.
you base it on carbon isotopes?
No, we don't. We make dating on the evidence that we discover.
Right, but
Like
climate
scientists,
is based on carbon, right?
no, because I don't believe in carbon 13 at all. No, carbon 13 never given accurate dating. And that's why
And by day, we
you
mean
know when you discover something,
NORAD is
if you discover a symbol,
Right.
there is two types of dating.
aerospace.
One called the absolute
is what that is.
dating means that in this symbol you have a name of a king.
NORAD covers
Means this
all
is
of
absolute. But if you discover another symbol and has no dates, then the best thing that we do is
Yeah,
to
they did
find
say,
the
I did see, I read that,
in this cemetery and try to compare it with
NORAD
other date symbol
technical.
and you give a date for this.
But you don't believe in
I
carbon.
don't believe in carbon 14. And it's not working. In Egypt, today, I have been excavate also in the very peaks. Right. They discovered.
And then they fine-tuned it to see smaller things. So they just
So if you're going back,
But I used radar in all my first one. I never had a result by radar. I calculate for team. We will use it when there is no date. But no, I use radar to discover.
see that it's frozen over.
what do you mean is to take them?
I dated that I told you, two methods of dating. Most of the dating that for me now in Samsung is based on use. Like I discovered the Golden City. It's a major, big, large city. Large city. A city. And you know, this city was chosen the most important discovery in the world in the year 2021 because this is the first time that we have a big, large city to tell us about the people of it.
You guys
How do you know how old this is exactly?
In the city, we discovered the names everywhere of King Solomon, who was the father of the letter. Inside the city, we found many statues of his queen bee. We found inscriptions about dried meat stored to celebrate the third festival of Amenhotep III. We found 9 royal
and then the
workshops in the city. Tells us about the golden age of that king. It is dated pottery by hieroglyphic inscription.
But I'm curious as to why you're skeptical about carbon dating. I think
I
carbon
know I did, but I never used it. And many people very rare use it because in Egypt, mainly we have absolute dating based on inscriptions.
Right, but I thought it was used in Egypt, like to measure the wood that was in the water. I could date the Great Pyramid to 2,500 BC.
So that was an experiment. Did the pyramid, I think was about 2009, and it's not good. But I didn't see the result.
You don't see the result of carbon testing of the water of the Great Pyramid.
No, but the mortar can't. One thing, the mortar between the stones. This mortar, like, if you take a piece of stone and you try to take this piece of stone could not be one. It cannot take the pyramid. How can it ever?
You don't date stone.
I'm saying if you did mortar,
Now,
how can you say accurately that this mortar
in that
is dated at the same time with the pyramid?
Well, you can actually. That's the argument. Is that there's probably repairs done, right?
So the pyramid,
Yeah.
no, okay, this pyramid, there is no evidence, any restoration, no restoration, never any accurate evidence that the pyramid was original. In any period of history,
There is restoration that goes on now, though, on secrets, correct?
I did make 10 years of restoration.
so
It's
here's
me
the difference is
who
that
did the restoration of the fix for 10 years.
Why did you have to do that?
Because it was when I left, I was studying the States in Kenya, from the University of Pennsylvania from 1980. From 1887, some archaeologists and archaeologists they began to show this, and they took all the cases of the Sphinx out, and they put wooden stones, and they used cement. You cannot use cement in the restoration. You can use cement in building a house.
Yeah, that's not even restoration. It's
Then,
new creation.
when I came, I stopped this restoration. And because this restoration damaged completely the proportion of the things.
brings to you another thing. Ugly. Few months later, there was a storm. Was restored in the shoulder muscles, and it fell down. And February was raining. And always people use the Sphinx for politics.
So,
The Sphinx? The Sphinx. Yeah. If they were, I think it happened the first time in the Valley. You know, the area beside the Sphinx was called the Valley of Gazelles. And the princess
so
of the
before we get into that, I guess our
used to
discussion,
come
let's talk about the other
wild
evidence.
animals in the valley.
So that
And
was
come
pretty
right
much
to the Sphinx.
alright.
And this is
So
the
there's been a video
It's
going
directed
around that it was possible
in a
to do
garage.
a shot in Florida.
Stila. It's called the Dream Stila.
From the video,
In the Stila, it's
and this was around
the dog was the fourth was a prince. And he came to heaven that had a Ravana inside the Sphinx.
didn't find an exact
And
day.
the Sphinx came to the dream
Those were
and
things
told him, my son,
that they had like dates on them that I saw.
if you remove the sun away,
So basically, it looked like something
then
falling.
he
It looked like a jet following it, but it was so far
And
away.
he
It was hard to see. So you see
to a
the
different
version,
he found
is just
a door. What year was this?
and
This
this
is
is what he was.
one 3,000 years ago. So the Sphinx
So then there's also
for
the airspace that we see.
yes, completely. That's why he told the father of faith.
When you know that explanation of it,
Of the 5th century. He never told them the Sphinx because he did not understand. They were talking he took the sand and he found that the whole kingdom is in blocks. Before it back, he puts it back. And he went to the Sphinx nearby. He took this granite skin as a wall and he wrote this. But we found there is something in politics. He killed his elder brother, who was supposed to be the king. And he wrote this story. The Egyptians, the god Horus of the horizon, it chose him to be the king. That story
So one of the other
came
things
down in 1988
I saw was that
and it fight between the enemies and the Muslims. And this
down
by far the
UFO,
political.
they're still coming.
But I stay.
They were continuing to shut down the UFO
When you
over
ask
the yellow
the best thing that I did
I
in
didn't know what
my
it
life,
was.
I say two things. Number one,
I don't know.
that I restored this.
That
I brought
really
the proportion of things back. And I restored the oldest pyramid in Egypt.
where we got
Pyramid.
to be.
It was falling down. And so I made major important conservation. And
You don't see much.
I did. Why do we have to fight all the time? Our hip.
As far as I know, they can get insane.
We have to
All
fight.
we're gonna get back
Or
to
we have to cooperate, all of us, to restore this.
So I
In
can
the morning,
see the picture of
it's
that.
important thing for me is conservation. And I dedicate most of my life, not all to the excavation, but to conservation.
What do you think the arguments are that predate, that try to push the date back?
So,
The construction
last
pyramids.
I remember something.
You've never heard of this?
No, it's only, it's a theory.
Right.
Theory.
But I know I saw a debate. I saw a debate with you and Graham Hancock and the archaeologists.
That's why,
But hold on. The other archaeologist was saying, if you're saying that something happened 10,000 years ago, here's the evidence of any civilization from 10,000 years ago. But then you found the Göbekli Temple. So the Göbekli Temple was buried over 11,000
I never heard about this. They have to know what they were.
What's not true?
It's never happened.
Göbekli Temple.
We never discovered this at all.
Wait. Göbekli Temple. Okay.
Oh, and then,
Go back.
I don't.
More than 11,000 years old. It's very complex. But this was the evidence. Hold on. This is the evidence in the argument. The argument was there was no evidence of an ancient civilization from 10,000 plus years ago. This is before the discovery of Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe gets discovered knowing to be more than 11,000 years ago. That changes everything. Because now we know. Now we know there was an advanced civilization capable of spectacular construction 11,000 plus years ago.
This is what look at the archaeologists in Turkey or in its civilization. Okay.
It's that.
Never took
I'm not sure.
That's not true. Göbekli Tepe is universally accepted as being more than 11,000 years
I am talking about vision. I'm not.
No, I understand. But the argument
It
was
says that it's called widespread.
that there was never any ancient civilization capable of spectacular construction 10,000 years ago. Now that they showed Göbekli Tepe is more than 11,000 years old, they know for sure that's not true.
But now
The city.
I'm talking about the miracle. I have the evidence, the written,
It was really cool.
without everything about that.
So I saved it to him.
And I give
Saved it to him.
hundreds of evidence that this pyramid is like,
No, I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm not saying it wasn't. What I'm saying is,
any civilization, all the
It's not
time,
even there.
we know all
So this
this.
little
We have still nothing. We have still we have no.
is what I was trained.
so how does ancient Egypt emerge?
Yeah.
How does it emerge and go from 0 to 10,000?
We have
And I got constituted this. What you see right here. And I have
three histories.
Right.
but that was the top thing.
Mid stories.
And it was the only thing that I was there.
And they began to live together in community. And after that, when a king called
I saved
in
them.
dynasty, he began to make unification
So,
of the upper levels.
to me, there's something to that.
Complete or how I can unite completely.
And what
This is
So-
what was 3000 BC.
This one took out now what you started to get into it.
In a place called the Abydos, they built a huge shop, not very good, huge,
Is it a strap?
for not
Uh,
most of and this
thing,
stones are created inside called the Abydos.
manifest.
You know what's really fascinating about this is that 500 years, think about that, how different just modern civilization was 500 years. 500 years ago, we had almost
I saw,
no internal combustion engine, no heart and steel, none of the things. And now, look what we have
Man,
in
there was some
electronics,
names
management, what the Egyptians were able to do in 500 years on a very different way. Construction and stuff. That their advancements weren't like our advancements, their advancements were equally spectacular, just in a different way.
Okay. Now I come back to the outbreak structure. This is the dynasty.
Okay.
In dynasty, came a king called he had a genius name.
He used a little more language than some using leading up to these younger.
I'm serious.
Do whatever.
Yeah.
You do whatever.
I'm serious.
Resurface.
To it. I made a video of the discovery of English.
And first,
I found a tomb of a son of a king inside incredible statues of Zeus and his father and his queens and his children.
What is this tomb?
And then in the shadow of this temple, in the shadow of Zeus. And this really made me because I have been searching for the tomb of Imhotep most of my life. But the area that I found this tomb, it was under houses. With the place.
oh wow. So the next all today,
100 years ago, They built houses inside. But they never excavated what's underneath the house. Wow. So modern houses. And 6 months ago, we built houses in another area. And we put this house. And we found underneath
She went missing.
major discovery.
Sleep.
This
While they
discovery
were
will
done
be
something.
in today's show this week.
Right.
Now,
And it was like
I am sure
years ago. Now
that
this girl
each
is
one of
20
them
years old.
is in this.
Wow. This is
Now it comes back.
What technology can you discover?
identifying shores
All what they do.
that identify the girl that's missing.
What is the time you guys on something to find more stuff?
Very similar.
I want to see what they
She
do
thinks
and what they discover.
I want
What they discover and what they discovered.
Yeah,
I can show.
Please do. In September, you want to about this? Where the origins of that?
They were both in that area. She was missing.
Figure out how they launched the mission triggers.
But can we
The
have
other thing, this could be a
in what and he builds the same mastaba. Mastaba in Arabic means a bench. He built the construction in Madrid of stone for the first time. And he added,
So if you don't know about that, that is up in Ohio.
and he put above that 5 mastabas.
Cleveland somewhere, is that correct?
It's called the state of
Close to
in the pyramid text. In the pyramid text, this pyramid is still
You know, basically only evacuated the city from
embedded underneath.
small amount of
And this one was how many years before?
and I've seen videos
Almost 700 ever. So it's not nearly sophisticated as Springfield. So about 700 years or so. Listen, now, that is the thing. There's another pyramid. And only I found recently
which comes
that they had not excavated completely. I found a pyramid, which is the end of the dynasty of a king called Hon. Then now we came to Senegal. Hon. H-U-N.
yeah, I did.
It became the dynasty of Senegal.
Okay.
Senegal had a king
Yeah, I did hear what it
whose name
was.
was Nefer.
According to the
And he started,
CPA, it can be
he started to build a step pyramid
in a
like
controlled burn and dispose
as
of it.
I could make.
That burn,
But for reasons we don't know, he left it up. And he went to a place called Rothschild. He,
They told people to get out of the area where
the pyramid was a huge angle. And he changed the angle. It became big. And he built another pyramid. If you look at the other pyramid of the father of Khufu, it's exactly equal to the great pyramid. This is the film. This is the pyramid. But people never go to that shore to look at this pyramid. People always look at it. And you have in Dynasty 4, the pyramids were huge because of the quality of the stones.
So
In Dynasty 5 and 6, there is no good quality of stones. And the Egyptians
in Arizona,
made decrease on the volume of the stones and did increase in the volume of the war relief. Temples began to be decorated with scenes for the first time. In the Middle Kingdom, another trend. Underneath these corridors of stones that if you go down, you will lose your way. In the New Kingdom, they built and they came in the top of the Valley of the Kings, a shape of the pyramid, and they buried of the things like that
All I
others
see is these
under
houses.
the pepper.
But I know there was one. I know one was at his house.
So that's the story.
That's just
All right. Well, listen, man, it's been fascinating
And that
talking.
hurts some conflict.
And I definitely am going to take you up on your offer. We'll definitely go to each other.
no, never.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Governor was not
And you
square.
can send us on video so we can splice it in on the hieroglyphs of the wall. Send that
I
right.
would say, okay, but if they need to make a help on that,
We don't need it.
and there are the people that will talk to us to arrange for that. And I will invite you. And
How many days in
come
Who knows?
I'm going to a podcast.
Let's do one inside the gate.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, here's another problem with the idea that these Italians are proposing. It's real water taken. There's no water underneath that.
Oh, this is so bizarre. That was full of water.
So is that what this piece is from?
Exactly.
But where's that water?
It's a water tip.
But there is a water table.
It's soft. It's soft.
Basically, in this area,
Water company. And it's a cold water.
semi truck, hitting truck.
All underneath. As a certificates and for pills.
Oh, wow.
And this is a very very of because kids have that dog was called the new kingdom. Very good the first time the house. The Christ, Lord of Christ. Last time but literally means the underground tunnel. That was
Before this even happened.
because when it talked about water under the bed.
There's some
It's in the shop.
type,
And this one beast inside. You know, I met him because I wanted to convince the young people that pyramids were real. It is. That's why I took him 3
Yeah, I
years.
don't know. I don't understand any of the thing. I think super advanced culture, super advanced.
But you know,
The Library of Alexandria Burning is probably
I am but sure many people in America believe that you believe in aliens. When I talk to them, that I come to see
anything is
that I
weird.
believe.
they do.
Well, I'm not opposed to the idea of aliens. It's just there's hundreds of billions of galaxies that I know of the universe. And UFOs, there's a billion stars. The idea that we're unique in the universe. You don't think there's anything out there?
Nothing.
So you don't believe in civilization capable of advanced construction?
So,
You don't believe in aliens?
so I am a scientist.
Oh,
So if you believe in something, write an article, then I can read. But don't give me a theory.
but the theory of planets containing intelligent life.
That's I have been debating and John Anthony was that I told him that the theory would go with the wind.
All right, but we're not talking about that here. We're talking about aliens being possible.
No way.
No, yeah, just us.
This is only
The whole universe.
if you believe in
Us in the whole universe? Only us.
if you believe in God, you the Egyptian believed in after and they made this great.
I'm not saying aliens made it. I'm saying it's very possible there's something else out there.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Hey,
Bye,
everybody.
Enjoy. I enjoyed it too. And I'll see you next time. Bye.
But here's the thing. They said Roswell was a too. You cannot in my lifetime make me think that Roswell was a. Now, they come out with the first newspaper article. When you gotta think, news traveled a lot different back then than it does now. Yeah. The telephones were attached to a screen.
That's very.
Strike my name, show up your podcast my name.
They didn't always have a cell phone. And
All day.
for them to be able to paper that tells Okay, right. The original.
How did Netflix let you make these shows? Well, they wouldn't have let me make it if I just pitched it. What did you do? I made a few and showed it to them. Oh my god! I knew that if we didn't put the script, no, the script will work. The script will work. I mean, that's just that's the thing. It's like very funny. Very funny. It's pretty ridiculous. You know, it was a few years ago that I made like the initial one. It was I was on that crazy tour, that real crazy tour where it was like
We're sending something
like 10 shows a week.
to check it
And I
out.
had
We're
a break
sending
from that. Then so I've always liked movies, like features, right? But it's a lot. It's a huge undertaking to get a feature, but I like short films. It feels like you're making a movie, you know, like a movie, right? But it feels much more accessible. So I had all these like short stories, short films, and I called my friend Rabbi, Josh, and I was like, "Hey, I have a break coming up on tour. Let's shoot a short film. We've done other things before." And when I sent him like 10 scripts, he was like, "What do we do?" I was like, he's like, "We'll shoot a film 7 days in a row. We can do 3 of the stories." And even then, I wasn't thinking television series. I was just like, "Oh, it'd be fun to make these stories." And so after we shot those 3, it was like a clear that we had like the, you know, the bones of the show. It's like, what if we could have a show that was based on short stories, you know, like short films, basically. And I don't know, there's another few that were in the original thing. And when I sent it in to Netflix, this is like insane. Like 6 episodes. It's like, this is crazy. But it's been the most fun I've ever had. Really? Yeah, because you know what, I was thinking about it like on my way in here today. I was like, sometimes you have to remind yourself like of like your dreams, like your original dream. You know, and my dream when I moved to LA had nothing to do with stand-up. I never thought of stand-up. Not to say that I don't love doing stand-up. I really love stand-up. But I moved to LA because I was like, oh, I wanted to do this. Like that was my whole thing. I wanted to try all these things. And I had like my own blueprint for how to do it. I was like, I'll go to the ground links. SNL definitely hired me from there, like this is like 21 million. And then I'll do that for a couple years and then I'll do movies. Like, I thought that was a logical to end the movies. And it just, you know, I did do the ground links for a while, but when I was supposed to be writing about it, which was like one of the titles, I had started stand-up and I was just like, oh, this ad was just better. Like I was getting traction, not like my career wasn't. So tonight they said, how much I loved it. I was starting to get like $50 here and there, and I was like, oh, it's not through the writing method. It's staying in the but the dream of doing something like movies, which is like this feels like to me like except film school and like making fucked up movies. That's what it felt like. That's what, like I was working like 16-hour days. I've already been with this thing, but I was coming home. I'm feeling like so energized after working all that. Just like, come home and relax. I was like, yeah, I'm having so much fun doing podcasts. That shows your talent. I think so. I mean, it was like, that is so uniquely you. It is, right? Oh, yeah. That's my fucking text. There are some in here that I can't wait for you to see. Like, there are some in here that I literally cannot wait. She, this morning, she was like, bad. She's like, depicts and violence. The 2 actors, we need more Russian. Yeah, we really do. But the, you know that show, the religious show in the area, I'm not remembering it. Of the shop. Righteous Gemstones. Oh yeah. fucking yeah, man.
So does
Yeah,
that mean
right.
Russian?
Yeah.
Or does it just
He's
mean
fucking
they're so
fantastic. Yeah, he's fantastic. The whole cast.
The whole cast is
The fucking show is it's so funny. Goggins, Adam Devine, John Goodman.
Oh yeah,
Everyone's amazing. They're all, but it's also so ridiculous. Yeah, it's like thank God. It's like, it seems like for a while people were getting scared of making anything offensive. I know, and it also feels like
we don't follow
so many studios, networks, platforms, whatever we call it, are like so just from comedy. Like it's like comedy is like very like what's weird is you can get away with so much in a drama. In a drama, you have violence, theft, car accidents, you fucking kill people, break people, steal all the money, and that's okay. Yeah, but like, there's something about doing comedy that's offensive. Or yeah, the other thing is there's the offensive angle. I also think that they really shit the bed on literally backing truly funny material. Like some of these studio comedies that are released. The critics people are why didn't this work? Because it's not good. It wasn't funny. It's not a funny comedy. Don't get partners because they can't take a real chance. Yeah, I think a studio is always, like if you strip everything down, it's somebody that has to have some risk in their job. They're playing with millions of dollars to say this will make us money. Right. And so yeah, they start to get more apprehensive of that. The other thing is that the cost of some of these comedies, when comedies were really thriving last, I think like 20 years ago, some of these comedies started to cost like $30 million plus to do a comedy. Yeah, because sometimes you had like huge stars and huge set pieces, and you have these enormous budgets. Yeah, and now some of them like Tropic Thunder, I think did probably pretty well. But a lot of them would not, and so it started to be like, hey, we can use this. That's why you see the explosion of certain genres, right? Like horror really has had a huge uptick the last decade or less. People can produce it for $5 million, and they don't realize you can produce great comedies for $5 million. Also, you can, but you have to like prioritize the material first. It's got to be a great script, and they got to be willing to back it. And I feel like we just haven't taken those shots. It's kind of true, right? Because of the fact that these big studios and these big stars are not using those kind of films. Exactly.
I found his interview.
And like the door is wide open. So the demand has never gone away. No, people buy it. They want to laugh. Oh, I'm doing one this summer. Yeah, I'm doing one this summer. It's a crazy fucking movie. It hasn't been announced yet, so you don't know about that. But it's a wild R-rated movie. Tell me about it. Okay, yeah. Not everybody else. Yeah, no, I can't. I would love to talk about it. But I think we're doing kind of like I said, which is like we're going to go all in on trying to make this really fun. And I mean, I couldn't be more excited about it. And I think it's like it takes. You realize when you read it, this is it. Kind of in Russia. Punch ups on the script, and then you just surround yourself with amazing comedic talent with great actors. Just have fun. Yeah, I think that's awesome. Something that's missing. That's so cool. I didn't know that was your original dream. That fucking forever. I know. Yeah, it was. I guess I was probably like. I kind of was resigned to that's not going to happen too. Not like. I mean, the other thing is like, dude, every time I'm out on the road, I get a call. Hey, we want to see you for this part, or you got an offer to shoot this show. Like, here's the offer. I'm like, yeah, I'm on tour. And it's the fucking United Center. So they don't care. They just want that piece. And I'm like, dude, if they don't get it, like I can't do it. But that's also, I realized that after years of that, it's like, look, I'm always. I'm just never positioned you with other people's stuff. Yeah, and so it also kind of I got excited about having summer on, do something, and then my tour contract where I'm on will end in December, and I'm leaving 26 wide open. Yeah. I mean, I'll still do like what I do, which is like go into your club or book some club weekends, which are kind of like low, stress kind of thing. Go around so it can work out. So I'll try to keep the muscle fresh, but I won't book like a
It's good to take breaks.
It is, right?
I took sort of a break. Just
How's
taking my live special.
Yeah.
It's very nice. It's great having no pressure. So, like, I just talk about what I want to talk about, and I write about what I want to write about, instead of going, I gotta put an hour together.
Yeah.
That's right. Trying to make sure the hour's tight.
You just kind of think you can.
I think there's something to be said for taking breaks with stand-up in particular, because, like, you don't want to just have tools that you use to do a job, right? You want to actually, like, you have to kind of figure out, what am I investing all my time in these subject matters?
Yeah.
What's interesting? How much time is it going to take to figure out what the perspective is, or to just say it on stage?
Yeah.
Because I feel like with a lot of comics, there's a thing happens where you get kind of like locked into a set, and then you abandon that set, and it's just mad scramble to come up.
Yes.
And a lot of times when you're doing that set, it's not as best. It's just, you can make it effective.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It kind of feels like filler.
Yeah.
I know exactly.
I know when someone's doing that.
Right. But if it's something that you tell the person once to talk about,
Exactly.
it's
Actually, that's just like, as I've gotten older, I thought it's much more. There's a lot of stand-up is kind of unspoken. I think a lot of really, there's some weird thing. I get it from great comedians. Like, when I was a kid, there was this guy named Frank Santos, the ran a hypnotist, and he would go on stage and he would do stuff. And it's really weird. Yeah. There was a flow with confidence or something about him. And it was also an actual, hypnotized people. So yeah. And there was something he was doing where I was like, what is he doing? Like, how is he like, what is this connection where it's just so funny? Like, how is he getting into this stuff? Like, what is he knows this stuff? And then I see like a guy like Attell on stage when he's and you recognize something in him, like he's hypnotizing. There's something that he's doing, this effortless confidence and connection to what he's talking about, and great material also. So you give him the brains. You're like, oh, it's so good. Take my brain. Take my brain in the room of the he has a very particular page. If you hang out with him or work with him, you start doing that. I did that in like 05 or 06. I was like, he was on the show, and how the first killer album came out. Thanks for the memories. Yeah, I feel like I would be talking to you like this. I was like, how's everybody doing? Like, I would just start because it's such not type of game. Yeah, but someone said that about like how many times like that's his babies. So basically, in that stage promotions. Yeah, so a bunch of people that he gave one. Yeah, it's super normal. A lot of people have that. It's interesting how that stuff emerges. There's a thing that's going on, which is why live stand-up is so much better than stand-up on television. But this reason, I'm not right now. I realize that, and it's funny. I can be like tired, and being tired. I go on stage and
mindset. And all of a sudden, I'm like, I had the right amount of tired.
You don't have to.
More relaxed. Yeah. And then I get off and like, it was like, that was an amazing show. Yeah, I feel like I was too tired to be like self-conscious or something. You know what I mean? Right. Like so some of my self-awareness went away, but like the right degree went away.
Yeah.
And then the show just
And then you locked in.
Yeah. I also like to tell myself sometimes if I remember that I'm best on stage if I'm going on stage in a silly mindset. If I'm goofing off backstage.
Yes.
Fucking around,
Yes.
making fun of somebody that's like in the crew or something. I don't know, like dancing in the green room, like just silly. That mindset walking up on stage is like the best one to go on stage.
That's why I so love working with Joey so much.
Yeah.
Because all the two things. One, Joey would make me laugh like while he was on stage. I'd be waiting to go on stage instead of thinking about my material and going over everything.
Yeah.
I'd just be laughing.
And then I go on stage. And that's the thing, is that's an unspoken thing. The audience goes like, there's joy in this person. They feel the joy.
Yeah, legit. Because like there's nothing closer to the fake laugh.
Yeah.
When a comedian hears the fake laugh thing, it's fucking gross. Just like when said the fucking same joke the same way every night with the same laugh.
Yeah.
You're tricking.
It's so manufactured. It's so calculated.
Which is fine, right? Whatever, do whatever. It's like there's a thing that comes with that. It's like, okay, I'm never gonna be full. True.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen.
And then there's also nothing as fun as genuine laughter on, like, if it's like that really makes you laugh while you're doing this, that's the most fun.
Oh, for sure.
And then it becomes contagious.
It's like, that's why the bits work so good when you first start doing them.
Yeah.
And sometimes they die off.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, there's certain things, like, at a subject when you first start talking about it, you're like, what the fuck is going on? How is this a real thing?
It's so funny. We were just talking about how there's certain bits where
Everybody always says,
and then over the next few months, and you're trying to get that. You're like, wait, is that any different? Like, did you go just right? Missing beat or something? Like missing connective tissue? Right? What's going on? Just like by the end, you're like, no, it's fully dead. It's not. I don't know what happened.
You just got to be able to accept it.
Yeah, that's such a funny thing though that happens.
I have like two bits I call orphans.
that there's
So I have
another
a file.
14
Oh,
They're all
Seven,
bits and it's not too special.
Yeah.
Someone comes up to me
this week,
every night
last week,
on that one French cartel.
we talked about it.
Is that on anything? I was like, no. I said, it's just floating around. It doesn't have anything. It's all
Sometimes you try to bring those back. I brought some back that didn't make it, and sometimes they've been right. Yeah, and sometimes you're like, oh, there's a reason.
Yeah.
Carry this one.
You know when they pop up is bottom of the barrel.
Oh yeah,
Bottom of the barrel, it's the best show. The bottom of the barrel, every now and then I'll pull something out. I'll go, absolutely.
yeah,
It's like an ancient bit of this.
yeah.
If I can kind of remember it.
That's the other thing. Is your memory starts to on the old stuff.
My memory's gone. Last question. It's gone.
That's the best thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I get called out to do this, and I go, I honestly was
Yeah.
like, I'll start it, and then I'll forget.
You want to do it?
Yeah, and then some, they don't know it. They don't know it.
Yeah, sometimes that'd be funny if they did it. They actually know. It's like, yeah, this is short events. Like, just leave it in mind. It's like, I'm done with this.
So did you like any of the acting stuff? Because I know you don't have any anymore, but did you enjoy it?
Yeah. Yeah,
That was fun.
yeah, it was fun. I did not do it. It's just I didn't like it as much. I didn't like the timing of it. These I don't know, but it's like you're working these long ass days.
Yeah.
And as a person who likes to do a lot of different
It seems like history's good for like 100 years,
Yeah,
maybe
you
150 years.
were on a bolt.
You get back to 500 years.
Legislation would be way harder.
That would have been crazy. I had friends that were on single sex. There was 6 days a week. And they would work like 12.
And he wrote this weird train,
Yeah.
whatever.
Like, this is so crazy. Like, I have a bunch of stuff. I have to bring that to you. You roll it? No, I'm still injured. I'm still dealing with it's a lot better now. Lower back issue.
In the day he died, there's nothing more. It's just like
I say, yeah, my little guy,
and this
but
month
you
is
just
this week. What was this month?
it's all good. Both of us go. But we
Technically, it's not too bad.
like this is my last one. It's 6. That's your last one. That's the schedule.
See, all of it.
What?
He's sick of me. Yeah, he's talking like me. You have a full
Rabbit hole.
kindergarten drums. And then he told the instructor, he told
So you're
in
fine.
charge. I was like, tell him. He goes, I won't be coming back. I'm here for the schedule. So that guy kind of like smiled and he goes, well, what do you have? Let's hold you for the kindergarten drums in Spanish. I'll tell you everything. He's a 6'6". And I go, yeah. Is this the one who calls you Tom? Well, they both did for a while. But yeah. So he goes, but he's
Okay, then that's what you say
he goes, well, in life,
what is
you
your
have to be
actual
strong, right? Yeah.
What's your belief?
Yeah. So, if you have to be strong, then you have to do this. And I was like, yeah, this instructor was awesome Thursday. He sticks out his fist and he goes, I told you, I'm too busy. And so he hasn't gone. But it's the thing about you.
So my opinion is you already know.
A month. And then he's like, I want to
I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's
of
aliens.
course. And also,
Now,
he's older brother. He's doing very well. That's a problem. That's like, he's got to fucking got to be. And now,
Nice.
like, fucking mom, they're talking that shit all day.
After we said whatever,
So he's like,
we're gonna get
that's hilarious. Yeah, you gotta hedge your time. Like you have to figure out what do you want to do. You are the most insane in my book for a person who does the most different things. Because you
It's
are
like
you're highly proficient at archery, jujitsu, shooting pool, fitness,
they're not
this shit, stand up. Like that's a lot of different things to be like very good. Yeah, you know, because I'm obsessive. Right. So like I have to like that's why I don't fucking golf. That's why I don't fucking golf against video
maybe
games.
not
I stayed away from video games 20 years ago. About 20 years. We got a console.
The big thing that I see,
I actually found that I am busy enough where I in my brain I can't. I can do 20 minutes in 30 days and get like a really coconut and have fun. But most of the time I walk by it and I go,
My problem is if you put that 20 minutes in, I'll be up to 5.
yeah,
I'll go, I just want to work out tomorrow. I'll just show up, have it in the bag, I'll eat a lot of cream, I'll just my brain works. You guys don't do that?
yeah, I started doing it every day. Yeah,
But it's a really big one for sleep deprivation.
anyway, I guess we've got we're
Yeah, there's some sort of study
we're
with the show that it completely diminishes the effects of sleep deprivation. If you take
see you again in 2
20
weeks.
grams of creatine, something like
I've been doing that. I have a whole new sleep protocol.
Oh yeah, always. Please.
Like I'm saying, much of peptides and shit. Yeah, much of the that's good. You have to try that pineal.
No, I haven't.
Really use a lot of thoughts on what you got there to get us on that list. Whether you like us or not, if anything, give us a review, lower us down. We're trying to get better. We're trying to get better. Give us a review.
But like
last time I was so it was like this great cake. It was like his wife, my wife was there, person, his wife, David Goggins with his wife. Oh wow! A bunch of my professional pool player friends.
That's a fun table.
Oh, it was fucking phenomenal. We had so much fun. We all had dinner together after UFC fighting. Her is just the world. Laid back, yeah. And I was like, oh, I definitely made the right choice. Yeah, I definitely made the right choice. Because I'm watching him slowly turning into fucking red. He was hilarious. I'll tell you that. At the thing, we were having a lot of laughs.
Yeah,
But I was like,
they can knock him down.
bro, he found out where we were working down on the way out the door. He just downed two martinis. Oh, no more. Like, just down these martinis on the way out the door. Like, this is fucking preposterous. Perfect. Perfect. So, like, how's that possible? He always says that. And I saw somebody comment the other day on our podcast. They go, the documentary about Bert's doctor. It's unbelievable. It's a complete charlatan. Turning that go to the fucking mouse and the crazy guy. She's like, you're great. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, he left. We had dinner. He was like, what? He's like, do about what? Nobody has rights. It's just his glass. And he can drink it in like 5 minutes. It's crazy. Well, it's obvious, like, it's got to be in North Carolina for the adaptive, right? Like running is. Well, yeah, if you run never, you can't run America. Right. But if you run a lot, you can run America. Sure. You get used to it. Your body gets accustomed to putting on miles, 5 before work every day. You know, we always talk about that freak show. Shit he has in him. Like he's free, he's free forward or something. And the 5K. So many people that are like, thanks for listening, and you know, making making leads. Dude, do you know what he's down? 200 pounds. Yeah, and from last year, 130. That's amazing. And he's like, I want to lose another 100. That's insane. So and what's he at now? He's at 340. So he wants to get down to 240. Wow, he's 240. He's a big guy. For him, 240 is probably right. Yeah, it's probably. And I, by the way, we were talking before he got there. The 5K had, it was in Raymond James Stadium, Bucks. Mm-hmm. So I was like, well, how are we mapping out 3.1? Well, the only way to do that in a venue of this size is you had to like use every, square inch of the place. So they had us go up the ramp. Like if you're going to go up to the top, there's a ramp that goes up. It's 9 stories up above all incline. And then you go across and you go down and you go up again. Oh, so we like half a mile plus of incline, right? Oh. So before Joey was here, I'm like, I don't know if he can do this. You know what I mean? Like he's a big guy still. Knees, cardio, all the shit, right? Dude, he fucking snatched it. That's a cardio, right? Can he hire a trainer? I think some people got this as well. And now he doesn't do it. I don't even get text on it. So he just chucked his phone up. Yeah, like all the years of drinking, he's getting his phone number out to so many people, and he decided instead of getting a number, yeah, which should do, yeah. So like, I was just go phone. That's fucking awesome. It's crazy. I love it. Like I used to panic when I left my phone number. Now when I feel like I'll get it later. I feel fine. It's a great feeling. Yeah. Yeah, we're all prisoners. We are. We're prisoners. That's gonna get worse. Oh, this is the thing I wanted to tell you. So, some of the Bucks players, the offensive players, these are absolute beasts. 6'5", 6'6", 330, like just giants with the ribbons. And we're doing all this silly competition stuff. We did the golf simulator, throw a fucking spear into like a bale of hay, and then they're like, "Oh, we need one more thing." So we have beers. It's Oh, first one,
Yeah, he beat fucking all pro.
he's been whole. That's like, come on, man. But look at these. Doesn't that make sense?
It does make sense, but you still go like,
Guys can throw a baseball a lot faster than these dudes.
it's just crazy. You know, like, I'm not being under a body of these dudes. I'm like, nah, they're going to be a struggle.
Yeah, he's gonna win. Like, he's used to holding beers.
Yeah.
He's used to holding drinks.
I could feel it knocked out. Like my arm just gave out. And then
Look at him. He's still smiling.
hell yeah.
Nothing wrong. That's insane.
Yeah. And then they just slowly
I
fell.
bet if he did his left arm, it would fall off. I bet he literally would be like, he's been holding up drinks so long. Also, like, toasting crowds for so long.
Yeah.
You know, you should hold out and just humiliate them after he's done.
Oh, he held it up.
Yeah.
Hey, look. Look at Bert. Look at this.
Just insane.
He's like got incredible genetics. Like if he wanted to be an athlete, he'd be incredible.
Yeah, so he was like super athletic.
Yeah. But it's also very rich. So, yeah. I love him. You know, I don't want him to change, but I do. I mean, I want him to help. You know, like when we first started doing Sober October, essentially just because we were worried folks going to die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's still here. I mean, the first one was the weight loss.
What's that resistance?
Average, wind speed, all
Yeah, I'm obsessed with that squeeze issue.
Yeah.
You know the thing?
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah. I got 161 and I want to get 190.
You have one here?
No, I think, yeah, we do out there. Yeah, alcohol, but we do it to the club. So,
here
in the club, when I first did it, I think I got 147. I was like, this is bullshit. Yeah, and then I got 161 without these things. That's just for
David has this thing in restrictions.
which day?
Lucas.
Oh, yeah,
Lucas got big hand.
Jamar, yes, Jamar Neighbors. He's got 167. Damn. That's great. Seriously,
Yes.
check.
we had
But, you know, we got some big dudes coming there.
this was on
I don't know who's got
they
it.
would you can afford every other
The UFC had a bunch of guys.
6 or 7
I forget who had the highest. But I think Alex Guerrero was like 180.
He's a big fuck. I didn't realize how big. I didn't realize. Because you know, TV's so huge. Oh, yeah. Then I saw somebody in hosting. I was like, holy shit.
97. Oh, that's crazy. Michael Chandler, 113.
1 meter is 4 and a half.
No, he's doing it right. But you're doing your opposite, man, because Paul Craig has like 126. Phil Nickel, yeah, left too. So they're doing their opposite. What's 153? Wide and strong as fuck.
you
153.
big old tree.
Steve Hicks, huge. What's he got? He's all there.
outside
He's there for him. So, 131. Wow, that's really
on the breeze gun out there.
other 104. Oh, Jesus Christ. Second attempt. 155. All right, so I'm stronger than all of them. But I'm trying to get.
Yeah. Yeah, he had quite a bit. So this week, we
So,
always been with insurance adjusters.
Some of those,
Here, I didn't have a free.
on wrestling guys.
Oh, yeah.
Week before.
Oh, yeah. I was watching this one guy. He's a professional climber.
Oh.
And, yeah, he has his basement gym. I might see that video, but I think if you find on YouTube, it's I've never seen strike. This guy has calves grown.
I think it was about midday on
Someone
Sunday.
off of his forearm bone. It's like a
Yeah.
and he's doing one finger
I've seen this. I don't understand.
with like a centimeter of hole. Like it's the tiniest little lip. His fingers resting on, and he's pulling his whole body out. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. It's not this guy. The other guy's like
It's like a thing that you use with
his forearms are. He's not like bodybuilder size, but the musculature is great.
I saw one of those guys who I guess is in the rock climbing, mountain climbing world. He's just one of
Yeah, that's the guy.
very lean.
That's the guy. So this guy does a bunch of freaky shit. This is yeah, look at this. Look at the fucking one arm thing. See that? The size of the grip.
Yeah.
Look how fat that grip is. Like doing a one arm chin up is crazy. It's great. But doing a one arm chin doing a one arm chin is crazy. But a one arm chin up with a fat grip like that is off the charts nuts. Like his strength must be insane. And but you look at him like right there, like his neck and everything. He doesn't look like that strong.
Right.
It's very deceptive because with climbing, you can't have traps. You can't have like excess stuff. So everything is very like his forearms, with his grips. Look at the size of his fucking forearms when he's doing that. It's crazy. See me isolate when he was doing that with his forearms.
shorter than that.
The NBA is one. No, it's different.
Yeah, I've seen you see that.
Yeah, I think I'm in that guy. But he's
This guy.
it's like mountain climbing, if you think about it, just the amount of reps that you're kicking your body weight up. Like gym, just like who's more jacked than the best? Super jacked. Look at his forms. Look at that. Back up a whole second and just freeze it. Look at freeze it right there. Freeze it. Look at that left fucking forearm.
Yeah, that's
That's nuts, man. That's a calf. That's a calf. That's like a strong calf.
and this is like a big endorsement for calisthenics.
That's a big part of my work.
Really?
Oh yeah, I do a lot of times. Yeah, I still do the 100 push-ups every day, 100 bodyweight squats. But I do chin-ups, dips, and L pull-ups. Like so, like close grip, the legs just yeah, it's you want to be able to end the other. I do hang from a bar like this where I use with my toes up to so it's like works forward. That's like being to manipulate your own body is crucial.
Yeah, because those gymnasts are you would like some of them like have never touched weights.
I'm just not. Like it's not time efficient.
Yeah.
Because they're doing that hour muscles in 8-hour sessions. But you can get a lot done with your body with just dips and chaps.
So that was like talk about chest and things like that was like the the cherry dips.
And you can do dips too.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's nothing. Just a 25 pound weight. That's where it doesn't feel like anything. And you do stuff with it on, like chin ups and pull ups. Fuck yeah.
So
Right, so 25 pounds. Imagine Joe was working out 200 pounds. So it's actually 300 pounds.
yeah.
So imagine just carrying around everywhere you go. You got a squat rack like a real bar stuffed with plates. You just carry that.
Right. Yeah. That's why those guys like lower fights are crazy.
Oh, Ralphie James. It absolutely. His legs were carrying that. Oh, yeah. Just carrying around that body.
That's nuts. I think if they trim down a lot. Yeah, we're both
No,
So you do get weaker when you lose weight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always the best.
So if you lose weight to lose body fat, your body has to do something wrong. It's very difficult to make.
So we're going to start out with
mass,
like
maintain muscle mass. What you
main.
It's hard. It's like you have to be real careful.
Yeah, that's true.
And you got to try not to lose too much weight too quick. Because a lot of people lose weight. A lot of people become food addicts and act like addicts and start thinking like, I'm gonna lose all the weight now. Just starve yourself and stuff. You just work out 8 hours a day. But you're gonna lose all your muscle too. You lose everything. Somebody you fucking hit What about playing fish? Just slow the flow. Yeah. Your body tries to figure out what to slow you down.
Yeah. Slow
Yeah, it just sucks. If you realize it fucked up, it would be nice if you just get better quick. I'm 50 pounds overweight. Fuck!
Just dial in. It's really about consistency, I feel like, right? Like my window when I go, oh shit, it's just so much smaller than it used to be. So right now, I've swim a little bit. And that's what we're doing. I just have to try. It's hard. Yeah. Sometimes it's also just that, like, you know, I get into this rhythm of the way I'm training. And good. You know, get out there, it's like, you know, we got to be playing, he's tired, just do it. And then eat, slowly. I feel like I'm also at a place where I know if I dialed in, like the diet, and make sure I stay on top of like training, I can just show this.
Yeah, you've done it before. Yeah. You did it. You broke, you know, you figured it out. And then now what? I think it's hard when you're traveling because you know you're just anytime you're traveling, your energy level goes down.
Yeah.
It's like you got to figure out things to mitigate that energy level going down, and then counterintuitively, the best way to do that is to work out.
Yeah, I know.
Which doesn't seem like it makes any sense because you're tired. I don't want to work out.
A lot of times we do the land, like right land.
You say, hey,
It is crazy. I do a lot of CPT day, 3-4 days, you know, to work. And a lot of times like that. You're doing 3 or 4 cities. Just like
You take a lot of vitamins.
I mean,
I think I take a pretty good amount of vitamins. Yeah, that's important. Yeah.
Take a lot of vitamins, and then it's just hard to be strict with your diet. But the big one's out.
I'm lucky in that regard. Sometimes
Yeah.
I don't know. Start using
Oh, that's great. Yeah,
maybe. Those are delicious. They're great. What you love for 28 grams of protein.
they're great. Yeah, there's a bunch of good options now that you can bring with you in the world.
It's all trying. Like sometimes I go, oh, it's great. Today was a great day, and then it's just dinner. It's just like there's no fucking day.
Have you ever had a carnivore snack?
the
Carnivore snacks from the bar is my go-to. I like them. You have some Rothschild, like you can eat them. It's like sliced ribeyes that are just dry, but it's got the fat on it.
It's good.
Yeah, you don't feel guilty at all. If you're looking at this snack with just meat and salt, perfect snack. It sounds like also get carnivore snacks. It's nice with that. But it's not like it's not tricky. It's like you describe it as like this treat.
Yeah.
Good snack. Yeah, just to keep it going off the rails.
That's all you try to do. That's all you try to do is just mitigate. And
I think so.
you missed the most. Pasta, crazy.
They decided to didn't really know this conversation.
So good.
Well, they seem to manage those
It's complicated.
when that show is
Just for pure that pleasure of just overstuffing yourself. You know, it's like every day. Yeah. And the thing is, I didn't like blow up.
coordinated.
No, I thought I would. I'm sure I would do that, but I thought
Then he came from outside himself.
so it was a big thing there. Portion size. You know, like there's nothing thing that there's a pasta. Of this. Right. It's like or take it in Italy. Yeah. It's so good. I saw, oh my god, it's not this lady on your show. It's on clip. Talking about all these
And a
health
lot of shit is
bananas in the full run of snacks.
absolutely
Like, one and two, cancer, this and that. Was it counting? That might be too much. Yeah. Well, she finished her doctorate or medical school training. I think she got to the position where she realized that most metabolic diseases are being caused by food. But that's the thing. Like, that's the big takeaway I think from that. It's like you have this conversation. You know, I have with people all the time. Freaking travel abroad. You're just like, everything is from these. We have like the worst health stats. It's all like because corporations profit off keeping you fat and sick. So the best way to make money from food is to get you addicted to food that they can sell you. So they sell you a tremendous amount of cheap shit that has a bunch of preservatives and so it's, you know, potato chips and all sorts of different snacks and all sorts of different things. And then you have your enriched air quotes flours and a bunch of shit poured into it. It's a bunch of complex glucose and grains. Then you have colitis, which other countries look at, but we have. Plus percent of people have glyphosate in their blood and intestine, just Roundup and pesticides that kill your fucking endocrine system. Like food poisoning itself. We're growing stuff at home now. Yeah, I've seen that. It's pretty dope. That's just delicious. Yeah, the lettuce and the tomatoes and all kinds of stuff. It tastes like real food. Yeah, you do taste the difference. 100%. Yeah, which reminds me of when you're abroad. Right? It's like you in Italy, and that's a tomato. Yeah, those things are we make stuff that can sit on the shelf forever. That's why tomatoes go and buy no and then you get all this information, and you know, it's genetically modified a bunch of things, a bunch of people, large numbers of people. Yeah, how much of this like is related to the fact that we have some in some of these places. Oh yeah, that's a fact. It's not just that. So I think there's a bunch of factors. Sedentary lifestyle. There's a large percentage of our population that doesn't care enough. They don't exercise. They don't do anything physical. So you got that, and then you got years and years doing that, which eventually catches you. Yeah, and so
So then you have lack of understanding of nutrition, which is they think, oh, you're gonna be some fuckhead doctor that tell most you just want to eat a balanced diet. You don't need vitamins. Yeah, that doctor is fat and stupid. Probably never even went through any nutrition training. You know, in medical school, about 6 hours of nutrition training.
It's crazy that, you know, especially when you realize that foods, nutrition or finance. I feel like that's another crazy thing. Probably is the key people from understanding how finance works at all.
It is you're teaching kids about how to prepare yourself for the world. Don't teach them about debt and about interest.
First thing that happens when you're a freshman in college is you walk with the student union issue and you're fucking 18.
Yeah.
When they're like 30, yeah. It's like 29.
They're praying.
Yeah.
They're literally praying.
And the school lets it. Yeah. The school's like, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, they don't do this. You're
crazy.
risked for the middle.
Yeah. It's literally, you're paying fucking, you're at a big $300 for a Coke you bought. You know what I mean? And it's just scam stuff like this is insane.
Yeah.
We don't teach anybody. It's really crazy.
Well, also you get it in their head they're fucked because the debt they're getting involved in student loans is the only debt we have that you can't get rid of.
Yeah.
The only debt. So there are people right now have Social Security getting docked. Their Social Security getting docked.
And then other shit was down.
So they made it to death, and they owe money to the government from loans that didn't benefit at all because they're paying off Social Security. So the government gets to steal more money from Social Security. And we have to pay you. And meanwhile, like today, the reality is you can get that education. Almost all of the books on any sort of subject are about advice. What's yours?
But you just say,
Worked out. You probably like they're using a snowboard ticket.
So probably but
This guy, he went to our university. You should come.
I
I'm
mean,
like Tom.
I didn't
You don't need anything. How much did you have to pay?
obviously, that is
when I was there, it was something like 6 or 7,000 a semester, 12,
what series that.
you know. So now, fucking tuitions now are like $50,000, $80,000 a year. It's crazy. Imagine you take out that loan, you start your workforce, you have $300,000. You got to graduate. Oh my God.
Well, the Chinese.
Yeah, I think this is why some doctors and lawyers become so overwhelmed because you worked with so much debt. You don't even fuck about you from anybody else. Yeah, it's crazy. It's also like there's two things that can be true, right? I do think that you kind of have to, kids have to like get to work and get something going and get a path in your life. And when you're going to college, so you're out of high school, okay, now you're on your own, you're in college, you got to keep up your GPA, you got to get your degree, let's go. So there is value in that. Yeah. But then also, it's too much money, and you're probably not going to do anything with that degree. And if you don't have a degree, you think you're a loser. And it's very strange. It's very strange. Because you're allowing these corporations to prey on children.
Yeah.
It's like you're an 18-year-old child. You don't understand anything. And then all of a sudden you're in college and you're settled down with unstoppable debt. And you have this fucking circus of people around you that are also trapped. And you didn't understand what that meant. No way.
It's the same reason, like, you have a conversation with somebody who's just that you're like, oh,
yeah, they're not developed. They're not fully developed, especially boys.
way more clear.
Yeah, boys don't get developed until like 25. Girls are pretty, they can figure out the game. Yeah, they're not settled down like testosterone yet.
But
They're frontal lobe themselves.
yeah, ours does.
Yeah, that's also a trick.
Yeah.
Go for Tonkin, terrible thing. We're going to send you overseas. Try that shit on a 40-year-old guy. I'm like, what? No fucking. What happened? Hey, I Googled go for Tonkin. It turns out, you guys fucking faked it. What else are you faking to get us to go to war? Oh my god, you guys fake things to start war so you can make money? That's great. How are you not in jail? How's no one in jail for faking things to start wars? It's why. So then you're like, oh, fuck it. They got the student loans, they got this, they got that, and you just get accustomed to life fucking. Yeah, you're just like, oh, society just fucks you over. They just take from you, and saddle you with debt.
That's a huge. What you're talking about applies to, I think, extends to our appearances. What I mean is, today, like, I'm talking about how wear like fucking flip-flops, pajamas.
Sorry about burning. Well, he's not here. But like, you get on a plane, yeah, pajamas, right? And it sounds like
and I think part of the reason why that people, their appearances is, I think it is tied to a lack of hope. Meaning that so many years ago, you would embark on the path of life, thinking that there's hope. I can have the American dream. I can own the house. I was like, I can get the things I want to get. And so many people today are like, there is no hope. So fuck it. I'll go out in my fucking sleep. Because I think there's a connection.
Well, there's a lot to that. If the government wants, if they want the control and power, which is ultimately what every government wants, it's not just ours. Every government wants control and power. But the best way to acquire control and power, how do people give up? They haven't given up. Yeah, this is fucking ready to go. Fucking wear flip-flops, fuck it, I don't care.
Because that means I'll do what you say. I'll do what you say.
That's what's really scary to me about AI, automation, and then ultimately artificial basic income. And then the government's going to have done it. Yeah, and it's going to be haves and have-nots. When you have companies that are in charge of these automated taxi services, the government gives you certain amount of credits, so you don't have to ever worry about traveling. You have credits as long as you're a good boy, Tom. Yeah, as long as you follow the rules, as long as you don't say anything crazy about Israel, as long as you don't do anything nutty, about vaccines, as long as you don't step out of line when it comes to the election, don't say anything crazy about this or about that. Take your vaccines. If that's a real possibility, that they're just going to extract money out of us, or attempt to control. Like this is the grand battle of control. The more they have power over narratives, it's also like that. There's something going on right now. Like we were just talking about, some friends talking about these bot farms. Like there's evidence of bot farms that people have used to go and attack people. Like a bunch of different countries use bot farms. I'm sure a bunch of different corporations use bot farms too, but just no one's getting in trouble for it. Like if you can pretend that you're mass groups of people that are getting upset about something, you can just pretend, and there's no, you can pretend. Yeah, just like you can hire people to go protest and fly them in on jets. Like that's happened right now. This guy in his video where he was hired to drive his people to the airport, and he's trying to figure out like where are all these people going? He's driving this busload, 2 busloads full of people at the airport, and they were saying, well, we're going to protest. What protest? There's those groups like where they're flying to this is paid protest. They're paying people to show up and pretend to protest. So it's like there's puppet masters that are manipulating
world event, and that's legal. It's you're allowed to pay people to go protest,
Yeah.
which seems like that should be illegal. Like,
Right.
You shouldn't be able to pretend that you can uprise against
Almost
someone.
giving people this illusion.
Yes. Just the entire Kamala Harris campaign. Probably that's what it was. The whole thing was abstract.
Did you see that last? That was before. Everyone guys were talking about China just doesn't play ball with any international rules. And he's like, how they don't respect IP at all. Oh, he's like, they'll just come in and they'll get a spy to give them, let's say, the IP of some whatever industry, energy. They'll just take it. Be like, we have it now. They'll start this company, and then this company goes bankrupt. And it's fuck you. Yeah. Shit. Whole Apple Store. Yeah. So insane. Everything's like big laptops, big phones. I saw guys. It's like the evolution. How does it be trying to go? I had no idea. I had no idea like support that you can't. I'm imagining you can't. But like, I was thinking about the fact that how we're in version 1. Right. We're all ready. Right. And it's like Daytona. And he was like,
information, what made it new.
this is the best one.
Fakes.
Yeah, the fake, he had to
that to me
apart
is taking
to look at parts that were inside.
that means they have done enough investigation.
So which begs the question, like, what is it? Like, what you buy?
And we got
You want it from this company?
Six
Only
people
what you want? What do you
Well,
want?
well, I mean, I think if in the case of that,
in that article,
the actual inner workings of the deal are false. I think so, yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, what if the other one has a 72-hour battery?
I mean,
I'll get
power
the website
supply kit?
that is just
What if you 3D print every single aspect of the one? That's the same thing.
go there, there's a section on there.
Like, we're not talking like my watch.
Photos or anything like that. That'll be on
Yeah,
But like, it's not a fake Ferrari.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you got a fake Ferrari, you're like, oh my god, these tires have no traction. This suspension sucks. I hate it. Well,
I also just don't suspect the copy.
Yeah.
right. Well, you always buy one because you contributed.
Yeah.
But it's kind of funny.
That's
It is kind of funny.
You can get one for $1.
That's
That's like $7,000 watch.
It's really crazy.
It's insane.
And it's perfect. It's tricking these watch experts, right? So that really is what I'm saying.
Yeah, look at these. So one of those is fake.
Yeah, the
One of the right is fake. Yeah, but how much? Look, here's the difference. Like, imagine
Who knows this on the spot?
well, also,
Right?
yeah. So my speaking sucks.
Mine does too.
So I'd have to like take it out. And just like, oh, like this one. I can't even do it. I guess I could describe it. But I mean, look at the
Yeah.
That's a struggle. It's darker than we are. Yeah. That's incredible, though. They're so good. But again, like, try making a replica. You can make one of those.
But wait, how does this? Okay, I understand at least what you're doing in the watch thing, right? The person buys the far less expensive one, and they get the feeling, I guess, that people value.
Right. But if you get an Apple product, a fake Apple product, you don't know you're getting fake Apple
So they're going
the whole store's fake.
and everyone knows they don't.
It's an Apple store. I think they're fucking Apple fake factory rated in China.
This is 10 years ago, though. It goes on to say that the tricks that the employees did not get over.
So that's crazy. Yeah, it's like it's layers or something. Just because it's yeah. That's
That's really
Do you ever follow YouTube channel Stance Elements? It's it's a guy who just works on cars, dope shit. And one of the things he's doing is building his own Ferrari F40.
That's
So instead of buying one for like $3 million, which is CHD, okay, I'm gonna say something's piss off this road. It's not worth $3 million. It's not that good. It's not good. If it was due today, you'd be like, this should be taken off the market.
right.
But this thing has zero fucking traction control, but because it's glass, it's worth like a ton of money. So what he's doing is making it better. Stance works. There's the Stance Elements. That's the B-boys. That's the by the way, Stance Elements. How did I fuck that up? Stance Elements, by the way, is also amazing. But this guy, Stance Works, this is his own. That's not a Ferrari. But he bought all the parts online. So he bought all the body panels online. And then he made his own frame. And then he brought a Ferrari engine from like a different model of Ferrari. And he's putting that in. But this is like a multi-month journey that this dude on. I've been watching all the videos. Watching. He does a lot of dope shit, but this is a guy that like really loves cars and super smart, and when he's talking about cars, it's fascinating. It's like he's also a fan of the original M5, which I've thought about getting into. Not very fast, but apparently like super engaging driving experience. The original M5, which I think was like, I want to say it's like 280 horsepower.
Yeah, what year?
I forget. 80-something. Yeah, which by the way, I think it's only 8 back then.
That would have been 8. Like 30.
Oh, yeah.
I have a S54
Oh, Jesus.
horsepower. Oh, God.
Whether you
I have 46. I love it.
Yeah, it's so powerful. Yeah, it's like such an engaging driving.
That's what I'm into. I'm into that. I'm not into chasing the 0-60.
Yeah, that's nice. Like if you ever use that on a public road, you're an asshole. But engaging cars, you could drive the speed and enjoy the shit out of it. It's just fun, just going around the corner, accelerating 60. They're fun. You feel more like an old airplane.
Did you get that?
Yeah, so of course, it's the hardest of our
an atheist,
It's like 350 horsepower, 2,000
to someone you know,
That's
that's
a crazy
that's going to change your opinion.
This the 70 or 260
It's like 70 horsepower, right? I watched them. I've seen your laser. I watched the videos on it.
Yeah.
Those kind of velocity motion.
They're doing cool shit. Velocity did. That one's great. They do 1,000 rockets, but they also just started doing less than less than 67 less than. You get that.
Oh, flares that are. Did you send me that?
I think it was
The green one?
No, that was a different one. Just every time I say cool. Check this shit out. I sent you the other one. I sent you the Julia, the Italian one. The guy came to my place. That was fucking shit. The album.
I've seen that online. It's a Resto Mod album.
No.
I know it's
One of my people's
it's a series of software.
but generally, I don't
Understanding.
I just think they're really Austin stuff with ass, and then I think they do a good job. I wanted my cars made by German or
Yeah, dude, I totally did this
know, they'll tell somebody, hey,
he's making a prototype of it.
That looks like
energy that makes it
It's 100% custom. I was driving down Fairfax in LA in the rain, and he turned off the traction. He turned off. He turned it off. Why did he turn it off? I was like, look, man, Nick, run. Oh, no. And guess what? The emotion almost every wrapped around the fucking light. Dude, I was like, I corrected it. I was like, damn it. Fucking glass, the fear of losing a portion of that engine with, you know, that the understeer that happens, or oversteer. What is it called? Supply throttle, something throttle oversteer. When you lift the oh yeah, it's a weird design. Well, they don't have engine out back. This thing also happens in everybody's mind. It has, it's not. It's literally going to be training something, which is that when you're in a car, you're at a certain rate of speed, and you're approaching a turn or something, without anything going on you, you take your foot off the throttle. What you don't realize is that is going to make things worse. Because the momentum and the weight of your gear, and the actual usually these things to stay on, so not necessarily give it a ton. Right. You need that momentum to carry you through. Right. So it's just something that should be done. Because there's countless videos of somebody. Oh, yeah. I just watched turn off throttle. But that is a bad element of that design. But and also it's like, is that really the best thing? Because I already accept that the Cayman is a better car if they just give the same sort of love that they give Porsche. It's like my heart is with that car. If you go to something like loves it, still that car. But isn't it interesting that like that car is not as prestigious? It's not as prestigious. Yeah. Why is that? It seems stupid. It's the whole thing to be. And if you have like music, you got drive. Yeah. Like those people that say that. Yeah. Anybody that says that, I mean, you don't know anything about cars. Because you have a diamond, right? No, it's not diamond. That's something. Yeah. That one, the demand, so what that is what it should be, right? From Porsche, they should take that. I think GT3 RS engine, great GT2 RS. Throw it in like this. That's nice. Just flex up there. That upsets you. Then you need to go find something else. You need to go do mushrooms on mountaintop somewhere. I would Did you ever drive the GT4 RS that came out when I was here? No. I heard it. I didn't drive it. I'm sure it's dope, but it's also an automatic. It's all automatic. What do we do? Why are you buying a street car? Are you a crazy track guy? That's a track car, which is fine. Yeah, which is fine. But for the average person that make an enthusiast car that's a goddamn 3-pedal. Make a manual. Well, thank God they still do. Yeah, make some. And they in the lot of places still. Damn, and BMW, Ford still makes them. They still do the Mustangs. I can't believe that Ferrari doesn't realize that if they do just oh my God, sell like crazy. Sell so crazy. Yeah, they give up. The University of They give up. Everything. Thank God Porsche didn't. But they did with some cars. Like a lot of their cars, you can't get the GTS now in a 5-speed, or 6-speed or 7-speed, whatever the fuck they have. You can't get. I don't think you can get gas. You can't get the turbo. You have to get the T or the regular. Maybe you can get regular now. I think you can get a regular GT3. You can get still, but you can't get think the audience
I mean, they one website that said that
right, they should know that like their fan base.
articles and studies that they really use that they publish
This is
in
now
articles
about
and it's
you guys have the most dope shape.
Yeah.
The Corvette is so sick. You're putting out these insane ones like the Z06.
Yeah.
now
It's
And all that has to be like cost to cost.
It's a little bit of
self-description.
I thought I was gonna have
Really?
It's a notice. It's really fucking work.
Yeah, I don't think I get physically addicted to stuff.
Doesn't mean it's not just flashy the way that the general government published it. Really ridiculous stories.
Coffee so much.
That's what language would say something. Because now, what
I didn't get
if
that
you want to
last
find out a store, you have to go through a website called Science Direct, which is sort of a clearinghouse. And it's looking for looks perfect as shit. I mean, it's one that's being pulled in, it's perspective, and aggregation. So it's in there. So yeah, somebody said something. I just wonder how they're peer-reviewed stuff. One thing
What? What? 18 years on a shitty opium?
Okay. They were using it to get off opiates.
Oh, God.
They can't
Wow. But the high is so fucking good.
Yeah, it's not. I tried it, and then people were telling me, careful.
Oh, Duncan, we had some at the club, and Duncan's like, hey, man, you got any more of that? Got any more of that liquid heroin, man? I was like, keep it away from Duncan.
Yeah.
Yes. He's the best, but we like had a whole box of it. Mom White had left there, and he's gone by Tuesday. We got in there on Tuesday. Where did it all go? It was all Duncan. It was all drank all of them. I was drinking 2 and 3 a day, man. I am supposed to drink 1 a day. It's like a half a dose.
Yeah.
Which is really good. Like, why do they make one of those?
Two doses.
Yeah, that's crazy. Tiny little shot.
That's a good way to get you.
Yeah, it's like you can buy a bag of chips and it says like how many calories in it per serving. Chips. What do you buy? This little bag is not even a single serving. Of course, it's a piece of shit. Yeah.
Garbage.
It's just lies about the amount of calories.
That's so
Yeah. But I don't think I'm very lucky because I know people that get addicted to weed.
Yeah.
I have gone a long time without never having a problem.
Yeah, people get physically. I didn't really realize that was the thing.
I think it's just different genetics. Like, look at Bert. A normal person drinks as much as you get. Yeah, you'd have like real liver problems.
He's in the gym.
Yeah. So it's like you've got to deal with the cards you dealt. Well, you really have 4 weeks. Well, you don't. So what are you gonna do? Yeah, you sit here and fucking complain about everything. Or you gotta figure it out. Yeah, figure it out. Everybody needs jobs. Everybody needs sports. Everybody also needs figure out.
Yeah, there's not enough. There's really not enough.
There's not.
Because really, it's like you don't gain anything by doing it. Like how can you
for you.
No, this. It's like how come I'm not 6'6"? I don't know. I'm not. But you just deal with it. Yeah, you gotta just deal with it.
I think that's a real problem. You know, if you think about like
Just
if you remember that
Oh yeah.
That's bullshit.
not necessarily
it's
not.
it's a part of making things happen. Like you can't just say,
And look at all items. Does that make sense?
fucking breathe underwater.
Right.
You can't do that. No, it's physical limitations to the human frame. This is physical limitations for your particular human frame. You know, you can't get taller, you can lose weight, but you can't really do much other than that.
Yeah.
You can kind of get in good shape for what you got, but what you got is what you got. What you got. But there's a bunch of people that just think about their problem.
That's obsession. What it does is it carries you through time without having to deal with the problem. You just talk about the problem. Right. That's a big one. And also,
You know what I'm saying?
it's your focus, it's your problems,
yeah.
I feel that whether they something
your solutions.
I'm actually good at what they think
Your floored shack.
and they say
Problems.
Yeah.
You know, but your problems are not that big a problem if you're living in America, but you in your house.
You have that.
Perspective change. Exactly.
Yeah. There's a big.
If you're a problem,
I know.
have you ever seen that video? The final boss. It's like this one trans man who's like, I'm a disabled trans man. I'm also on food stamps. I also was a real person. And it's Donald Trump is trying to raise me. And it's like, this is the identity. Like, this is existential battle with this final boss because everything wrong with him. He's not him. Girl pretending to be man. So it's like you got every wrong, and it just keeps going on and on. You know what it is?
Sounds like somebody should try to get on stage.
No, but big fat stupid face. It's not gonna work. The whole thing is just like it's so crazy that people will just like there's a value and a currency to being a victim. Yeah, so they'll add stuff.
Social media has also helped that a lot.
Because there's plenty of people that don't want to deal with their shit. It'll go, yes, girl, you go, yeah. Society's doing this to you. You hear about that lady that got fired from Hamas in Manhattan? She was late 47 times in 10 months, and she sued because of racism. She said she got fired for racism, and she won. She won. She's married, and she won $11 million. No, yes, she did. No, she was like 47. Not only that, like you were like you could work for a long time. Yeah, never make $11 million. Yeah, you're gonna make $11 million. We're gonna make an accident. Yet you won, and she only worked there for 10 months. She was like 47 times in 10 months.
And that's why they were firing her. But then you just perpetually.
You are always right. What? And she took it to court and won.
They're definitely that shit.
Of course we know, but the thing is, you have a jury. Yeah, you have a jury of people so fucking stupid. You have a jury.
Yeah, exactly.
And they might be like, yeah, but not the man. Yeah, but the man.
Because that guy's just too easy.
Yeah, of course. Not just that, it's a corporation. You don't think of it as an individual, that's a company. It's going to fuck you over. That's why people don't feel bad stealing from work. Yeah. You don't feel like they're stealing. If someone's working in your house and you're stealing from you, they're stealing force. We're going to fucking force. Yeah. Don't shit. I like you find out that I work for you, stole your force, but you're fucking fired. Like an office, it's like someone like takes a fork home, like if you have a kitchen in your office, you use a bunch of forks for your staff. Someone take it's like your fork, it's no big deal. You just need to order more forks, man. These fucking forks keep disappearing. You go over to Tom's house one day, like Tom's got 4 of the office forks. Like, did you steal the office fork? I forgot. You didn't bring them back. They don't belong. Right? Exactly. It's not huge.
Yes.
corporation, which is also why corporations can act like fucking psychopaths.
Yeah.
Because they're also human. And so they can just do whatever the fuck they have to do, which is why our food supplies are bad. Because they're just trying to maximize profit. They literally
Definitely thinks corporations thinks as they can deal with it.
Of course.
And I remember my dad used to tell a story that when he first got there, they're at a holiday, they were leaving. And he was like, what is that? He was like, towels. Oh, she was like, towels. She was like, what? The holiday. And she was like, they have them like $100. Yeah, it's not ours. She's like, it's fine. And she, like every she's like, oh, that's so funny. We did this. Imagine like, sorry, Mom wanted me to take this glass. And then
I saw a video you were showing your mom these clips.
oh yeah.
The clips from your Netflix show.
I knew it. I knew it was going to be a killer. I was like, she got paid. So we set up a private screen for her.
It's also like, why am I watching this? I don't know if you know how many my mom.
Yeah. So funny. She's like, dude, she's like, that she hated the show so much. She's like, sure. She came over yesterday for Mother's Day. And I was like, she goes, so, because the rest of that thing, she made me promise that we're going to cut the first story.
Yeah.
She's like, you're definitely going to use that, right? So, but that's her. And so, yesterday, she's like, I cut it. I go, of course not. It's nothing. It's not Netflix. She was like, you right. I'm like, Mom, I can't be like, hey, don't air the first one. So she's like, well, that means you lied to me. I'm never coming to a show again. I'm never going to do anything like related to any of your stuff. I know you promised. Right? So if you never came to the show again, you fucking learn it. Because I have to babysit when you're there.
No, it's like,
There's the
astronomers that people who knows it's been about a bit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll stop doing that. Shut up.
she found out that I was on Chrissy D and Giannis's podcast the day the book died, or the day after. I was in New York. We were podcasting. I was like, oh, my mom's like hardcore Catholic. And I was like, let's play and just check on her. We'll just try to see if maybe the Jews did it. So I called her and then and mute the phone. She's like, she goes, this is the craziest phone I've ever received. The phone died through Tuesday. And then like a week later she goes, I was on YouTube and I find that you called me on a show to talk about it. She found an endless well of us talking with her. Just, oh my god, that's so funny. Speaking of transmission, bro, what? Like, well, that's the problem. That's the problem. Like, the guy from production, like, he's never lost a step. He can make a beat. Like, he's so down. He's a talent. I do think it's like, first of all, I think people are kind of biased in Russian. Most shit puts on self-release kind of commentary or thoughts. He's just saying, you know, it's the craziest thing. But like, but there is a thing where that song is like, what do you do? What do you do? Yeah, I guess. But there is like I think I have a pretty, you know, let things go kind of vibe. To me, obviously. But I show, I show it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And I've always been like, yes, they would to make a catchy song about that. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you're just gonna, at a minimum, you're just going to get more people that think it's cool to say Kyle Lipton. Like, well, that's at the minimum.
Well, I think that's part of the program.
Yeah, part of what he's trying to do. I mean, is that cool? I guess if you're like, well, it's fun to school the masses and get them. Okay, but what I'm saying is that, like, at a minimum, you're going to get less educated people. You know, like, this is a fun thing to say. You're like, I mean, is that good? You really want people just low walking up there like, you know, it's tight here. It's crazy. It is crazy, but it's also kind of sad, I guess. Yeah. It's a chaotic world. Yeah, and it's like, okay, this is kind of highlights the benefits. I mean, I want to say this like careful because I don't want to think any. I want to say real clear. I don't support people saying this. I don't think it's a good thing to say. No, I don't say it. I certainly don't think. I don't think any racism is good. I don't think anti-Semitism is good. I don't think anti-Christianity is good. I don't think either hate is good. I don't think any is good. But there's a benefit to just letting people talk. Like, let people say whatever the fuck they want to say, even if it's something. This is the benefit of Twitter. But this is also the bad part. This is the fucking so many millions of hits. Yeah, it's on Twitter. It's been banned from every platform. Yeah. But is it good to ban things from platforms, or is it better to let it be out there and let people talk about it? Because if you ban it, then people want to hear it more. That's true. And then it becomes more popular, and then it kind of supports what he says, which is that there's this concerted effort to talk about Jewish people that they're going to remove you from everything. Remove you from banking. Which is what you're saying. So if they didn't, like if it was just you were talking shit about Puerto Ricans, look what happened to Tony. Yeah, he's doing great. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like if there's certain people that you're allowed the other side hip on and make jokes about or mock or say something, and you can get away with it. Yeah. Well, I think it's made his point. We all get it. It's never gonna end. Yeah. How does it end? This is the question. When I was watching that song, first of all, I thought I saw it. When I first saw the song, I was like, yeah. I was like, no. And I'm watching it on my phone. And then my first thought was, how does this end? Because this ends. This is gonna end. There's gonna come a time where they're gonna realize this is a problem. Yeah. So how does it end? And then assassination? Does it end? There's nothing with financial ruin. Yeah. I don't know what his financial situation is. I know that like there's been all these over the last 5 years. Yeah, there's been times where like net worth has been reported at like such a crazy amount, and then I remember like funds were frozen. And it's like I don't know if they can make it, but it was like that back. I don't know what his financial situation is. Well, they can't steal your money, but they can debank you. Yeah, we're going to bank. Right. So it's like, how does that work? Where do you get your ATM card? Yeah. Is it from the bank of fucking Fortune? Like, what do you have to do? Like, how does that work? I thought about it when I was watching it. Maybe that's like how you get. I don't know. That's it. That's easy. I think it's crazy. I think a lot of people do that. A lot of that's easy. Soulless. No fucking soul. They just want to get famous. You gotta do a project with Kanye. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Also, I'm just acting just like that guy in Inglourious Basterds wasn't really a Nazi. Right. I'm not really a Nazi. Listen, man, I read it already. Yeah. It's nuts. It's pretty nuts. One of my thoughts after hearing this song was like, man, I wish they would release this song like a different, you know what I mean, with a different hook. Like, yeah, it's not going to happen. No, I know he's not going to, but that's what one of my thoughts was. I was like, man, I wish we it's so crazy. It's so crazy because his last album before that was bang. It's like he came out of the gate and showing people that like he still got it. Like, yeah, you might have pulled me off all these platforms. You might have debanked me. You might have taken away my visa deal with Adidas. Damn, I still got it. And that one was this everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's in the spot.
Sure, cameras that
We play agree with them all the time. You know, there's fucking killer songs.
yeah,
He's classics. Classics. He's got so many bangers. Yeah. But you know, this one is just like people. I guess it is. I mean, I don't have to about it, but I guess I'll do it. I'm clear.
She needs like
So I'm gonna one thing that we're supposed to do. I'm gonna catch you. Yeah.
next
It's just like
that is the
really close to the one.
yeah. It's like in the cast, it's like a description of all the stuff that you want to be a part of this.
Is that what's in the?
He's got a diamond encrusted swastika.
That's all.
By the way, you don't choose over that.
Probably. Or at least the diamonds.
Where did diamonds come from? And the Jewish people have been controlling diamonds for a long time.
CEO or the guy that
They're very smart about the diamonds because the diamonds are
It's fucking crazy. Because it's just one thing like I don't trust about certain businesses where you're like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Right? So like a car, for instance, you have the reference.
yeah,
You know, like how much should this cost? Right. So like it gives you some personal.
You see a man,
That's like $300,000.
yeah,
And you can like
Oh,
check people.
yeah.
Or like I thought it was watching. It's like this jewelry. It's like you know, this ring or whatever.
it's
Put up $50,000. Oh wow, I don't know.
and I'm gonna wrap it up.
And then like
You know my opinion.
a month or two later, he sent me the same thing. So I'm trying to move this down. You want it for like 20? What? And I was like, I didn't. I was like, it's 20 again. Just trying to move it down.
Wonder
What is that?
What's it really cost?
That's what I'm saying.
and
Yeah, and so you kind of go like, so I was gonna pay $30,000
Or is that just because
it's so gross. Right?
and this
you know, it's really good.
this
Big diamonds that are real diamonds.
Yeah.
Goes to war.
Right.
I was just reading this whole thing about the demand and supply for lab created diamonds. So absolute diamonds. They're not fake diamonds. It's a real diamond, but it's not a diamond that's pulled out of a place.
It's just lab
This
generated.
one's not
Like the blood diamonds.
There could be an increase in because people would wonder, oh, maybe we can make that for L. Maybe it's better for us.
Well, it's not that. What it is the same thing as not wanting a fake Rolex, even though it's like physically
Yeah,
the exact same thing as a Rolex. But that's at least a brand. Like if you're a person who loves engineering and craftsmanship,
Yeah.
like I see a lot,
Yeah.
you know, someone who rip off someone's work.
Yeah.
That's art. Like your watch, that's a piece of art.
Yeah.
It's a piece of art. Yeah. It's not one you make a piece of art. But a diamond is just, it's just elements compressed over time.
Yeah.
And they figured out how to do that, where they make perfect diamonds.
Fraction of the cost.
Yeah, but the demand is super low.
Yeah.
Wow. 99% less.
99.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Some cases. Especially nowadays.
Yeah, it's supposed to be for me to hear it.
Yeah, right. The ladies don't want it. And then they'll want it.
It's so crazy.
No.
That's one thing that I would feel so.
There's a real limitation to it.
They don't.
She finds out that what you got her is like the shittier version.
Yeah, but it's not even shittier.
Right.
It's like lab created
There we are. I guess we're done.
diamonds are actual diamonds. It's
I mean,
literally
what do you think? I mean,
remember like the old days when they were trying to figure out a way to use like all these chemicals to make gold. That was like insane amounts of money.
alchemist trying to figure out. I think I can eat gold from the sun. Yeah,
I said, so
it's the craziest thing to spend on. Imagine if the lady's like, no, you made that gold in a lab. I don't want it. I don't want it. I want real gold. It's from Africa. It came out of the ground.
Yeah, we just want the real
I
thing.
want the real stuff that they picked out of the river. I want the real stuff they got from Alaska. I want the real stuff. You know what? It's just gold, baby. It's just an element. Yeah. I want stuff that's forward to the sun. Out of the sun.
How many to rock something that they're so proud of that if they go to assess as something.
Yeah. I won't say who, yeah, but someone relative, not like close, but I found out it was a human who called him that. LOL. But perfect with that guy. I was like, that guy's such a piece of shit. I knew it. I could have told you it was a big diamond.
That's so funny.
I laughed so hard.
Yeah. So she took it to the jeweler.
Oh, she's like trying to break up with this guy. Money. She's living with this Shakespeare, this fucking guy, just dirtbag, but had some money, but not real money, just like a bullshit artist.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, he's a bullshit artist. I got oh, fuck. She's like, I'm gonna, yeah, so $200. It's worth nothing. They didn't want anything. They didn't know where they were. That's this huge, this looks exactly like if you're in a party, you go to a party, there's a beautiful gas fucking block. Oh, look at it. Yeah, that's part of it. Nobody has any idea that's good. I mean, literally, again, it's not a big Ferrari.
Well, that was the thing. Chad, interesting, different football player. It's like a lot of the athletes rock diamond earrings and stuff. It's like he's like, yeah, we're fake, especially when there was a field with going on. He's like, I'm going. Yeah, it's like, well, they get a lot of it. Yeah, those are the guys very on top of it.
Very smart. Very smart. For everything except fighting. Because it's very bizarre idea. Him and Chad Sharp argue all the time about bizarre idea that you can like fight MMA guys. That's crazy. Well, it's the reason why it's a great athlete. It's just unstoppable belief in yourself. Which, listen, he's such a great athlete that if he didn't compete in MMA, he probably would be world champion. Because he's got that. Like if Michael Jordan decided he was going to, if MMA existed when Michael Jordan was alive, he'd probably be like a champion. Right. He'd probably figure out a way to fuck everybody else up. And also like this drive, this championship mindset. It's just rare humans that choose to focus on football or soccer or basketball or whatever it is.
Good thing they get obsessed.
But if they put the same amount of energy from the same amount at an early, like there's certain it's like physical training. Like once you're like 36 years old, and you start boxing at 36 years old, I don't care what you do. Yeah, it's too hard. Yeah. It's a little bit saw with like Francis Ngannou and Anthony Joshua. Yeah. That's the difference. You can't just jump on and fight like the gold medalist. So he's going to do things to you. Yeah. You're not going to know what to do. Serious crap. Yeah. But the reason why he thinks that, Ocho Cinco thinks that's because he's a fucking monster athlete. Yeah. Like, he knows how hard he works. He knows how gifted he is. Yeah. But he just thinks, but if you put him in there with a guy who drinks the stage, he's fucking worse.
No, he's thinking because he's decision out.
It's so great. When someone's mounting, drilling elbows in your eye socket,
I know it doesn't matter.
Like, it doesn't matter. You don't know how to block them. You don't know how to stop the rear naked choke. You don't know how to stop the trip. You don't know which way to roll on heel hook. Like,
But they're like, oh,
figure that shit out. No, are you going to get your knees ripped apart? You're not conscious.
It's like it's reality, but I love the fact that people think that way. And there's a lot of them that think like that. Outspoken, just I understand. I have that stupid part of my brain too, but I'm also smart enough to leave. Like I have two people. Yeah, I have like a suit, I have a general, tells me what to do, and I have like soldiers. Yeah. This can get me killed. This is fucking. I'm not running with a hand grenade. And then bullets flying my way.
And you know, seeing a fight, that's hard.
Especially with martial arts. It's like you don't know how many dudes that can choke you to death. Like, you have no idea. You in your mind, like, you should do this motherfucker that's doing stuff. Next thing you know, arm drags, come back. You're like, I got a money triangle. You know what's happening? You're dead. You're dead. It's over.
That's why it's good. It's good to do like trials. Like I've done a little bit of boxing, striking. I've done a little bit of jiu-jitsu. It's great to have the awareness. It's
a nice way to go.
Yeah.
When I first started doing jiu-jitsu, I was a very accomplished striker. I was really good at striking, so I was like, I'm going to fight. And then I went to jiu-jitsu class. I got my ass kicked. I was like, this is crazy. I was so wrong. I had this completely distorted idea of my abilities.
Yeah, that it's a pretty right?
There's a lot of people walking around out there, especially men, just saying they know how to fight.
Yeah.
It's terrible things you find out on YouTube. Like, you see people find out that you don't really know how to fight. You just think, you're going to walk away.
I think that's the thing. They're funny. They fuck good. And that they can try. Those are
Let's go to the business.
There's like man that thinks they want something to be better than
Facilities.
delusional things.
those fours from
Tools and those. Too cool. A lot of guys. I've had a bunch of dudes that I'm like, bro, let's find out.
Should be.
Let's find out.
Are they doing it for surprise when they are?
Never. Not one.
Wow. That's actually. I thought. No, they're always like.
No, you see people that are really good at it don't tell you. Oh, yeah, I used to play a lot of tournaments. Where do you play? I played at Chelsea Billiards. Oh, okay. Used to do a lot of tournaments. Yeah, still on the that was fucking up in high school. Okay, I get it. You know what I'm talking about. Guys, like, yeah, man, I'm fucking good at pool. Are you? Where do you play?
So
You go bars, especially like so it's one of two things happen. Either they're trying to sucker you into the game, or they lose you. Every time I've ever experienced it, it's a lot of people. What do you think?
Really?
Oh yeah, a bunch. Yeah. Bring them over. I don't want to say names, but bring them over on the table. Fuck. Oh yeah, that's how many names. I'll tell you afterwards. Yeah.
You sit on that
It's fun. It's fun to see something. Yeah, it's fun to make it. It's one of those things that people like a lot of them want to go in poker. Like, I can read people.
That's another one.
Ari Shafir, when we were at the store, Ari for
easy
to go play in the Bicycle Club and all those things. Ari, very good. But he would tell you.
in the middle. Now that being said,
Yeah, but he's just intelligent and calculated.
Yeah.
He knows.
there have been no
Oh, really?
Oh, wow. So Bruce Buffer. Bruce Buffer played in the World Series of Poker.
I never had the poker.
I don't really know exactly
Working in poker, but it's early 2000s.
because it's kind of
It was starting to get more like now it's like popular, but it was like a little uptick.
everything I'm seeing.
You know, made it up there.
Yeah.
It's going to be after this.
What is it?
Right.
Just
watch it.
I would assume
It's a
human cell we have to see
That's right. Because Anthony Giordano, my friend from the UFC who does all the UFC direction. He's done my comics, but he's doing it. He's like, the moment that changed it, because now they excited me a lot. Because you're watching people play Coco, you don't know what anybody's hand is until the end. This is stupid. But it's just like you got a camera. So like as the fan opens their cards, there's a camera under these people and it shows you what everybody's got. That makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, so it's way more fun. Like,
I was 11 feet.
you started wearing I'll start middle team. Balls. Like, that's what would happen to me is like a couple of days in. Okay. And then freezing my teeth. I'm not going to do this. They're like, get the fuck out of here, man. Well, they're also water. Yeah. Well, I wasn't at all. No. I was just like, I go only like people from work. Just like social. That's gotta be a lot of thing where a lot of people be a target. Yeah. Well, that's a big thing with pool players too. Is occasionally poker players. Because poker players, a lot of them look at a bunch of different stuff. A lot of them just can't. And so there was always a bunch of poker players that would play pool. And they were kind of okay at pool, but they would get insane. Let's say if, like I knew this guy that was playing one pocket for like $100,000 a set. And one pocket was 6 pockets. Yeah. And so if you're putting one pocket, you would have this pocket right out of this pocket. And it's 15 balls. And so all I have to do is 8 balls into your eye hole. Okay. But if you don't know how to play, and I'm trying to sucker you into playing, I go, okay, I'll spot you. This 15 ball game. I'll spot you 13.
Some of the videos I saw this week about
Race to 5 for
they do.
the reason you're in a game, one pocket takes a long time. It's not like a game of 9 balls.
Game of 9 balls.
You just run around.
Anyway, go.
Yeah.
But if it's
It's
a
not
combo,
one pocket. And you can't leave a shot. Because if you're playing with players, so like if you were playing one, like, okay, let's say, so like what I would call, I'm playing what's called a playing grows, but here's where they go, oh my god. Regular people don't. That's one thing. But if I played like a pro, like if I played like my friend Pharaoh Forrest, who's like world cheater, like I would probably like out of 50 balls, I would probably need 11 balls to cover the chance. Exactly. Yeah.
Because he's
gonna figure out a way to never leave a shot, and then he's gonna calculate when he has a shot, can he open up the stack, and then run all the other balls. Because you don't break like you break the 8 ball, you break the one pocket, it's very calculated. And it's a big gambling. Most money gets spent on. Like I was just watching online today, they're playing for $240,000. Yeah, it was a match for $240,000. It was a 3-day match.
I gotta watch one of these.
The pressure's insane. But then this guy, Justin Bergman, who's like one of the best players in the world, was playing this guy, gave him a crazy spot. I think it was it might have been like, yeah, it was something crazy like 10 sticks or something like that. Where he had to make 10 balls at the back, 6 balls. And the guy was a good player too.
And so, this is like, it's more like chess almost, I feel like, right? You're like calculating.
There's a risk reward because, like, say you might have a long spot in your hole, and if you make it, you have all these balls, and you can run out the set. You can run out the game. Mm-hmm. But if you miss, you're selling out. And this guy only has to make 6 balls. You might be able to make 6 balls.
And it's 86.
Exactly. 86. Wow. It's just that any ball just has to be in your hole in any order. It's not a thing. It's not like a rotation game, 1 to 9 or 8 ball. We like I got stripes, you got solid.
It's just
Any ball in that hole.
and like the really, really good players spot you that much.
Oh,
Still
you don't have a chance. And there's really good players like this guy named Tony Chohan, who's real famous.
Mhm.
His nickname's T-Rex. And he's like a big time gambler. There's another guy named Scott Frost, a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Who's like one of the biggest one pocket players of all time. Guarantee you Scott Frost has gambled over the course of his life. Millions of dollars have changed hands with Scott Frost playing.
Really?
Yeah. He's like one of the best one pocket players like literally ever. And these guys are playing, they'll meet up in Kentucky, they'll have state courses and then people on the rail. So all the people that are watching are gambling as well. So you might have you might be selling like for $500,000. Yeah. Like this one that I was watching Justin Berger was $240,000. Yeah. And who knows how many people gamble on the side?
That's what I'm saying. It's generating a lot more.
Oh, it's crazy.
That's when you think about, like, I think it's easy to forget when you just into, like, the game, like, the amount of money that changes hands that week to week with the NFL.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
Billions.
past.
It is such a gambling machine.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, the NFL kind of goes, like, no, it's not. It's about the gridiron. But then they also got to the point where it's like, they couldn't ignore it. Because then you have sponsorships, right? Of like, there's gambling sites, like with the official gambling site.
Yeah.
So it's all
DraftKings.
Yeah. It's part of it.
Listen, I'm all for you being able to do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Yeah.
I like it. I don't like rules that regulate people's stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you
As
want
dumb as you want.
to do flips on your dirt bike, you should be able to do that.
Yeah.
So you should also be able to gamble your life away. If you want to do that, I don't give a shit.
Not that, yeah.
But I believe it. I believe it. You're supposed to let people like lose everything.
Yeah.
For $148.7 billion.
That's interesting because that's what Doge found they spent on transgender animal studies. Exactly now. Yeah. Bro, that's 148 billion. It's like, listen, compared to what the United States government chews up every day, that's not.
No, that's true.
It's just the United States.
That's so great. And that's just football?
No, it's all sports.
Oh, all sports.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Well, there's been a lot of scandals at the end of the day, right?
Well, yeah. The
Referees taking points
one
on it.
half is linked out.
There's got to be a lot of those dirtbags out there. Which totally makes sense.
And it's so funny too because the NBA, there's probably like in football, there's this thing that happens where like every single down you call holding, you want to hold it just every play, right? Every play. But what they tend to call are egregious holds, meaning that the guy who's the defender is going past you, and you see the offensive guy's arm extended, holding the jersey. You're like, I would call that. Basketball, it is so ticky what can be called and what can't be ignored, and what is ignored and what is called, and it's just like ref to ref.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's these clear palming, traveling charges. Like you see sometimes like what's that? Like fingertip, like graze the guy's arm, and they're fucking called a foul, and then somebody gets hacked, no foul, right? And it's just you kind of go, well, that's just like in the moment of the game, and like if that guy wants to be dirty, like one was, he can make some money.
Yeah, and if you're working with a mom or something like that, like this is your job. Your job is to shade points. Your job is to make sure that these guys don't score as much.
They just keep calling the fouls on the other guys, sending you to the foul line, and keep that spread open. It's really gross, man. Yeah.
There's a real problem with it in MMA.
Is it really?
Yeah. There's a real problem with MMA. Here's the problem with MMA gambling: incompetent judging. Well, that's the thing. Is it incompetent or is it dirty? Dirty.
With boxing, too.
Yeah.
We've never seen anything.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, even the layperson can watch someone beat the shit out of somebody. I mean, that's fucking look at this guy's ass.
And then
the decision what happened?
there's been a few decisions like that. There was one lady from Vegas, and she got barred from ever refereeing or judging fights again. So there's a few fights that she was involved with. Everybody's like, "What the fuck?"
And she was the
Yeah, we don't know. I don't know if she's ever been charged. I don't want to mention her name.
Yeah.
But I know that there was like a real issue. It was a real issue in both title fights. Where people were like, "How the fuck?"
Yeah.
Because if say if like your say if this Canelo Alvarez is fighting someone, you know he's gonna win. You know he's gonna be, but you can place a prop bet on it being a split decision or a majority decision. All you have to do is get one person to say it's a draw.
and that's it.
And like, look, he's gonna win. He's gonna win either way. But if I want to place a shit ton of money on this one thing, some dirty judge could score a draw.
Yeah.
And you just have to convince that dirty judge. Like, just listen, it doesn't matter. You're not affecting this guy's career.
Yeah.
He's gonna get the win. No one's gonna remember. Just make it a majority decision.
Yeah.
And you just gotta justify why you thought. I'm a big fan of defense. Yeah, I think the guy just like blocked a lot of punches. I thought it was great.
It's there's so many, I feel like, in combat sports.
Because it's so subjective. Yeah. But it's just for a fighter, the crazy thing is you lose half your purse.
Yeah.
Because like you might get, 100,000 to fight and then 100,000 off. And so if they make a bullshit decision, you lost 100 grand.
That's
Because it's some hometown decision or some corruption.
yeah. It's really unique that you have a sport when you think about it where there's a subjective.
Right. Right. It's not like football.
Right.
Where every time you score, basketball, ball goes in the net, score. You could change point, you could bullshit, But if you're playing like let's get score,
Yes.
like you're gonna stop him, right? So like the numbers he puts up are the numbers he puts up. But in boxing and in MMA, like remember when Roy Jones lost in the Olympics? Do you remember that?
Yes.
He lost the Olympics in Korea, and he fucked that dude up. He beat that dude. That was him. Repos, 100%. Yeah, it was nationalism. Yeah, like he was in Korea. The Koreans are very proud. Well, he won. What? Yeah. Roy Jones Jr. in his prime in the Olympics, or not even in his prime yet.
He fucked that guy up.
And there's been a few decisions like that in boxing where you're like, how?
What was this one? Because I watched the video of this recently too, where I was like, oh, what was the explanation where it was Kennedy, Tim, right? Is that the fighter?
Tim Kennedy?
Right? Because sure, fighting the Cuban guy. Yeah. That was bad. That was bad.
Yeah, that was.
We're like,
I don't know if that's the referee's fault or whatever, but he didn't get off the stool. So Tim had rocked him real bad at the end of the round, like real bad. And then Yoel went to his corner, waddling fucking out of it. And at the end of the 1 minute break, you're supposed to have sat on the stool. It should be, it's over. It should be, it's over. But you got an additional, I want to say, more than 30 seconds to recover before he got, and then he wound up beating Tim. But also, psychologically, for the guy who's fucking him up, for Tim, it's like, well, this fight is over. You're fucking me. Okay, fuck you.
yeah.
So then your
brain starts
and then you get out of your fight mindset, which has to be zen.
because you're getting into the injustice mindset.
Yeah,
And anybody fucking
yes.
And that was just like a oversell.
Crazy. Yeah. I don't know I don't want to pass blame. But someone fucked up. Yeah. It should have been, in my mind, 1 minute, get up. Are you going to get up? Fight's over. This guy won.
Yeah.
That's it. You're tired on the stool. Fuck you. Yeah, fight's over. That's what it should have been. In my mind. Also, when the round does go over 1 minute, the guy doesn't get up, you put a burden on Kennedy that is just like totally unfair. Yeah, totally unfair. Especially when he was rocking him at the end of the round. Like this is like the more time he gets to recover, there's a reason why boxing only get 10 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, the more time he gets to recover, the more it's possible that he can win. This is not fair.
Yeah.
Like, it's supposed to be 1 minute, and that's it. If the fight doesn't restart at 1 minute, he's not ready, it's over.
Yeah.
So that's only happened once. And unfortunately, it turned out to happen.
Yeah, that's yeah, it was a bummer. Yeah, it was a bummer because your old Romero went on to
He was a pretty ball freak, though.
but yeah, the guy could recover.
He was also like just built like a superhero.
Yeah, he looked like that goddamn pilot. Half his program of getting traps. Everybody wanted that like hitting him program. Hitting.
So he was like made out of metal. They all said that. Everybody said like everybody. Robert Whittaker beat him twice. He's the middleweight champion. He's like every time you hit him, like he's just different. Yeah,
Pretty good guy.
yeah. So like if Chad Ochocinco thinks he was gonna beat that guy,
No.
like listen, bro. Like there's people like you out there that also dream of the fight. You know, like there's like people that have that. That's a problem with like really tough guys. They think they're the only one like that. But yeah, it's like you don't want to discourage that in fighting.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing that gets them to a championship level in the first place is this belief that they're just different.
Yeah.
And they're the chosen one. They're destined for this. But the wake-up call that those guys get when they get knocked unconscious is the craziest thing. It's like the reality. Oh my God, I am the victim.
Yeah.
I am what I have been doing to people. Someone just did the game, and now it's over.
They just rock you on such a deep level.
The deepest.
Well, because it's also, it fucks with your identity.
Exactly.
Who you are.
Oh, yeah.
Your worth. Oh,
Yeah.
your self-worth.
Conference unattracted to you anymore. You just got to lay it out. Yeah. Like everybody thinks he was a loser now. Yeah. Hey, they had a rough one Saturday. Oh, what happened? What happened? Hey, what happened? And all that fat, stupid fucking neighbor that's happy that you're a loser now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't your night up, pal?
Yeah. So almost.
And you're like, yeah, fuck you. Yeah. Like, listen, you know, maybe fucking take a job where you're not getting punched in the head, stupid. Don't get mad at me. Yeah, exactly. People love it when the dominator fails.
Yeah, we like to, you know, it's funny because we like to, like society, I think, I don't know if it's just all over the world, it feels like it's kind of American. We look to discover someone, ride with them. Want everyone to know this is who I've been with this person from the beginning. See them reach a certain height and then go, oh, fuck them. Fuck that guy. Bring them down. See it all the time.
Well, because our society's infested with bitches. Like,
Yeah.
apartment filled with roaches, our society's infested with bitches.
Yeah.
There's always people that don't do their best, that don't go for things, that don't try real hard, that never put themselves out there. And so when someone does and fails, they're like, they want to troll them on social media. You
You're
know,
not better.
I tell so many fighters, you gotta stay offline. And then I've talked to fighters like when they're arguing with people online, and I meet them, I'll see them, I think, listen to them. I know you think you're doing, like you're shutting these people up, like you're fucking smoke. Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you right now, you gotta stop doing this.
Yeah.
You gotta stop engaging and stop reading this thing. This thing's, it's poison. You're reading poison. And it gets in your head. It gets in your head like while you're training. I'm sure think about it while you're training. You know it does. It's like a lot of these guys are very fragile. A lot of these guys got like bullied and picked on, which is why they got in the fight in the first place.
Yeah. And defend themselves.
I mean, you're getting bullied by 100,000 unknown, anonymous 15-year-olds. And your neighbor.
Yeah. Your neighbor's looking for your downfall.
Dude, I was reading a story about this lady who, this young girl was getting like emotionally trolled online, and she found that it was her.
Yes, I saw the story. It's like incomprehensible.
Incomprehensible. There's monsters out there.
That's a monster. To do that to your daughter, you're just jealous of her daughter looks and popularity. Fuck, Rory, that's a monster.
Monsters are real.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't like fucking Gandhi everything. You can't, Saddam the whole world. Namaste.
Yeah.
No, that's not real.
No.
Like, there's people out there you gotta kill.
Yeah, this happened to like some soccer players. You know, remember I watched like the doc on it. It's like kind of vaguely, but he was getting totally like mercilessly trolled and attacked by someone, and it turned out to be one of his friends. Yeah.
Marvin Gaye got killed by his dad.
Yeah, that's.
Do you want to hear something crazy? I was dating this girl, and I was a giant Marvin Gaye fan. I think she didn't like it, but I was a giant. She was like, I like it. She was kind of cool. And one of the things that she said was like, imagine how bad of a person he was that his own father killed him. I was like, that's what you got on this? That's your perspective?
That's what you got on this? That he was such a bad person. Like, what could he have done for you that would have justified his father shooting him and killing him? I'll tell you what he did. He fucking outshone his father.
Yeah.
That's what he did. He reached levels of love his father couldn't possibly have achieved in history. Well, I think his father realized, I'll never be as good as my son. Fuck my son. I think he hated him because of that.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's probably a bunch of other stuff involved too, but
that's dark, man.
dark. It's not like your son was trying to kill you.
No,
You had to defend yourself and shoot him. No, he's just an amazing singer that the whole world loved.
yeah,
He probably has a bitch outside. Yeah, look at you, man. Son Marvin's killing it. You're just a fucking loser.
Fucking kid.
what was the? Because I always knew that the father did. Was it like a clear cut murder, like homicide?
Oh, yeah. The father shot him.
And
It was an interesting thing because I think what had happened with Marvin Gaye was Marvin had achieved like incredible fame, but he got fucked over in some record deal where he had like no money.
yeah,
I think he had like
everybody in that era. So fucking predatory.
you want to talk about predatory?
The worst.
Corporation.
Music business is like the most disgusting.
Did you ever read the thing that Courtney Love wrote about it, about the music business? A lot of people don't even think she wrote it because it's too good. But it was essentially a breakdown of how bad the music business fucks.
Yeah,
This is at a time when it was actually sold records.
tons of things.
Yeah, because now the music business like it's like the masses off. Like it doesn't go out anymore.
Yeah.
They still take 50% of the tour, which is covered touring. 50-50. They get 50-50 deals. Merch touring. Yeah. And then what are they gonna do?
What do they provide?
They can't even keep it on the radio because the radio doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like that's why people that break through that model, like Oliver Anthony or Tyler the Creator's a good example, like just stuff.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
People like realize that in like an era too, you would after your tour, and your hit album, you'd be in debt.
Oh yeah.
To the record companies, they're like, you got another album.
Oh yeah. And the record companies all rich.
Yeah.
Everyone's profiting.
Yeah.
And then also they want you to subsidize the aliens.
Yeah.
All these boy bands that they push that never made it, and all the money that they put into that's a part of the economy.
So insane.
And then Hollywood does the same thing. They would do the same thing with like how much money a movie made.
Yeah.
Like there's been tons of lawsuits involved that kind of stuff.
Wait, but where were you with Marvin? Like he's broke?
Yeah, so if I remember the story correctly, it was so depressing I didn't really get into it because I think he had become a huge superstar and then didn't have any money, which is it's happened more than once. Yeah, and I think he might have had to move back in with his parents.
No.
Yeah, I think that's
Really?
Yeah. I think that's the story. See if you can find it.
This is fun. How collect
Right, but the thing is, like, he might have like bought him money when the money was flowing in, and then after a while, that's the other thing that happens with artists. It's like artists are repulsive, so they spend all the money, and then they don't really like. How many artists get given like a Mercedes Benz by the head of a label, and they think like, oh shit, I'm killing it. He wants a lease car.
Yeah.
They're siphoning money out of you.
Someone's writing that loss.
Yeah. Getting fucked. Getting fucked left and right and left. And all they do is sell art.
Yeah.
They're all they do is sell art. They don't make any of it. They make more money than anybody.
It's so people didn't know, because now if you are into music, whatever, you don't realize how much it was a thing to have music videos, right? That they used to be such the biggest thing. And a lot of artists, especially young artists, didn't even know that they were paying for the music video.
Yeah.
So like, they would be like, this is your video. And it's like, cool, it's $1 million. And like, great. And then they're like, oh no, you're gonna pay for that. And they tell them later. And you gotta deduct that million. Like, what?
Yeah, not sophisticated. No, not finance majors. Which is what we talked about.
Yeah. No idea that you're like, wait, I thought you guys.
No. It's kind of funny that the video, like everything is visual. You know, like everything's visual now. There's so much video that people watch, but yet music videos kind of went away.
I know.
Except condos.
That one was definitely also.
And the new one looks like you made it for $40.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really, I mean, it's like you got a drone and a bunch of people
Yeah.
on a pile of them.
And he had like the black light kind of effect.
It didn't seem like that cost a lot.
No, I think that probably costs a lot. You can make things now too for so much less.
Oh,
It's
AI.
so accessible. Yeah.
With AI, you don't even have to have the actual people doing it, which is really crazy. Like, what you can do now is nuts. My daughter was showing me some stuff that you can do with just photographs, where she can take photographs and then she throws them through this filter and then they're dancing around. You know, this is nuts. You know? So all you need is a photograph, especially if you chose to have like effects in it, like some sort of psychedelic fucking weird things morph and change. It all can be done with AI now.
That's incredible.
Easily.
Well, there's articles out about some studio. Maybe it's here in Texas. I got he sent me the link to this. That this company wants to, they want to start making studio quality movies for $500K AI movies.
I bet they never do that.
But that's
Yeah.
I mean, that's
They probably have AI write the script. Man. I mean, if you think about some like dumbass fucking cop movie, some silly bank heist movie,
Yeah.
you got a hero who's gonna go win and fucking kill the bad guy.
at the cost.
You could write that easy with just take all AI as music. It's a large language model, right? It wants to search through Steve McQueen movies, Tom Hardy movies,
Right,
fucking Guy Ritchie movies. You gotta make it with
I don't want to.
should. What is this?
This is the first piece they made. It shows like how they made it.
The woman with red hair.
Dark.
At least
Oh, so they have actors.
real actors.
God damn. Look, it looks so good. It looks so good. Like, that's not a real person. Isn't that crazy? Well, she doesn't. It's the uncanny valley. It looks a little weird. Yeah. But getting better all the time. And the only reason why it looks weird is it's so well done. Like, if you wanted to do it at, like, Sin City style, there's no, like, Sin City, Robert Rodriguez. You guys want to do Sin City today? The whole thing could be AI.
Yeah.
No one would know. That's crazy.
Yeah.
These are all fake people. And dude, just a few years ago, you couldn't do hair. Hair was weird.
Right.
You know?
And so we're like extremities, right?
Yeah. Now, I mean, just in a short amount of time, it's incredible.
Why is that? That's so interesting. Why are fingers? Like,
It's a good question. And the hair seems like it would take a lot of computing power, right? Because you have
strands.
Yeah. Yeah, but it isn't. Go back. But it is all moving. It would. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's moving as like almost like a little bit of a helmet. Like that would be a tell. Like it's a little bit of movement, but not enough.
Right.
A little bit of bounce, but not like it's all spray painted. Like as if their hair was like sprayed with a shit ton of hairspray.
Yeah.
Right. That would kind of make sense. But it's not moving.
They all do that scene of you getting every
What is it called? Wow.
In a movie, you probably wouldn't need it, but when you're
Interesting.
looking for AI stuff,
Right. Interesting. Yeah, look at that. Like, look at that font. It looks like ancient, like Sumerian text or something. Like some lost language.
Yeah, like that one and the fingers and toes thing is like, I just wonder what the explanation is for that. Because that's a telling photograph. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You see a photo, you're like, oh, it's got like 6 fingers.
Well, remember that lady, the English lady that was missing? Was her Kate? She was missing forever. She like, supposedly was sick. Kate Middleton. She was sick, and then there was a photo that was released of her. Look, she's fine. Everybody's like, no, this is fucking AI. Like in the photo, like with 6 fingers and shit. Like that's weird stuff. That's weird shit. In the photo, like weird, clearly edited. Yeah,
It's gonna get way smoother.
wait, we're just touching it.
Yeah, it's just
scratching the surface. Yeah, it's gonna be real weird. Like actors should really save their money. You're gonna be useless in a short amount of time.
I agree. And also, if you have any type of, recognition to you now, you gotta like get your image. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Like,
But also, like, how are you gonna stop China from just making Mel Gibson movies?
no, you're definitely not.
You're not gonna.
They're just like, I don't care.
Yeah, fuck you. You're gonna make a Mel Gibson when he's 35. Fuck off. Yeah. Eat
They're
shit.
playing here.
Yeah. Fuck off. I'm gonna put it online. What are you gonna do?
So
So you run through 30 different shell companies. You're gonna find who made it.
yeah, totally.
And it's gonna get to a point where it's gonna be virtual. So it's like it's gonna be inside people's heads. You're gonna be able to exist inside the movie. Things are gonna get so strange, and they're gonna be so immersive so quickly
Yeah,
that the Matrix is a decade away. The real Matrix, where
real question.
you're in the Amazon and you're barefoot, and you feel the ground under your feet, and you hear the monkeys and the birds and the bugs and the trees, and you hear the sound of a panther nearby. Like that's gonna be real.
It's gonna be real. You're gonna be like, why do I even want to
Go back in your life.
partake in the world?
Like what's that guy's name? Joey Pants from fucking The Matrix. He's eating steak. He's like, I want to be important. I'm an important person.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's what people want to do. They'd rather be an important person in The Matrix.
That's so true, man.
And we might be in that right now. That's the real mindfuck. The real mindfuck is if they can eventually create a artificial reality that's indiscernible, how do you know whether or not you're already in it? And you don't.
Well, you wouldn't, yeah.
There's a lot of evidence that we don't.
That we're in it now.
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence that reality, as we know it, is not real. That it's too weird. Quantum entanglement, quantum particles being in superposition, the fact that at a subatomic level everything's kind of magic. Like nothing makes any sense. Also, that when you observe things, it changes the behavior of subatomic particles. Like, what's that all about? What does that mean? Like, no one really knows.
So I'm experiencing this in an alternate reality.
I think consciousness might be responsible for reality instead of consciousness is experiencing reality. I think it might be both things. I think it might be consciousness is experiencing reality as well as consciousness is responsible for reality.
If somebody unplugged you right now, like this whole thing, you could do it.
Pretty mindfucky. Yeah. You're living in an image. Believe it, it's me.
Yeah.
I don't know. How is it possible that my life is like this?
Yeah, right.
I'm just like killing it in the video game.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. This is why, like, for a fighter, like, the laws must be so fucking unbelievable.
Yes. It's like people.
Yeah. It's over. Like, you see champions keep coming back and keep getting knocked out. Don't do it again. Fuck. You know?
Yeah.
Just like, you can't believe
You don't listen.
You can't believe it's over. But I was that was the winner of the game.
Yeah.
Nope. Now reality shifted. And now, on top of it, you got brain damage.
Oh, fuck. Oh, that's worse. The worst we get.
Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah, that's the worst.
The brain damage is the worst. Because now the way you interface with reality might be damaged. So like a car with a bad suspension out on the highway, the wheel shaking. Like the way you interface with the universe itself changes. Yeah. So you're taking again the highest amount of glory possible. It's like we fights and fighting the world. I mean, I would only imagine that when you becoming the UFC champion and then you put that belt on your waist and the whole crowd's like, yeah, and people at home like, fuck yeah, fuck you did it, holy shit, holy, you text your friends, what a fight, holy shit, with the love that's the accomplishment that person gets. Yeah. But the price is you're risking the way face with reality itself, the brain. You're risking the brain. And you get out of it like George St. Pierre. You know? George St. Pierre, fine. Handsome, wealthy, perfect, like intellectually. Man, still, bro, still the man. Like, whenever I talk to him, he's like, Joe Rogan, how is things? Everything is great, buddies, I'm happy. You're like, boy, you fucking really pulled it off. You really pulled it off. Yeah. Became a 2-division world champion, one of the greatest fighters of all time, and you finally champion. Yeah, I forgot about the roads like this. But for most, it's going to end badly.
Yeah, and the craziest part to me is how many of those guys who go, hey, if you could go back, we just change things. No, some of them, like, go like, I love the glory so much. Like, you see it, if I didn't see it, like, in the NFL, or some of them, like, no, I'll accept.
The identity.
Yeah.
The identity is so key. The identity to be a special person. You don't get to be a special person. Most people don't get to be a special person. And a special fighter is a different kind of special person.
Yeah.
It's like, that's a guy who took the craziest risks. Like, we all know, you know better than anybody how vulnerable the human body is because of surgery and injuries. That's fucking horrible. So, like, imagine if you had a fight and now, like, you were a big time fighter and you hurt yourself playing basketball with Dirk Kretschmer. And then you got to build yourself back up to fighting it, but you kind of know that your left arm is kind of still fucked.
You never, like, no matter how far you get from it, you still have to place it. Oh, more so now. I never had that voice before.
Oh, yeah.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah. Like
that.
And I've had 3 knee surgeries, and I'm having a problem with this left knee that I really hurt. The last time I hurt it pretty bad was skiing, and the last time I was skiing because I cracked the bone that's at the top of the tibia. And then I probably messed up the cartilage and shit and that too. But it's still better than most people. Like, it's better than like people are, how bad is your knee? Like, it's not fucked up compared to things like a regular person.
Yeah,
because I need my knee to be able to kick 60 miles an hour into a bag of sand.
Yeah.
Like, I'm requiring different things from my knee. Sure. But I know. So it's like if you were fighting, either on me, like even nobody can tell like moving around. And you have breaks easier now. Yeah, and you know your neck hurts. And you get a pinched nerve, and your lower back gives out sometimes. And your kidneys kind of hurt. Cut weight for 2 years.
Sounds like you should be fighting.
And you know it's not so good anymore. And also, you can't take a punch anymore. A lot of guys know you used to be able to take a great punch, but now you can't get hit. So now you're gunshot.
Yeah.
Did you see Devin Haney's fight last weekend?
No.
He fought Ryan Garcia fucked him up in the last fight. And he dropped him a bunch of times.
Yeah.
And this fight, it looks like he's done. Like he's moving around, just like he was just constantly moving fighting. I forget the gentleman's name, but there were rounds where he won the punch.
The whole round?
The whole round.
And Garcia, that's the one where he won the fight, but then there was always bullshit.
He tested positive for some sort of performance-enhancing metabolite at a very low level, but not a level where it would be performance-enhancing. Yeah. So I don't know what happened. He said he didn't take it.
What ended up happening with the decision of the person?
He got to become a
think he's also screwed because as Devin Haney claimed that he won because he was on steroids, and that's a bad look. But you can tell it like mindfuck Devin Haney. And a lot of people like totally are writing off Devin Haney, which is crazy. Because I remember when he beat Cambosis, I was like, damn, Devin Haney's slick, he's so good. And now, like, that guy is just, he was just moving constantly. It's still a very skilled boxer, but it just shows you, like, one devastating loss or an undefeated fighter can fuck you up. Yeah. And some guys, they come back and they're fine. Like Garcia, for instance, like, Gervonta Davis fucked him up. He came back and he was fine. Yeah. But then that weekend, he fought Rolly Romero, and Romero dropped him. He lost the decision. So they were going to like set up a rematch. Now nobody wants to see the rematch. They both lost. Well, Devin didn't lose. He won a decision, but he lost public credibility because it was a very boring fight. Still incredible, skillful boxer, world champion boxer, like very good boxer. But even the commentary, like Antonio Tarver, was like, I don't like the way he's moving. His footwork seems erratic. Like everything is like he needs to settle down. Jose Ramirez. Yeah. But
so Haney won this fight.
Yeah, he won a decision. But it was the fans lost. And this was this big event in Times Square. This is also a big event because Turki Al-Sheikh, the guy from Saudi Arabia, His Excellency, is the guy who's dumping incredible amounts of money into boxing so that he can get these guys to fight each other. So he's like, what do you need for the fight? How much to make this fight happen? Like $10 million. Like, done. What? Fuck, I should ask for 20. It's that kind of a situation because the Saudis have so much money. So Oscar De La Hoya was talking about this, and he was saying these guys are spoiled and they're afraid to risk anything.
Right.
Because the money's so much, which is so interesting. Like, you need a guy who's willing to risk it all to really fucking go for it. And these guys aren't willing to do that. And I think the Devin Haney thing is one of those things where you see a guy who is unbelievably skilled fighter that loses one fight, and they're just not the same.
Not the same. And Gervonta's still
killing. But he had that fight with Lamont Roach where it was a draw. And it was a legit draw. And you could even make the argument that Roach won that fight, and they're going to fight again. That should be very interesting. But I think it's also for boxers. There's a situation where you can only keep up the RPMs for so long. All the greats. There's a certain amount of times that you can keep training. A certain amount of times you can keep competing. And like we're talking about, like your arm, it's going to fuck up. Yeah. That happens with them too. Like the ankles are bad, something's bad.
They can't do this. They level out.
Yeah, it's not the same. They're not who they used to be. They might look the same, but they can't do what they could do 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's a hard sport, but it's also because the glory is so high if you're successful.
So they're all going together.
Yeah.
Very quick.
Yeah.
Thank God it's not.
Thank God. Dude, if the UFC was around when I was competing, I 100% would have done it. And then imagine how dumb I would be now if I was 7 years old. Oh, I'd be a mess.
A lot of staring.
Oh, I'd be a lot of like, so, hey, you look good. You losing weight? Here's what we do. He goes, dieting? My brain would be like a 4-cylinder engine, like, all fucked up, misfiring.
It's good you get it that.
It is, but I think yeah, you said it to me before. I think so. I think there's just a certain amount you get that makes you just a little reckless. Just a little crazy.
Just a touch.
Yeah, just a touch. Yeah, just a touch of brain damage that allows me to be. I like taking. I enjoy risks.
Yeah,
I like them. They're fun.
Me too.
Just on your head.
Yeah, I had a couple devastating. Yeah, a couple bad ones. I bet it. I think I have some frontal lobe damage, and
I think it has something to do.
I do it. I like calculated risks.
Yeah,
So I think if you take this career path, enjoy risk.
Clearly. Yeah. But also, you don't have any choices.
Yeah.
Like my thought was when I was first started, I was like, I can't work. I can't do it, but I know I can do things. But I can't show up and do a job all day for the rest of my life. I don't have that in me. I'm allergic to it. I didn't like. I was a latchkey kid, so like I didn't get a lot of like you got to do this, you got to do that. So the problem is like I developed not having people tell me what to do. So I can't listen.
Like every comic has that thing too.
Yeah.
Like they can't have a boss.
Also, I was around enough bosses that were just total cunts and douchebags that are just like, in my mind, that the boss is an asshole.
Right.
Always. Every time. He's unappreciative, fucking idiot. We gotta listen to him because he's responsible for your paycheck and he knows it.
Yeah.
So he gets to act like a douchebag and you can't go, hey man, fuck you.
Yeah.
Who are you talking to? Why do you talk to him like that? You fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You can't, because he's the boss.
It's the boss. Yeah. No, it sets you up for like, I'll figure it out. But I think if I hadn't done this, I definitely know I would have started my own business sometime.
Yeah. Yeah, you would have had to. But that's, you know, how many people don't, or they get roped in, and then they have a bunch of responsibilities like family.
No. What's the fucking, I mean, now we're at the age where you like, can look back on 25 years of people you know.
Oh my God.
We're like miserable.
Oh my God. People are in hell.
Yeah, in hell.
Yeah,
Like fucking
killing it.
yeah, but
You know what's really crazy? Is when people get out of stand up and then they see everybody do real well and they want to jump back in. And it's like, I've got some messages from some friends that I know that have been in stand up in a decade. I'm like, you can't just jump back in. Well, if you do, you gotta like start from the beginning.
Yeah.
Start doing open mic nights again. Like you've been in the writer's room just writing for a sitcom.
No,
For fucking 8 years.
you lose your footing so much, and then it's a different like sometimes I've had a week off, 2 weeks off, a month or something off, where you're like, oh, you have sea legs. It's just like, whoa, I can't imagine 10 years.
Dude, it happened to a lot of writers when they got in the strike. You know, when the strike was going on, like how long did that strike go on for?
Months.
Long ass time. These guys have mortgages and kids in private school and their wife likes to spend money.
Yeah.
Fuck. Yeah, and they're used to making $1 million a year.
Yeah.
I don't do it real good.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it all dries up. Like, oh fuck. And then their savings account and the ones that wait and they're like, fuck. I think we'll start using it. Like they start trying to put together ads and they want to show up and the club doesn't know who they are anymore.
Oh, scary. It's scary.
But it's like this decisions that you make in life. Like, what are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do with your life? Those are personal decisions. Which is why the this whole free will versus determinism thing drives me crazy. Because these people that want to believe that there's no such thing as free will, like you can do that cute little thing, but you know that free will is real because you know that you decide to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
Like you tell me Jelly Roll didn't have free will to lose that 200 pounds.
No shit.
Yeah, perfect example. Yeah, like that's hard to do. Yeah. You're 400 plus pounds. You're fat as fuck. You're drinking and partying every night, and one day you put your foot down and you're doing this shit. Yeah, that's enough. I'm gonna get good health. That's free will. Like what you're telling me, determinism, like forced him into a position at 39 years old, where he's all of a sudden going to decide to lose all this weight and has nothing to do with his free will. That's silly. Will's a real thing.
Of course, we all have it. Deny it. It's like, I don't know, anything you accomplish that's work is through free will. It's
Right.
making choices.
But then there is also a certain amount of determinism. If you grow up in a terribly abusive household and you're around drug addicts and violence, and then you go and commit that, it's almost like you have no other examples. You're true.
I get that. You still make a choice.
You do, but you don't even know what your choice is. You've never even seen your choice.
That's a valuable analysis that like you had a horrible model. So you're just following the path you think is the only path.
And some of those guys get it wrong. Right? Some of those guys get lucky to become a fighter, or they get lucky to become a musician. or maybe get lucky and become something else, or not. Yeah, but it's just the choices that you make in this life are you don't know if it's the right choice while you're making that choice.
I'm about to find out when you make this TV show, right? Choice. I'm about to find out. You have a business. I got a business.
I feel it.
Should we wrap it up?
Sure.
Listen, that what you showed me. I'm sure it's gonna be fucking bad thoughts. When is it out?
It's Tuesday, so tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Fuck yeah. It's this stuff I saw is amazing. It's fucking hilarious.
Thanks a lot.
I'm glad you're doing stuff, man. I'm just glad you're out there.
I'm
Beautiful city.
I'm very excited for it. I'll tell you. I know it's an overused term, but it really was a great country.
Well, you can tell. You can tell by how well it came out. It's just so ridiculous. It's so good. It's such a signature Tom Segura type of humor.
Thanks, man. It's awesome. I'm excited for it. Thanks for having me on, man.
My pleasure, my brother. Anytime. Love you. Bye, everybody.
Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
This is
Absolutely. Absolutely. A series of unexpected things have led to this day.
you were supposed to do Duncan's podcast, and then Duncan and I got on the phone, and we sang, trying to move tickets for the psychedelic event, and then Duncan said, hey man, you can have him on your show. And I said, well, why don't you come on too? It'd be really fun. And then this morning, Duncan has a root canal, like an unexpected emergency root canal. So it was just a crazy turn of events, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just came in from Ukraine.
Oh, wow. Ow.
Yeah.
What are you doing over there?
Training therapists and psychiatrists.
Wow.
So Ukraine has enormous amounts of trauma. And so what I'm trying to do is to go to high trauma areas and try to talk about MDMA assisted therapy and how that could be helpful.
What is the legality of it over there?
Well, right now it's illegal. They have these terrible laws left over from when Russia was in control, and you cannot even do research with Schedule I drugs. Not with psilocybin, not with MDMA, you can't even do research. But for the last couple of years, there's been a lot of efforts by their military, by other people to change that because they're aware that they have so much enormous trauma. So a couple months ago, the Ukrainian government put out draft legislation to change the law. And so the training that we did was for 55 psychiatrists and therapists from throughout Ukraine. We did it in the western part of Ukraine, which is not really a dangerous area. But even while we were there multiple air raid sirens. But then they look at their phone and they see the area that the air raid sirens are supposedly about, and that could be like 100 miles square, something like that. So nobody seemed to care. Nobody moved to shelters. And we just ignored these air raid sirens and heard nothing. But it was so emotionally moving because we went to the cemetery in Lviv, and they have these in cities all over Ukraine. And they have something that I've never seen before, is that they have just enormous numbers of graves. Terrible. They've lost about 250,000 people. But the graves all have flags for Ukraine, but they have pictures of the person that's dead. That's the person that's buried there. And I've never seen that anywhere else. It has even more of an emotional impact because you're actually not just thinking all these people are dead, but you're seeing their pictures. So most of them were younger and tragically interrupted their lives. A fair number of women, and they put them in the center of the cities. They're having to build new gravestones all over. This was next to a really large old historic cemetery. Yeah, and so it feels to me like what I'm
trying to do is to really go to where people, I think, have lots of trauma but don't understand some of these new technologies, meaning psychedelic therapies. Well, that, right. So they've been very much a conservative society. They don't have legal marijuana. They don't have marijuana. Okay. Yeah, so it was very moving to be there for their, just the fact that we were there, that people felt that we were willing to come to the country and be there with them, even though it's in this more safe part of the country. And so the thought that we would, the next steps would all be philanthropy. So I should say that I'm here representing myself. I'm not talking on behalf of MAPS, and I'm not talking on behalf of Lycos, the pharmaceutical company that MAPS helped start a while ago. So I'm just talking for myself personally. But what we're trying to do is really respond to where the trauma is. Next week, I'm going to Beirut, which is something I never thought I would be going to. But I've been invited to speak at the American University of Beirut and also a YPO business group. And there's the possibility of potentially starting research with MDMA therapy in Lebanon as well.
Do you ever get frustrated at the lack of progress with legalization? Because it seems like so much headway has been made on the therapeutic front. There's so many people have anecdotal stories of like a lot of soldiers, Ibogaine in particular, MDMA in particular. These people have had incredible experiences, turned their life around. Just, I'm so baffled by the snail's pace of acceptance of these things.
Well, I first tried MDMA in 1982, so we're talking about 43 years ago. And as soon as I experienced it, I thought this has incredible therapeutic potential. It was legal at the time, and when did it go? 1985. And so MDMA had been it had been legal, but it was quietly used in therapy circles from around 1976 to the early 80s. And then it started leaking out of these therapy circles and started being used as party drug ecstasy.
Wasn't a lot of that in Dallas?
Yes, a lot of it was at the Start Club in Dallas. Yeah, that is really where MDMA became ecstasy.
Lorenzo from the psychedelic salon. I learned all about that from him.
Yeah. There's a fellow named Michael Caine is working on a movie about the Start Club.
Oh wow!
There's an incredible story because Larry Hagman, who was the star of Dallas, frequented this nightclub with a bunch of the people from the cast, and they had the police had decided to bust them because they knew that there was all these conspiracy arguments. No, they were all prepared to bust the Start Club that night, and unexpectedly, Larry Hagman showed up, and they canceled the bus because they thought it'd be too embarrassing to bust it. And they busted another guy.
He was on CNN once and he was talking about how he's not afraid of death because he had an incredible LSD experience.
Yeah,
After that,
I did. Yeah, and the
we were
reason,
like, what?
well, he did LSD therapy in the 60s. And the reason that I even knew that is my mother-in-law read his autobiography. And he talks about doing LSD therapy in the 60s. And so my mother-in-law said, you might want to try to contact this guy because maybe he's got overlapping interests and he'll help out. And it took me a couple of years to get to him, but eventually I did. One funny story is that I got to know him pretty well, and I would stay over at his house a bunch of times in Santa Monica. But he was also in I Dream of Jeannie.
Oh, yeah.
So I Dream of Jeannie is about this genie that comes out of this bottle. He's an astronaut. And the friend of his had made a blog out of the genie bottle. And they wanted to market it, and Larry said, no way. So there was only, 2 versions of this genie bottle. And I had the one of my more humorous moments with smoking pot with Larry Hagman, cheating pot.
That's hilarious. It's so funny when a guy plays this like straight-laced, greedy kind of psycho on a television show, a soap opera show, and then in real life, he's a stoner.
Oh, he's incredible. Yeah.
Interesting. It's like, because you would never guess that from the JRU character.
Oh, right. No, he was very much pro-psychedelic and had multiple experiences during the 60s.
And the CNN was wild, though. I remember watching it going, oh, you guys weren't ready for this. That's what he said that day. Like, oh, God, you're saying the past is good. It's like literally the opposite of the Bill Hicks joke. You know, that Bill Hicks joke, like you never hear like a good drug story.
Yeah.
So he's young man on acid, thinks he could fly, and he died.
Yeah.
It's like that was the one time the positive drug story from like a beloved star of a beloved show.
Yeah, it's the most popular TV show in the world at some point.
Yeah.
But about your question about frustration, yes, the answer is yes, but it's important not to be overwhelmed by frustration. It's just to continue plodding along. We've just passed NAPS's 39th anniversary, April 8th. I had 1986 is when I started NAPS. And when I started NAPS, I didn't really know that it would ever succeed, that it would ever make it be named medicine. It was the height of Nancy Reagan just saying no and the escalation of the drug war, the worst times. And I realized that it was worth doing, working towards bringing psychedelics forward, whether it worked or not. And that's what really gave me the mindset to not be overwhelmed by the frustration, by how many obstacles there's been. Because I always had this feeling that we need this kind of people, we need this access to these experiences. And it's been tragic when we think about the number of veteran suicides, for example, that are happening every year. And if the Drug Enforcement Administration, when they made it illegal in 1985, they did that on an emergency basis. We were in the middle of the lawsuit against the DEA, what's called an administrative law judge lawsuit. And we were challenging this arguments for making it into a Schedule I drug. And we actually won the case. The judge said it should be Schedule III, which means it should be available as a medicine, but it should be illegal otherwise for recreational use. But administrative law judges only give advice to the agencies that they're working in. They don't compel. You have to get out of that into the civil courts. So the judge had Schedule III, and the Drug Enforcement Administration said, no way, we're not going to do that. And their rationale was so wrong, so we sued them in the appeals court. What they said initially was that only the FDA could make a drug into a medicine. That the law was clear that it could be the Attorney General could do that. So the appeals court, when they review agencies' decisions, they don't tell them what to do. They say, you did something wrong, you got to rethink it. So then the DEA said, okay, we're going to rethink it. And then they came up with a new reason why they were against it. And this was this 8-part standard that was essentially the same as the FDA. So then we sued them again the second time. And we won again in the appeals courts. And so they went back to the DEA and said, you have to come up with another rationale. This one doesn't work either. And then they came up with a 5-part standard that was sufficiently different but still had phase 3 studies. So it's essentially the same as FDA approval. And finally, the courts have held that. And that's, during this process, it was clear to them that the DEA would not do anything to make this available as a medicine, that we would have to go through the FDA. And that's where NAPS began as a nonprofit psychedelic pharmaceutical company focused entirely on donations, and the intention was to turn it into a generic drug. But because MDMA had been invented by Merck in 1912, it was in the public domain, it was used as a therapy drug before I even knew about it. And then it turned out that the emergency scheduling that the DEA did in 1985 was itself illegal. It turned out that the Congress had given the Attorney General the power to emergency schedule drugs, but the Attorney General had never sub-delegated that power down to the DEA. So they didn't have the authority to do that. So the people that got busted in the first year
we're all like, oh, let's their lawyers figure this out. So the first move to criminalize MDMA was crack. You could say, wow. But we're stuck. And so when we think about if MDMA had not been criminalized, how many people's lives would have been saved? How many people would have been able to benefit from psychedelics? That's one of the things that we're going to be talking about at the Psychedelic Science 2025 conference, the 16th to the 20th of June in Denver. We have over 500 speakers. We had over 1,500 applications. There's an enormous amount of research taking place with psychedelics, with psilocybin, with ibogaine, with MDMA, with 5-MeO-DMT, with a whole host of the healing potential of these are incredible. And yet, they've been kept away from people by these prohibitionist laws. And so it's enormously frustrating and tragic. And yet, if we let that overwhelm us, that we're not going to work as hard to make it happen. So I had to learn how to deal with that frustration.
It's just a gross distortion of the legal system. There's no reason why it should be illegal. As long as you have whiskey and you can get Adderall easily on a prescription, and oxycodone is readily prescribed, this is crazy.
Well, it's counterproductive.
Yes.
It's not even, like stopping a lot of the benefits. It's actually creating more harms. Just as one example, my father was a pediatrician. He's no longer alive. But he worked on the first study with crack babies. He and his partners did the pediatric evaluation. And remember this in the 80s, this idea was that there's going to be this whole generation of super predators and women that were pregnant with crack or having babies that were addicted, and they were going to be mentally deficient and prone to violence, and this whole scenario that Reagan amplified. And what my father and his partners found out was that really these kids could recover, that they could do better, that it was mostly malnutrition, poverty. It's not like fetal alcohol syndrome, that it was really not this direct connection between the crack cocaine and the problems with these kids. But what he found was that the women that were pregnant and were addicted were driven away from them.
Just put it on your register.
All you boomers. Yeah, just boomers. But he found that these women were dissuaded from seeking treatment. Why? Because they were worried that they would have their babies taken away from them, because they were worried they were going to go to jail. So the drug war is counterproductive in that the people that need the help the most are driven away from seeking it because of the stigma and shame and criminality.
But then they screw up sometimes and do what they just go, everyone just do whatever they want. And then, unfortunately, it's that culture where you allow people to get fed to the industry and meth and whatever else they want, and then the laws pass where you decriminalize everything. It's legal from fall. Yeah. And then, unfortunately, you have chaos, and then they pull back the law because it was just too much.
Yeah.
People were going there just so they could get high.
Well, that's the important point, like you just said, people were going there. So what that means is that, and we saw this in Zurich. So there was a place in Zurich multiple decades ago called Needle Park, where they decided to provide access to healthcare, access to safe injection sites, things like this for heroin addicts and others in Zurich. And it was working. Because when you treat people as humans like that, they will often seek other treatment. And then if they're not necessarily criminals, but then people come from all over and overwhelm capacity because it's this one humane site, and then it became an open drug market. So people from all over Europe started coming, and then they had the backlash. So I think it's something somewhat similar to Portland, where you try some of these things on a local basis, but then you attract people from all over, and then it turns into the opposite of what they hoped.
Right. Yeah, and I just think also they've gone through the whole defund of these things. Yes. They're so overwhelmed. Like, yes. Portland is out of control. We still love the place. Just to love the place. 10 years ago, Portland was amazing. Saw a bunch of sweethearts, hippies, they were like so calm, and something happened. People got radicalized, and then the people the camping on the street. Once that happened and you tolerate people just putting tents up in the middle of the city, it's like, don't ignore these people. Like, either help them out or tell them they have to move or do something. You can't just clog up your city with mentally ill drug addicts who are in tents. That's crazy.
It is, and it's hard to have these local solutions because it attracts those people.
Exactly. So they probably not have trained to go to Portland,
But they did. So these kind of solutions, I think people take the wrong idea from them. But the solution itself was the wrong idea. But I think it's when you do it on a local basis like that and not have it widely distributed. So basically, the idea is that you have people that have problems with substance abuse of all kinds. We don't criminalize people who are alcoholics. They can go to AA, they can go to other things. They're not stigmatized and they're not worried that they're going to be arrested. Right? And yet they can go for help. And there are a lot of people that actually do that.
Yeah.
And I think that's the kind of humane approach. But
that's where we should be. Yes, as a society. That's a healthy, intelligent society. And also, we should be paying attention to the people that report great benefits. Like, there's just too many. Well, luckily, we have guys like Rick Perry. And Rick Perry, who was the Republican governor of Texas, is now really in full support of this not gaming initiative. It's one.
Yes. Well, Rick Perry will be speaking at the conference.
Fantastic.
As Brian Hubbard. So you can start the work that you did to have Rick Perry and Brian Hubbard on your show and how much that brought attention to the gaming possibilities was incredible.
Well, it's my feeling is if a guy like Rick Perry, who's this like straight-nosed, conservative, right-wing kind of a guy, if he can open up his eyes to that and open up his heart to that, it's available for everybody. And there's this very binary position that people take in regards to their thoughts on psychedelics. It's either it's for losers and people that want to escape reality, or if you're on the side of the people that have experienced it, you don't get any of that, which is so weird for me. So the people that think that it's for losers and it's all just a bunch of people just trying to escape reality and they're lazy, none of those people saying that have done it. So if you can get just a few of them to do it and tell their friends, if we had like legitimate therapy centers, because everybody needs a little help. I'm not saying you need to get off heroin, I'm not saying you're coming back from Afghanistan. I'm not saying anything crazy, but like everybody could use just a little therapeutic help to give you a fresh perspective. And I think if that was available to a lot of people that are just generally depressed, I think we could change the tone of the country. I really do. Because one of the things that bums me out the most about, especially the interactions people have on social media, it's like it's all negative. It's all negative. You're living in these rare moments. You have a finite amount of time. 100 years just so quick. It goes by so fast. And you're wasting it, yelling at people on Twitter. For what? For what? Like commenting on things all day long in anger and disgust. And look where this country is. Like, what are you talking about? Everyone's perspective needs a little help. Needs a little pick-me-up. Just a little something to go, I think we're okay. I think we're going to be okay.
I think that there are so many possible benefits from having psychedelic clinics all over.
All over. Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about right now, there's several thousand ketamine clinics. But one of the issues with ketamine clinics is that many of them provide ketamine without therapy. So
yeah, I've met a lot of those people.
Yeah, yes. So I think the key point is that when we talk about psychedelics, when we talk about the clinics, it's not here, take this pill.
Right.
It's here, take this pill in a therapeutic context with therapists there to help process the emotions.
As an expert, someone who's experienced it themselves can help you.
Yeah, and then with the therapy afterwards, which we call the integration process. So it's not just the experience itself, it's the preparation to be open to whatever happens. It's the experience. And then I just was the other day with a woman who is a neuroscientist. And what she's talked about and
what she's discovered is that psychedelics are these rare substances that have they'll open up what they call the critical periods. So it's neuroplasticity. It's this ability to rewire the brain that stays for sometimes weeks or longer. With Ibogaine, it can be several months after you have the experience. So that the therapy that happens afterwards, the work that you do to integrate it, has special potential to make long-term changes in your behavior and your brain circuitry. And so psychedelics are unique on the substances. People are trying to develop non-psychedelic psychedelics that do have this neuroplasticity property, but they open up this potential for long-term change if you do the therapy afterwards. If you focus on trying to put the insights that you have during the experience and then try to make them into permanent behavior habits.
That's really fascinating. It's also so typically human to try to develop non-psychedelic versions of the same thing.
Like we can be better than nature. Yeah, God was onto something, but no, he had an early plan. He wasn't really fleshed out yet.
Right. Well, one of the things that was really impactful for Rick Perry was Morgan Luttrell, who's now a member of Congress. And so Morgan had very terrible trauma from his military service and eventually was able to experience Ibogaine. And from that, he was able to get a lot better. And there's a researcher, Nolan Williams, who will also be at the conference, who's done work with Ibogaine. And a lot of the Navy SEALs and others have gone down to Mexico. He's done studies of their brains with traumatic brain injury. And it's shown before and after that some of them actually do have this recovery from traumatic brain injury.
Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal. It's also helps people with other neurological disorders, like it's helped people with Parkinson's, right?
Yes, and that is where it could make sense in certain ways to have non-psychedelic psychedelics.
Right, but also, why not? Ibogaine's working.
Well, yeah.
On that.
Yeah.
Already have Parkinson's.
Well,
Scared.
well, and then you get the insights though as well.
Yes.
So, but there's people that might not want that. It's difficult.
But why do they not want it? They don't want it because of propaganda. They don't want it because someone, there's the stories of like Sid Barrett from Pink Floyd, or you know what I mean? Yeah, stories of people losing their mind. And that's what people are terrified of. I think with some people, honestly, that's a valid point. Now that you're saying that, there's a bunch of people that are like very psychologically vulnerable, and maybe a profound psychedelic experience wouldn't be tenable. They wouldn't be able to handle it. That's possible. There's a bunch of people that they're in a bad state. Maybe they're on a ton of medication just keeping them stable. They can't do psychedelics. Maybe them, a non-psychedelic version of it that required their brain would be beneficial.
Yeah, but there is actually a situation with cluster headaches. So cluster headaches are like suicide headaches. They're worse than migraines. And there was, this is not back around 2003, a bunch of the people who had cluster headaches, one of them went to a party, did mushrooms, and found that it postponed the cycle and would interrupt the cycle of these cluster headaches, which are terrible. And so they contacted me, and they formed this group called Cluster Busters. And they said, we don't want to be criminals anymore. We would like to study this. Can you help us study this? And I live in Boston right next to McLean Hospital, which is part of Harvard Medical School. And I approached them and I said, would you want to study these people with cluster headaches? And they said, sure, this is really interesting. So they brought in all these people and checked their medical records and determined that this was really the case, that psilocybin and LSD blocked cluster headache cycle and postponed the next cycle. And so we did all this research, and then the next step would have been to actually give LSD or psilocybin to people with cluster headaches. And people at Harvard like, so Timothy Leary, he was here, we don't want to do this, so all of that.
Ruined it for everybody.
Well, we're trying to get over that, but they did. And but then the people at Harvard said, well, we will do this LSD or psilocybin, but only if it's the last resort. Only if
everything else fails. So the scientists, Torsten Passy and John Hilbert, decided that they would use a non-psychedelic version of LSD called bromo LSD. And the plan was that they would give this bromo LSD to a bunch of people with cluster headaches. It would not work. And then they would come back and say, hey, we need to do this LSD and psilocybin research. So I said, okay, that makes sense. We have no idea why LSD or psilocybin works, but it's probably connected to the psychedelic properties of it. And so they did this study at Hanover University in Germany, and I kept waiting for the results and they would, I heard nothing. And then after months, they finally said, we didn't want to tell you, but the bromo LSD works even better
Oh
than
no!
the LSD and the psilocybin, because with LSD, it's effective in micrograms. For psilocybin, take 25 milligrams for a major trip. But with bromo LSD, you can give large amounts of it because you're not getting high. And whatever it does, it's still a mystery what it does in the brain, but it works better. You just flood the brain. So that's actually a good example of a non-psychedelic psychedelic for a physiological problem that could make sense as a medicine.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense with the dose, especially.
Yeah.
But that's great, though. At least that way, like, we found something out.
Yeah. And actually, when they finally told me that it worked and that they didn't want to tell me, I said, I'm interested in psychedelic therapy. Also, what's best for patients. So that if this bromo LSD is best for patients, that's great. It's not upsetting me at all because we're talking about it anyway for a physiological thing, and I'm interested in the therapy part of it. And so, unfortunately, talk about being frustrating. Gary Turnbull is a philanthropist and is trying to make bromo LSD into a medicine, but he's been unable to raise the funds that he needs to do that. And so this was a treatment for a terrible disorder that was identified about 20 years ago, and it's still not been made into a medicine. And so those are things that are frustrating because it's not even psychedelic.
That's crazy. It's just too close to psychedelic.
Yeah.
It's too related by, so by association.
Yeah, so Morgan Drell was a big example to educate Gary. Morgan will be at the conference. Congressman Jack Burton, right, who's leading an effort in Washington. It's trying to collect a lot of support, bipartisan support, to make psychedelics into medicines.
The military aspect of it is very important because they're generally very right-wing guys and women. They serve the country. They're hard-nosed, disciplined people. If they can't experience it, they can realize. I've always said that, like, I try to act as a bridge between the defense and the offense.
You are a good bridge. Right. Here I am. What Timothy Leary said, which is phenomenal, and tell me if this is true for you. He said, if you want to be a bridge, you have to get used to being stepped on.
Well, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty used to being stepped on. Yeah. But I mean, not necessarily for those positions, because the idea of pot and a lot of these other things is that it makes you lazy, and you have a really hard time convincing anybody that it likes it. That's very hard. I'm pretty disappointed. I don't believe that's the case. I don't think it's just. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. Like, you have to have the discipline or be able to enjoy expanding your consciousness. Like, I think, in fact, it enhances your perspective, which enhances the understanding of the value of discipline and hard work, and of honesty, and of, like, doing things the right way. Like, you do things the right way, you genuinely feel better. And if you ever have trips, like whatever, even in the sensory deprivation tank, it's over getting in there, they're better when you live the right way. You don't have any demons or as many. You don't have any regrets. Do the right thing. To be a good person. Like, it's not that hard to do. And the fact that it's been conflated with laziness and ne'er-do-wells and all that stuff, like, that's nonsense. Some of the most ambitious people I know smoke weed. Some of the most hard-working, interesting, creative people I know smoke weed. They enjoy it.
Well, one of the best examples is Carl Sagan.
Yes, one of the best examples.
And
Yes.
he had to hide that for decades because he was worried he would lose his security clearance.
I was trying to tell that to someone who's a scientist once off there and didn't believe me. Like, how do you not know? How do you not know Carl Sagan was a huge pot smoker?
Right. Well, Lester Grinspoon was the doctor at Harvard Medical School. He was one of my mentors, and he was close personal friends with Carl Sagan. And Lester was an expert on medical marijuana. And he had a book about experiences with marijuana. Carl Sagan had to tell his story under a pseudonym because he didn't really want to be known for that. But
Well, it's a different time period. That's why guys like him are so great. Just to talk about it at all, you can risk everything. He was the guy explaining science and astronomy to everybody, explaining the cosmos. I found out that guy's a stoner. Like, oh, it's all out the window now.
oh yeah, his wife Andrea was on the board of directors of the NORML, the legalized marijuana, or National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana.
It's very frustrating for me because when I was a young man, I remember thinking that eventually all this will be worked out, and by the time I'm 35 or something like that, there won't be any more drug laws about things that are beneficial. I really did believe that. Now I'm 57. I'm like, oh my god, it's not changing. Oh my god, this shit's taking forever. It's been decades of everyone knowing, decades of the internet. Before the internet, kind of propaganda was very effective. The reefer madness stuff and all that craziness that they pumped into people's heads. Like, that was the 1930s, man, and that's still effective today. There's still people today that believe all that stuff.
Well, you just shared with me before we started talking about the Texas law that's trying to, if you could maybe share.
Ted Baxton, who I've met, I like him, very nice guy. I don't know why he did this, but Austin had decriminalized marijuana. So apparently the Attorney General's office sued Austin, and what is the ruling on that? I don't know if they even have acted on this, or if they're going to appeal, or what it is, but here's the thing about something that's not fully legal. And I've talked about this before, so I apologize if anybody's heard this. John Norris, who's a friend of mine, who's been on the podcast, who is a game warden in California. And he found a diverted stream, and they were trying to figure out what's going on. They figured some farmer fucked up, and what's going on here, and fish were dead. And so it's a game warden. So they have to track down what happened with the stream. Finds this huge grow up in the middle of the national forest, run by the cartel. And then his entire operation in the decades future becomes a tactical force with bulletproof vests, dogs, guns, fighting the cartel in the forest, in the national forest. Because they were growing it all in America and just selling it, 90%, at least 90% of the marijuana that was sold in states where it's illegal was coming from California. And they were using very dangerous pesticides and herbicides, stuff that's completely illegal if you were growing it naturally, if you were growing it normally. And because it's illegal, you have organized crime that's providing it. If it was legal, we could only buy it from, you buy your fucking groceries, you buy organic fruit, right? You buy organic vegetables. You buy organic marijuana. You would know the people who are growing it. You can meet the farmers, just like you can meet people from White Oak pastures. You can meet people from fucking Happy Green Farm. And you would know where you're getting your stuff. You know there's no fentanyl in it, which is apparently they're talking about that now.
Yeah.
You're not helping anybody. You're only hurting people. Now, if your goal was just to hurt as many people as possible, make more laws. Yeah, keep locking people up. Lock people up for things that don't hurt anybody, even themselves.
Well, the other part of this is the tax money.
Yes.
When you're letting all this money go to the underground, to the cartels, to the criminal games, you're alternatively, you could have it as taxes, and
Right.
it could make it easier on the rest of us.
I could see it as an argument if you, the Attorney General, you said you are propping up organized crime by allowing it to be decriminalized, and the people that are growing it and selling it in Austin, or the people that have it in Austin, are all committing crime. So they're probably cartel people, or I could see that argument kind of. But you know what the fucking solution to that is? Make it legal. This is dumb. We can just buy whiskey anywhere. Which I don't know. Nothing wrong with it. You can go buy. I have a bar. You know, I'm a drug dealer. Literally, I'm a drug dealer. I have a bar. I own a bar. I sell drugs. Alcohol is a fucking drug. It's just a sanctioned legal drug that we pay taxes for. And, you know, the alcohol commission is to check, make sure we're doing everything right. But it's drugs. And it's way more dangerous.
And prohibition of alcohol in the 20s led to organized crime
Yes.
in America.
Yes. Al Capone. All that stuff. Fucked up organized, but also like NASCAR too. Yeah. Pretty cool. They figured out how to soup up some cars to get away from the cops. That's what NASCAR came from. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. But it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Like, everyone who enjoys a little alcohol with a drink at a social gathering, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Let people do what the fuck they want to do. We're all going to die someday. And if people are having good or bad experiences on any of these substances, it's up to them to manage their experiences. Like, I don't get along with alcohol. I won't drink alcohol. I don't get along with marijuana. I don't want to try it. Okay, good. That's okay. It's all fine. But, like, let people who enjoy it have it. Dumb.
This idea that we're all going to die one of the most important uses of psychedelics is to help people at the end of life who are scared of dying. And also for palliative care. So there's a lot of research that's been done with people with life-threatening illnesses who are anxious about dying and have received either MDMA or psilocybin or LSD in the 60s. So the kind of big fears that we have about illness and death, when people are not able to process those fears, it just gets worse and worse.
I wonder how many people Larry Hagman turned on. You know that day on CNN? There's probably millions of people watching. So Larry Hagman said, well, I'm afraid of death. He said, I had an LSD experience. And I realized it's all just connected.
Yeah. Well, if it wasn't for my mother-in-law reading his book, and he became a big supporter of MAPS, and he spoke out in public. Those are the kind of dialogues that change people's minds.
Yeah.
There's been some, we have a lot of, I live in Massachusetts where marijuana is legal. Marijuana is legal in California, Colorado, and all these states. They're doing really well economically.
Oh, it's a huge tax. Especially like Colorado has the craziest taxes. One was like 39% or something at one point. And everyone's like, okay. Because it's, first of all, economically, like if you want to go out for a night drinking, that's going to cost you a couple $100. Buying a round of drinks for your friends, a round of drinks here and there. It's you a couple $100 worth of marijuana, you're stoned for a month. Like, it's just stoned forever. And if you have to pay 39% tax, like, okay, like, I hope it fixes streets. Like, I'll give you my tax money. I'm not scared to pay tax. I want to pay taxes if you're doing good stuff with it. Is it helping pay for the schools? Great. Let's get great schools and a lot of people smoking weed legally. Yeah. Not kids. That's the other thing. Like, we need education for children to let them know, like, it's not good to alter your state of consciousness, especially on a regular basis when you're young. There's some developmental issues that come along with abuse.
Well, this is with abuse, for sure.
Abuse.
Definitely for sure. One of the things that's pretty interesting is look at the cultures that have successfully integrated psychedelics, like, for example, the ayahuasca churches that are in Brazil, or the Native American church that uses peyote, often for Native Americans that have problems with alcohol. I was out on a Navajo reservation, this is about 20 years ago, and it was for a Native American church peyote ceremony. And one of the Navajo men brought his 9-year-old son to take peyote and spend the night with us.
Whoa.
And
peyote's mescaline.
Peyote's mescaline. Yeah, and Huachuma is from San Pedro. And this is also that's mescaline.
But this 9-year-old did not take the same amount of peyote as the rest of us, but took more appropriate for his body weight. And it's within a cultural context, within a family context, within a religious supportive context. These cultures tend not to have age limits.
Right.
So I think when you talk about the developmental problems that come from abuse, that's totally the case. But when you talk about occasional use for inspiration, particularly when in a ceremonial setting, which has been for centuries and centuries, they've defined it. There's no neurological damage that comes to your brain from mescaline.
Right. Ceremonial settings are very important. And I used to think it was foolishness. I think ceremonies, I took a fun out of your ceremony. I was cynical, But I think that, and even rites of passages, like into adulthood, I used to think that was foolish too. But then I realized, wow, a lot of people have a hard time determining if they're an adult. And they stay kind of infantile for their entire life. And especially someone that's like really coddled by the parents and overprotected helicopter parents, who never developed the ability to be solitary and just to be out there on your own and autonomous. And things that are important should be treated with respect. And that's where I think ceremony comes in.
Yeah, one of the things that I think has led to my interest in lifetime use of psychedelics has been the failure of my bar mitzvah to actually turn me into a man.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Because I'm the
You
oldest.
thought you were going to be a man. That's it.
Well, man, I wanted to avoid all the awkwardness of adolescence. I'm the oldest of 4 kids, so I had no older siblings to tell me. And we did this rite of passage, and it's been used for thousands of years. And I just had this idea that there would be some visitation from God in some way, that I would be one thing the morning of my bar mitzvah, and I would be something different the next morning. And I remember waking up in bed the next morning after my bar mitzvah, and I'm like, the same. This particular rite of passage didn't work. And you're 13, you're not so smart. And I was like, well, God must be busy. A lot of people got bar mitzvah. It's like Christmas, and you're like,
eventually God's going to get to me.
Yeah, and so every day for a week, I would wake up and think, is today the day? Am I different? Nothing happened. And then finally, another week and another bar mitzvah Saturday came along, and I realized that if I was on a list, I have now been dropped off the list completely, because it's always new people bar mitzvah. And the rites of passage that we kicked in the out, I believe, probably worked in the past for a lot of people. And they did get this demarcation between different ages. People didn't used to live that long either, so 13 was kind of a transition point.
Right.
But it was when I was 17, almost 18, that I first did LSD. And one of my very first thoughts was, this is what my bar mitzvah should have been. Because, you're like, who am I? Right. Where do I fit in? Right. I'm sort of, my ego sense is dissolving a bit from LSD. I'm connected to something bigger and larger than myself. I thought, this is the courage, the test of courage. This is the test of manhood. This is something that is a part of rite of passage. So for me, the psychedelics became rite of passage when the religious rite of passage didn't have the same impact as I had hoped it would.
That's fascinating. It's interesting too to talk about not restricting it for young people. And I thought about like wine in Europe, because kids in Europe, particularly kids in Italy, they don't have the drinking problem that kids have in America. When high school kids in America get a hold of alcohol, they get drunk and ridiculous, and because they're doing something naughty. But kids are normalized to the just regular consumption of a glass of wine with dinner. It's normal.
Well, and then in the U.S., where when kids do experiment, because they're worried about the other things, they tend to not use wine, but they tend to use stronger drinks.
Right.
So they call that sort of the iron law of prohibition. That when you prohibit something, it moves more and more to more concentrated, more powerful forms.
Hence fentanyl.
Yeah, or even cocaine. If you could have coca-tea. I mean, Andy Weil has been promoting for decades and decades this idea of coca-tea.
I had that once.
What was the
the
Shut the fuck up. Hey, shut up. I said, oh my God, thank God I've never done cocaine. Tell him that friend does. I said, I don't think shut up. But it wasn't anything crazy. I think that chewing the leaves is supposed to be like super beneficial and actually even healthier than coffee.
Yeah, there's a lot of nutrition in the leaves.
Is how tough your teeth up though?
Well, if you do anything too much, it can. But it's
You
something
sound like an apologist. You sound like
well, I think it's this idea that appropriate use. Well, Paracelsus is one of the early physicians, and he said the difference between a medicine and a poison is dose.
right. Well, yeah, salt will kill you. You know, eat a pound of salt. See what happens in water out there.
Yeah, I mean, people
Drink too much water.
yeah, but I drink it. You dilute your.
I remember a lady died because she was trying to win a PlayStation for a kid in a morning radio show. She was trying to drink the most water. Crazy. Yeah, like no, who knew? I guess no one knew that. But people are pretty aware now because of frat parties, like, you know, hazing. They've had kids do that.
Yeah, that's one of the things that has been happening in terms of the raves and ecstasy. So that occasionally people will overeat and die from it, where you dance all night, don't drink adequate fluid, and you get hyperthermia. And there are some cases that it's one of the dangers of ecstasy use outside of therapeutic context. And so people have heard, okay, now I need to drink fluids in order to not overheat. There have been cases of people that have died from drinking too much water.
Well, I can counter that because there's a bunch of people that die from too much exercise. There's something called rhabdomyolysis that people get over exercise. You literally, your protein starts breaking down, your kidneys can't process it. You start peeing brown. It can be totally deadly. You can push yourself too hard and die from exercise too.
Yeah.
How many people every year die of rhabdo? I Google that because I know it's very common in the CrossFit world because people are competitive with exercise, which is not necessarily the great. Like a lot of people I know that are trainers do not like the concept of CrossFit because it's doing exercise that just strengthen your body and condition your body, but doing that in a competition setting where it's like unlimited amount of repetitions, as many as you can get in X amount of time, or and then they have these games where they might not be conditioned enough to sustain the workload that they're putting forth, and then they get wrapped up, and it's fairly common. Like I know multiple people that have had wrapped up. Yeah. How many people died?
So it doesn't say that, but it says there's 26,000 cases reported annually, and about 5% of those lead to mortality. 5 to 20%.
That's a lot. That's a lot of people that die. That's probably more than people drinking water and die. I guarantee it's more. I bet drinking water so much water you die is probably rare. But doing that rhabdo stuff is super dangerous.
Yeah. He reminded me of something funny. David Nutt was the drug policy advisor for the British government, and he did a ranking of the dangers of all these different drugs. And what he found was that the psychedelics were at the very low end of the dangers. And so he talked about how horseback riding was more dangerous than ecstasy.
Oh yeah, it's super dangerous, man. People fall and break things all the time.
Yeah, and so he got fired for that because, of course, he was telling the truth. He was making people love horseback riding in England. So what Max did was that we
You get fired for telling the truth.
well, he was the drug policy advisor, saying things that people did not want to hear.
Maybe you should have let guys drop description down before he started yapping. Like, what am I trying to do here for real?
Well,
like, you really want to know my opinion, or do I have an angle that I'm supposed to be headed towards? Keep guiding me.
Yeah. So we did something similar. We looked at cheerleading, and we looked at the emergency room visits on a per person visit for the percentage of people that do cheerleading that go to the emergency room versus the percentage of people that do ecstasy. And cheerleading is more dangerous.
Oh yeah, they fly through the air. Man.
Yeah.
They bang heads sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had a poster that we made that said, "Give me an E."
Oh god, that's so silly. But here's the thing: it's like we allow multiple dangerous things. Like horseback riding is one thing. How about bull riding? Totally legal. super dangerous, like super duper dangerous. I mean, we allow BMX riding. We should, of course, allow that. Look, I'm a martial artist. I know that people who've accidentally died doing martial arts. A ton. It's real. You know, there's a ton of activities that people enjoy. Skydiving. They enjoy bungee jumping. Legal. All legal. Amusement parks. Legal.
Yeah. Well, I think that in those circumstances, people believe that there's benefits that outweigh the
Amusement parks?
well, people enjoy them.
Oh, people enjoy psychedelics.
Yeah. But I think that's the critical issue is that people, as you started out by saying, people think that if you take these drugs, there's no benefits, you're hallucinating, you're running away from reality, you're not paying attention to what's really going on, you're making yourself more vulnerable, you can fly out a window, you can fly.
Well, it's just like we need a comprehensive addressing of the actual real landscape of what these things are, what the benefits are, and just this addressing of the impact of propaganda. The sweeping Schedule 1 Act of 1970, the whole William Randolph Hearst connection to marijuana illegalization, which was right after alcohol prohibition. So they were looking to put these agents back out into the field. All that needs to be like comprehensively explained to the American public to reinform people, because I think people are they have the general population that doesn't listen to podcasts like this, doesn't get online and search these things. You have these conceptions that are entirely formed by propaganda, and they're not based on real anecdotal experiences with science, with data, and also the problem with that too is there's real side effects of some of these things. Those need to be understood. How do you understand them? We have to make them legal and do tests and studies. Maybe people have gene expressions that, maybe they should be doing this thing, they can do that thing,
Yeah. I think this idea that, for me, how do we break through the wall of propaganda? And for me, the idea is that we go where the suffering is, we go to where the science is, and we try to make things first into medicines. And I think that's where people are willing to listen.
Mm-hmm.
When you have all this propaganda, all these fears, it has to be that there's some corresponding benefit that overwhelms your sense of fear that you're willing to take a look.
Right.
And that's where you go to where the suffering is. And that's where with post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that we've been able to do remarkably is with psychedelics. They're one of the few things that are out of the culture wars these days. There's bipartisan support for psychedelic research. And it's because we went to where a lot of the stuff was sympathetic patients. Most of the people in our studies are the women survivors of sexual abuse. Most of the people with PTSD are women. But most of the media attention goes to the veterans. And people put veterans on pedestal. And so many of them, there's different estimates, but it's 18, 22 or more per day commit suicide. And you can end up avoiding a lot of that by helping them process the trauma was the experience.
Again, it's like we're talking before, it's the bridge.
Yeah.
That's the real bridge. The bridge is these, hard-nosed, right-wing guys who have these experiences, become better parents, become better friends, just like reintegrate into society, make peace with the past. It's totally possible, and that these tools are being so underutilized. So many vulnerable and needy people. So many people just fucking need some help.
Yeah, one of the speakers at the Psychedelic Science Conference is Sharif Belknap, who was the Undersecretary of the VA. And he's become very passionate about what we've seen from those people that have done, the veterans that have done MDMA-assisted therapy inside the Veterans Administration. But it took MAPS 25 years, starting in 1995, we were offering money to the VA to do MDMA research until 2021, when the first veteran received MDMA inside the VA from VA therapists. Wow. So talk about frustration. Think about the number of people that have committed suicide when we started offering to the VA to do it. But there was the propaganda, there was the stigma that made it so that they were not willing to do it. What's most amazing to
today is that Congress gave $10 million to the Department of Defense for MDMA-assisted therapy research into active duty soldiers. So there's a $4.9 million grant that went to Dr. Aaron Wolfgang at Rothschild, and it's going to be giving MDMA-assisted therapy. There's another $4.9 million grant that went to a group called Strong Star. It's in San Antonio, here in Texas. Elsewhere, and they're connected with Emory University. And so they're going to combine MDMA with therapy called prolonged exposure, where you talk about the trauma over and over. But that's very re-traumatizing. There was a study that the Veterans Administration did that took about 6 years. It was 916 veterans, and it compared two therapies that they used, both non-drug therapies for treating PTSD. One was called prolonged exposure. The other was cognitive processing therapy. And what they showed is that around half the people are in the study drop out because the therapy itself is re-traumatizing. Because you're just forced to go over the trauma over and over, and that's supposed to desensitize you. And if you can stay in it, it can be helpful, but it re-traumatizes so many people. So what we've shown is working with the MDMA with the veterans is that they're able to process the trauma, the fear reduction from the MDMA, reducing activity in the amygdala, the fear process part of our brain, that you can, once you can approach these things that have felt like that they'll be overwhelming, you can't really go away from them, and they never really be either, that then you can process it. So this study that will be done here in Texas with active duty soldiers again is going to be a combination of MDMA with prolonged exposure. The Walter Reed study is combining MDMA with what they call acceptance and commitment therapy, different kind of approaches. And so, well, this is going to be research trying to different kinds of
multiple ones just see what's most effective.
Yeah, and I think that MAPS has started funding studies combining MDMA with cognitive processing therapy as well. But the one that I think is the most, potentially most valuable is called cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy. Conjoint means couples or dyads. And so what happens is the designated patient, the veteran of PTSD, is where the attention is focused. But when they have PTSD, it affects their families, it affects their partners. And so cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy was developed by this woman, Candace Monson, at the Boston VA. And that's where they bring in the partner as well as the veteran, and they both get therapy. And so back in 2014, when finally I was working with Richard Rockefeller and his cousin, Senator Jay Rockefeller, who was on the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, and they finally convinced the FDA and the VA to be willing to let MAPS support research with MDMA. They said that they would not let it, they would prefer veterans that could be inside the VA, we have to pay for it, but that the first thing they wanted us to do was combine MDMA with cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy, where both people now get MDMA. And the results were better than anything they've ever gotten before in studying this therapy, both in reduction of PTSD, but also in strengthening the relationship.
Do they combine it with 5-HTP or anything like that to sort of bring back your levels?
The answer is no. People do use 5-HTP, and it can be helpful. But
Explain.
Yeah, so 5-HTP is your precursor for serotonin. So when we started research with the FDA, this was now 1992. The very first time that they permitted MDMA research was 1992. And as I said, MDMA had been used as a therapy drug since the middle 70s through the 80s, criminalized in 85. And people have felt that sometimes, and I think it's very much the case, that you're tired after MDMA. People talk about a serotonin depletion. And so when you take 5-HTP, that can be helpful. But when we started with the FDA, they said, all this information that you've got from before, from underground use or from before when it was still legal, it doesn't matter to us. Really, everything has to be done under direct supervision of FDA-approved studies. And I said, don't assume that you have problems and you're going to use MDMA plus 5-HTP or something, just start with the MDMA, see what problems you get, and then you can start. So the way we think about MDMA therapy is that it's really not what they think it's a 2-day, in the sense that the second day is for rest, it's for having no obligations, no appointments, and the therapists come back and do more integrated therapy the next day. And also, so we do the therapy during the day. It starts at 10 in the morning. It's an 8-hour session, so often people can get sleep that night. And we don't see more low mood or more tiredness in the people that get MDMA than in the people that got therapy without it. So we were never felt that the need to introduce 5-HTP. We didn't have evidence of symptoms that require this. But I think it's because we talk about it as a 2-day experience. The other part is that when people take MDMA at raves or parties and things like that, often they're drinking, they do it at night, they don't get full sleep.
Right.
The next day they don't just take the day off, they go into activities.
Right.
And so
Exhausted.
they're exhausted.
Yeah.
And so
Makes sense.
I think that this concept that we've developed is this really thinking about it as a 2-day experience where there is this low energy, but it can be productive in terms of trying to work on the issues that came up during the MDMA experience, or the PTSD or depression or whatever it is.
Right.
Now, there's a project at a place called Sunstone, which is a therapy center outside of Rockville, Maryland. And they've worked with cancer patients who are anxious about dying, and they have brought in their partners to the therapy, and both of them get MDMA as well. So these are all FDA-approved studies, and they found that that was tremendously effective as well, because when your partner's got a life-threatening illness, it doesn't just affect them, it affects you as well, and often the therapy is focused again on the designated patient. So this kind of broadening the sense of who it is that is going to be treated and bringing in people's partners, I think is going to be very, very important. One of the works, Marcus and Amber Capel, who've done work with vets, they brought probably by now about 1,000 veterans down to Mexico for IDD. And they also started bringing their partners as well. They realized that you need to think about this as a family setting to try to treat the entire family context. This raises another issue, which is to talk about group therapy. So the scale of the trauma in America, there's 13 million PTSD patients. And this is the estimate by the Veterans Administration. In Ukraine, we've got an entire country. When I was there, practically every family knows someone that has been injured or killed. And so you've got mass population-based trauma. And to think about treating people as individuals is really important, but it's going to be hard to scale because of the limited number of therapists and psychiatrists and the cost of doing that. So the FDA has wanted all the research on LSD, psilocybin, MDMA, A5-HT to start on an individual basis. But there's new studies now that are going to be working on therapy. So one of the first in America was at the Harvard Oregon PA. And it was 4 therapists for 6 veterans. And it started out where each one got an individual session first, and then they got a group session. And there's 2 basic kinds of trauma in the military. One is war-related or accident training related, and the other is what they call military sexual trauma. There's a lot of sexual abuse by veterans or by military active duty people or other people in the military, and they call that military sexual trauma. And so what they've learned is they have to separate those groups when they do the group therapy. Because if you're a military person who's been abused by people in the military, that you might not feel safe if you're in a context of group therapy. So they've done separate the groups, but they found that the groups do terrific with supporting each other afterwards in this integration process. And so what they've done is they've realized, though, that the design they had initially was an individual session and then a group session. And after they get to the sixth, they realized that the people thought they needed a third MDMA session, and they wanted that also as a group, not as an individual. There's a project in Australia that's going to be climate-related PTSD from floods that they have related to climate, and so they're going to be doing group therapy there. And there's an incredible project that's developing in Israel that's for people traumatized on October 7th. And there's going to be groups of 7 with 2 therapists, 2 assistants. But the Ministry of Health has taken a while to review this application. It's funded by charitable donations. The MDMA is coming from Canada. But what the Ministry of Health in Israel has wanted is this is the first study ever where it's going to be direct comparison of individual therapy versus group therapy. So everybody is ready to have one or the other. You get randomized, individual or group, and it will be a direct comparison. And so I think like when we think about AA, when we think about peer support, I think you can go deeper when it's individual therapy because you have more focus. You're not thinking about other people, you're deeper. But when you're in a group setting, you can kind of bond with the other people. You can kind of hear their other stories, but then you can support each other in this integration process. So I think at the end of it, it could be that the groups do just as well as the individuals. And then that will dramatically reduce the cost of the treatment and help it scale. So that's where we're at this initial thing. And I think particularly for military people that are traumatized in similar circumstances, that are bonded in groups, that group therapy can maybe be a treatment of choice. But I think the way the FDA is going to be reviewing it is that there is going to be studies with individuals first that will have to be gone through the system and approved, and then there will be this additional research with groups.
What kind of a timeline